In the dark night, the strongest French wizard was startled by the familiar voice. Seeing the guard crying beside the bed, as well as the familiar yet strange scene around him, Mika couldn't calm down. Only when he realized it was April 5th, the 32nd, did he dare to believe that this was the truth. The success rate of this rule of thumb is 1%, a very rare spell with no written F, known as the impossible technique. So Mika succeeded in doing it at the age of death and waiting for the past 20 years before making the wrong choice that led to his teammates' deaths. The first thing Manga did was to check his current physical condition. This body has now reached the 3rd level of magic, even though it is not yet complete. That is too low for the legend of the Walpurgis family, a powerful French family. As he held his head, Mika noticed a rolling tablet on it and, after recalling, finally remembered why. It was because of the alien's beating and begging for a kiss. Alien Lindell is a girl who has a wish with Mika until she turns 20. After adjusting to the body, Mika went to the bed and stood in front of the mirror. This body is very different from before the recall, truly fragile and vulnerable. Then Mika asked the guard, "Guard, I just made a mistake. What did the Duke say?" The guard carefully replied that they hadn't said anything. Mika listened and took a breath. "No, it's okay, I understand. I guess they didn't do that either." Even now, Mika still remembers the source of that alien's eyes full of contempt and pity. Even if he later becomes the strongest wizard in France, he can never forget the helplessness he felt that day. Mika then tried to kick the guard out to have a private space to doubt the current situation. At this time, he recalls the scenes in the past when he accompanied the hero on the journey to kill the king. During that journey, the hero Siegfried, who was granted the power to kill the king, always lied about his moral character. I don't know how many lands have fallen because of those two. And finally, the entire team sacrificed the king's life for the first time. Now Mika has come back and is determined not to make another mistake. Meanwhile, in another room, Marquis van Pergus, Mika's father, was furious and called the guard. That guy woke up. "If he asks to meet that girl again, we will beat him like before." The guard was nervous and dared to answer. "Actually, I don't know what to say." "If the Lord wishes to proceed, I will inform him," said the Lord. But now, he looks very angry. Mika, after being alone, pondered deeply. The rule of law has been effective, and I have returned 20 years ago. To win the title of king, I must prepare everything for that battle. Mika then demonstrated his authority and started to correct Mana's incorrect direction. Mana usually flows in a single direction. The direction of Mana is also very important, so if you're not careful, it can easily influence their nature. Their current path is to follow the clock. Mana flows along the designated path through the body, then gathers in the heart area to establish the law of the universe. That is how the law of the universe is formed, in theory. But Mika saw it differently, not necessarily to converge in one spot. The method Mika developed is a form of self-training. This is a very difficult training method that involves creating points of circulation throughout the body and allowing the mana to flow through them, finally converging in one place at the same time. When Mika altered the direction of the mana flow in this way, his body became hot and was exposed to the mana flow too rapidly and excessively. But he is not an ordinary person, but the great magician of the 9th level, Mika Walpurgis. The image of the hero named Awk is now in his mind, strengthening Mika's resolve to endure. Compared to Bundavidia to what will happen in the future, this is not a small mistake for me. After a long struggle filled with pain, I have completed the connection between the rules perfectly. Mika now dares to breathe gently. Since this is just the first time using this self-training method, it's quite good. My rule of law has also stabilized, and I can use mana in the most effective way. My thinking is truly correct. The remaining mana during communication can still be used to create another spell. It seems like I have become a 4th-level magician, but Mika decided to take one more step with this opportunity. He extended his hands and challenged the 2 magicians of the Great Magician, and suddenly 2 blue and orange lights shot out from Mika's palm in a deceptive manner. This is what is called multi-legalism. Only 7th-level magicians can use this multi-legalism. It is a high-level magic that requires reaching a specific level. It's a pity that Mika, a 4th-level magician, still hasn't mastered this magic, but thanks to a complex self-training method, he can now perform some higher-level spells. However, Mika doesn't seem entirely satisfied with this achievement. Now I can only cast 2 spells at once, right? When I was a high-level magician, I could use many different types of magic simultaneously, but my current mana is very limited. I can't use magic for long, so it's okay for now. Just as Mika was a little relieved, his father pushed the door open with a big head. "Mika, do you know what you have done? I thought you would argue that you didn't know what to do next." "That's right, I'm sure you don't know. That's why, at this moment, he just showed that the boy had made a mistake, and then looked away." "Huh, What did you just say? Mika, with one hand in his pocket, answered. I already knew. You've damaged our family's reputation. No need to remind me. I think you're overdoing it and being too aggressive. So, you know I really want to break your leg, right? If Mika is already tired. I don't care about that. I heard you say that because you have your own plan, so you just did it. I think it's not right for a girl to ask for a kiss like that. These words make the Marquis a bit worried. Their reaction is somewhat self-assured. Interesting. Keep going. Based on what you said, it seems like you know something. Of course, Mika knew. A lot has changed. You looked away and recalled the past. I, Mika Walpurgis, have completely changed since I was 23. Alien Lindell had to endure my victimization before I turned 23. In short, I am currently in danger in many ways. I lack judgment, I am a weak man with no sense of myself, and I am pretty much the kind of person that aliens hate. I have to do it because I look like this. You are very confident about their kiss. Mika then sat down and calmly asked her father what it takes to kiss an alien like Lindell. Marquis, like a student, immediately replied that he had not learned any mana training because, in order to have a child, two people are not allowed to mix different types of mana. The child is very important to a family, especially if they are a magician or wizard, as it is likely inherited from their parents. Mika smiled brightly at that moment. Yes, that's it. That's where I got the idea. What if aliens didn't follow that rule? It's true that at first I refused because I wanted to kiss her, but I just felt that she had something very strange. Marquis listened and then changed his mind. I mean, they're deceiving us. Mika immediately replied, That's right. Even before we kissed, she was already a magician. That means she has learned how to train mana? Marquis had some doubts, so he looked directly into the boy's eyes and asked again. I'm telling the truth. Mika didn't hesitate to confirm that it was completely true. But you didn't mention a few things. Marquis immediately said, It's strange. A level 8 wizard like me didn't notice that. How could a child like you know? I'm sure you understand how serious this is. Mika, because of her father's faith, said that even after just a short nap, she could tell that she had been training her body with mana. And her mana was very unstable. Because this issue is extremely serious, Marquis asked again. Are you sure? But a level 8 wizard like you still can't find it. Then there's only one cat they can use. That's it, don't mention ancient magic weapons. Marquis has just now realized the connection problem. The boy with it has Mika's confident face. Anyway, you know everything from the past, so what was wrong with his waist? Somewhere else, Alien is honing her swordsmanship. The dragon moves effortlessly, slicing through in an instant. At this time, her father, Zook Lindell, approached and asked what else Mika Walpurgis did after that day. Alien immediately replied, No, that dragon's name definitely didn't reveal anything. Zook felt uneasy then. His father also believed so, but who knows what might happen. Alien felt it immediately. 2 days before Han arrived, I hadn't seen Han perform at all. And his father also believed that Han couldn't be your husband, right? Of course, Zook thought so too. He was just worried that if Marquis Walpurgis found out what they were doing, everything would become very complicated. After being attacked by the girl, Zook also stopped worrying about going anywhere. That's right. Even if they are the famous Walpurgis family, they won't be able to find the magic weapon I placed on my daughter. Alien can now transfer aura into the human body. And Zook thought that a talented girl like this would be very costly if she entered into a political marriage. But it was all a lie. These two children are only criticizing Mika to look better than the Parkslope family. The person replaced is Leon Parkslope, the only son of the family and a sword known as the Next Sword. When he heard that Parkslope's family would come today, Alien couldn't hide his happiness. Great. Leon Parkslope will definitely be a better choice than the other guy. At the same time, Marquis stepped forward and announced that the guest had arrived. I was quite surprised to hear it because I didn't expect Parkslope's family to come so early. But the other person is Mika. The bodyguard of Mordine went with Mika to hug his head. Oh my God, we're really here. Is the owner of Mika really going to be okay with this? Mika smiled confidently and then turned to On. Calm down. Don't make that face. You're here because of what your father said. That's right. That day you just exaggerated to confirm it. I think they asked to break up because they knew you had figured it out. After the breakup, they might become more and more confused. And then our family won't be able to appear in front of everyone anymore. But if we trust you and oppose the formula, it will be a whole different story. So do you dare to take responsibility for this? Mika immediately felt a strong pressure on her body. This is truly the power of the most influential French family in the country. Mika steadied herself and said she wanted to handle this alone. Marquis then stood up and left, but he still warned you if you truly believe you're right, we'll believe you this time. But if what you say is a lie, you won't just lose your family title, you'll also have to remove the name Juan Purgis from your name. So, do you still want to go on? Because Mika was mistaken due to her regent's memory, you confidently accepted this request, and that's why you're here today. Guard Maudine still can't bear the silence and the quiet. I'm feeling uneasy at all. Within the family, you hold a lot of influence. If things go wrong again, you'll have no way out. Everything that just happened recently, but you came to meet a woman like this, you can't stand it anymore. So Mika said silently, we need to make progress. Don't worry, Maudine, everything has been arranged. Zook, after hearing the news, took the chance to handle some busy and cautious tasks to report to Mika. Mika, after hearing the news, turned around and left. Just as Mika took a breath, Mika suddenly stopped and sat down by the tree. When asked what he was doing, Mika said, what do you mean? You don't know how long it takes to get back to our territory. It might not take even a few days to get there, so you might not be able to rest at all. McEwen is very worried right now because the Pakslov family is coming here. If they find Mika sitting in front of the gate, it will cause a big problem. There is no other way. McEwen approached and took Mika's hand. Mika, I will escort you on the way back. Please leave this position. He was in shock and couldn't believe that a boy who was once normal could breathe when standing in front of him and had changed so much in just a few days. Mika then opened his eyes wide, exhaled, and ordered someone to call Alien to come here and meet him directly. Zook, after being transferred on, was extremely shocked. He couldn't believe that Mika could say such words. While Zook didn't know how to solve it, Alien suddenly said he would go out the gate and meet Mika. Mika was then told he was feeling uncomfortable, but he pushed through it. At that time, Mika was being begged by the guard to reconsider such a reckless action, but Mika did it for his own sake. It has to be today because Pakslov's anger will erupt today. In Mika's memory, the Pakslov family is expected to join the Korean military soon. Specifically, it is the family of Leon Pakslov who will be named as the next sword. He is one of the people who contacted Mika before the reunion, so it's best to meet as soon as possible. Now all the families Mika needs to deal with are gathered in one place. You must act quickly. While Mika was asleep, Kwancha suddenly said, I wonder if you trained without Hushoku noticing. Though it was just a moment, the strength I see in you, Master, is not that of a third-class Frenchman. Although I am not a Frenchman, I am a colleague of Hushoku. I truly believe I am quite wise and perceptive in these matters. Mika just heard Kwancha's question and is wondering whether he did something to boost his level or not. After Kwancha checked, Mika remained steady and offered his hand for the test to prove himself. After reviewing, Mika found 4 rounds of approval. Mika said he achieved it 2 days ago. It's quite suspicious, but not impossible that he passed Kwancha. After confirming that Mika's body was normal, Kwancha felt relieved and they joked about being struck by a stone that awakened his hidden strength. While feeling happy, Mika suddenly said seriously, Kwancha, what do you think will happen if the Lindell family collapses? Kwancha, though hard to understand, still replied, I believe there will be a lot of chaos. I'm not sure if the chaos will be that severe, but the Empire won't be able to relax and ignore it. Why do you suddenly ask that? Mika then replied that there was no reason at all. He just didn't have any intention to let the Kung-tuk family be destroyed. He then looked up at the blue sky and remembered the past. There's no doubt anymore the Lindell family is the pillar of the Empire, because the collapse of the Lindell family has worsened the chaos in the Empire. And it was a coincidence that I didn't mean to just stand by and watch it happen. That's right. Now that everything has reached this point, I need to shift the balance of everything. Since Alien has arrived where you are now, what's going on? This isn't the last time I say everything I need to say. Mika saw it and stood up with both hands against the wall. Yeah, it's all over, but you said that doesn't mean I'm done, right? Before this chaos, Alien is becoming more serious, not just a little sad. Our unity in our wishes has been officially achieved after the meeting of the 2 families. There is no room left for your wishes anymore. Please, stop wasting time and come back. Mika is also returning seriously now. Let's talk a little, okay? Why are you in such a hurry? Are there any important guests visiting today? Hearing it with a cold heart makes Alien a little scared, but he dares not look directly. Mika at this time opens a victorious smile. Leon Pakslov has nothing to do with the family's political affairs and is just practicing to break his own rules. Of course, it makes no sense that Han knows what happened in the Han family to visit their current situation, which Han also does not care about. Only one thing, Han is very concerned about business ethics. If Han's woman promises to kiss again on one condition, she asks to cancel the kiss. That name will never be accepted. Seeing Alien dare not say a word, Mika immediately raises her voice. You are right, this has been officially agreed upon by both sides, but it's not based on any pretext or excuse. The wish is perfectly fine. Alien's unease grows deeper. You immediately stop saying that the wish has no problem at all. Mika has no intention of letting go, but is getting closer. No problem. Do you really think so, Alien? So can I take that as the Lindell family's official statement? Mark Killen, unable to control his emotions, immediately pressed Mika against the tree trunk. You're too much. Even if you are the heir of Walpurgis, I cannot overlook such a rude act. Mika remains calm and looks directly at Alien. Alien, the Lindell contract is just like that. Han has been ignoring everything from the beginning until now, but it seems he doesn't know when he can or cannot enter. Alien then orders to release the person despite the contract, but dares to object. Unable to control his emotions, Alien is too overwhelming. Mark Killen, don't make me remind you again. You have the right to keep the Lindell family name. After the decision, Mika immediately followed Alien inside. On the way, the guard wondered if he wouldn't go with the successor. Then Mika went alone, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Mika heard it and laughed. What are you talking about? I came here with my guard. He is the most trustworthy person. Hearing that, the guard felt a little emotional. After arriving at this guest room, Mika asked to speak with him privately and didn't want anyone to disturb them. Alien didn't object but agreed to the request. As soon as he lowered his head, Alien directly asked about the issue. So what do you want to tell me? Mika didn't hold back and said whatever came to mind. She lied, and Alien quickly admitted that she didn't understand what she was saying. Mika then continued, do you remember the promise made by the families not to practice mana while still in a coma? Alien was a bit surprised but quickly regained her composure. As I said earlier, we didn't break any promises. If you doubt, why not go yourself and prove it? And since you told everyone I was your fiancé, I didn't feel comfortable being called that. Mika was now holding her hands and listening to the lies, so she thought I was favoring her and overdoing it. Yes, that's right. I was really stunned. Mika then said she would prove her words. Alien immediately stood up to let the other party check, but Mika stopped her. I don't need to check now. I'm not sure if your family has been fair from the start. With everything happening now, why don't we prove it to them? Alien heard it and didn't understand who it was meant for, then realized the issue and shared everything with everyone. Mika looked at the door and said, yeah, that's right. People will judge fairness more than anyone else. Show them to the Park Slope family. Leon Park Slope and the Queen are arriving at the gate right now. He is very eager to meet the 5th king of the Empire. Just looking at him, I could tell this fool doesn't care about anything else. Your Queen understood what he was saying, so she said, I just said it, but please don't talk to the Park Slope. Leon was told to be black-hearted, so he was a little bit. I didn't do anything. Who do you think I am? But the Queen's expression said it all. I'm angry. I'm scared. There was no other choice. Leon only promised not to cause trouble, then he asked the Queen why his father hurriedly summoned him to the capital. The Queen explained that of course it had to be rushed, and the next day the storm was approaching. They didn't want to be on the border like this. That's just it. It's not good for noble families to be on the border like this because only those who support the new empire are considered. The families on the border that belong to the empire will be removed and lost. The Park Slope family is forced to seize this opportunity. Leon suddenly remembered to ask the Queen. That girl. Wasn't it just a few days before her wedding? The Queen's name is Ib. That's right, the Queen only wished because the man's name is the heir of the Walpurgis family. Leon heard it and asked again. Oh, really, there is no other reason. It's not because she's suspicious. This guy's name is pretty good, even if he doesn't seem very clever. Ha ha. She comes from the Lindell family, which has many connections. And there is also Marquis Walpurgis. If she has something suspicious, Walpurgis can still stay calm. Leon heard it and found it reasonable, but he still felt that this was not simple. Back in the guest room, Alien was very surprised by what he could hear. What did you just say? Mika slowly approached and repeated it. You're not listening to me. Prove it to everyone because the Park Slope family is coming here soon. Don't you think this is a perfect chance to eliminate the evil? Why? Are you afraid? Alien is too scared to swallow the water and then betray. You don't have the authority to do that. You haven't officially represented Walpurgis yet. But the thing Mika pulled out of the bag that made Alien so shocked he couldn't sit still is Walpurgis. When I have this, I am considered an official representative of the Walpurgis family. Once this is out, the Walpurgis name will be on the negotiating table, meaning all responsibility falls on the Walpurgis family if Mika is wrong. But from another perspective, Alien will be seen as an enemy to the Walpurgis family if she is wrong. Mika is now in a new position, so she is more confident than ever. If you are truly insincere, there's no reason for you to be so long-winded, right? Alien, after hearing that, was in a big panic. Do you understand the gravity of what you just said? If you lie, the consequences will depend on what the Walpurgis family can take responsibility for. Mika doesn't care much, and your eyes suddenly bled. I think we just need to find out and see. So what did you decide? Alien was trembling with fear and dared not speak a word. At this moment, a voice said, Stop talking, Alien. Mika, after seeing Zook, laughed. Finally, the day has come. Now it's really time for us to talk. Zook Lindell is the 5th-ranked knight of the kingdom, one of the few in the world, and is said to have lost everything at the hands of the king. He is a timid person who avoids danger in the future. Zook looked at the young man in front of him with a hint of disbelief in his eyes. Are you really Mika? Mika quickly responded, Yes, it's me. After examining him carefully, Zook said, Yes, you're really that kid. Your looks and demeanor are still the same, but you seem different. I'll prove it to you. And then Zook laughed like a kid. It looks like he's been sitting there on purpose, asking, What are you talking about? Mika no longer showed his anger, but was so embarrassed. Don't go like that. You don't understand the history of the kiss between the Walpurgis and Lindell families. Zook stopped laughing and grew serious. No, what kiss? We broke up because your level is too low. Nothing more, nothing less. Mika, even when he was direct, still kept a smile. That is truly why Zook has no reason to claim it as the only reason. No more, Mika said directly. I will get straight to the point. While wishing with me, Elion secretly practiced mana, and Zook heard him with a big smile. Haha, no way. If my daughter secretly practices mana, do you think I wouldn't know? Mika, I am the 5th strongest in the kingdom. Mika does not deny this. That's right, you can't deny it. Zook quickly changed his mind. So you're going to say that I'm wrong about the truth. When that happens, Mika feels a little pressure. Although he didn't intend to bow to me from the start, Elion may have secretly learned to use mana and discovered it later, carefully weighing his options. Is the more valuable thing the promise his daughter made or her swordsmanship skills? Zook was then subdued. I know you were very disappointed because the wish was erased, but that doesn't mean you didn't like it. Mika is now carefully analyzing the situation. He is certain that he cannot find the magic weapon that has been passed down from both of his parents, and the pressure from his physical condition makes me even unable to think clearly before a pressure like this. But Zook has overestimated Mika. Facing the King of Kangs, this pressure is nothing. Mika quickly provided proof. Not long ago, when I still trusted Elion, she made a mistake. It was here that I saw through something. I'm sure you understand now. Mika just mentioned it, simply pointing at her, leaving Elion utterly stunned. Zook lost control of his emotions and killed the person who revealed it, meaning the other person died shortly after uncovering the secret. But in the end, Zook still didn't admit it. And if this is all you see, then what? Mika isn't skilled enough to handle this guy, so he got up and left. If you truly want to refuse, we can stop here. Don't forget to come back and remind me before you leave. Oh, I heard Leon Paxlov is coming here, so I might meet him on the way back. Hearing this, Zook immediately stood up and admitted it. Even though he wanted to take his time ordering food, Mika rejected him directly. Let's get to work. Zook didn't mean to admit his mistake, but said it in a threatening manner. You will let him end here. Mika now remembered that this man talks very naturally. After some negotiation, Mika got up and left, feeling very happy that an agreement had been reached. Then I will go my own way. See you later. The alien's mind is extremely confused right now, thinking he's understood something. But I think he's just lying. And now that the Walpurgis family has realized the wish was wrong, they'll make us pay an even higher price. You can't handle it anymore, big guy. Brother, what should we do here? But Zook, I can't help but laugh. Calm down, alien. I thought he was just a fool who knew nothing about the world, but I was wrong. And I thought I was very good at reading the taste of a very interesting person. Alien suddenly stood up. Dear Cha, I will take full responsibility if you need it, because everything stems from my misunderstanding. Zook immediately told his daughter that nothing would change, even if she did it, and that it was Cha who made it happen. If Cha had realized earlier that he had achieved his ambition, this kind of thing would never have happened. So I can't say that Cha is not responsible for being a human. Zook is the most regretful person when this situation happens. He can't imagine that Alien can recognize his ability to use his mana without anyone teaching him. A genius. With a father's attitude, Zook wants to protect his daughter's talent, but that's what led to the current consequences. To make the girl feel no guilt, Zook said the content was reasonable. The Walpurgis family will ask for a reasonable price because we have broken the contract. But it's okay, they won't ask for anything unreasonable because it seems like that child doesn't want our family to suffer. Alien listened and didn't understand anything. Zook saw it. He turned to his daughter and said, You are stupid and stubborn. Ah, wait, Cha is saying that you are not as stupid as you think. If you don't understand, just observe from now on. There's a lot to learn. Meanwhile, Mika waited in front and avoided Leon. When Leon realized the person in front of him was Mika Wampirgas, he remained polite. Can you explain what is going on? If I remember correctly, I have to meet the female staff today. I'm just a little confused. What do you want to say? But half a day ago, Mika still had no intention of answering. I feel like I'm being played. Leon is angry, blood pressure rising. If you want to say something, you can say it. I'm busy. But the pressure from the 5th generation of Wampirgis is unstoppable, Mika. Then what about this child? Mika only needs to hold one hand to break all of Leon's pressure. Seeing his move easily shattered, Leon stopped asking, "Wait, what did you just do?" Mika said softly that it was just a sudden move, so listen to what you said and get angry. Leon didn't believe it, so he asked again. "You're not Mika Wampirgas, are you? I heard him say that." "Not yet." Let the opponent finish their sentence. Mika automatically thinks I'm a fool. It's true, I don't need to deny it. The real issue is not the past, but the present. The king's invasion is imminent. Moreover, that crazy nickname later became a symbol of a brave soldier. I will never forget the moment when everyone broke down in front of the king. The memories of the past caused Mika to lose his temper and frighten Leon. But after calming down, Leon chose to speak with Mika. This personality matches the Leon Mika knows. A hot-headed person, but a very good teammate. Mika then asked Leon, "You must have come here to marry Alien." Leon immediately asked, "So you intervened to break my marriage with her?" Mika smiled and said, "Haha, no way. Alien has no value to me anymore. The person I care about is not her, but you." Leon suddenly felt worried about his mistake, so he immediately left. Mika also recognized that he had just made a mistake, so she quickly explained, "Say again." "I like women." Leon didn't understand why a straight guy wanted me to ask, "Why me? What's the purpose?" And then the wind picked up. The leaves fluttered in the breeze, creating an extremely romantic atmosphere. Mika extended her hand and said, "You will become my teammate's wife. You're not stupid, but you're a crazy and evil name that suits me." In the war against the king, Leon was defeated by Envajam the Great, the commander of the Third Army, a formidable man of the king who had defeated many soldiers before. Beaten by him, this is an incredible achievement. But Leon's family must be his own support network. Until the moment of his death, Leon's fighting spirit remained fierce. What he regrets most is that he can no longer continue to be a soldier and fight alongside Mika. Back to the present, after greeting, Mika and Leon went to a park in Lindell Valley to chat. Talking to someone like Leon is never easy. Mika is used to it and should be honest. It's nothing special, just a rumor circulating in the teacher's school. I think it might soon be passed on to the Pax Lopa tribe. Leon heard the message and asked again, "The teacher's school. That place is for students specializing in Tintia, like how the disaster prevention notice will happen." After Mika confirmed that it was the place, Leon had to give up. It's not the first time they've tried to expose such dangerous things. Why worry too much about an baseless prediction? When Mika said that it had to be cared for, Leon sent it. Care for what? Sure, but I still have a lot to prove. The king of this era? A tribe that thinks they understand him but still believes in pointless things like that. This world has not yet felt the threat from the king, but there was a prophecy before the first signs appeared. Cassandra's prophecy is unlike any other before. This time it is spreading across the entire world. But no one believed that anything unusual would happen during this time until it actually did. And people's views began to change. Everyone except Mika. You have experienced the despair and helplessness of standing before the king's crown, so you understand best. Even though Leon appears weak, Mika remains calm. It doesn't matter if I believe it or not. I just want you to cooperate with me. But Leon still doesn't give up, so don't say that. I'm not going to listen to you just because of that prediction. That's too much, I'm tired. When Leon stood up and fell, Mika suddenly spoke. As Mjolnir was praying, Leon heard Song Lian standing right there. It's simple to understand. No magic sword can be born without learning from those who came before. This is when Leon's own sword skills started to take shape, and Mika is convinced that Leon cannot think for himself. Seeing Leon's shocked reaction, Mika quickly said, "Bakdao Mjolnir, one of the ancestors of the Chun Ki training, a genius in the most powerful and influential position in history." Leon is now slowly losing his calm. "So what do you mean?" "Just wait," Mika said. "If you accept my invitation, I will teach you the complete Chun Ki training that Mjolnir left." Leon immediately stood up and clenched his fist, thinking, Mjolnir only left one book and nothing more. And even that only right now, Mika said, incomplete. I know Mika is more confident in his actions. So that's right, Leon Parkslope has practiced the swordsmanship based on Mjolnir's incomplete teachings. And I, Mika Wampirgas, remember what he's missing, so I put it on the table. I don't ask for any big questions. I don't care if you have a kiss with Alien or not. I just need to know one thing. If Cassandra's prophecy is true, what will you choose? Leon is really confused right now. I don't understand why he's so obsessed with this. Is it really true? But I can't give up Mjolnir's Chunki training. According to the prophecy, he is a false name that the Lindell family actively asked to cancel. Just this name. Who is the real thief? The person in front of Leon right now is completely different from the prophecy. He is not a bad person at all. After thinking for a long time, Leon confirmed again. You said you didn't care whether I kissed the Lindell's diamond or not, right? Mika didn't hesitate to answer. That's right, I don't care. She no longer matters to me. Leon continued. Even if you don't care, your family still will. Mika smiled and replied confidently. Seeing that I care about what their high-ranking family says, Leon becomes a bit more interested and composed. Although my first impression of you was very negative, I now think again, you are not as stupid as I initially thought. Anyway, Mjolnir's Chunki training proves I possess it. Mika immediately knew this was going to happen. Anyway, if you don't believe me, then guess who dares to trust the mechanism? Mika didn't hesitate and decided to prove himself through action. The two of them then headed to the Lindell family's yard together. Mika was holding the sword like a fragile thread, struggling to keep it steady. Only after using the 4th grade skill enhancement could he breathe more easily. Seeing a wizard buying a sword in front of me makes Leon a little confused. What are you doing? Mika looked at Leon and smiled. You asked me to prove that I only know half of the book. Look, I'll show you this crazy thing. Leon heard it and felt like he was being played. How will you prove it? Will you explain the Mjolnir's Chunki training method? With a wizard like you, the rules of the Mjolnir's Chunki training method are no different from other methods. The only difference is that Mjolnir's method will mark a friend with a mark of 102. Compared to other methods with a limit of about 40 Chunki, Mjolnir's method raises the limit to 70. And then Mika asked Leon to demonstrate what he had learned to prove it. Leon, although still suspicious, still did it. He closed his eyes and began to move. A strong blue light enveloped his body. The marks started to show on Leon's palm and forehead. Though not very prominent, Mika could be certain they were signs of Mjolnir's traits. I didn't expect that Leon could only practice half of the book to this level. But that's why you were angry. Leon was very happy when his father found Mjolnir's book. But when he finished practicing, he realized it was only half complete and truly a creation for the wizard. But Leon had already completed the Mjolnir's Chunki technique and passed it on to Mika, and now it's time for Mika to return it to its owner. Mika then shouted at Leon to be careful since he only did it once and held the sword, starting to move. Your entire body was enveloped in a green light like Leon's but more intense and stable. You just saw Leon blink in surprise. You can't believe that what you've been pursuing for so long is in the hands of a wizard. At this moment, Mika is sweating profusely. You need to be very careful to use your own power to master this method within 30 seconds. Anyway, wizards and warriors also use mana in completely different ways. Leon, after witnessing this scene, was stunned. You can't believe that Mika is not a warrior. After the incident, Mika looked at Leon sitting on the ground and asked, "This is enough to prove that I know that method." Leon was now calm and then shook his head. "Ah, damn it, you're so stupid. Teach me. I will accept everything you say, please." Leon thought he would have to bow and accept tough conditions to be taught, but unexpectedly Mika agreed right away, making Leon blush. Nothing has happened so far, so Leon usually has to ask again. "What did you just say?" Mika then smiled and turned around. "I will teach you. Obviously not here. You need to go to the Walpurgis tribe yourself. I will teach you everything there." Leon was a bit worried, so he kept telling Mika to stay true to his promise. Mika just waved goodbye and left the Walpurgis tribe, but you only took a few steps before Zook stopped you. Mika realized the link between the bow and the question. I was about to say goodbye before I left. I didn't expect to see you here. Zook was as cold as ice. If you've left, then you've done everything. From what you've said, you may have seen it all. Anyway, this is also the Walpurgis tribe. Mika maintained a calm attitude and smiled. What did you see? For someone like you, it's not difficult. Zook's attitude suddenly changed. I saw everything. Everything. First of all, I apologize to you and the Walpurgis tribe, and in the end, you can decide comfortably. At this moment, Mika was a bit surprised that the 5th strongest emperor apologized to me so easily. Moreover, Zook accepted the bow even without Mika expressing his wishes. In truth, as the head of a noble family, Zook always remains calm in every situation. Mika then spoke casually, saying, I also need to apologize for coming to see you. I hope your marriage with Leon Parkslope goes well. Since I was frozen, Zook probably won't appear in history anymore. Marriage? You're more dangerous than I thought. That marriage might have been called off. From what you say, Leon is very attentive. He probably thought the engagement was because he was unhappy, but after meeting you today, he would find it strange. I will ask you this. Do you think we can regain the trust of the Walpurgis tribe? In the past, I would have begged for a divorce, but now that I see my husband is good, I have nothing to regret. Like my hometown, I run full speed. Mika smiled at me. Of course, the Lindy tribe just needs to be genuinely sincere. This phrase carries a hidden meaning, and naturally, Zook understood that. Now the Linda tribe will have to side with the Walpurgis tribe if they want to regain trust. At this moment, Mika asked, I wonder what you would do if there was a teacher suitable for the alien. Zook listened and wondered whether he was being deceived or not. After careful consideration, he also decided to trust once. Anyway, what you just saw on the field was very shocking. Mika, after returning home, was flattered by his father. We've heard the news, son. It's true that when you trust your son, anyone else can disrupt Lindell's plan and take the risk. Ha ha. But Mika already saw through that fake smile. If you get your judgment wrong this time, there will be no mercy at all. The Walpurgis tribe is like that. Being seen makes Marquis a little unhappy. He sat back in the chair and looked serious, quoting the Lindell tribe, saying he would come here himself as an apology. It seems he's determined to keep this secret because for a tribe with such significance, this news would be a death sentence. Many children we have had a lot. We have never disliked Lindell. What does the tradition say? Mika didn't hide anything, but replied that there isn't much. He asked if he could regain the trust of the Walpurgis. Of course. The children said yes, they just needed to be sincere. The Marquis is very pleased with his son's response. It would be foolish to show any attitude in that situation. At this time, Mika said, Father handed over the whole thing to you. You are the one who solved this problem. I also want to be the one to end it. Facing his son's request, the Marquis calmly replied, Enough. Enough. Ha. It's true that you did it, but since it's between the tribes, there's still a lot to handle. Mika didn't step back, and the more determined his stance was, the more it was the right move. But honestly, without a father, no one would pay attention. Maybe a little greedy, but I want to do my job myself. The finger knocking on Marquis's desk suddenly stopped after hearing these words. Lindell's formula is a dangerous old man, known as the symbol of the Walpurgis, but quite flexible. If you do that, it means you'll have to face Han. Mika answered his father with the eyes of the weak. I know you've been through a lot and gained experience, so there's no need to worry. Don't hold back your son, Marquis finally agreed. All right, I'll do this job. So I'll do it. Mika then promised not to disappoint and turned around to leave. At this time, Marquis said, Okay, Mika, you did very well today. Mika could feel that these were his father's words. Finally, he received his acceptance and was truly happy to hear it. Mika then said goodbye and left the room. At this moment, Marquis didn't wonder what had caused his son to change so much. The image of Mika as a child with his beloved wife still lingered in his mind. Although this has caused Mika to deal with it, Marquis will still have to prepare. We should probably get ready to negotiate with the formula. It's true that it has given it, but that doesn't mean we have to go back. Now what do we need to do to make people think we'll make Han move? Meanwhile, Mika was still thinking on her way back to the room. Before he was born, the most powerful magic family name had caused our downfall. The only reason a powerful family collapses is when its members fight each other to seize the chief's throne in the elders' power struggle. We were exploited and helped bring down the family. This time it will be different. After thinking carefully about what to do, Mika asked the guard. Guard, Noxian came here to find us a few days ago, right? 3 days before the engagement, the guard didn't ask anything but answered immediately. You're right. It's not strange because you're the only heir of the family. A Noxian, a level 7 wizard, and a key family heir. He was the one who helped Marquis when he was young. He is very talented, but lacks intelligence. He is too powerful. Instead of being an important descendant, he wants to become the center of the family. Now he has no time to do anything, but Mika decides to eliminate this threat from within. The guard heard it and was puzzled. I was surprised when I mentioned it, because you are the one who relies on the most. Mika pushed the door at this moment and revealed the truth. I haven't said it yet. He is the one who taught us to follow the third law of the same kind. The guard heard it and was shocked. The destruction of the family heir is something that cannot be forgiven. Right after the birthday, Mika discovered that the third law was unstable, and it was the heir who created it. Back then, Mika was so happy because it was working. Looking back now, it's truly shameful. Anyway, it's best to disconnect components like that. Maybe because he was the one who helped during difficult times, the Marcus has never truly cut ties with Herr Noxian. And that was the start of the downfall. Of course, Mika didn't want to see that happen again, so he chose to act first. He ordered the guard. "Guard, bring the heir to my room." The guard was puzzled, because it was quite urgent and difficult to summon the person, but Mika simply smiled confidently. "Don't worry, he's probably wondering why we haven't called and are just waiting." Just as Mika guessed, Noxia appeared immediately after being summoned. He just entered the room, smiled, and listened to the call. "We acted quickly until we heard you had just made your decision. You decided to make me the teacher the next day." Mika immediately pointed his finger at Noxia and said, "Well, I have an offer. You and I. Let's fight without the law." To this day, Mika still vividly remembers when our family was harmed. At that time, Noxia, the one in control, caused the death of the family. Half of the members were killed by that monster. In a moment when only a faint breath remained, the king's descendants appeared. Marquis, the family's strongest messenger, had been bedridden for a long time. Other high-level messengers have also abandoned the family. Mika has no way to fight against the descendants of the king. Noxia's self-pity is the last hope for both the family and the only remaining 8th-class messengers. When everyone was still watching him, Mika also held a little hope. He didn't know what kind of magic to use or how to defeat the king's descendants, but Noxia's response left Mika disappointed. Noxia never fought the first king. As the joke of faith crumbled in another moment, the entire family was wiped out. So now Mika has just decided to fight the dog hunter. After receiving the challenge, Noxia is a bit confused. Mika saw that and said, "I don't consider learning magic from a dead man, but I'm not sure if I'm worth it. Only when you experience it yourself will you understand. So I'm not sure if the dead man here has enough skills to teach me." Noxia immediately wondered if that day your intention was that the 3rd-level magic I created for you was not enough. And Mika answered directly, which made Noxia angry. "He has lost his peace. I have taught you everything I know, but now you still dare to say you don't believe me." Mika then explained, "Calm down, self-pity. I have never said that I do not believe you. I only said I don't dare to be certain. I want you to prove that you deserve it. That's not difficult, is it?" Noxia was stunned to hear that. Mika immediately said, "Let's play a game, not using magic, just fighting with magic. If we lose, we will respect our teacher." "I swear on the name of the Walpurgis." Noxia hesitated for a moment and asked, "What happens if I win in this game?" Mika didn't ask for an answer, but wanted the opponent to become his student, and so Noxia agreed to the game. After returning to his room, he couldn't hide the joy in his heart, as if he was giving away something precious. The fight didn't involve magic, which might seem pointless, but if you understand the ranks, Mika won't offer any advice. The limit of a dream, even for the Walpurgis, is no more. Mika is still just a young boy who knows nothing about the world. Clearly, that boy only understands his own dream. Climbing to the top of the family is impossible, but holding a position even the family head cannot reach. That was my goal, and an opportunity to attain that position came along with me. Yes, this is a great opportunity to be listed on the Walpurgis family page. Even if it's forced, Mika will overcome the difficulty and reach level 3. "That's right, I will become your teacher in the center of the Walpurgis family." Ha 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 ha. And so Noxia laughed like crazy all day. But he didn't realize he was about to face a level 9 wizard, the strongest in the world. Even though Maka is only a level 4 wizard now, if he doesn't use magic, he won't lose to anyone. The next day, after hearing the news, the guard hurriedly ran to find Mika to ask what was going on. "Master," I heard, "what's the matter?" "You challenged a match with Noxia, and Mika was a little worried to admit it. You just want to go to the match immediately, but the guard still doesn't understand what's wrong and makes this decision." "No! A battle with Noxia and with you? How?" He was so upset that he said the level 3 wizard failed. Mika said there was no need for the baby to be so big, but this calmness made the guard worried. "You thought I didn't want that. You agreed to call him a teacher if you were defeated. Let him teach you, meaning you have entrusted all your strength to him." Mika also agreed that this was correct, which made the guard laugh uncontrollably. The master was like a fool, which made the guard keep warning that Noxia is a clever girl and not a person, so he should be called a teacher. Mika obviously remembers the moment he fell straight into hell in front of everyone, and he told the guard that Noxia didn't like being called a teacher, which only confused the guard more. "So, why did you do that?" Mika then explained, "Because if we don't go far, he will not fall into the trap." "Guard, do you know why that name can still be kept in our family no matter what he did?" Of course, the guard knew. He had followed the master for a long time. "That's because he's been very close to Hotsuak since he was a kid." Mika listened and said, "Right, it's because he's the son of my father's son and son-in-law. My father will never kick me out because he still cares a lot, so he should come and take care of Gat. With this situation, Gat won't be able to do anything anymore. The dispute among the masters knows no bounds, and magic is cast in many languages. The argument is a promise made through those words, but if you dare to break it, that person will be punished by magic. So if Mika wins, he will earn the right to the title in the fight for food. That's what you're after. After the guard was brainwashed, he also understood. This is a good plan, but that means you'll have to defeat Tsutsuok later. Can you do it? Mika smiled confidently and blinked. Can I do it? Guard, I assure you, Tsutsuok Noxia will never be able to defeat me. Mika immediately explained, I have set the conditions. Tsutsuok can only use the magic circle I create. The guard just heard it and died. That's because a level 7 wizard can only use 4 spells. Maybe you're serious. As soon as Mika said that he was serious, the guard fell from his pocket into an envelope. That was the plan he had prepared in advance. The guard didn't want to serve a master who was completely unhinged enough to go crazy like this. Like a dream, Mika immediately used the magic to burn the envelope. Making a Zeta belt for the one who rents it is easy. Just as he was about to take his last breath, it was like setting up a trap. Seeing the chance to rest, his old strength faded before his eyes, leaving the guard speechless. Even though Mika kept believing in him, the guard remained cautious, so how could he trust such an unreasonable thing about the belt? No, why should he be afraid? Why? A new guide who has created 4 spells recently can defeat Tsutsuok Noxia, a level 7 wizard. I'm old, but the belt is stupid. No matter how annoying the words, Mika remains confident about his upcoming victory. Hung, whatever, don't worry. We won't start a war if we don't hold the victory in our hands. Even so, the guard still doesn't understand how to win. Mika quickly explained the reason for his confidence. Simply put, the 7 spells of Tsutsuok are very aggressive and forceful. When their eyes meet, it's a light of absolute conviction. That's just a dream. But what kind of faith is this? The guard immediately drew out the second thought letter. Mika saw that immediately, stopped. The guard took it away, and we must not forget that thought letter. Listen, to master a high-level spell, you need to know how to use the low-level ones. But Tsutsuok Noxia missed that chance. He believes he's succeeded, but the reality is different. Forcing a spell comes at a very high cost. That's why Tsutsuok isn't like a normal level 7 wizard. He can buy a room and still cast 7 spells, but only to make a fool of himself. In real battle, then what? It's not just about proving it. When the spell actually triggers, it only takes a few seconds. If the opponent knows the spell, then what? They will never win. After convincing the guard to trust him, Mika went to inform his father, and as always, the Marquis didn't understand what his son was up to. When his father heard that, he would fight Tsutsuok with a spell, and you came here to challenge him to the duel. The Marquis heard this, and his eyes darkened. He only said he would handle the family affairs in less than a day. But what's going on with my son? I want to be beaten to a pulp and then wake up. Teaching me magic isn't enough yet. Why are you doing this? The Marquis lowered his face in disappointment, his voice fading as he continued to think that his son still wanted to become Noxia's student because of the fishing incident. Mika understood this, so he confirmed it. I just demonstrated that I won't lose. Whoever fights me will lose. I must win. I will win and make Noxia's pride accept me as her student. Seeing the boy like a mad dog, Marquis drew a large staff, knowing a crazy dog needs to be beaten. Realizing magic can't fight the boy, Marquis could only rely on physical force to wake him up, and so he prepared to beat the dead like a dog. Mika, to protect himself, should hurry up and wake up. I'm very alert, father. No crazy person will take me for themselves. If you let go of such things, who will believe you? Noxia's self-respect is the pride of our family. The family member who wears the pride like a badge is not wrong. I can see the boy is very suspicious. Marquis taps his stick on his hand, ready to go out. A new story has 4 rounds of magic that are confident to win. Mika is confident that if I don't win, I won't do it. When asked if he lost, he said he would become Noxia's student. In short, Marcus has given up, and it's over. That's the problem. What should I do with this child? You know what I want, right? Seeing his father's angry face, Mika naturally remembered that Marquis always wanted to break the son of the dead when situations like this arose. Mika promised that the child was ready to kneel for the peace of the family. And only then did Marquis agree to the fight and become a witness. After leaving the room, Mika took a gentle breath. The match was set according to the plan. Because I was allowed to, the rest just needed to win. Noxia is confident she will win, but the victory will definitely belong to her. He knows exactly how to make him recover gently and how to use himself as a tool to take over this family, but that will never happen. Actually, the fact that he convinced the guard and his father hurt Mika more than winning the war. Now, the expression on your face is the smile of a winner. You are very eager for the war. Mika then headed straight to the room where the Wanpergus family's magic display was held. This place still feels as vivid as in his memory. This room can even withstand level 6 magic. This is not just an ordinary Wanpergus family room, but also equipped with many magic and protective devices designed to counter lower-level magic. Mika raised his hand forward and tested the level 1 magic spell, the Spell of Magic. A purple mana spell was instantly created and cast forward. Its placement at level 1 is because it requires only a few calculations to produce. Since many magicians can do this, it is the most basic magic and has no limits. A magician can elevate it to a spell beyond their experience. For example, controlling the spell to move according to your intention instead of setting a specific target will raise the difficulty a few levels. The calculation complexity increases when the challenge is tested, so this basic rule is no longer level 1. When the challenge reaches level 5, Mika controls the mana spell flying around the room and makes it explode in the air. A massive purple explosion erupts, breaking through the body and forcing the mana inside to transform into a spell that detonates. This is the fundamental magic, understood by a magician. It's also the difference between high-level and low-level magic. After testing, Mika's controllability hasn't changed much compared to before. Although some parts of the body are smaller and the magic circle is simpler, the experience remains the same. After an hour, the battle will start, but Mika has no intention of resting and will try a few more magic spells. Previously, everything Nostra taught Mika was very confusing and overwhelming. Although creating the magic circle was very fast. He never managed to pass the 8th magic circle while learning, but it was uncertain. Thanks to that, Mika had to forget everything he had learned and done from the beginning. If you don't have the skills of then maybe you can't learn from the beginning. Thinking about the past makes Mika lose track of time. It's not long before the fight begins, and Nostra is heading to the room where the battle will happen. He only dreamed of victory and becoming Mika's master. With just that, he became one of the Walpurgis family descendants. But of course, Nostra's heart was shattered to the point of collapsing to the ground. It seems that this is the result of creating the magic circle and the spell. At the same time, the Marquis steps from the back, jealous of Nostra, the person who fought with his son. Nostra knelt on the ground and still couldn't stand because of the pain. He looked up and felt jealous. Yes, it was the owner who suggested it first. That was a challenge for him. I also think he needs an experienced guide. Hearing these lies made Marquis a little bloodshot. The guide? He has saved and helped me a lot since we were young. I always keep that in mind. That's why I only observe for now, not stare. Nostra understands the secrets in these words. He seems to be an old tree, but still acts kindly towards me. Of course, you're always watching me. I know that. So that's why you gave me this opportunity. The Marquis left Nostra and went straight to the room. Opportunity? What do you think? No, I didn't want to say anything before the battle ended either. This envy made Nostra excited. He stood watching from behind the shadow of the person he could never have. Although they grew up together and fought side by side, he is now no different from a dog of the Walpurgis family. This is what made Han determined to seize power at all costs. After entering the room where the battle took place, the Marquis asked the boy and watched safely. As you wish. I will be the only audience for this battle. No one else will know the outcome and it will stay secret, but the cost of this battle will be high because neither side is willing to back down. The owner has made their choice. The heir of the Walpurgis family cannot help but keep their word. Of course, Marquis understands that. Now that everything is over, all you can do is hope that the boy wins. Then, as promised, the Marquis used magic to temporarily seal Nostra's magic, so Han couldn't use level 4 magic until the battle ends. Nostra still smiles happily, but Han had no time to prepare because he was focused on Mika. After greeting the others, Nostra was the first to attack. Han only took control of Mika's side and then started slow-moving skills. Nostra wanted to weaken the opponent and then secure a quick victory, but Mika had already seen through everything. He quickly fought back with deception. Nostra was mentally tricked and disqualified from the match. Han was in such pain that it was like being hit by a hammer, and it was very hard to understand. How could he do it? Deception is the hardest magic among level 4 spells, so why is the competition so simple? But Mika responded with an indifferent attitude. You don't need to know. After the pain disappeared, Nostra immediately completed the magic of fire and sword. 2 red and blue magic rings hovered beside Mika. Let me show you that the space between these rings is more than just empty magic. To evade Mika's magic, Nostra cast an earth-shattering spell to destroy the surrounding ground. Facing the powerful and difficult-to-break spell that could counter Mika's magic, Mika remained calm. You remain still and cast a spell to halt the attack. Unlike Nostra's panic, Mika stayed remarkably calm. Honestly, he wasn't wrong. Clearly, a level 4 wizard like him couldn't possibly stop such simple magic like this. But unlike swords, magic is an unfair field. No matter how hard it is to find the magic within a sword, it's very difficult to close the gap between 2 swords of different levels. But magic is different. With knowledge and understanding, you can make the impossible possible. Mika then raised his hand and cast various spells. Freedom of movement, Union Fire, Union Spell, Change of Direction, Destructive Power, Road Control, attacking in multiple directions. The mana spells were layered with multiple chains of power, evolving from their original form. Nostra watched this scene so intently that he no longer held the sword in his hand. That's level 1 magic from Asia. His words were just too complicated. How can a level 4 wizard use such complex spells? After finishing the magic, Mika looked directly at Nostra and said, "Let me show you Nostra's self-sacrifice. This is the magic of truth." Facing the mana spell, Nostra quickly harnessed the power of his sword and forged it just like Mika did earlier. Seeing the names being stopped, Nostra was very impressed. I have a sword, you're good, then come at me." Even though sweat drips down his face, he still tries to approach us. At this moment, Mika only cast one spell, and the entire name exploded instantly. A huge explosion tore through Nostra's flag in an instant. From within the smoke, Nostra did not remain calm. "Spell, the trick of the day to control mana like that. What did you do?" Mika calmly answered, "You see, then that's it. We have calculated, and the magic pressure has increased." But this answer can't convince Nostra. He's constantly shouting. "That's not calculated. He's angry. He must have used something forbidden." Accusing me like that, Mika immediately struck the wall beside him. "You went too far. Then you committed suicide. I am fighting the one below, which means a one purges family." I ask myself, are you sure about accusing me of using the old magic? There's no such thing as you committing suicide. Dare to go too far. Nostra, even on the ground, still refused to give up. Mika saw that and repeated the spell again. Nostra kept creating a trap, but as before, it had no effect. He said he was determined not to be humiliated anymore. "Okay, good. In fact, you have exceeded all my expectations. So I ask for your permission not to raise your hand anymore. I will show you what a level 7 wizard is like." After 2 attempts, Nostra created 2 separate layers of flags. This way, the mana flow between the 2 layers of flags will be cut off, preventing Mika from triggering the spell. After being struck, Nostra chose to counter with multitasking. Seeing this, Marcus immediately woke up. Normally, a level 7 wizard can multitask up to 7 spells, but when Nostra can only recall 3 level 4 spells at once, it's really disappointing. Still, this is beyond what a new level 4 wizard like Mika can achieve. Marquis was disappointed and prepared for his son's defeat. Nostra, after recalling the spell, laughed loudly. Mika's father, ha 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 ha, even if his power exceeded my expectations, he wouldn't be able to withstand 3 of the strongest level 4 spells at once. The wizard, at this moment, was unwilling to withdraw his own magic. It's clear that this weighs heavily on his heart. What a clever wizard. The wizard's power was then unleashed rapidly at Mika, causing a massive explosion and a cloud of dust. Marquis finally managed to stand on the ground, feeling sorrowful and exhausted, while Nostra smiled happily, but it was an easy task. As the fog cleared, Mika's shadow slowly emerged. He wasn't hurt, but he was still holding Nostra's wizard in his hand. Seeing this, Marquis and Nostra were both stunned. Mika gently held out his hand, and the wound instantly vanished, leaving Nostra still unable to believe his eyes. A wizard just reached level 4 to destroy his own single magic spell. How is that possible? Mika then confidently said, surprised to see that magic is most influenced by innate talent. His life is so miserable, especially in the field of magic. No matter how hard he tries, ability alone cannot surpass innate talent. So you mean my magic talent isn't as good as yours? Mika smiled and sighed. If you can't, then prove it. Nostra heard this and was completely stunned. Han seized the power and then placed his hands in front of the magic test attack again. The wound, the devil's hand, the magic sword. 3 attacks with 3 different elements hit Mika, but he only used 1 magic spell. Nostra's entire attack was shattered in an instant. How could you so easily break my magic? To explain this time's name, Mika decided who the culprit was. The number of magic spells Mika created was aimed directly at the target. Before launching the attack, Mika warned, I'm sorry, but when you block my attack with a shield, I wonder if you can handle all 10 magic spells at once. Someone once said it was the art of explosion. Facing such a fierce attack, Nostra didn't even have time to activate her shield. Han was knocked to the ground, barely conscious. But how could Mika finish it so easily? He approached, channeling his power through his hand before delivering a thunderous slap to Nostra, and then a magic spell shot out from behind Han's back. Nostra wanted to speak first, but Mika struck him in the face to silence him. Only unspoken words remained in Mika's mind. What we want to do before we die, the list of things we want to do, we have already completed quite a lot. But there's one thing we still can't do, so it's pretty unlucky for you. Mika's eyes were filled with anger. He ignored all his father's advice. Only when Mika reached out to take your hand could he stop. "Stop, Mika. The battle is over. You won. Stop." But Mika still couldn't stop. What is he trying to do? Of course, I haven't heard Han's main line yet. If Han's body gets hit like that, how can he say anything? Nostra saw that, so he used all his strength to put his hands on the shield. But Mika didn't see it that way. "Dad, look. As long as the threat isn't gone, he can still be defeated." When it was just the two of you, the Marquis said, "Mika, your magic has improved a lot. I really didn't expect your skills to belong to a seasoned master with lots of experience." Mika said it was just a coincidence, but you knew exactly who your father was talking about. For example, the master who left other masters behind and disappeared without a trace. To change the subject, Mika asked again, "Isn't it because your father has always admired you? What you did earlier was not difficult." Marquis looked at the boy and said, "Yeah, but to get closer to a level 7 wizard, you really need to have skill." "You call that talent?" Mika immediately replied proudly. "You're that guy." "If you say so, I understand." After a moment, Marquis continued. "All right, if you say so, I will believe you. So, this is what you want me to see, right? That you are very talented." Mika is hard to understand. "Dad, what are you saying?" Marquis immediately said straight away, "Nostra's death was my friend, but not a teacher suitable for me." "So you want me to see how Mika feels about these words, which seem quite reasonable. How can you choose your master this way?" After thinking carefully, Mika replied, "Dad, that's not quite right. You have no intention of pushing Nostrati away. Clearly, he is the only one who treats him equally, even though he understands that being the head of the family is very lonely. I don't like him, even though I know Dad is very difficult to handle. I don't like to keep my guard up around me. From now on, I will control my pride, Father." After hearing this, Marquis realized why the boy wanted this match, and was very surprised by his intention. Meanwhile, Nostra, after being scolded, sat down and shook his head. "It's crazy, we lost, losing a new level 4 kid. After watching the match, how can we change the outcome? What should we do?" At this moment, a voice said, "What are you waiting for? You've agreed, now you have to follow through." Nostra looked up and saw Mika standing in a corner right in front of him. Mika smiled kindly and said, "We must be remembering the prize of the match just now, right?" After this, Nostra will become Mika's student. Of course he didn't want that. But when he was asked to leave, he suddenly realized one important thing. Wait, it's so strange. If Han knew I would win, why did he set the prize as a relationship for him? Wait, are all these things Han's plans? He not only wants to humiliate me, but also has a scheme to deceive someone else. This boy is checking himself. Yes, it's not over yet, I still have a chance. After a moment of self-reflection, Nostra spoke. "The future of the family, in fact, you have been very serious." Mika made Nostra feel that he had guessed right. Han raised his hands and said, "I will help you. You want that, right?" I missed that, but Mika didn't mind and just smiled warmly. "Disciple A, your mouth is too small. Then shut up and call the teacher." Nostra heard the lie and asked, "Wait, Mist, I have to become your student." Mika seriously said that, which of course made Nostra panic. Han tried to find a way to prevent this from happening. "Student, I am a 7th grade professor, but I haven't finished my sentence yet," Mika said. "Open your mouth. It's a habit. You should know that. A professor's promise isn't that easy." Of course, Nostra already knew that the professor's promise is to break his magic circle. If you break that promise, the magic circle will also break. If that happens, Nostra will lose everything. Han can't stay calm and reveals everything. I have more magic circles, and I am also older. What kind of student are you? Mika has no intention of holding back right now. Should I figure out how to avoid this? If you don't agree to the contract, you'll have to face the consequences. Realizing there was no other option, Nostra suddenly grew angry and sat down in the chair. Then Nostra followed Mika to the practice room. Although he didn't want to, Han forced Mika to call him teacher, or the magic circle would break. Seeing the disciple is quite promising, Mika decided to take on the responsibility of a teacher. "Since I am the teacher, I will teach you a few things." Nostra, although angry, still had to pretend. At this point, Mika had some superstitions from the very beginning. "Before I became stronger, self-harm wasn't very effective. Actually, Nostra's self-harm is quite useful. Han has become a level 7 teacher and has quite a lot of power. First, Han can help me with a lot of things." Mika then asked Nostra if he wanted to learn anything more. Since he is a level 7 teacher, Nostra is very confident in his knowledge and replied that there is nothing left to learn. But Mika didn't think so. Isn't that the magic circle of an unstable person? Your magic is the same. Even a gentle touch will cause your heart to hurt. It was just a light touch, but Nostra was hurt enough to fall to the ground. Still, there was wind. Nostra looks so miserable, but Mika feels nothing. You know why Han is like that. If you don't truly connect with the magic circle inside you, you can still create other magic circles. But your own power won't be stronger, even if you have more new magic circles. It's called a trance. The respect you hold for yourself and as the heir of Marquis Walpurgis has made Nostra become too eager to grow stronger. So Han has accidentally entered a trance, and the cost must be paid for this fragile body. After Nostra returned to normal, Mika said, I will teach you how to control the magic circles of an unstable person. Transfer the mana to me. Nostra was very worried after hearing it. Did you hear anything from him after that? His family was worried about me. Haha, I see. So that match was the other person's plan. Nostra's mind was extremely unstable and started to spiral out of control. Mika immediately refused, telling him not to act naturally. Those signs aren't too obvious, are they? I've noticed something was off ever since you were in the third magic circle of the 4th level. Heart, you just keep holding tight on the opposite side. That is the normal sign of a wizard being confused while using the magic circle. Do you think a Walpurgis family like mine wouldn't notice? Anyway, I promised. In that case, you won't live long. No matter what, it only gets worse. You're about to die. Listen, Nostra fears the 7-headed dragon. Han doesn't want to see his master die like that. In Han's moment of despair, Mika gave him a chance. If you still want to live, there is a way. Leave your mana behind, and we will absorb it. We have the mana, and you will recover the damage. It's a win-win for both sides. What do you think? Even if you lose 5 circles of magic, it's okay. With a master like me, you'll be safe. Nostra is in deep trouble. No, losing 5 circles. Do you know how hard I've worked? Mika doesn't care about Nostra's feelings, but he says it's hard. No, it's not a magic circle. It's just evil. There are 7 magic circles, but if you can't use them all, what's the point? A young person needs to learn how to become an adult. You're just being blinded by power and strength. It doesn't mean anything. Those magic circles are just a demonstration. You think you don't know what your true power is? Nostra heard it and asked again. I mean, how do you know? All that Nostra did was just to prove it to Marquis. And in fact, Marquis had known everything for a long time, but was pretending not to. That's not the right choice. Nostra now remembers what Marquis said when he was young. My friend, I've been through so much to reach this point. I've lost my life a few times, but in the end, I still managed to do it. It's all because of you. Everyone thinks I'm amazing, but I know how exceptional you truly are. You have a better sense of humor than anyone else, so you shouldn't stay silent and just keep moving forward. Remember, no matter what anyone says, the only one I can trust to have my back is you, my friend. Nostra gave you a moment to reflect on everything that has happened. At last, he made his choice. Master Mika, I accept your offer. Please take my mana. Thanks to Nostra's mana, Mika has successfully created his 5th law. Mika is happy shortly after, but he still thinks about the future and life afterward. I have avoided a risk, but it's only a small one. Compared to the disaster that will happen in the future, this is nothing. 7 years, exactly 7 years, according to Cassandra's prediction, the king will be reborn. The consequences of the prophecy's failure are devastating. The world is still unprepared to face the king, and their strength cannot be harnessed. A life full of danger, but no one can fight them, even when they have not yet shown their full strength. The Empire realizes that when the 7th-class knight Kelbiontheb is defeated by the king, it is already too late. They are slow to gather the heroes, and half the Empire has already been destroyed by the king. We can't wait any longer to call in the army to protect the soldiers. The heroes have formed a war to conquer the king. That's right, my war, Argo. Think again. Cassandra is the most important member. The god of death doesn't trust anyone. She is 2 years younger than me, so she is now 18 years old. Her predictions are accurate. She tries to warn everyone, even though she's covered in blood, but no one listens. And before I was reborn, no one heeded Cassandra's prophecy to choose the army. Since no one believes her, a prophetess who is not trusted is pointless. I don't know what happened to her afterward, but maybe she didn't have a happy ending before she was reborn, but that was impossible. After that, Mika put down the book and made plans for the future. Next, I will announce the war campaign. If I can persuade Leon further, I will be able to lead the war effort. So what's the next issue with Cassandra? As I recall, she's no longer on the phone. Although I warned her, I didn't realize she trusted me enough to leave her phone behind. I don't know where she is now. I need to find a way to contact Cassandra as soon as possible, but how should I do it? This is truly a tough problem. Mika is always at his best, but he can't find a solution. At the same time, this guard stepped in, saw Mika's loose hair. He was a bit surprised, then reported that there was a visitor and that there was something to do that day. Mika didn't need to think about it, but Leon Parkslope was the one who surprised the guard. Anyway, it's time to make a promise, so outside Leon's house, who could it be? Leon just saw Mika happily smiling. So, this is the training method. Mika sits down quietly and says, "You came earlier than I thought. I thought you were busy preparing for the wedding ceremony." Leon remains unenthusiastic. The wedding and the training method, which is more important, take precedence. Wedding has never been my top priority. So quickly say I follow the method, but it's not that simple. Oh, all right. I have one more condition. He was angry at the big table. What a coincidence. What a laugh. I didn't come here just as you said. Mika calmly said, "Yes, just a little more. It doesn't affect you, your property. You're fighting, right? Yeah, hell, we don't know anything." No matter how Leon objected, Mika could tell from his expression that he was lying. "A year ago, you found that hell. There is a monomoth found, and the owner of Park Slope's property has identified it as a large monomoth." Leon stood up immediately. "How do you know this young man is really naive? How can he be tricked into getting married?" Mika knows not only about the hell, but also other information. In fact, it's not a maw. People just call it that because they don't know what it really is. Most of the detectives are not clear. Before I was born, Park Slope had to visit all 5 detectives at that maw, and most of them never returned. The reason their family needs to marry Lindell is because of the financial pressure from the detectives. So they need more support. After learning the truth, Leon could only nod and breathe. I thought this couldn't be true, that there was a snake in the tea and so on. Mika said he only heard the noise from the soldiers and the interview. Leon believed it and immediately asked, "Oh, okay, so what about that maw?" Mika opened a friendly smile. It was once considered the biggest lie or the biggest shame of Park Slope's family. But now that maw will become hope. Seeing Mika say that was quite interesting, Leon immediately expressed his difficulty. Zika, along with most of the detectives, also left without saying goodbye. It's called maw, but it can also be called maw. You can't do anything, Mika knows that. In the end, Park Slope's family was still determined to explore that maw. So, did their plan succeed or not? No, it completely failed, but someone else discovered that maw before them and took all the treasures inside. Mika, after thinking, said he would help Leon and join the expedition team, leaving Leon stunned. "Ha! So you think you can find that maw when even the detectives couldn't?" Mika raised his hands and replied confidently, "Of course, it's normal for detectives to explore maw." Leon didn't understand what was wrong with that name. "All the detectives are just as useless as you. Why are you so confident?" Mika immediately said, "I will do this, and your family will lose nothing. If I can find maw, both sides will benefit, but it doesn't seem like anything has happened." After being brainwashed, Leon also found it reasonable. After a moment of thought, he immediately questioned the training method. Once Mika reassured him, Leon no longer had any doubts. He would try to persuade his father, but if he succeeded, it would be fortunate. Then Mika also went to inform his father. The Marquis listened to his son's passionate message and then embraced him. "I just think you will take care of your family's safety, Lindell. What else is there now? I heard that the Park Slope family is Lindell's next target for the wedding. Are you sure you won't do anything wrong?" Mika calmly answered, "Of course not. I will never do that. When I spoke with my father, I promised Leon Park Slope, and as my father knows, a wizard's promise can never be broken." Speaking of this, Marquis was furious and immediately drew out the staff stained with monster blood. It seems that Marquis is a wizard, but he enjoys physical games and broke this staff into pieces when he was young. Mika was about to ask more about it, but due to his age, then he said there was another reason for keeping that promise, but he had to keep it secret. "This boy really wants to play tricks on you." The Marquis tried to stay calm and then set the tree down. "I believe in you," Mika asked again immediately. "It's not always that I believe in you." Seeing my father's sad face made Mika remember the past. Even when I was at my lowest, my father still believed in me. Reflecting on it now makes me sad. I felt very regretful because after my father died, I always escaped from reality. That's also why I didn't dare to become a soldier. After thinking carefully, the Marquis stood up and looked straight into his son's eyes. "This guy? So you can still worry about the Lindell family story, right?" Mika firmly replied, "I said everything was connected. I didn't tell my father the details, the advice wasn't good, and Marquis only agreed." "All right, do as you wish." Mika bowed to my father and then prepared to leave. At the right moment, he sensed a presence in the empty room. "My father has a guest," Marquis quickly denies. "No father. I just saw Zia." Mika looked around for a while and said he must have looked at the wrong thing and then left. When he was alone, Marquis immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Rung, that guy looked like someone else." Suddenly a voice said, "Of course, it's like you, master. You are very much like yourself. Since then, you have changed a lot." Marquis didn't get a chance to ask again. "Rung, what do you think?" It seems the boy was aware of the right person's presence. Suddenly, a mysterious figure emerged from the darkness. "My power isn't very normal. It's hard to conceal. Marquis, at this moment, turned around, and that law was also forever gone. But if it was you, the guard who observed the boy from the way he acted, then you should have noticed something. Osetian, the guard, thought he wasn't a French master. The guard immediately replied, "That guy has really changed a lot recently." That's right. Just because the magic isn't enough, it can't become strong. That is definitely a talent the owner doesn't have. Maybe by now that guy has just realized his own talent. Well, that's not too surprising for people with the blood of one Purgus, because whatever ancestor we are, he is the creator of the Purgus family today. The guard's talent. After asking a few more questions, he quickly ran to Mika's location and joined the journey. The owner asked me to follow him. That guy didn't realize he was in danger, so he told me to follow the guard. The acting was quite good, but Mika had known the guard's true face for a long time. "You're just pretending." After asking Leon, the three quickly set out for the Park Slope family's territory. When they arrived, they saw Mika standing there, gazing out the window, and Leon immediately asked, "Why are you so sad? Is our territory really that bad?" Mika then said, "No. Actually, I'm quite surprised. Your family has taken good care of this land. My father would say it's a great place. And it's not just about appearances. The residents' daily life and the natural environment are actually quite good. Especially the forest road or the long path through the park. You need to keep going into the land to cover the entire surface. To be clear, having a good appearance outside doesn't matter. What matters is that the residents feel comfortable. Your father is a great landowner. You should be proud of that." Leon was excited to come out, but I heard these words from a member of the one Purgus family. "As you said, our land is truly great. It's all thanks to my father, the one I respect and also admire. Everything is Taratter." Yes, Mika has always been proud to carry the Park Slope bloodline in his veins. Even when you are the only one left carrying that bloodline, Leon proudly spoke about his territory on the other side of the road. After arriving, Leon told his father about the person with him. The Park Slope bloodline just heard the name Mika I Purgis and saw him lose his composure to the point of needing a bunch of drugs. It seems he's not in good health and needs medication if he loses his composure. After calming down, Leon reported back again. "As I said, Mika I Purgis is now on our land." Dodges asked calmly again, "Oh, okay. Suddenly, where is he?" When he learned that Mika was in the guest room just below, Dodges spoke very seriously. After taking another dose of drugs, Leon entered the barrier. "Father, I can't take more drugs, but I haven't succeeded yet. Let it go, no matter what. I will die early at the end of this. Let me go to heaven early." After taking the drugs like rice, Dodges calmed down. "Ha, okay, I understand that Mika I Purgus is waiting on the floor. Is there any other issue?" Leon said there's nothing else besides the small issue of the rumor about the park. But hearing about the park, Dodges' mood became unstable. He laughed uncontrollably and took out a paper to write a resignation letter. "We should do this for a long time. You worry about the rest. We should resign for our own mental health." Leon understood that quickly. "No, how can a father resign like that? I haven't even explained it carefully enough." Dodges just put the pen down and listened to the boy, saying clearly that the Purgus family's position is higher than ours. "No, not only that, they are a family that can only be counted on with the fingers in this empire. If they find out about the cave, it will be stolen." Leon quickly explained, "I'm not stupid enough to not know that. He suggested that you should accept, so it's clear that you've accepted it." Dodges still doesn't understand what made his son agree so easily. Leon then said, "Yes, that's the complete familia." Leon confirmed it directly and finished the deal with Mika. Dodges fell into the sink. "So it's so important that he's willing to punish familia. What is it in the cave?" After a while of thinking, Dodges decided to meet and talk to Mika. On the other side, the guard is still acting very deeply. He lowered his head, sweating all over and sighing repeatedly. Mika saw this and responded accordingly. "Why are you so anxious, guard? Just wait." The guard was so panicked he really didn't know why. The Paxlop family doesn't want to be seen as ordinary, especially regarding the cave. Thinking about the owner's feelings is also painful. Mika listened calmly and asked again, understanding very clearly the guard. He is also the king of the king, and the guard does not hesitate to answer no and then look away. It looks like he's already been fooled. From the start, Mika had planned everything carefully. He was right, but he missed one thing. I know everything. For example, the Paxlop family relies on Familia Leon. And the truth is that the Paxlop family sees the cave as a thorn in their side because of their repeated failures in the attacks. This epidemic is already in Mika's grasp. Then, the guard said, "It's okay. When we speak with the Paxlop family, everything will become clear immediately." But the guard still doesn't believe it. He thinks he will agree later. Although he is the head of the Paxlop family, Mika confidently declared that he will be here in a minute. The guard dismissed Mika's words as meaningless, but of course, the door opened and Daji's entered with a very serious expression. I heard you've been enjoying the cave. Unlike the wolf, who was a bit scared earlier, he turned out to be very confident and took control of the situation. Mika didn't show any weakness. He wanted to test the limits of a wizard's power. The cave is a good choice. Dodges held his hand and said, exploring it later will never satisfy a wizard's curiosity. But I think you know what's inside the cave, and that thing is more valuable than Mika's packslop feet. My son went crazy over Mika's packslop feet, but I didn't. In front of Daji's, Mika felt a little pressure. He could see Mika's purpose when he came here, but that's just because Mika appeared like that. He was still steering this conversation as if he wanted to control the game on the board. Mika looked straight at Dodges and said seriously, I don't know what exactly is inside the cave. I'm just curious and want to explore, but let me ask you one thing. Do you think the Paxlop family is now powerful enough to influence the exploration of that cave? Dodges didn't hide his anger, but replied, no, we won't lie. We haven't found a suitable partner yet. However, we will not cooperate with Juan Purgis alone. Mika was not surprised by this answer. He quickly proposed another idea. What if we work together? Dagis listened and asked again. Are you saying it was you, not Juan Purgis? Mika reaffirmed and added that he didn't need to assemble a team of explorers. Dodges was a little moved by that. He asked Mika how long he wanted to explore. Mika smiled and held up one finger. Just one day. Dodges was a bit surprised by this confidence and asked what the conditions would be if the exploration failed. Mika said frankly that the rule of the Mulia would be given to the person without conditions, but if we succeed, we will take half of the cave's resources. And so the discussion concluded as expected. The next day, the three teams, including Mika, Leon, and the guard, Morden, were in the cave. Leon is now old. Are you out of your mind? Just the three of us. Morden is on the other side of the chain. I have to say he acted pretty well. Mika sighed. You know this can happen. If you're scared, just go home. Leon can't resist the temptation to put his head forward. Who's afraid? I just think we're short on people. The Parkslope family never backs down from a challenge. As Leon was about to enter the cave, Mika used magic to stop him. Don't act alone. The door is trapped. If you step in without careful preparation, you will die. Mordine was on one side of the chain at that time. Oh, so from the very beginning he couldn't step in as usual. A simple and effective form of protection. Leon listened to their conversation and couldn't understand anything. He just felt shy. Mika then said, yes, in a simple way, this is a living cave. One of the few caves that needs energy to sustain itself, like a living creature. If we continue inside, we'll become its prey like the others. But if you supply enough mana, it will be different. Mika then launched a fireball into the cave, which penetrated deep without hitting the bottom and gradually faded away. The space suddenly shattered like glass. Mika shouted to the whole group, quiet, it was just a sign of the door opening. Suddenly, the entire space shattered like glass, with white light emanating from the cave. Mika wasn't surprised by this scene because he had seen it before. Acer's first grave. The famous cave is the Invincible, an ancient sacred relic holding the first sacred artifact of the sacred. In the previous chapter, Mika and her team crossed this cave and discovered the Fondom Sacred, allowing them to counter some of the king's attack skills. But the Fondom is a mature sacred with an owner, so it needs time to develop and should not be wasted. Unfortunately, the owner of this sacred is the warrior Siegfried. Exactly a week after claiming the sacred, Siegfried, confident he would use the Fondom properly, shattered it once more. The mystery remains truly a mystery. I don't know why Mika felt that she was no longer happy to be the hero of that sacred, but now everything has changed, and Mika won't let that happen again. He decided to take control of the Fondom, and then three people led the way as they carefully entered the cave. Looking around, Leon wondered if this place was truly strange, completely different from the cave, as time had been frozen at the moment the Fondom was formed. Leon was extremely shocked when he found out. Wait, time has stopped. It doesn't have to stop time. The power of the sacred is what does that. Mika did not deny it. Exactly. Creating a large cave like this truly is a new sacred thing. This is beyond Leon's understanding. He no longer knows what is happening in his own territory. At the same time, Mage pointed out the stop sign. Leon simply nodded and saw a group of goblins waiting ahead. Leon suggested they should act and kill them before they had a chance to warn, but Mika stopped him and advised against acting so hastily from then on. You should remember that this is only the first door. Leon and Now only fought each other, so they couldn't settle down. So why not let them calm down and report to the police? When they brought more troops, Mika still explained calmly. This isn't a cave, but a mushroom, a very sturdy mushroom. Furthermore, it is not meant for just one person to clean. Mika then approached the wall and used a brush to collect the sacred ash from several inscriptions. He explained that the goblins who see this will be blown away. The important thing is that this thing also has a sign that causes the scum to be no different. If you imbue this with magic and shine it anywhere, the goblins will become greedy and kill each other to get what they want. In short, this is a poison that causes scum to act. Mika then committed a crime here by using a piece of cloth to stuff a bomb into the room where the goblins were. The bombs exploded instantly, scattering sacred ash everywhere. The goblins, after licking the cloth, flew to the corner, poured into a bottle, and then killed each other. Leon and Maudine were stunned by what they saw, while only Mika remained calm. Is it just a coincidence that these ingredients are in the tomb? No, it can't be. Knowing how to use magic effectively is more important than just knowing about it when it comes to defeating a goblin. With these two skills, we can easily pass through the first door. It's very hard to find these cloth pieces in the tomb unless you've been through it. Eventually, all the goblins died from smoking and fighting each other. Mika reached the dead end and moved to the next door, noticing the magical reaction on the goblin's body. Mika approached the test and found a space bag, not the highest level. Before he could realize this, he had no choice. Of course, he didn't. Dundas Siegfried cast a spell and threw everything into the dust. Where else? Mika thought it was more intense than eating chili. He shook his head and looked up at the sky. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, I warned them so many times. Siegfried has died? Leon stood beside him and asked Morden what was happening. Morden immediately replied that he had been searching back and forth for a long time. Nothing. Mika then sat at the dead end of the goblin and felt sad. Leon held the space bag in his hand, wondering if there was any other item. But Mika had already searched and found nothing. Then suddenly, he realized the problem. It's very strange to find a reward in the middle of this path before the first door. There must be a reason. Mika then checked the space bag. Of course, there is a line on it. The name of the goblin is the most greedy one. This appears to be the next clue to the next door. After some thought, Mika guessed it was the goblin leader. Morden immediately wondered how he could reach such a conclusion. Mika simply walked to the spot where the leader's body was found. The name that shows the greatest greed can only be that goblin's name. Han is also a powerful name and holds the most influence. We need to take the stone out of Han and put it into this bag. At that moment, Leon asked to remove the stone. He said he would be more cunning and use the knife better than Mika, but Mika thought otherwise. So they decided to compete with each other. Whoever retrieves the stone better will get the space bag. And so both climbed onto the bodies of the two goblin leaders and began. Leon drew his sword and pierced the flower buds. He didn't take much, he got the stone perfectly. But just as he was about to leave, he saw Mika holding the stone in his hand. Seeing the pure light from the stone in Mika's hand, Leon realized he had lost. He knelt down and cried like a baby. Then Mika threw the stone into the space bag. A light switch flew out and transformed into a door made of light. This is definitely not the path Mika took first. After some thought, he realized this was the shortcut. The three of them stepped through the light door without hesitation and ascended a long staircase. Leon was looking for an opportunity to ask Morden. He was a bit annoyed, wondering who Mika was. Similarly, he didn't seem like a friend to me, Morden replied immediately. If you're curious about the missing person, nothing beats the rumors. Leon still didn't believe, so he asked again. So what do those rumors really mean? That's right, the missing person was really someone with poor skills, unattractive, and not clever. I only say that because the missing person allowed it. Seeing Mika's figure and hearing Morden's words, Leon seemed to understand something. Everyone often tries to hide their shameful past. Maybe he has come to accept it as part of himself. Suddenly, Morden kept talking, but then he changed completely. I was also very surprised by that. Looking at Morden's expression, you can see that he was happy and worried about this change. Anyway, he was also the one who watched Mika grow. At this moment, Mika stopped walking. Finally, they have reached the end of the road. It looks like we've gone through a few things, but somehow we've arrived at the fourth door. In front of them is a huge, tall door with strange patterns carved on top. Going here, Mika can't know what is waiting for them behind the door. In the previous episode, Mika's group defeated a guardian and received a reward at the third door. It seems like the fourth door was hidden for some reason. Seeing that, Leon quickly stopped Mika from going inside. Wait, are you planning to open the door now? Mika quickly explained that he has no such intention and that they should think carefully. Relax. Just clear your mind and keep going straight when you find something. Before entering, Mika used magic to create a thin protective sheet of paper for Leon and Mordine to shield them from physical and mental harm. Then all three of them walked inside the door and were immediately taken to a cold, isolated space. Mika immediately cast the spell, but it barely worked. The magic only illuminated this space a little. We still don't know how large it is. I can't tell exactly where the guard and Leon are because it's too dark. The guard doesn't need to worry too much, but I have to hurry because of Leon. Suddenly, the space shifted. Under the blood-red sky, a familiar light appeared. Leon in front of the cell, bathing himself in blood. Seeing Mika, he spoke softly, saying he's here and it's been a long time since he rested. Mika just watched and understood it was a scene. He didn't care, but he asked directly. The same goes for the guard. For 8 out of 10, Leon is now truly injured. Hearing this, Leon's image laughed. Why the rush? Let's sit down and recall the old days. Before he could say the last word, Mika had to surrender. Get off, we're lazy. You just arrived here and you're so dizzy. How can you be lazy? So you think you can forget all of this? You ran away from here, but you still have the nerve to say that. Do you really think you can do that? You're just a name that can only run away alone. It just spoke and moved close to Mika's body. This is the scene created from Mika's memories, where his team has fallen into the battlefield. The person standing in front of you is also your closest friend, but not everyone can reach Mika's mind. Right now, you have 7 points. I say you have 0 points. Leon, I never knew how to say such words. You are carrying the name of that friend, Kuz. As soon as one word is spoken, the scene vanishes completely, and the darkness slowly transforms to reveal the true landscape of this place. This place is once again a beautiful forest filled with countless mana spirits, and Mika hasn't been able to see where Modin came from. Here it is. We've been searching for it. It looks like he's still okay and uninjured. Modin was surprised to say that it was because of the effect of the white leaf that Mika had created. Mika, although she knows the truth, does not want to give up if Modin still wants to act. Just let it go. I was raised with my father and the Marquise's hopes in mind. I know they care about me deeply, so I always try harder than others and never give up. That's all of me. Oh no, that's everything I have. I came here for something, I don't know what it is. At that moment, Mika's appearance cast Leon into complete darkness. Mika Wanpurgis, if he dies, all the wood will belong to my family. Yes, the important thing we need to do is bring honor to the family. I'm also willing to sacrifice my ally if it means bringing honor to the family. Leon's eyes turned black like the image Mika had seen, as he held a sword and revealed a dangerous smile. But then his smile was instantly gone when he saw Mika's magical progress. What? What terrifying magic. I never thought I could beat this monster, especially after he figured out my mana skills. Am I going to die if I fight him? And so Leon's hope was swept away. So don't hold back, everything can be fixed. Leon's eyes then returned to normal. To avoid being killed, he immediately said, I'm back, Mika. Mika has just regained his magic. Very good. Okay, we've wasted a lot of time here. Let's go. Leon can sense that this is truly a terrifying individual. If you don't return to your senses, you've made some mistakes. The three of them continued deeper into the forest, and as they went further, the fog grew thicker and they lost their way again. But Mika wasn't worried at all. First it was the forest, now it's the fog. But this fog feels real, and they must have a reason for creating it here. I don't think Kwanzaa and Leon can find me right now, which means he's calling me. After a while, Mika emerged from the fog and greeted you as a mysterious girl. When she saw you, Mika asked, Are you the manager here? The girl saw the other person coming, which was a bit surprising. Seeing that, I am now very worried. After Mika approached, the girl said, I don't think this is a problem. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I think I should introduce myself first, right? I'm not finished, but you were interrupted. I know who you are, Seth, the first guardian of the sacred beast, the first deity of Asa. After hearing Seth, it was incredibly shocking. When you were about to ask, Mika stopped you from studying. You don't need to explain anything. You don't need to do anything. I have proven myself worthy. Furthermore, I believe I am worthy of the reward you have prepared. Don't worry, I will definitely fulfill your wish. So I just found it here. But Seth hasn't mentioned the wish, so Mika quickly burned it. I just have a feeling you'll wish for something. Although it's hard to understand, Seth also made the decision. All right. My mission is to hand over the sacred beast to its owner. You just extend your hand forward, a circle appears on the board, then it flies to a wire. This is the reward you mentioned. It is also a beast that bears my strength. Just bring it with you, and whenever it's needed, it will turn into a shield or a wound to protect you. I've never named it before, but I think we can call it Seth's treasure. Hold the reward in your hand, and Mika is utterly stunned. It's strange, this thing is definitely different from the material before I returned, Seth said. Then he went on. No need to doubt. I'm sure this material won't disappoint you. How could I bring a fake material to someone who has crossed the temple's door? Mika listened and held the rope tightly. Maybe it was real, so the material caused hundreds of people to sacrifice before it was just a fake. He immediately asked Seth to confirm whether there was a way to obtain the material if it was just the third floor. Seth didn't make a small comparison, no, but if you think a little more carefully, there is a third door. And if you can't understand that, you're not worthy. It's a terrible waste if the beast falls into the wrong hands. Seeing Seth's determined gaze, Mika finally understood that what your group received in the previous chapter was only part of the reward. After Mika put on the rope, it suddenly shone and transformed into a blue light surrounding you. According to Seth, this is no ordinary rope, but a white weapon capable of protecting both body and soul. It will defend its owner from any attack every day. Though Seth is mentally prepared, he still holds a small hope in his heart. He can no longer save Van. To fix the old magic spell, you need to have knowledge greater than that of a level 9 wizard. Basically, it's impossible, but if I can see the world change myself, that would be amazing. Mika listened and moved forward, where the law of the universe was maintained. With the knowledge of a level 9 wizard, this law is only for children. You don't need to prove yourself. I'll do this so you can see the world with your own eyes. After a few actions, Seth's body suddenly glowed and transformed. When the law was complete, his body shrank and became slender, floating in the air. Why did my beautiful body become so small? But Mika felt it was worth loving, so she didn't have to worry. Seth heard it. His eyes turned red and his hands trembled as he reached out. Do you know that I am the god of the universe? Mika explained that she was sorry for making you small again, but to extend the time barrier as much as possible, she had to do that. Seth listened and, shocked, asked, Wait, are you the great wizard, the 9th magic spell? Mika immediately refused. This made Seth even more shocked. So it can't be. You can recreate the god of the time barrier without using the 9th magic spell. This has never happened before. Mika smiled and said, Seth, I am a genius with great talent. Seth listened and said, Just accept it and don't argue too much. Meanwhile, Leon's father, Dodges Parkloff, was looking out the window, breathless. Ha ha ha, quite a bit of time has passed. Maybe I believed them and didn't care about anything. Hopefully, no one did anything. At this moment, a magician rushed in to report that Mika Walpurgis, who had just gone missing, had returned after conquering the cave. Dagis was shocked when he heard the news. He couldn't believe what he had just heard, but immediately the task of moving the mana spirit out of the cave began. The person who witnessed Dagis sealing this mana spirit was just stunned. Dear Lord, I've never seen such a delicate mana spirit in my life, but the total is still very high. I don't know how much all of this will cost. Dagis heard it, then glared at Mika standing next to him. Ha, even professional exploration teams couldn't conquer it. But you did it so easily. Mika just smiled and said, It really made me a little confused. Dagis immediately said, But I'm like you. I've been through a lot of confusion. Mika confidently replied that I never promised something I couldn't do. Dagis was just thinking carefully, maybe I was a little blinded by the news. How could I forget the nature of the Walpurgis family? Surely his bloodline isn't ordinary. From Mika, Dagis can see the image of his father when he was young, a legendary wizard who traveled all over the world. Mika then said, So, as promised, I will take half of the assets to the cave. Dagis heard it and glared at him. We know, if we had known this would happen, we might have been a little more confused. Mika smiled and said, Maybe I'm a little blinded by this, but if he really thinks this is a loss, then I still have doubts. The pressure to conquer the cave is mounting every day. He spent a lot of money on it, but still hasn't gained anything. He must be very worried about this, and I have been able to help him get through that difficult period. Then, Dagis asked about what Mika had promised. As you know, Milia's magic is improving every day, so I want you to keep your promise as soon as possible. This is truly a good father, always caring for his son the best. And of course, Mika has no reason to just say, Well, I guess we don't have to wait any longer. Why don't we start today? 4 days later, news that Leon was learning magic from a wizard spread throughout the land, shocking everyone. A wizard teaching magic is no different from a smile in this land. In fact, Leon was forced to run to the fort because of Mika's magic. After a night of reflection, he changed his mind. Well, I don't find your training interesting. This isn't what I intended. You're guiding him to feel the flow of mana naturally. After all, a wizard doesn't need to use mana perfectly. So I don't think this is how I train. Leon struggled to escape and fight back, but he was still overwhelmed by the number of magicians. Sometimes he even had to lie in pain. What a monster. What training. Why is it like this? Mika saw that, so she just calmly answered, I learned this magic from an ordinary person, so there's no need to worry about it. Leon lay on the ground, certain that the wizard's name would create this magic, but you can't reverse that wizard's name. It's yours. Mika used to be trained like a ghost, now you just have to return everything. That's right. Your name is a monster. Your future is there. Mika told Leon to try transferring mana in the usual way after he lay on the ground. Although he didn't understand anything, Leon did it. Although he had only transferred a small amount, Leon felt his body tense up significantly. Mika quickly explained that transferring mana to defend my magic was actually part of the training. Getting used to how you are now transferring mana is the most important step. Keep practicing and hold on to this feeling, and your magic will come naturally. Hearing that, Leon's eyes grew even more resolute. His determination was stronger than ever. Mika was also very pleased with this attitude. He would understand soon. Everything progressed more quickly because I had shown him the way. I can't wait for that moment, the end of all magic. After a few days of training, Mika entered a separate space. She thought it was unnecessary since no one could see her outside Mika's house, but Mika had warned her father, making this a very time-consuming private moment for him. Mika's goal was to test the power of the new treasure from the set. After transferring a small amount of mana to the wire, a large blue loop appeared. The set was lost, confused. Ah, are you going to try it? Are you confident you can use it for purposes other than self-defense? If you need guidance, I can help. I've been in charge of it for a long time, so I know quite a bit about it. Mika immediately said you would try to do something even you don't know how to do. What? You dare to discuss how to use the treasure in front of me? Mika explained it this time. Maybe you think I'm still too young to understand how a monster works, but since it's Mana's natural body, monsters have endless ways to utilize it. Mika then closed his eyes and sensed mana moving around me. Before that time, the treasure didn't belong to me. But as a wizard, I was truly interested in it, so I often analyzed it. And I have explained it already. Maybe I can incorporate that into my free cycle method. The fundamental idea of the free cycle method is the Damana cycle, which has many limitations due to rotation. And all the mistakes in the free cycle method are because I can't control the rotations correctly. However, if I use the treasure to solve this problem, what will happen? When Mika opened his eyes, the mana in the jungle like a flower with the treasure suddenly exploded powerfully. You see, it's over. Are you crazy? Are you using the treasure to control your mana cycle? Stop immediately, or you'll destroy your body. But what will surprise you next is that Mika's mana cycle has been easily controlled and is not out of control. This has been in Mika's mind from the very beginning. After I accidentally lost the treasure, I tried to gather information about monsters and find common points by analyzing the data collected from the treasure. That's when I realized I could control the monster. Now is the time to put my philosophy into practice. After preparing, Mika quickly formed a temporary circle using the treasure and the most suitable mana. This is very simple and requires no effort. Mika then recited this level 6 spell, Fire Field, and instantly the surrounding area was engulfed in a massive blaze. You'll see, it's so funny. Level 6. How can you use level 6 in this age? Now it's level 7, huh? Stop it. Even though you tried to use a higher level yourself, it was impossible. But I haven't finished my sentence yet. Mika has already mastered level 7 gravity. The ground around was shattered into dust and scattered through the air, and at this moment, the eyes of the letter A and the mouth of the letter Himaritim, don't know what to say anymore. It's been a week since I started practicing with the Familiar's magic, and Leon has basically mastered it. He happily held a sword in his hand to show Mika the results of his training. Just imagine. Leon will definitely become a sword in the coming years, and that will be a great help for Mika in the upcoming war. So at this moment, Leon asked what you plan to do with this letter and its owner. I just think you're going to use the Familiar's magic for me because you want to join the hero selection for the letter, right? Mika suddenly remembered the important thing, but then forgot it again. I was focused on capturing the first monster. Cassandra, I need to find out where she is first before I can go to the letter. How can I locate Cassandra now? While Mika was busy thinking, a Pax Lope rider came and announced, Master, I'm sorry, Master Mika, but we have a guest coming over, so I came here to inform you. Leon heard the message, the guest, but I don't think I have any visitors. The rider at this time was reluctant to make it clear. Looking at that performance, Mika guessed that the next person was Elion, your ex-husband. Waiting in the guest room, Elion looked around and started to assess. Nothing extraordinary, their influence and history are gone, but to become a knight, I must prove myself to my father. The mistakes of the past have caused the entire Lindell family suffering, so I must defeat Leon Paxlope, the sword god, in a battle to prove I deserve to become a knight. At that moment, Mika pushed the door open with a friendly smile. Hazel, Loha, Lily, and Elion sensed the mood, so they giggled. Mika, why are you here? Mika calmly sat down and asked back, what do you mean? I was invited here, okay? You're not some new guest who just suddenly dropped by. Elion, because of the mistake in the past when the ugly tiger fell to the ground, didn't say a word. Miklai saw it and said, Don't worry, I don't hate you anymore. We gave up on wishful thinking, but I also gained more fame. After Mika did all that, the Lindell family announced it publicly. Both families agreed to cancel the wish, not because Mika Wanpurgis no longer met the criteria, but the news reported that Mika no longer qualified. He was very pleased with this ending, but the alien side no longer knew. Elian, upon hearing that, was stunned. So where is Leon's owner? Mika didn't hesitate to answer. He was taking a shower. When will he talk to us? So why are you here today? This young man asked like a family member. What is it? Elian, unable to sense the invisible pressure, said that as someone from the Kishi family, he just wanted to observe more about the skills of other families. Of course, you'll see me as shameless, but Mika quickly said, no, that's not true. You've never thought that way. She truly has swordsmanship skills. In the future, the more powerful people I have around me, the better. There's no reason for me to hate her. If I can use her, it's better for me. Wait, maybe I can use her. Mika then smiled kindly at the alien and felt something cold on his back. Shocker, why are you looking at me like that? Mika immediately stood up and said that your reason for coming here to observe other families' skills shows that you want to become stronger. If that's the case, I'll give you a chance. The alien didn't understand anything after hearing it. What do you mean by chance? Mika said that Leon is a little stubborn. I don't think he likes you to be so stubborn. That's why I want to help. After bathing, Leon was called to the training room, which made you a bit uneasy. What's going on, Mika? Why did you suddenly tell me to go to the training room? Seeing Mika's face, Leon became very alert. That expression. It looks like you would make that face when you do something stupid. Mika immediately became more serious. I am very sad to know you think that. So what can I do to make my expression look more innocent? Alien next to me didn't understand what these two people were saying, so he nodded. Just looking at Alien, Leon understood Mika's intention. Miss Lindell, if she comes here with you, don't say that. Just like Leon thought, a few hours later, Alien ran away, and the ghost ran away too. You said you would teach me, so I just followed you here. Mika just laughed and said, but I was lying. There are many opportunities for you to learn a lot. Look beside me. Alien looked over and saw Leon running away while using his sword to hold off the ghost. But because I wasn't focused, the ghost hit my leg, and I fell. When Mika arrived, Alien asked, the difficulty level between me and Leon's master is different. Ah, Mika quickly responded, no, of course not. It's just that you have many skills, so it's easier to be targeted. I hope you've learned Holly. Alien heard it and immediately stood up. I've revealed a lot, but compared to me, Leon's master seems much better. Even so, Alien still thought he was useless and blamed himself. But Mika didn't think so. It's not that she has no weaknesses, but she definitely has talent. I'm sure that's it. She could have become stronger and helped me. No, all of us. But her ghost couldn't do it. That's why I will make her stronger. Mika then extended her hand and said to Alien, now I'll tell you what I really want you to know. Let me introduce you to my guide. Alien immediately pulled Mika's hand away. I didn't come to find a guide, and I wonder if you, a wizard, are skilled enough to discuss the magic that suits me or not. At this moment, Leon, who was just released, appears quite trustworthy in your eyes. At the same time, he was the one who taught me magic. Just hearing this, Alien was stunned. A wizard ghost can't guide aura magic. Mika quickly explained that while I can't perform aura magic myself, I can still teach it to others if I understand the theory behind it. Alien, after looking at Leon, realized that he was a little confused. I immediately apologized to Mika. I understand. If the person who was punished said that, then it must be true. I apologize for my mistake. Mika also didn't expect Alien to apologize. It seems like you thought wrong about her. Then, Alien wanted to meet the guide Mika mentioned, but in this life, only rain and birds come from the sky. Mika often said, do you really think I will give you that information for free? It's natural for me to accept something of similar value. Alien hesitated for a moment and then quickly asked, do you accept it or not? Of course, Mika immediately refused. There was no other way. Alien took a deep breath and then pulled out a purple mana spirit from his pocket. Even someone like Mika, who used to run away, had to be shocked by this. I never thought I would see a perfect mana spirit here. Alien seriously said, I know you will recognize it. At first I was going to use this to trade, because it is a rare item that helps lower the difficulty of conquering the Nether. When Mika heard this, she also guessed Alien's purpose in coming to the Park Slope family. He was planning to trade it for a vital item to conquer the Nether. This means that the Lindell family already knew about the Park Slope family's situation in the Nether. He's truly a mysterious old man. Mika then didn't hesitate to accept this perfect mana spirit. Oh, okay. I think that's enough. Maybe you understand the judge's unruliness. Just hearing this name, Leon was shocked. You mean the Akigwa of the West Star region? Melium Arielin, the Western warrior and one of the few masters of the nether art who doesn't come from any other empire, is the person Mika wants to mention. He defeated the commander of the 7th Army, one of the 12 army commanders. Alien, after a while, asked how you could convince someone who might not even have a Western border guard, even if you come from the Walpurgis family, but she didn't have time to say it all, and Mika was shocked. She didn't need to know that, so Mika turned back to speak with Leon. Leon, do you remember the story we discussed earlier about that land? Of course, Leon remembers. You're asking when you'll need to go there. Mika said they would leave tomorrow and Alien would also have to go with them to the capital, which shocked him. Sorry, but why me? Mika replied right away. Aren't you the one who wants to learn French as soon as possible? That's why I invited you to come with us. All of this has a purpose. Mika used her memory to plan. So it's around this time. Usually she would be near the border of the Western region. The hero selection event made everyone doubt, and the illegal judge appeared in the capital at that time. This is the perfect opportunity to deal with them all at once. The alien doesn't understand anything, but this is still too much. Why did you suddenly tell me to go to the capital? You need to explain it to me first, but Mika's answer is very simple. I just think becoming a hero would be amazing. No matter how Mika tries to explain it, this will be a long journey, so it's better to keep it to myself. That night, Mika sat in the dark room with her eyes closed, thinking, while Set was beside her saying, "Those kids are quite interesting. You're not like them. A hero like that suits your age. Why don't you try to look a little more like them? You see, I'm a bit of a loser. Still, Mika has the soul of an uncle, but how can a young hero be like a bunch of young people?" Set then focused on the perfect mana spirit on the table. Perfect mana spirit. A great item. Why did you decide to use this? Mika immediately took out the space bag next to the stone. I know. I will use it like any wizard would do. I will create a relic for myself. Set is used to the unexpected things in Mika, and then it turns out to be extremely calm. You truly never stop surprising me every time. So what kind of relic are you planning to create? Mika sat looking at the stone with the materials and thought for a long time. Well, with so many materials, I can do a lot of things. But as I said, I will use it like any wizard would. I will create a support. Set listened and then wondered. But don't you need to be there to keep that mana spirit in place? To handle the immense power of the mana spirit, you will need at least a tree that is 100 years old. Mika at this time took a confident smile. I knew how I would take it. Set immediately flew in front of Mika. You were so confident. Mika immediately looked at Set and smiled. It's not without concern for you, you know. The stone I was going to use was a branch of the world tree. Set just heard this and found it extremely shocking. How do you know I have anything to do with the world tree? Mika immediately answered. That was easy to discover. Of course, I'm not saying I'll create a support right now. I'm just planning and preparing. The mana spirit is very powerful, and we will create them to build a bridge. The risk of failing to create a high-level mana spirit capable of destroying an entire territory is high, but that won't happen before Mika has created enough mana multiple times. You don't wait a moment to transfer mana to the mana spirit before starting the creation. The mana block is arranged with a self-sufficient element inside the spirit. Seeing this process, Set didn't hesitate. Ha, are you really planning to avoid the hundreds of thousands of mana blocks inside to create it? Right now, Mika needs to concentrate more than ever and cast a more powerful spell. Regarding the amount of mana allowed, it probably won't be necessary to impose a limit. Then, you place the mana spirit into a special block to control the mana, and Set's curiosity was piqued once more. How can you achieve the level of common sense that only a high-level wizard can possess? But Mika simply answered that it was because of his talent and his touch. Set listened and replied. If that was true, the wizard's magic was running at full speed. Then, Mika removed a small mark on his finger and let blood drip onto the mana spirit. You just need to transfer a little so it takes on your mana attribute. After absorbing all of the blood, the mana spirit started to change shape and became a perfect black bridge. Set immediately observed the bridge and then asked, It has no color at all. Usually you can tell a person's mana attribute by the color of the bridge. Mika explained at the time, I don't have that. I was born knowing all kinds of magic. Its color changes depending on the type of magic I use. That's all. When Mika cast the spell, the bridge instantly turned red. This is a real talent, like that of a black wizard. I don't understand how Mika could have been so talented before. Holding the bridge in his hand, Mika carefully assessed how the master's mana level had increased to that of the Faza. It's time to test this thing's maximum power level. Mika looked at the distant mountainside, warning that something bad was about to happen there. Of course, the next morning, Leon mentioned that the mountain snail farm was destroyed last night. It's a monster farm that causes a lot of trouble, so this is good news. But the problem is where this came from. Leon's father spent the entire morning searching for its cause, but Leon will never be able to guess that the culprit is sitting right in front of him. Seeing Mika's indifferent attitude made Leon a little suspicious. Why are you being so useless? You two already know about this. Wait, is that you? Ah, Mika is still trying to look cool even though she's old. The snail in your field is also quite old. It's true with this name. Meanwhile, in the kingdom, Grand Viceroy Naren was reporting to the Grand Viceroy about the name Chi. I announced as much as I was asked, but seeing Naren stop, the Grand Viceroy asked, "Everything went wrong, Grand Viceroy Naren." Naren immediately said yes. I don't think people value this very much. The Grand Viceroy also guessed that this would happen. We probably didn't do anything about it. Because it will set a bad precedent, but the name Chi is still the name Chi. Why don't we keep an eye on it for now? By the way, have you found young Cassandra yet? Naren hesitated a bit because of the report. We haven't found her yet. Maybe it's better not to find her, the Grand Viceroy said at this time. A Chi name that no one believes is also normal. And in the worst case, it could be harmful to all of us. But I wonder if revealing her is truly the right choice, given the potential consequences. I'm no longer sure. I don't think we should reveal that young girl's name, Chai. Why don't we wait a little longer? Maybe we can find at least one person willing to work with us. Let's hope the Grand Viceroy will answer our prayers. Returning to Micah and Elian's side, after learning the reason they came to the capital of the Kingdom of Thang, I was a bit disappointed. I thought the name Chi was no longer trustworthy, and even if they were true, it was hard to interpret them correctly. Elian thinks that's also understandable. It's just a name Chi isn't sure about, even after being translated. There's no indication it will turn out to be true, and at this point, becoming a hero has no value at all. Heroes only serve when a malicious force must be defeated. To eliminate Elian, Micah must find a convincing excuse. It is still necessary to use her. We can build connections with the people in the Kingdom of Thang. Elian also has some trust. She then inquired about the illegal trial, and Micah responded immediately. There is a way to contact them, so you don't have to worry too much about this. Once we get to the capital, we can handle everything. Now Micah's biggest concern is finding out where Cassandra is. Elian went to ask Modin about the previous investigation. Not only has the Walpurgis Guard found the information Micah asked for, but it also seems that the Kingdom of Thang has sent people to locate Cassandra's house, the house of the Chinese god. Micah heard it and asked again. So even the Kingdom of Thang hasn't found her yet? Modin immediately replied. Based on the current situation, that's correct. However, there is a rumor that she was seen leaving with a knight at the Thang border, and before disappearing, it seems she left a small message. She said, "I will wait." Aren't these words sent back to Micah? Does Cassandra know Micah's identity as a knight? After preparing the car and horse, the whole group used the pandemic to go to the capital. Dex, that's right. Leon kept complaining about the pandemic, rushing to Micah's place and then sighing. The horse and the carriage were ready, but why did you have to use the pandemic? Of course, it's because it was faster. Thanks to that, the whole group arrived at the capital quickly. It was Leon's first time going so far, so he was a bit confused. Wow, the capital looks amazing. It's really different from other cities. But for wealthy families like Micah and Elian, this place isn't very special. So why? I don't think it's luxurious, but I don't think it's any better. So you're right. Leon only knows how to be greedy. The four-legged horse looks like the shadow of the capital, bringing back many memories for Micah. As he was about to pick up the main phone, the sound suddenly increased. Micah looked in that direction. According to the report, there was a girl wearing a head-shouldered shirt with a tall name. It seems she said she would meet the news, so she was a bit angry. Seeing this girl, Micah felt something strange. He quickly cast a spell to redirect those two strangers. But Micah's target was so protective, yet he was a man. If it weren't for you, he would have already been beaten by a knight in a helmet. Micah then ran over and asked the knight's name. Have you lost your mind or what? Why do you dare to draw your sword in the middle of the capital? If you don't want to go any further, throw it away right now. Micah's face is very serious. He will immediately use magic if he senses the opponent plans to resist. At this moment, the girl just stepped out to stop the knight. Stop it, ally. Then the girl turned to Micah and greeted him. Glad to meet you, Micah immediately asked again. We've never met before, right? The girl answered with difficulty. I guess not. Not yet. These words helped Micah stay calm so far. Don't say she saw it. Right now, Leon came to a thought. Hey, Micah, why don't we get out of here first? Look around. Everyone is watching. Micah was about to leave, but there's one thing you need to do first. In the crowd, the man just now was abused by Micah. Seeing me being locked in a bag, the man kept threatening me. What are you doing? Why do you dare to examine people when I am not allowed to? But Micah didn't mean to lock the bag. What do you mean? Why, huh? I just returned the stolen items to their owner. Hearing that, the man was confused and kept insisting they were his. Micah then pulled out a bundle of letters from his bag and tossed it in front of the man. Seeing this, Leon and Elion were confused about what was going on, and Mordion suddenly bowed his head and said the girl was definitely a fairy. The girl then took out her headband and introduced it. That's right, my name is Cassandra. This isn't the person Micah was searching for, is it? Is it just a coincidence that was unknown before? At another location outside the city gate, the name on the bag immediately alerted a mysterious man after fleeing. The man was furious when he heard that. What did you say? A nightmare is coming for me. I thought it was just a useless French name. The name of the bag was so frightening that I couldn't explain it. I'm sorry, I tried to take the bag, but that name was too dull for me. The mysterious man heard it immediately, snarling, uncomfortable. How dare you come back after failing? And what a coincidence. If it weren't for that name, you would have succeeded. Useless name. He had to hold a dark ball like that, then come and deal with the bag's name. The name of the bag just reminded me of Cassandra's warning, but it was too late. Everything else was just a dry bone. At this moment, a woman in a steel mask approached. What's going on? The man laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, I completely forgot that I had a great swordsman next to me. The woman immediately pointed her sword at the man and said, Stop joking and answer me, or I will kill you. The man was not afraid at all. If you kill me, you'll never find her. Calm down, do me this favor, and I'll give you the information you truly want. Women have no other choice but to accept this request, and it seems like danger is coming your way because of Mika. Back to Mika, Cassandra, after introducing Thilian, she said, I was looking forward to that day, Mika. I have something to discuss with you, Mika. Then she turned to Mika's three companions. Sorry, but this is only Mika's story. The three of them immediately understood and left. At this moment, Mika stopped Thilian and ran away. If you face danger, remember to take this, Karyaman. It looks like you knew something bad was about to happen beforehand. After everyone left, Mika's friendly attitude suddenly changed. So, what do you wanted to talk about? Cassandra clenched both her fists and drew all her weapons. I want to ask you one thing. You used to hear good news about the star. Cassandra had to pray to the king, but no one believed the star's words. She endured many things, terrible pains no one could share, truly unimaginable. But just as Cassandra was about to give up, one of her stars was lost and replaced by an image of her about to meet a man. Mika Walpurgis, her last hope. But Mika's answer was no. I'm sorry, but I'm not a star. I don't have any similar talent either. Cassandra was very sad after hearing it. Her last hope was shattered in a negative way. But of course, Mika said, maybe I can still help her. I believe in the lives of the gods, the origins of the king, and the end of the world. Cassandra, no matter how many tears you shed, how can I believe it? Mika quickly clenched her fists and smiled, saying, maybe I'm trying to be a master. I'm a wizard, and I have an interest in monsters. I also want to see if you can change your fate. And does your god's words mention a future that will happen no matter what? I'm curious about everything related to this, and you're the perfect person to help me prove it. Cassandra was so shocked when she heard that I thought I might be fired because no one believed in my fairy, so I didn't expect her to say that. Still, I can be sure that she truly believes in me. Cassandra's tears now are tears of happiness. She has never smiled like that in her life. Ha ha, you're really strange. Very good. If you want to believe in me, then from now on I will believe in you too. Meanwhile, Leon was writing a letter to request to become a hero for someone there, and he was very angry at the time. That's right. We came here to register as heroes, so we should hurry up. The staff looked at the letter, registered, and asked, I understand. And the person you're with is Leon the Great, Mika Walpurgis. The staff's face looked bored, not sad at all. Asking to be a hero under the name of a monster is no different from smiling for no reason. If you're just here to have fun, then stop. We're truly searching for heroes. Leon is now so embarrassed that he wishes he could hide. He just hopes Mika will arrive here soon. But the woman who arrived here is wearing a helmet, drew her sword instantly, and pointed it at Leon's group. We know there's a little girl here. Let me ask you, where is she now? With that question comes a determined, almost shy, resolve. Leon and Elion immediately drew their swords and engaged in battle. Neither knows who the woman in front of them is, only that she is a swordsman. The woman repeated her question, asking again where the girl was. Leon just heard that the girl is Cassandra, but he didn't say it out loud. I don't see any reason to tell you. The woman immediately used her speed, which seemed to miss Leon's head, to strike the ground. So I guess there is only one reason for you. Elion stood beside her, also on the ground. It was just a coincidence. There was no other reason. Elion only repeated the name Mika had mentioned. Karyaman, the woman who heard this name, suddenly lost her mind. She changed her goal and then went to Leon's group. "Why do you know that name?" she said. Leon can't resist right now. She now only hopes that Mika will arrive quickly. When Mika appears, that's enough for Milliam. "I'm the one who has information about that young man here." Milliam heard that and immediately turned to ask, "Who are you?" Mika calmly replied, "I come from the Walpurgis family. Why don't you talk to me, instead of scolding those who have nothing to do with it?" Milliam burst out laughing. "Ha ha 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 ha, so naive." The woman who appeared was so angry that she turned to Mika. Mika did not hesitate to invoke the law to increase the number of regulations. Thanks to the law of time, you were able to prevent Milliam's attack in a permissible way. Mika knew it was difficult to fight back, so she kept calling for a peaceful conversation. "I just want to talk to you. It's not too late to stop. Why do we have to face each other like that?" But it seems like this way has no effect at all. And because the law only lasts for 5 minutes, Mika has to attack immediately if she doesn't want to be scolded. He kept taking the law upon himself to boost his speed and reaction ability. After dodging the entire sword team and getting close to Milliam, he used his full-power super slow strike. But why does the Frenchman not stand far from the leader, but still put his head on the battlefield? It's really hard to understand. The fight between Mika and Milliam's sword started instantly. Milliam never moved a single step from start to finish. Leon was trying to lift his head. Be careful. He even pretended he was no longer a knight. "You should retreat and wait for the sword's power to increase." Milliam paused for a moment before dropping the sword straight down, unleashing a massive aura that transformed into a thunderbolt. "You're the one who took on this challenge with me, so prove your strength." Facing this attack, Mika knew he couldn't dodge, so he stood his ground but had no intention of dying. Just before the attack struck him, Z unleashed a massive wave of mana that suddenly engulfed Mika. Although the attack hit him, the sudden surge of mana caused Mika to be injured and bleed, but this is not the time to worry. Seeing that Mika was still alive, Milliam was very shocked. "How can you be so insignificant?" Mika stood still and said, "Everyone has a secret they must keep." Milliam saw Mika's sword and immediately remembered the old Marquis. Of course, a son must be like a father. If he doesn't protect his neighbor's son, he will die. After a long fight, Milliam finally calmed down and recovered. "All right, I acknowledge your talent. I don't want to waste more time on the main issue." After you recognized that name, Mika quickly responded, "It was just a coincidence. She was a girl who was falling, and it looks like he's heading somewhere. He asked me for some water, so I gave him some and asked where he was going." Milliam couldn't hold back the emotion that was coming over him. Where is he? The boy said he was going. But how could Mika just say that so easily? "I won't share any information without something in return, and I don't think he wants anyone to know where he's headed." Milliam immediately placed his hand on Mika's shoulder and asked for his permission. "But I also insisted on finding that girl." Mika immediately said, "I understand. That is very important. But you should know one more thing before you want to find that girl. Do you think that girl came out when she seemed to want to escape you?" Milliam heard these words and was shocked. Elsewhere, the bowman's name watched the kidnapped children and assessed them. Why do they wear this uniform, and how can it be sold at such a high price? The brand name was immediately clear, but perhaps customers seeking a good reputation would like them. But Milliam didn't have time to say more before he was knocked to the ground. "Idiot, you can find that kind of thing in the alleys. Do you really think those people want to look like that? They are wealthy people trying to suppress the stubborn ones who refuse to back down. If I were in a bad mood, I would have already handed you a nightclub." The brand's name was fortunate to escape the network, then kept bowing in gratitude. The name of the archer at that moment revealed a relaxed smile. "That's right, I'm feeling very good now because I have the great sword of the great on my side. Although I said I would give her information, I didn't specify what kind, and she didn't even realize her son was behind all these stories." "Kariman, I never thought that young girl would be involved in illegal activities." At the same time, a servant rushed to deliver a report. The bowman's name was mentioned, and he immediately requested information about the house of the god of the gods. The bowman received many reports. "Regarding that goddess, the owner, I think she was on the phone. I just heard this news," and the bowman's smile immediately disappeared. On the phone, the bowman was stunned after hearing Mika's story and asked again in shock. "The bowman's influence in the capital is targeting the house of the god of the gods. Mika is very serious right now." "That's right. They meant to use the goddess's words for their own ends, but it seems the bowman still doesn't believe. Even if they are not well educated, we don't believe they would do such things to oppose the country." Mika then asked, "If we say they are more than just a common criminal gang, then what?" The bowman was shocked to hear that they were connected to the religious sect. I don't know if you have any proof to accuse someone of being a religious person without evidence. At this time, Milliam stepped forward and said, I will explain. Milliam was not very kind at that time. You attempted to seize the house of the divine gods of the country. Milliam had no intention of defending anything. If Mika's owner hadn't stopped me, I would have done it. That's why I will help you fight against the power of the bowman. That's right. I will help you eliminate the leader of the bowman's power. The bowman. Hearing such a roll call, Ackley also believed what Mika said. You found out, so what? Milliam immediately said that the power of the bowman could be controlled by covered look. Just heard till here, Ackley was startled to ask. Wait, you just say it is the dark shadow? Milliam said seriously. Because you are one of the few Omega in the kingdom, so you know the meaning of that. At this moment, Ackley blurted out a name flatly, women sharply angry. Mika immediately spoke up. That's right, one of the 12 monsters is chasing after the king's spirit. Now the cowardly traitor is fleeing through the capital. After hearing that, the emperor collapsed. Are you certain? If the king's heir truly exists, it's a serious matter. Mika sat down and looked directly into the chief of the court's eyes. Let me ask you something. The Tianqi family predicted the king's death. If you're not the chief of the court, then how could you know that? At this moment, the king hasn't said a word. This reaction is also what Mika predicted. He probably has nothing to say. If he opposes me, he opposes the entire empire. The king's heir, the emperor, has been considered missing for a long time and is still hiding in the capital, in his direct jurisdiction. And he didn't realize that this would easily damage his reputation further. Mika then said, Let me handle this for you. I will overthrow the powerful monarch along with Miu Lung. I just need you to promise me one thing, you coward. I still don't understand what you mean by getting into this dangerous trap. So I ask again. What do you mean? Mika immediately answered, choosing the hero. I don't think that's too much to ask, right? Even though it's just my Han's body, overthrowing the powerful monarch is enough to earn respect as a hero. After careful consideration, Akili made his decision. He and I together took a Dragon Ball and started to pray. I can be considered a big traitor. If the body of the powerful monarch exists and the day of overthrow comes, I will support you in receiving the hero title. The promise was also written on the Dragon Ball and kept by Mika. For the hero, Milliam must prioritize the first powerful monarch. But as a mother, finding her son is more important than her teacher, even if it means risking the fate of this world. Mika heard that and turned his head and asked again, if I said I would do it, how would you do it? Milliam hesitated for a moment before lowering her sword and kneeling before Mika. I don't want to pretend to be happy, especially when it concerns my son. So let me be honest. If you can find my son and help me rebuild my relationship with him, I will gladly give you my sword and my honor. That's the famous saying. There was a widow who lost her husband in the illegal area, and the murderer behind these murders was a group of Russians. Although she succeeded in revenge, her heart still was full of hatred. And what she realized was the cause of her death was illegal. She believed that without laws on this land, monsters could roam freely, which was why so many victims suffered. And since no one could stop her, she became the punishment for the illegal ones. That is the past of the illegal judge, and now she will do everything to prevent that tragedy from happening to her son. Next to Chutkong's name, Han, after learning the truth, was furious, struck the wall, and killed his mother. It's unbelievable that Juan Purgis's name brought me into contact with so many criminals. Everything just goes back in time. I should have left here before. At this moment, Han's shadow transformed into a monster and soared into the sky. No! Eat! Die! This might be the cruel ruler granting Chutkong the power to control the darkness. But Chutkong has no intention of listening and will not stay here waiting for death. The cruel ruler decided to fight alone, as Chutkong's followers were being slaughtered mercilessly. No name can withstand a single strike from the illegal judge. This is what I will fight for. Mika saw Milliam's power, but it wasn't very surprising. He knew she hadn't lost all her strength because, after all, this was also a trap. But that's not why Mika was so worried. He realized that the source of the lie was Chutkong's name, or in other words, the body of the cruel ruler. After possessing Chutkong's body, the cruel ruler became completely blind. The first thing Han did was to evaluate this body. I'm not fat at all. Hoo-hoo, then I need to eat a little more. I thought just knowing the name Chi was enough, but it belonged to Asa. I can't believe I can sense Asa's presence here. I'll just keep eating more and more to recover my memories. It seems that the one Han mentioned is the person next to Mika. Now Han keeps eating more and gets stronger. Right now he's the laughingstock and looks at the guards behind him. Hong, I just thought of this. People often feel a strong sense of responsibility towards children. I should use that emotion to my advantage. At that time, Alien also fought in the war. During the fight, she kept practicing Milliam's sword technique. No. I need to become even more unpredictable. This again goes against Lindell's teachings, but I know what I have to do. I can't stop thinking about it. Because I can't stop thinking, Alien is not as focused as he should be. After a while of fighting, she couldn't hold it and vomited blood. The sword wavered and caused her sword to slip from her hand. At that moment, Milliam made a sound after observing everything. The person there, Park Slope's son, has become a swordsman, and Han is practicing in the right way for himself. But we, Han, and different people all think differently. Alien heard this and immediately understood. Please, teach me how to wield a sword. Alien knows this is a rare chance for him, so he must not fail. And it seems that Maka brought her here on purpose. Milliam immediately agreed to this request. All right, follow me. We can teach you many things. Although Alien is very happy, she's worried about Mika, who still hasn't solved the hardest bowsword name. Milliam saw it and immediately said, "Don't worry, that name will be fine." Mika also has some concern about your situation. You'll be fine once the war with the Sun Sword has made you a little too strong. Mika is now on the ground using dragon magic here. I'm fine. After the investigation is over, Mika showed a bit of concern. I'm curious to see what Han is up to. And Han is right. We are doing what we expected. The owner of the sword is now in the young wolf's secret hideout. And maybe eating children's meat won't do Han any good. That's right, Han kept them as a trust. The name of the bow sword has now become a true treasure. Han is deeply impressed as he enjoys the painless and beautiful sounds of the young boys. Han sat on the chair, waiting for the opponent to challenge, and upon seeing Mika, Han immediately felt admiration. I've never seen that before, Mika replied calmly. Sorry, we've kept you waiting too long. The soldier laughing so hard is quite amusing. No, it's okay. Watching the children suffer in their fight is quite entertaining. We are quite lucky to witness this. Indeed, all the generals under the king's command are as amusing as this. Mika is used to this, so she won't be affected. The owner, who is so funny, sees that the general's anger has no immediate effect. I only planned to eat that girl named Chai, but I didn't expect another team to be after her. Thanks to them, I can grow stronger faster. Mika heard it. His hands were in front of his chest. So why? The king's name is so shocking. What could make that name so confident and genuine? Asahara's sacred item. No, that name has already been taken. After a while of observing, Han said that Mika was just playing with fire. Then he raised his hand and unleashed his dark power. Yeah, my food's here now. Looks like I don't need those anymore. Seeing Han's hand, Mika realized that was where the children were being pulled in. He immediately used his power to stop the countless dark arms heading there. The king's name is so funny. I mean, you will be the soldier serving me. Mika then asked Seth to protect the children and not to worry about him. Although worried, Seth decided to listen to Mika. Seeing Mika lose Seth's defense, the king immediately unleashed his dark power. Oh, so you're the one who abandoned your team's protection. How foolish. Numerous dark arms led to Mika's counterattack, but Mika swiftly moved to the center of the space to dodge. At this moment, he calmly assessed the opponent's strength. Han's dark arm can transform freely, but it's definitely weaker than before he returned. The king was angry, but Han quickly launched his next attack to see how long the enemy would dodge. Mika immediately activated his multi-purpose weapon to counter. First, he used the entire land barrier to pull the opponent out, which was incredibly shocking. The enemy was attacked from all sides. We can't use the children as bait. The war is too intense, and we can't afford to lose focus. But I wonder if you can fight without your teammates' protection. The dark arm grew larger and transformed into the monster's mouth to take Mika down. Mika instantly used a transition and accelerated to dodge the attack. But the king was so angry that he didn't even notice, and just laughed. Foolish. You think pulling out the short distance will make you more advantageous? Han immediately controlled Mika's power, as if he was angry at the entire power of Gautet in pain. Han can't believe a criminal knows this. The German lyrics have been forgotten for a long time. Even if there are only a few, the king has always watched over this world. And every time that happens, heroes appear. The heroes composed a song to trap the evil enemies. The song must be etched into their souls. Before the meeting, Mika had never had the chance to use the song because the king had sounded the alarm. But now everything has changed. Mika, after reading the song, declared, "This will be the end of you. The mighty ruler of Gautet, Beelzebub." The true identity was exposed, leaving the monster utterly stunned. You must understand that the people of this era have almost forgotten the king and his own descendants. But Han will never know why. Mika simply raised one hand, and Han turned into a heap of black mud. The evidence from this scene is extremely horrifying. Han is gone. You can't imagine how easily one of the 12 descendants of the king's power can be destroyed. But what Mika cares about is the safety of the children. The king's list is not over yet. The children are all fine, but that's not what you should be asking about. More importantly, Han has just been defeated, but he doesn't lose much power. When a demon is defeated, they cause a terrible disaster. As the list describes, the demon's body has transformed into a giant heart with eyes and a mouth, adding to the tense atmosphere. The eyes slowly look at Mika, and the mouth speaks out. Really stupid. You thought killing me was over. You have brought a disaster to this world yourself, with your own eyes and stupidity. But Mika, why are you smiling and not worried at all? Do you really think I'm so stupid that I would kill you without any preparation? Mika then used powder to draw a complex circle around the demon. The demon then saw the ghost, the god. Ha ha ha, no effect. Before you, a level 8 wizard, return and do nothing, you won't be able to stop our origin. Mika is completely confident in himself. That's just right, since we don't fully understand the origin. You'll see then the demon will halt the origin of a completely different demon from the usual one. Even if you have, but Mika has said, the symbol of the king's only enemy, I still possess this. Mika kneels on the ground, both hands touching the freshly drawn circle, and the mark on your neck also glows. A huge amount of mana is immediately released and the circle lights up. This scene is so funny. How do you plan to use it? Don't tell me you've only been the master of sacred things for a short time. What Mika is doing is analyzing the origin. Regarding the origin, it is also a kind of god, and the origin of all gods is form and physicality. Just like math, people can solve a problem to reach a conclusion. So if we reverse the process, what will happen? The god will return to his original state. As time passes, the demon gradually shrinks. Right now, it's all a lie. What are you doing? Just trying to be, but those words don't make Mika right. Since solving the origin is impossible, that's enough. We just need to create a weaker origin. The rest doesn't matter much to her. The one Mika mentioned is that the million sword is ready outside. Feeling like I was about to die, the demon decided to drag everything down with it. Mika saw the storm-empowered chain of the sword capturing the demon. The demon then exploded, releasing a dead origin, but the storm god struck it, and it couldn't escape. With this, the sword can be easily resolved. At this moment, Mika was advancing. When the sword asked what he was doing, he smiled. I want to confirm a few things. When will I get the chance to see a demon's origin? It will be soon, before it vanishes. Just saying, Mika went straight to the origin for the sake of the sword. At that time, Guard Mordine was standing and watching the origin from afar with Million's sword. It really hurt. The demon's name is too much. Million immediately shut his mouth. Maybe I'm still wondering how long he's been hiding nearby. It turns out he was with Purgis. But it seems like Morden has no intention of admitting it. Ha ha ha. I don't know what you're talking about. How could I be connected to someone like that? Morden said he told Morden he knew how to handle the next story, but Morden only said that he had heard the demon talk and knew it. Million then wondered, does Mika know about him? Even Morden himself was wondering about it, but now there's something else to worry about. Why don't we deal with this first? Let's use the energy to pull it back as I instructed. Million clearly coordinated suspiciously with Morden. This reminds her of some memories from the past. Combined, a bright light shone on the sword, revealing its origin and source. And so, the evil king's mark was completely gone. The next day, the evil king's leader held Mika's hand and smiled. Good job. Honestly, I didn't expect everything to go so smoothly. In the end, the 7th Demon King commander was gone. Everything happened quietly, under the peaceful gazes of the capital. But this is enough to warn the army about the danger of the demon's death. While Mika was lying to thank, he mentioned the promise earlier. The evil king quickly regained his serious expression, signaling the upcoming hero selection. Of course, we will openly support you to become a hero. But did you know that the evil king had his eye on someone before? I will support you, but I think you should be careful in every situation. Mika thought it was annoying to hear this here. I know very well that it's different. How could I forget Siegfried Sigurd? Yes, that's the name. After finishing everything, Mika immediately put down the phone. Just as he reached the door, he saw the alien standing there. Thank you for getting us this far. The master said that day will pass quickly, and someone will definitely have to find it at all costs. Mika was touched after hearing that, so you should stay focused and study hard that day. Since the alien stopped here, I came to say goodbye. Mika, I'm sorry, even though the engagement is something neither of us wanted, we could have accepted it, but I didn't. If you accept my apology, I hope our relationship will improve from now on. Seeing Mika smile, Alien blushed. What are you laughing at? What do you mean? Mika immediately smiled and said, No, it's not like that. Like I said before, I don't have any feelings for you anymore, so just go. These words helped Alien release the burden in his heart. Now he can smile in front of Mika, So maybe this is where our confrontation begins. Just wait and see. I'll catch you soon. After saying goodbye to Alien, Milliam also came to meet Mika. The conversation with my student is over. Mika was prepared to end this conversation. Yes, I heard that Day would leave immediately, so I came to make a promise. I will tell you where your son is. After hearing the news, the Emperor shook his head. The name of the worthy queen that was found in the next capital. It can't be. How did this happen? We believe that the appearance of that evil name will bring a very terrible loss. The leader of the evil queen said, "It's too obvious." But he was killed. After the Emperor heard it, he kept his doubts to himself. He never imagined anyone could do that before the disaster struck. The evil queen's leader said it looks like he died after appearing for less than a day. According to the evil queen, this was done by one person. This is the letter from the evil queen. The Emperor, after receiving the letter, read it very politely, revealing that Juan Purgis, the owner of the house, had given a letter to the evil queen to kill the evil king in the capital. This was witnessed by the evil queen. Not only that, Cassandra too. Oh, this is hard to believe. It didn't make him a hero. Back in the capital, Mika was still talking to Million. Kariyaman prefers not to get involved in everything, so he decided to follow his own path. Instead of joining the vigilante army, he aims to become a king. How can that boy escape the trap? The answer is very simple. He joined a force that even a trap can't do anything to. That is the Condor Vigilante Army. Just hearing this name, Million was very surprised. The Freedom Defenders. He joined them later. Condor is a large vigilante army established on the idea of freedom. It's not easy for a vigilante army to gain recognition, but they are truly unique. They are a legitimate vigilante army, and respected by both the system and the neighboring kingdoms. Mika just approached and asked if you knew about them. Once you join Condor, you must abandon your old name and take a new one. Find the Condor Vigilante Army. Your son is with them. I am very happy to learn about my son, but Million was worried for a long time. But is it truly right to go find him? Mika immediately asked, "What do you mean?" "You've been searching for him for a long time." Million was a little sad to say, "If the boy really needs my help, then you don't have to think about it." But the boy has chosen his own path. He doesn't want to be a hero like me. Everything I do only hurts the boy. I am not a mother shaping her own destiny. I'm not sure I still have the right to find him. Now I'm very confused. Mika approached and took Million's hand. "You should consider that after you find him. Talk to him first, and then think about his decision. Even if the boy has abandoned his parents will never abandon their children. This is my special medicine. It might be useful for your son. Keep it safe until you give it to him." Million was just as excited as he was after hearing these words. She held the bottle in her hand and decided not to give up. "You're right. We shouldn't give up like that. Thank you, Lord Juan Purgis. One day I will repay this kindness." After saying that, Million left into the beautiful sunset of the capital. Alien also went with her to practice his sword skills. Now Mika has to feed the rest of the team. "Do I need to stay here, Dave? Why do you look so sad?" Mika was so upset that she was about to cry. On the contrary, I was completely powerless in front of her. I couldn't do anything about it, but she still didn't give up a little. I no longer deserved to feel disappointed. Mika didn't think that was right, but you can't let things like that make Leon feel better. Mika immediately handed Leon a string of beads and said, "That is a symbol of your effort to help everyone in the previous battle. We have overcome the first challenge. Now it's time for the teacher." Leon was then confused. "Teacher, wait, isn't our agreement just to go to the capital?" Mika quickly drew a fierce weapon. "So you didn't hear what I just said. I need to reassess my judgment. That's why you should come with me. Don't tell me that the sword from the future is used to destroy spirits. It's said that the sword from the future makes Leon happy. Who do you think I am?" Mika was standing next to Leon at this moment. "The owner was right. I'm sure that's very useful to you. Isn't that the point of the challenge? To overcome yourself and become a hero or something?" It's obvious that Mika asked you where you've been all this time. Then Mika turned on the actor. I just met some old friends. Maybe I talked to them too much. Ha 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 ha." Right now, Cassandra didn't know where to come from. The important thing is to have a trustworthy partner. It seems you've received help from the evil dragon. He's a very influential figure, so he will be of great assistance to us. So now I think I will help you in the future. Maybe it's time for me to come back after a break. What do you think about the support from the teacher's angelic house? Is there anything waiting for you in the future? And so the team added a position for the angelic house. Mika is getting closer and closer to preparing for the battle with the king. 4 days later, after a quiet rest, Mika's basic wounds had healed. I believe it was based on how much she understood about the other person. But I don't think telling her I turned back time is a good idea. Even when Sek didn't tell anyone else, I still had to be very careful. That's right, I'll say this. After some thought, Mika answered this question. You're not the only one watching over Asato's grave. Sek was a bit suspicious, so he asked again. But am I not the first person you met? Mika confidently continued. There is an exception, those Gichep. Sek heard this name and was very surprised. Wait, you mean that Gichep still exists today? Mika didn't hesitate to confirm that it was true. Basically, Mika was not even a lucky find when he actually took over Thos Gichep before turning back time. Thos is also a tomb that his team used to conquer. About Thos, there was a strange Gichep that was released by the people. It was called Thos Gichep. Although this seems plausible, Mika's experiences are truly hard to believe. Sek then inquired about the next tomb. But Mika's current goal is to become a hero. The tomb is next to the church, so you'll be able to find a fan. If you plan carefully, you can avoid as many dangers as possible. After clearing up the doubt, Mika immediately asked Sek, by the way, there's one thing I don't understand about Gichep. What is the true nature of the body we call God? Currently, the god of the continent is Heikao, the god of wisdom. Before the discovery of Asa's tomb, Heikao was the only god known to him. Seeing Sek's request, Mika asked again. In fact, there are only 2 gods in this world. If Asa is so great, why don't we learn more about them? Sek only said a few vague words back then. The amount of information I can tell you now is very limited. Just call it bad luck. Based on this, it seems Sek also knew what happened to Heikao. Mika asked again. So, I guess you won't tell me what will happen if I collect enough treasures, right? Sek doesn't admit it, but that's how it is now. That's also why Tho didn't share any more details besides the weakness, but Mika only needs to know that much, for now. After transforming, Mika went out and told Leon he should stay here for a while because he destroyed a demon that has surely spread across the kingdom, and your father definitely knew this. When he arrived, Mika didn't tell his father, and he will come here soon and hit you. Leon heard it and moved Mika's old suit. Wait, you're saying he knows? The strongest Frenchman in the kingdom, your father, guessed it. You're insane, but what about me? I'm here with you. It's too late now. I hoped I could escape, but Mika saw the dark clouds overhead and teleported away immediately. Thanks to that, the 2 of them could only survive after facing a huge giant dragon. Leon saw this scene and was shocked. What the hell is happening? But Mika looked calmly into the distance and smiled. That's how Juan Purgis greeted the other person. I'm so happy to meet you, home. The Marquis now emerges from the smoke, his whole body brimming with energy, his fingers stained. Remove your mouth, boy. It's true that I love how these 2 children ask each other. Meanwhile, Ackley was just drinking coffee and self-reflecting. I never thought I would be the hero's successor myself. But, now that the demon has appeared, I can't stay still. Mika Juan Purgis. I can't find anyone more worthy of the hero title. At this moment, an earthquake occurs. Ackley thought the attacking demon was very frightening. At this moment, a subordinate also ran back to report. The demon, a Juan Purgis descendant, is using magic to attack his son, while Mika is fleeing to avoid being beaten to death by his father. They are mainly magic spells, ideal for those who are not quick-witted and use little energy. He probably wants to avoid getting hurt. As expected from his father, he studied magic and the full extent of his power very carefully. As he ran, Mika simply said, I really respect my father, father. Ian! That remark only makes Marquis more determined. What did you just say? You and that demon's mouth shouldn't let the demon escape. Then, a class of demon-eating demons captured Mika. But Mika didn't use the epidemic to avoid all the demons. When a demon was about to strike him from behind, he was used by the demon to defeat the monster. After escaping the demon's trap, Mika turned back to face his father. I think you just want to become a hero to play around, don't you? The Marquis didn't deny it. If Mika thinks so, then let's proceed. The hero generation is very different. Have you heard the news about one of the Demon King's leaders appearing? Marquis didn't pay much attention to this. I heard about it, but is it really that serious? I think it's just a rumor from the teachers to attract their attention. But Mika is very serious. If that was not just a rumor, then what? Marquis immediately grew serious and asked me for the details. After hearing the story, Marquis asked again, I am saying that one of the Demon King's commanders, the worthy ruler of the East, has appeared. It seems he still doesn't quite believe it. Mika immediately said that the Demon King's appearance seemed real and that he died in an environment where some heroes fought. Marquis listened and asked again, Son, do you know what you are talking about? A Demon King appeared and was powerless. How is that possible? This sounds really ridiculous. At this moment, Ackley stepped forward and said, That is the truth, Your Majesty. Do you still remember me? I think we met about a year ago. The Marquis came like that, but still doubted what he meant when he said it was true. The priest had found a new hero there, and Ackley smiled like a flower, talking about Mika standing next to him. That's right, a hero appeared there. And specifically, that person was standing in front of you. The Marquis immediately looked at him, only seeing his foolish emperor, and at that moment, he noticed a mark on Mika's neck. That's what I think. You showed me some interesting things before. Does it have anything to do with the appearance of the emperor? Mika immediately smiled, knowing that his father would find out. Seeing the boy admit, Marquis quickly used the time transmission spell to confirm. A while later, the Marquis returned and we checked the demon's temperature in the capital. We have to admit that it feels like a demon king might appear there. But a hero, it doesn't suit the name Walpurgis. As Mika guessed, since Walpurgis's house isn't particularly powerful, he then explained in a voice, "Father, the reason the hero name is no longer used is because we no longer face danger from the king. But if the legend becomes true, then what? The hero name only appears when someone suspects the disaster caused by the king, and it will become more magnificent than ever, helping different forces to stand up against the king." But Marquis still insisted that the old men of the teacher were not someone you could easily get past, and that what I said was not something that could happen easily. At this moment, Meekin activated the treasure, shocking Marquis, and Aklai was knocked out of the ground, not mentioning the power of the god. At this moment, Mika is covered with the power of the god of light. Even if they have doubts, it's useless because you have a god by your side. With this, the societies and forces will need to find allies to stand with them in the fight against this demon group. When asked if they had chosen any allies, Mika immediately pointed to Leon, who was crying beside him. Someone is here. Leon sees it and is shocked. Where am I? Who is this? Even the Marquis can't recognize him. Son, his eyes are telling me it's not him. Mika smiled at Leon at this moment. No, it's him. I promised him a surprising gift, which is to fight alongside me in this battle. Leon immediately understood the problem and cooperated with Mika. That's right, having him by my side is my honor. He is someone who can stand against the evil army and isn't foolish enough to become a prisoner and do something he hasn't thought through at all. I'm sure you'll understand him better than I do. Hearing this, the Marquis immediately recalled what had happened in the past. He can fully trust his son. Then he asked the evil leader of the evil group sitting on the ground, "Do you think you can stand with my son in this battle instead of with the teacher?" The evil leader did not hesitate to answer. "I, the evil leader, swear to the king." Receiving this confirmation, the Marquis can rest assured. He stood up and turned around without hesitation. "Mika, do what you want. I will not stop you anymore." With his father's trust, Mika feels more confident about the journey ahead. This time, he will defeat the king and change the cruel future. The next day, Leon pushed open Mika's door and shouted, "Hand it over. I'm sure you said you'd give me something, right?" Judging by it, Leon was definitely a trustworthy teammate. Mika pointed at Leon and said he was lying down. Then he wrote a line of words to Leon in the alphabet of love. "From now on, focus on yourself. I promise you won't be disappointed." Leon slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them, he found himself in a desolate and dark place. Confused about where he was lost, a voice greeted the old woman from behind Leon, and she was so happy. This place is just a window to see the world. Leon knew this place wasn't real. The creature suddenly roared as if it had been drained, shaking and pulling the sword toward him. Leon blinked, afraid that the sword like this fruit was as strong as a pot. In a panic, Leon's sword pierced him. He gasped, his eyes suddenly filled with an unexpected light, terrifying Leon. The fruit didn't realize it had been standing behind him all along, always showing off as if it was just for fun. After 2-3, Leon activated the warning mode to approach it. This time, don't be fooled by him anymore. With a familiar smile, the aura around Leon surged and struck the fruit. At this moment, it was not defending itself, but revealing everything. It was too powerful to be mere self-defense. Anyone with a sword has yet to touch a single hair of the fruit. Leon was struck by it, bleeding, falling, and losing consciousness. "You think I'm too self-reliant to defend myself, right? It seems you still don't know how to practice my sword." It's dead and back again. The fruit knocked Leon to the ground, and the sword was raised. A moment later, Leon woke up from his dream. Leon wanted Mika to return to himself as soon as he stopped the sword. You should review what you fought in the previous trial and consider other strategies before the next one. Mika thought Leon wanted to reach the top of his head. He didn't even know what the fruit was like to him. You are the one in the future. Besides, Mika told Leon to rest before their trip to Paris tomorrow. I'm considering visiting a few more places on the way there. We'll go to Tianlam for a trip, Mika suggested. The next morning, they arrived there. After contacting the Dutch, Mika provided us with two options to reach here outside the World Tree and open one or two gates. The first is to go to Tien Lam. Mika kept her hand behind her, eager to explore many ways to reach the tree. Before Mika was born, the World Tree had already died. Before the Queen could save the World Tree, she was killed by a demon. But now, Mika and the others must do everything they can to save this world. And so the 8th Queen, Jihar Gigi Friso, joined Mika's group, continuing with her towering tree-like body that revived memories she wished to forget. Mika thought that on the way there, the voice of the girl with blue hair was growing louder. Her soul and Mika's soul were being tortured, otherwise she wouldn't have come here. Mika asked for information about the World Tree. The World Tree is a link that can be easily connected directly from Asa. If we look closer, the World Tree is a living being, and we are the deformed ones with a low voice. So, the forest guardians are the deformed creatures, and beings like the World Tree are the remaining living creatures. Maybe I'll understand more about this later, Mika thought. Standing before the World Tree, a bright light was rising. Jihar Gigi Friso, the soul of the World Tree, also appeared and asked Mika. She also recognized the previous group, which was identified by the creature's color, and was even protected by Jihar Gigi Friso's sister. Mika, holding a torch, suspected this was connected to the demon or similar creatures, and in front of Jihar Gigi Friso, things had turned out exactly as you feared. The remains of that evil creature had a very severe impact. Just now, her entire body was soaked in water and gradually dissolved like foam on the beach. The remaining parts of the demon are extremely hard to deal with. If only you could completely destroy them, everything would have been different. Jihar Gigi Friso said, "Now Mika has understood why the World Tree was destroyed. Are you able to handle it alone? That thing almost destroyed the entire tree." Mika asked her, "If you speak like humans usually do, I myself wish to take poison with a 100% death rate. I'm sure I will die in 4 days, so it's better to think I have completed my task. But until then, I still have a little time." Jihar Gigi Friso replied, "I understand. So the demon's remnants haven't fully taken over her mind yet, have they?" "So we still have a chance," Mika whispered. Before Mika was reborn, Jihar Gigi Friso chose to follow the same path as the demons. However, the demons waited for her to be free from this world, and she began fighting against it at the right moment. In the end, her decision resulted in her own pointless death. But now things are different. We have to eliminate them before they reach your roots within the next 4 days. I will definitely restore it completely to you." Mika assured Jihar Gigi Friso, and the book also advised Jihar Gigi Friso to trust Mika. Jihar Gigi Friso was still in shock, unmoved emotionally, which made Mika feel cold when she heard her say she wanted to be rewarded first. "I don't need this for my own benefit, but to resolve everything," Mika thought. He pointed his finger up to the sky, and among all the scenes of the World Tree, Mika chose the oldest and most beautiful one, Elf, lying in front of the tree, begging to be shown the way to save it. "My child, some call me Motherland, some call me the World Tree. Darkness is falling at my feet, but it's not too late. There is a man who shares my light. If you join him, hope will be with us." "The World Tree just said," a warm voice rang out behind the pillar. "And that's no one else. It's Mika's house." Mika led El to the familiar alley. Even after the forest was destroyed and no one was left, this alley remained. Mika is determined to change the fate of the king's spirit. Although he is old, he is still useful. Keeping him around brings many benefits. Usually he would die at the hands of the king's unsealed power, but Mika chose not to let that happen. "But here, alone, I don't trust you, and this forest isn't easy to enter, but..." "The elf said that those people outside don't follow the usual rules of Europe." Mika smiled quietly, waiting for the spirit god to arrive from afar, so that an intrusion would occur. Mika kept silent, waited patiently, and they arrived. In the sky, 4 unidentified objects were being chased by the villagers. "Who do you think it is?" It turns out to be Leon and the people who told him about this. Mika was about to set a trap to stop them from entering, claiming it was Mika who abandoned us before the old man had to shut it down. The cave guard asked Mika to take responsibility for all the villagers' sins. "All right, if you want." Mika quickly hugged him and gave him a head start, saying that we had faced punishment before, but still needed their help with the world chain message. A moment later, the elf led the entire group to the spirit palace, where his father resided. The elf and the spirit have existed since ancient times, and the one who holds the throne of the king's spirit was chosen by both tribes to lead them. In other words, it is the elven spirit recognized by all spirits, and this is where the king's spirit and the living spirits reside. For the spirits, this is the most sacred place. Some spirits from the dust fly out, splash their blood on Mika's face, and shove him. They are usually not friendly to outsiders like this. It is true that the one who replaced the world tree, Elf said. As they approached the main door, Elf's brother simply opened it and appeared before them as the king's spirit with incredibly resilient skin, a sign of his noble greeting. Mika bowed his head to greet, asking not to be surprised, and the father, the world tree, appeared in front of them in another moment. Elf's brother said, the spirit heard the sound of the bell a few seconds earlier, wanting the boy to prove that it was true. As soon as Elf bowed, Mika hugged his brother with a confident smile on his lips. A second later, the spirit was stunned when he saw Mika pull out a ring from the world tree. The spirit immediately realized that Mika had a ring, and the world tree also acknowledged that it was recognized by the tree. This is the most convincing proof that I have seen from the world tree. Mika thought, God, Jiren Hadass. The spirit took his last breath before he died. God asked for the rescue of the child. He suddenly bowed to Mika and said the spirit, Mika and I have a problem to solve, and I plan to create an object that can cure the poison affecting the world tree's people, using this ring. Therefore, I plan to borrow everyone's spirit. I am referring to the elf. Hearing Mika say that, the Spirit King was a little surprised that Mika still knew about this elf. The elf is a spirit used by the elves, and the spirit god will equip the Spirit Kings. So no more arguing, God will guide the people there. The Spirit King said, No, I have another request to ask of you. The thing that is consuming the world tree is the elf's remains. That's right. The enemy of all living beings is what you're thinking about, Mika responded, but God sensed no evil energy. The Spirit King bowed and spoke. That's because the world tree is currently using that power. This is the best she can do. She is asking for help, but her voice is too faint for others to notice. Both of them try their best, but they can't communicate with each other. We have to solve that problem, but the issue is that when I start creating an object, the elf will be discovered and eaten. There will be a fire that will burn down the spirit forest. We can't waste any more time. We have to fix this quickly. Mika's words surprised everyone. The Spirit King shook his head for a moment and then called his son to take Mika to the lake. Mika was determined to change everything to protect everyone. After asking for our help, Mika shed blood and took off his shirt. The elf led Mika to the Earth Lake as requested. Earth used this lake to create a special ghost that no one knew about. No one gave us any ideas on how to do it. Did you happen to know by chance? Of course, Mika knew because Mika created countless items here. Earth used this lake in a special way, maybe just to claim ownership of it. But in reality, he wasn't breathing at all. Mika only believed that the entire strength of the tree branch was flowing into the water, causing it to suddenly boil like boiling water at 100 degrees Celsius. More precisely, Earth is a wizard, Mika thought. The master of breathing admired the legend that Earth is actually a wizard. Even though he himself is a very talented wizard, his talent is clearly limited. So he decided that if he couldn't succeed in becoming a wizard, he would succeed in another way. And in the end, Earth became a master of magic. We believe the water daifu in the name is a secret weapon, not an actual water daifu. Although it's just a normal water daifu, it has been mixed into the water. It looks like a water flower, then another. Mika quickly extended his hand to analyze the structure, a magic bird from the tree transforming the surface of the spring into a bird. The essence of the world tree is a special ingredient that contains its life, but achieving such a perfect level of precision is nearly impossible. But if we use a method of dead magic, what will happen? Mika smiled and gently shook his hand to prepare to control the water that was mixed to make the essence of the tree. We need to finish this in about 4 days. We've reached the water palace, where many other divine gifts are still waiting. The items of the ancient kings must be somewhere nearby. Let's find them ourselves. We need to focus on this before Mika tells El. He understood everything and nodded happily. Their 4-day countdown was beginning to turn back. 3 days later, everything went better than expected, thanks to the Leon people. But the wizard still felt a little worried, hoping Mika could fulfill her wish. He was climbing the slope, rubbing his feet against the ground, their feet touching the water and forming a soft, trembling wall. The creature they feared so much was a giant black and white snake with a striking black and white pattern like a daifu. When they met the wizard, they were afraid of falling. Their shoes did not touch their feet. A great fear emerged alongside the immense power I could sense. I never thought I could beat this thing. Oh my God, why am I so weak? If only I could be as strong as I was in my dreams. Mika, when will that day come? Leon nodded, thinking to himself, contemplating Mika. The black and white snake was everywhere, prepared to confront the first group from the Spirit Kingdom and Leon. A powerful army of heroes was in full action, following the blazing light like rain on the black and white snake. It was named after the pain of Gaute, the river beside the gang, but was covered with El's magic. The power of the dragon's body, every time a storm struck, the white layer couldn't withstand it and gradually turned into a small cloud. On Mika's side, he had successfully set up the bridge system after 3 days of battling the monster. Everything went more smoothly than I expected. Extremely successful, Mika thought. Now all that's left is to pierce the bridge and to take down the leader. Mika inhaled it. A bright light burst from the air. The dragon's fierce roar caused a few drops of L blood to spill out. They pushed to the limit. The white layer could no longer hold and was about to break. In an hour, the dragon's power caused the white layer to collapse. Suddenly, a burst of light appeared from somewhere, and the spring of fire drew the black and white snake into the flames like a volcano. Mika arrived just in time, saving everyone from the chaos. If Mika doesn't finish everything quickly, this will probably just be a pile of trash. Usually, a level 5 godlike spell like light can't produce such an effect. But with this energy source, a power plant built from the world's rarest materials, everything will change. However, the fragments have been on the world tree for over 1 or 2 years. The elf brother managed to grab Mika just in time with his right hand as the dark cloud layer. The snake's skin was burning hot, almost skinless, revealing white bones. Mika nodded confidently with Seth's fierce roar, charging straight at the dragon, eyes full of determination as they ran into its fierce body. I think it's really broken. I can confirm it looks quite similar to a demon, she said in a belly full of blood and demon air. The fragments are gradually turning into demons. The demon's fierce roar made Seth cough up his throat. She was just worried that Mika was using too much power, and that's right. The amount of mana this uncle was very proud of. If Mika wants to use it with the other uncles, it can only last for 5 minutes. I need to finish it within that time. Mika fell asleep by himself. Exhausted from the dragon's fierce roar, Seth turned away and looked away from the other eye, but the dragon still let him move. With only a minute remaining, Mika pulled out the stone, preparing a powerful strike and licking the dragon's skin. When only 30 seconds remained, a name with 1,000 punch energy burned the dragon. And out of nowhere, a hand severed the blood vessels of its eye. Come on, do you really think the world tree will do nothing as we prepare to destroy it? Mika smiled in front of the child's eyes, saying that everything always has a chance for Mika, even before you die. Even if Mika's efforts fail and you die, everything always has a meaning for it. Mika then used the most unique level 7 skill, G. Grayso, aiming directly at the child. Several tree sweeps followed by a dragon sweep, capturing the entire body of the fruit. I hope someone will find a small tree sweep so that even if the dragon completely absorbs the tree, a part can still be left. This skill is for the only tree in the world, Mika smiled in the middle of the speech. The entire world tree and the dragon sweep before this statue are very moving, as the steps of a new beginning have begun there, born from the song. The lychee buds from the dragon sweep's body unleash an ancient power that strikes the world tree, turning it into a glowing green layer of light. The dragon sweep remembered Mika's promise to save the world tree and felt deeply moved, confident that he would continue to move forward. G. Grayso was very touched by Mika and could now take care of the forest and the young trees again. Don't worry, thank you, just let it go. I had already made my promise before. It's not time for this world tree to fully restore itself, but the essence is simply to increase the number of magic circles. Personally, I think that's a reward too cheap compared to what you've done to save my life. Instead, I will give you a part of myself. Hearing G. Grayso affirm the power of the world tree makes Setho feel like a part of me. So how will you maintain the order and balance of this world? You just regained it. Why make things difficult for yourself? Setho doesn't understand what G. Grayso is thinking, but from now on, his ability not only stops at mana collection, but can also preserve the elemental energy sources within his body. G. Grayso said this is your gift for Mika, and then gave her a hairpin of her own, telling her to hold it in her hand so she could transfer it. G. Grayso's magic flows into Mika's body, making her dizzy as she feels the power of the world tree spreading through her, healing wounds and magic circles, with mana constantly transferring within her. If it were normal, my body would have quickly fallen into chaos. But thanks to the power of the world, my wounds heal rapidly. Mika firmly felt the other thing go deep into her body. Everything was done. Now you are a highly skilled wizard. That evening, the whole team ate and drank until midnight. The first time Mika saw them so happy, she was also happy. The king's spirit sat beside her, asking how Mika was feeling. Yes, much better, thanks to Emperor Jiha, a genius. It seems you hold the son of the god in very high regard. As a father, the god is truly pleased. He is glad to respond. Mika looked at him and remembered what Jiha always said before the meeting. My father is a great person. He said it right, really, luckily, because I was able to save that person. Mika nodded. The king's spirit at this moment pulled Mika into the crowd, cheering to declare that everyone would leave the forest to help Mika whenever he needed. The entire team was very sympathetic to this statement, both shouting Mika's name and cheering for her to reach the blue cloud. Mika smiled happily, her eyes as if she had forgotten something without you nodding, and the emperor called everyone to gather for a meeting. One of those names was probably the one he would choose this time to find a new hero to keep the secret. That's right. We spoke with the leader of the Ali clan, and he agreed, the emperor replied. But the Emperor Walpurgis, we're talking about the one who brings blood to the people. But you know, when it comes to heroes and their goals, we still haven't decided. Another story that makes the emperor the most confused. He didn't understand when the king's servants became so independent. Everyone, we are simply listening to the king and not allowed to decide. We have chosen to keep a hero to prevent the impending disaster. What kind of person is Ban Quan thinking about? Mika was saying goodbye to the group. Both happily promised to meet again. Are you planning to become a hero? I believe you're the right person, but other countries won't like this. There are countless people using false religious words to incite war. That's why we hid ourselves in the forest. Ziha said. Mika already knew that. The emperor claimed that everything in the kingdom was right, and the memories tried to escape their control. Mika closed his eyes, recalling old memories. Ziha only wished for Mika's safety, hoping the holy tree would protect him throughout his journey.
Chúc may mắn, tôi chắc chắn bạn cũng sẽ làm được. Bạn còn nhớ những gì tôi đã nói không?
You don't have to do everything on your own. Nothing will change even if you handle everything alone. I hope you realize that through this event. Mika pointed his hand at Ziha's face. Ziha's main problem is that although he saved countless lives and kept doing so, he was trapped in the past and couldn't escape. He has always been part of a group, but Mika is very sad to see him like that. Now I'm back in the past, I want to help Ziha, Mika thinks. Hearing Ziha promise to keep Mika's words in his heart, Mika feels incredibly happy and hopes Ziha will choose the right path from now on. Mika has also been friends with Ziha during the journey to save the world. On the way to the next destination, I notice everyone constantly wondering about their health. Mika decided to reveal everything to the emperor. I guess it's time to tell the truth. Okay, I'll tell everyone. I can solve almost impossible things because I can hear the emperor's voice. What the hell? They all heard it and immediately thought they must have misheard. The hard glue. What did Mika say? They were denied. Mika recalls their first meeting, when Han's hair shone like the sun and his golden eyes sparkled. Speaking of appearance, Han is a perfect example of a warrior in an ancient story. But who would have thought that this warrior would be so clumsy? A person who is self-satisfied and only cares about appearing as a hero often underestimates their own abilities, leading many to lose their lives. However, that poor thing refused to admit his mistake. Based on what Mika heard from the Emperor, Leon, and everyone else, they were very suspicious, or Mika was scared. Everyone seems curious. Mika opened her mouth wide, letting the two emperors tell her to do all the work. The land will be flooded if the water rises. Fortunately, the current sacred system has been completely flooded. That's why I say so. But the name of the emperor and the kingdom has been changed, Mika said hurriedly. But now our job is done. Why don't we overthrow the emperor's rule in the kingdom? Mika said to everyone. In New Hut, the kingdom of the empire, they have seen the achievements of the emperors and the history of the empire, proving they have arrived where they need to. Seeing the name of the poor Han, Mika only showed the invitation letter from the leader of the Ali clan to let him go. After confirming with blood, Mika successfully gained entry. Although the old leaders of the country trust in choosing a soldier, even if they lose their position, a soldier remains a soldier, Mika thinks. Leon, Mika's admirer, feels that Mika truly captures their attention, which is impressive. Mika is increasingly seen as the brightest and most powerful ruler, and his inner strength leaves everyone around him in awe. Look and make sure to report this to the noble ancestors of the country who sent the order to come here. Mika is stunned. His mind is ready to go into the water to deal with some intruders from the crowd. Seeing the old man's skin dancing in his hand, Mika suggests he should take a break. Just as Mika guessed, some strange names have announced that Mika has returned the old man's power to his master. The Mokalin clan finds this hard to believe because the Walpurgis family is one of the priests, and priests can't wield such power. Mana and power can't be combined. Their union is only mentioned in ancient stories and is considered a command. Moreover, Cassandra has also been discovered among the Walpurgis family members. The monks just mentioned it, which caused the Mokalin clan to appear. They are the only ones who can wield the old man's power. That's why I always hope the Mokalin clan remains unchanged, just like before. Mika said I should follow my own will. If they refuse to hear my prayers, I must find a way to make them believe me. Cassandra clasped her hands, bowed deeply to herself, and asked her to do her best. You followed Xian inside, and I heard you created a miracle of the gods in the palace. Is that true? Xian suddenly asked, about the gods' details. Don't say that your words in the palace were spread like that, Mika remembered. That's the power. What's so strange when a priest can use it? Mika turned to ask Xian. Both of Xian's eyes looked into the mirror so he could see a hero capable of using magic. It turns out the kingdom hasn't chosen the next hero yet. Mika believed the chosen one was Siegfried, not anyone else. Hung, yes, he's a good person, but how should I put it? Do you know that people often say you have to make up for your lack of understanding with other qualities? That's the impression I get from him. In a rush, Xian glanced at Mika's cold face and was shocked as the priest apologized. The bearded Mika suddenly took Xian's hand, leaned in, and kissed him, revealing his fondness for the person who made Xian tense. I will remember Xian's last breath. I'm sure he will become very important in the days to come. Mika nodded, and both of them approached the king's room. Xian guided Mika through everything, then immediately told him to stand here and wait. Mika pushed the door open firmly, eager to see what King Gregorios's face looked like. The door just opened, and Mika's eyes met a familiar face that was hard to forget. The two pairs of eyes looked at each other as if drawing a line of smoke across their faces. A few minutes ago, Mika asked the Cassandra if the queen had left the kingdom because others didn't believe her prophecy. That is not the only reason. The prophecy they know is different from the truth. The prophecy says that the devil will engulf the world in flames, chaos like fire, blood flowing into rivers, and the entire land will be flooded. But confronting the devil is like facing a golden lion, surrounded by a beast with a reversed sun, the symbol of the hero. So, people might interpret this as a prophecy about the hero's downfall in the future. She whispered, the power that the hero represents for the kingdom has always exceeded our understanding. And of course, the hero must confront such a dire prophecy. They will do everything possible to keep this information from getting out. The worrying thing here is describing a lion with a golden color. Mika sank into his thoughts. Finally, Mika startled him by recalling a figure with a golden shadow, Siegfried, standing before him. Hekao's eyes widened as the god looked at him with great gratitude. But the god asked, who is this? Mika looked at King Gregorios, puzzled. This is the god from the Sword of the Council, Siegfried. He was also a candidate for the hero. They are both candidates, so it's likely that soon one of them will be chosen to become the hero. He responded, and at that moment, Siegfried approached Mika, waving his friendly hand. The two clasped hands in a struggle until the end for Mika. Mika quickly realized Siegfried was trying to use the power of the hammer to grab his hand and test his strength. All right, I'll play your little game here. Mika clenched his teeth and steeled his mind, using his remaining strength to finish off his opponent, after pulling the sword out of its sheath, leaving Siegfried only able to grit his teeth in frustration. Mika, if you keep going like this, he'll die. Seth then advised him to surrender. Now he releases his hand, Siegfried, drenched in sweat, his face floating before the terrifying power of Mika. It seems like you possess a delicate yet formidable power, even surpassing ours in strength. You have received the curse, Gregorios asked Mika. He just nodded. His feet were as dirty as mud. After the Battle of Tianqi, the highest god Hekao has lifted the curse on mankind. Even the phone has not yet been cursed. Siegfried was furious. The hero has been a special existence since birth. As a hero, the king's orders mean nothing, because Hekao came to support the hero and simply said he felt very comfortable. What the knight just called it is not just a violation of the hero's honor, it's the gravest rebellion, daring to compare the highest position in heaven with a criminal. Mika lowered his knife, causing Siegfried to turn off the fire, and then he apologized to Mika. Mika decided to use this moment to reveal the curse he had received. Suddenly, a strange girl appeared in the corner of the house, her eyes meeting Mika's, and he vividly remembered what he had done, and who was sitting there. She closed her eyes, realizing Mika could see her, then immediately smiled brightly with enthusiasm. She waved her hands to stop time and raised her voice, urging Mika to guess who she was. Very few people can manipulate color like this to stop time. Among them, I can only think of one person. Mika hesitated and then said the name Hekao, without any hesitation. But the expression and attitude of that girl were truly unlike any god, more like Set. This Set now is not like the person from the past. We can say that because we are the source of all magic and the other half of Asama. Hekao asked Set why she had to be the other half, if the shadow was cast from the person, right? You always find a way to defeat that person, so who was crying that blue yesterday? Set hadn't finished speaking. He was held by the head, crouching on the ground, making her want to float in the sky. Hekao turned his attention to Mika, who had received part of Asama and might have more in the future. That means you are his successor. There is something about her that makes the eyes of the one watching her a little unsettling. It seems you have no intention of serving me. The world is getting worse, and the ghosts are still expanding their army. So besides watching her, there's nothing else I can do. I still respect her, so it's not very strange. Mika replied directly, and Heikao found him quite interesting, so he chose not to respond for his own reasons. That is her way of saying she can't touch Mika. She's called a god, a distant existence to him, but it's not like that. She will naturally be perfect. Usually due to some issues her younger sister decided on, both sides have their advantages. Heikao then immediately shook hands and returned to his old position, while Mika was about to tell Siegfried about the rumors. Remembering what Heikao said earlier, Mika knew he had to handle this as soon as possible. First, he had to speak up. To those seeking salvation, we inform you that the kingdom's current situation is dire. This statement immediately caused Siegfried and Gregorios to turn red with sweat and anger. Mika immediately took the throne alongside the other prophet, telling Gregorios that long ago we knew you already had 2 children. One is under control, the other is not. And so everything just didn't go the way you had planned, Mika said. Gregorios turned red-faced and breathless. Although it sounds very vague, I assure you that you will understand in your own way. Besides, if you don't, that's not a problem. We just need to do what we say, which means the rumors are true. Mika was confused. Gregorios was too nervous and suggested ending the conversation here. It will be fine. Everything will happen as expected. Mika looked dangerous, leaving him with an unfinished remark before leaving the room, causing him to panic. Sooner or later, Mika will make everything go according to his plan. As he leaves the palace with the mark of the special god, Mika heads to Cassandra and encounters a strange figure standing in front of Leon's group, a name he doesn't recognize. The person who delivered the message wants to meet. Han embraced Han, demanding in a rude manner to make Leon's group nervous. Not finding anyone to meet, Han once again lost his grip and his sword struck the wall. Unexpectedly, through the mask layer, Han guessed that the person blocking him had a bit of sight. His eyes immediately rolled up, deliberately approaching her. Leon from behind stepped between them and suggested that Han leave. Trapped, Harbin's team, the sacred Han's team, used force to threaten and make Leon sweat, but Leon still chose not to leave her, just standing there, ending. Harbin felt there was no other way to affect someone as perfect as Leon. Too flawless, and at the same time I was curious to see how strong I had become. Leon also bled blood to Harbin, and both of them clashed in the air, the sound of swords colliding, the edges turning yellow. Endless suffering, Cassandra finally appeared. Harbin and she barely touched each other and said no. Even though they are vice presidents of the moon, I really didn't expect someone to show up here. She was angry, saying that Cassandra's death and the chief of the group were very upset about what had happened. This time everything is different. I hope you will follow me. Harbin said, You just heard this name from the chief of the group, Leon. My father is a very old man who values his dignity highly. If you come back, I will never hope to escape from the kingdom. Cassandra refused, but Harbin still wanted her to go with him. At the same time, Mika appeared like a god in the glow of the firefly. I have promised to protect Cassandra well, so you don't have to worry. Just do your job, Mika said. The wise Han replied that Mika had no right to stop the sacred team, even if he was the hero of the future. Mika laughed, threatening Han with the laws of the kingdom. I don't think he paid attention to the details about becoming a hero. That is because the laws concerning the hero of this kingdom are not well known, Mika thought. Cassandra's suicide truly left the kingdom without any official word, but she stayed with us, the heroes, holding back. So there's no reason to consider it an exception. This is someone who has no reason to be here. Do you want us to talk to the Killing Muck leader about this directly? If not, just go ahead and don't do anything stupid. Mika looked directly at Harbin, trying to use her. After Han left, Mika suggested she wanted to speak with the entire group for a moment. In the room, Mika suggested that Helen wear a hat to confirm a few things. The more time passed, the more I felt that something was not right. This person has a bit of that familiarity. What if? In front of Cassandra, Mika advised Helen to leave Helen for a little while, but it was too late. Helen also no longer wanted to hide. Everything ends here. I am Ada Nibaran, the hero of the kingdom and Siegfried's sister. Helen removed her armor to reveal a yellow cloak with golden eyes. Everything unfolded exactly as Mika had anticipated. So now, can you tell us? What is the reason Cassandra left the kingdom, and why do you have to follow? Mika raised his voice and asked, My brother and I are abandoned children. When we were kids, our lives were only in the dark streets of the alleys. I'm sure everyone knows that children in those alleys, apart from becoming tools for others, can do nothing. This world is too cruel. Children struggle just to survive. We are only used or, in the worst case, harmed. Those are the things that happen to us. But there is one man who found us. That person is the killing muck. Now that I think about it, it's strange we weren't found out earlier. Then our lives changed. Power became our home, and we no longer had to scavenge for food in the trash. But at the same time, many strange things started to happen. When my brother was told he would become a guard, he began to reveal a different side of himself. And that's when he stopped listening to others, and the first thing my brother did as a guard was to kick the feet of the Tianqi family. To be clear, it was the killing muck who manipulated my brother. And since the Tianqi's words were proven true in one way or another, he exploited that for his own benefit. It seems he claimed that everything that happened to them was caused by the destruction of the Tianqi. Helen is worth telling everything. Although I thought Cassandra's disappearance was connected to the killing muck, I never expected him to be involved in everything. If that's true, it means I'm holding on to Sixfridge's weakness. A muck's guard refused to accept the Tianqi's words from him and the soldiers. I wonder what role the High Priestess played in this. I will probably realize it soon. I think I also knew that Cassandra's disappearance was suspected by the Tianqi family. Even if she is from the Tianqi family, people won't believe her. If she tells the truth, even the High Priestess will act quickly. It only benefits Sixfridge, but there will be no problem. The reason Sixfridge is at the center of everyone's attention is because of the Han's appearance. We just need to eliminate them, Mika said. Meanwhile, Sixfridge also remembered the moment when his sister looked at him with angry eyes. The warmth slowly faded away, and in the end, all he felt was cold. Why? I haven't done anything wrong, but why can't my flesh-eating friend understand me? In the end, Sixfridge heard it and became angry. Sixfridge turned around. I didn't expect the High Priestess to find out. You will find out soon. I have to do everything. His intentions towards us are clear. First, the king will not be merciful to the people sitting. We also have to use our true abilities. No matter what, I will not believe that girl's words about Tianqi. The key person is the young Walpurgis, who plays a very important role in the public eye, the High Priestess said, and Sixfridge was shocked. Han wanted to be more courageous to surpass Mika, and the High Priestess would be the one to support him. Sixfridge bled, realizing that someone was lying in front of him. A week later, Mika was still pondering who the chosen one would be. In recent years, a heated debate has taken place within the church between the High Priestess and the High Priestess over which side is most suitable to become the role model of the church. And in this situation, High Priestess Killian, along with some other High Priestesses, announced her support for Sixfridge. Sixfridge became a member of the High Priestess League, a talented individual with a good reputation among the High Priestesses. Of course, that decision also needs to be considered in advance, Mika thought. Leon also felt sorry for Mika, because the other side already had more than half the votes. This number, although unreasonable, is very convincing because it is exactly the figure used to determine the High Priestess that no one can interfere with. There are High Priestesses in the church who have maintained a neutral stance, such as High Priestess Ali, until there is a clear decision. That number means nothing. Mika fell asleep. Sixfridge would think that if nothing was unusual, Han would be chosen as the High Priestess. But the reality is different. First, the reason Mika is involved in the soldier selection process now is quite complicated. One of those reasons is that the High Priestess was killed. It has been a long time since the devil arrived. Only after many complicated situations did we start actively preparing for the High Priestess selection. We managed to uncover all the obvious clues to prevent the High Priestess's murder and the destruction caused by the evil forces. Because of that, we stayed in the dark for a week. Mika thought about it. She told Sixfridge to reject Cassandra's request. She thought Han would agree, but she couldn't understand why he rejected her so suddenly. No, there was no way Han would reject her again. Because Han is one of the few believers, and Cassandra stayed until the last minute. Mika was confused. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and a figure cloaked in a veil stepped in, eyes fixed on Cassandra. They were both happy to hug each other and didn't forget to thank Mika, who also had a lot to say to them. The High Priestess saw the mark of Heikao on Mika's hand and was stunned, then declared that the High Priestess needed to be reformed. That was exactly what the High Priestess needed to help her, Mika smiled and said. The next day, the High Priestess was furious, pounding on the table and chair, all because of what happened a few hours ago when Mika officially won the competition, amidst the many surprises of the gods group. The entire Naran High Priestess is the closest assistant to the High Priestess. His support statement was meaningful, in contrast to the High Priestess's support statement. He said, thinking that we will all gather again around the table after discussing Mika, and there will be no voice that little girl can create named Walpurgis. No matter how much the devil has been destroyed, it's not a story that appeals to everyone. It's even about being able to contain the outside world as quickly as possible. If it's for the sake of meaning, it shouldn't be prepared so that we might also have to touch the dark things or something, the High Priestess said with a smile. It's been a week since Mika defeated Seyfried. As expected, the Naran High Priestess made her move first. Cassandra and his mark, holding the position of High Priestess, was just trying to support us. Now there is only one problem left to solve. It is the death of the High Priestess. More precisely, it is the assassination of the Naran High Priestess. Mika thought that this event had left the High Priestess unable to support us, and her position was becoming more precarious. From that perspective, if we consider who benefits the most, the reputation of High Priestess Kalian would be the primary one. But it's still too soon for Mika to draw a conclusion. The guard's name suddenly appeared behind Mika, making him feel uneasy.
He had a week off and just got back. I have something to say. The break just now was really uncomfortable.
I didn't expect the High Priestess to confront such a cruel person. It turns out they are the High Priestess. Additionally, I heard from someone else that the High Priestess Kilian showed signs of a dark energy source. I sense something's off with him, the guard said. Mika nodded and said she would look into it later, but trusting the guard, Mika wanted to reward him. Mika offered to teach him proper ways to improve his health, which he was very thankful for. Once some current issues are resolved, Mika will definitely share this with him. That day, Mika told Leon she was going to join the High Priestess and wanted to bring him along since he hadn't fought a battle with her before. Mika just spoke briefly to Leon with a small sword, then instructed him to channel aura into it to test if it worked. Leon hesitated slightly but sensed that the sword's power was very similar to what he had seen in his dreams. Getting so many things from Mika like this doesn't make me feel bad because I haven't done anything for her. I'm sure you'll help me a lot in the future. If you want to thank me, get stronger. Mika smiled softly and bowed to Leon. Leon shook his sword and vowed to grow stronger. Mika then accompanied him to meet the High Priestess, but as soon as they arrived, they were halted by the soldiers. They didn't want to let me in. There must be a special reason, so they couldn't let me in right now. Thinking that, Mika told her mother they were in danger and just went straight in. A few steps away, Harbin's face was as cold as a rice bowl, suddenly appearing in front of Mika. What is your reason for coming here? Harbin asked Mika, what is the reason? That's it. The day Leon wanted to end the battle just before, Mika smiled and answered. Han replied, trying to remember if you had ever touched Leon before. First, I apologize because I couldn't guess you right after what happened earlier, but I want to be clear that we don't just meet, we have to fight each other. Harbin's face was as cold as a rice bowl. Leon smiled half-heartedly, afraid of the star, causing Han to bleed a little. Once again, Mika stirred the pot, preventing that scene from ending in a fight. Should I see it as a contribution? Though he's just a hero who keeps his mouth shut, I believe it's my duty to fight against greed and evil in this kingdom. Everything has shocked Harbin so much that we have to act now, we understand, feeling happy inside. Mika and Leon followed Han inside. There are many soldiers here who are passionate about training. To avoid losing their evil nature, we keep training non-stop, Harbin said. There was a time when I admired the heroes, but now seeing them like this, I find it a bit strange, Leon said. I also sense Hei Kao's strong spirit here, and there's something that makes her uneasy. Hard to explain. Her flag-like banner is strange, but it seems no one notices it. The place with the most neutral and powerful uniforms is the kingdom, so there can be no power there. Or perhaps there is still a possibility. Because there was a demon born with a special power, Han used subtle methods to gradually eliminate the target, one by one. Han captured the target's form and movements decisively, but he had a weakness. In other words, if Han captures the target, he will forget that he is doing so, fully becoming the person himself, thinking and acting like them. I wonder who this person is. Mika is becoming increasingly suspicious. Before asking his question, Harbin also confirmed that there were no issues during the group discussion. It seems like Han said, I can't see anything from his eyes. I'm checking myself now, Mika thought, then used his hand to touch the cup to explore around. He didn't recognize anything to worry about from memory, but suddenly it seems like Mika has found something. This feeling seems to be the basement. There is something beneath him. No matter how many times Harbin asked, Han still insisted that there was nothing wrong. Mika just smiled and said to Harbin, if we go down there, there is no problem with you. Harbin heard it as if a set of hands had been placed on him in seconds. Mika quickly sensed that Han's reaction was unusual. He knew he couldn't pretend to know nothing about what was happening in the group discussion, but he couldn't jump to conclusions right away. Seeing Han want to go down the basement to check, Harbin suggested that he go with him, but Mika did not agree. Han wanted to go with Leon. I'm sure Han will leave immediately once he notices something strange. When Mika saw Harbin's expression, he was so doubtful. Suddenly, Seyfried appeared, and Mika pointed at him, saying he wanted to go with him. leaving Seyfried a few seconds behind because he didn't understand the motive. Watching Mika head straight into the basement, Seyfried couldn't grasp what Han was trying to do. Today, I felt there was something hidden under the floor, not in Han's words, but right beneath us. You used to say that we are self-reliant. Can you give me a reason? We don't even know much about each other, Seyfried asked. Mika smiled for a moment, took a breath, and said, Do you really think the gods can't do wrong? It looks like all the curses are directed at the gods, and it seems like they don't cause any trouble. They always know how to make everything seem reasonable. Have you ever considered how your actions affect those around you? Mika's single sentence made him reflect and reminded us to always think carefully before acting. And that's why you left the House of the Gods later. The curse disappeared. The moment you left her, you also lost your way. You were just using logic like a door. Did the judge tell you that her words of the gods were a curse on the lives of ordinary people? Have you ever looked at the world yourself to see if his words are true or not? Does the path you choose ever consider doing something for your own free will? This conversation is completely meaningless. When I asked the question, you didn't expect me to say positive things, did you? Mika's every word made Seyfried nervous. Nothing would change if he didn't plan to change. That kind of event would never occur. Under the sunlight, Mika's light shone through the basement. Seyfried smiled, claiming everything was fine here. But it was wrong, baby. Seth and Mika were both in a harmonious mood after the magic of the light shone through the basement, a brain full of blood. What did you just say? There's nothing here. It's similar to what worries Jigreso, but much less intense. Mika just said she drove the sword straight through several other brains. These are the only remaining parts of the body, but it doesn't seem to be the only part. Mika must have had dozens, hundreds of them all over the country. No, that's not enough. If Heikao asked for himself, it couldn't be that simple. We are not dispensable. Mika sank down alone. Seyfried saw her like that and hesitated to approach the purple person, confused about what the hell was happening. What should I do? What is the right thing? Thinking about it, Mika pointed her finger at Seyfried's face and said, Meanwhile, Harbin sat silently about Mika. Unexpectedly, he remained silent again at the phone booth for a week and then suddenly reappeared. Really? What's there? I haven't seen anything suspicious. But on that face, he knew something I didn't notice. Thinking about it, he always forgot to talk to Leon about the fight. As I mentioned earlier, our previous conflict was not an official battle. Earning the title of vice captain of the Thang Heap CC group is no easy feat. It's not that I haven't heard of you, Leon, but compared to me, your skills are nothing. Ippo suddenly stood up, eyes full of hostility, drawing his sword. Leon smiled, eager to taste the thrill of the fight with Hippo. It's true that this is our first time doing that, so there's a bit of deception on both sides. You think we're not a big challenge for you. You're not truly a master, but your skills are at that level. Still, compared to him, you're still very weak. Let's give it a try, Leon said loudly, as if he were charging at his opponent with the strength of a bull. Ippo also fought with his sword at a lightning-fast speed, each of his strikes faster than Leon's, pushing everything into danger. They were blocking each other's way. Ippo realized that the other fighters were also on the opposite side of his watch, so he felt a bit nervous. If we can't demonstrate the strength of our skills in this battle, we will no longer confront the Thang Heap CC group, Han Tam thought as the battle raged intensely. A sound like the rising sun echoed. Mika from the foggy village appeared, step by step, to announce that the Thang Heap CC group would cease operations from today. Hearing this news, Set was shaken as if he had been drowned in a pit. The reason Mika gave up was because some demons were hiding behind their main wall. Just then, Mika took control, combining the power of the World Tree and Heikao, along with Set's treasure, to unleash overwhelming power across the stage. Come out here, who's there? Who just coughed? Mika asked seriously. The person named Milisen in the Thang Heap CC group suddenly coughed loudly, but still showed signs of being a demon. Come on, I see you as a very strong player, Mika said. Milisen used himself. Leon refused to push. Han killed people, tore through that person's flesh, and then entered the human race. How incredible. But what can we do? We can't do much about it. Just saying, Mika made Milisen hit his head with his stomach. Milisen knew he couldn't hide the truth anymore. He secretly searched around the person and gradually came out of the fog. Milisen disappeared every year. Now Mika is ruined in this moment, really making it explode. Just like how this situation is now remembered, Naren's assassination. You're the one capable of doing that, Delos. Mika just looked at the image of the early demon's bullet and was filled with fear. The demon behind this, Delos, is the commander of the 6th Army and Mero's right hand. That's just a small part of that woman's power. Anyway, you're just her loyal servant. In the world, Mika the Cool Dragon, the dragon's son, Returning to the homeland, Seyfried has a bit of a hard time. Han, though a hero, never realized that his colleague right beside him was actually a demon. Why did I become a hero? I have enough strength, so what's the point?
No, if there's a shortage, I just need to do my best to make up for it. The god will never abandon those who are strong.
I'm trying to be a bit more proactive. Mika's past words were about making Seyfried the focus of attention. Han clenched his fists in fear of the demon, feeling disappointed that none of you could find the demon disguised as your colleague. This may be difficult for ordinary people, but I believe in you more. I think you are noble and brave. I've heard rumors that some of you are starting over with scoundrels just for personal gain.
Mika is talking nonsense. The flower bouquet is large, and they say they serve the god or the high god, so they always stay the same.
Is that why you attacked the first demon?
We can understand if you were trying to drive the demon out of the palace.
But I no longer need to explain, and you have no right to do so.
Seyfried, you must also agree, right?
Harbin thought Seyfried was being beaten by his brother, sweating like a bath. Suddenly, Seyfried grew up, painted his father's face, and was afraid of whom. You are right. But before that, I want to test my strength myself and challenge you. If you want to challenge me, then let's fight for an equal stake. You can only truly fight seriously when there is fear in this battle. Mika says. Mika wants to use the sacred string that Seyfried often wears. Wait for him to kick the OK cons, and the battle between the two men officially begins. Mika recalls the previous time he used the treasure's absolute defense. It can serve as the main weapon in this battle, but I still believe it's fine because I can see Seyfried's skill in his palm. Right now, Seyfried is being consumed by despair and self-hatred, all because he lost faith in his ability to become a hero. So it's better for Mika too. Mika is so confused that he can't say anything to Seyfried. Mika's opponent is also fighting against Mika, both fighting and fighting. Seyfried used all his strength from the start because he was afraid of losing to Mika. The speed of the sacred string must be called OO. Mika activates Seyfried's 5-layer multitask skill, then executes a counterattack that blinds Seyfried. Not only that, Mika also used an upgraded version of the 2-round spell, Mana Sword. Since this was a spell he once used to help Seyfried in the past, it doesn't cause harm but only pain. Seyfried brandishes his sword and attempts to fight back, but after a loud explosion and a cloud of smoke, he vanishes as if he had never been there. Mika, quick to notice the opponent's route, also knew Seyfried would come straight at him, so he prepared another spell in a very short time. Seyfried can no longer destroy all the mana swords, and Mika is still able to use his multitask skill, making him tired and causing him to fall to the ground. Mika doesn't want to end the fight yet, because there are still 10 mana swords active, and it's still too early. Mika appears mysterious, eager to take the opponent's card and use it to his advantage. Mika responds. This card can boost power and recovery, and it also has a hidden function that most people are unaware of. But Mika feels it's not the right time to activate its secret ability. Using it to boost his own power is enough for Mika. After losing the sad contest like a cake, Seyfried is still too weak for this fair fight. In a fair fight, let me ask you two things. If it's not a duel, do you use other spells? For example, attacking from behind or using dark magic. Mika cut him off to ask Seyfried to scare him to death. I will never do that. It's not fair to a hero, Seyfried replied decisively. Even if it means hundreds of thousands of people will die later. What does it matter to be a hero if you can't protect the people? Mika says more, coldly. Mika pushed him hard. Seyfried responded with just one word, then finished the exchange, greeted Mika, and left. Mika no longer wanted to listen to Seyfried because he had imagined what he said. Do you think I went too far? With Seyfried, another hero, he doesn't seem like a bad person, even if he looks a little rough. Leon runs after Mika, wondering if he is another person. I have not acted like that. But to become a hero, then again, take on a bigger responsibility than you think. Suddenly, Mika looks to the other side, where the leader of the Keelan gang from the first call is standing, thinking he came here for Cassandra. Leon was also surprised, wanting to know what Mika was going to do next. I will go face to face with him, Mika said, eager to approach Kylan. The two of us gazing into each other's eyes with affection, both happy and smiling, not hiding their excitement as they ask each other questions like, children? I can't believe I met you here. It seems my luck isn't over yet. Kylan held Mika's hand and said, Ha ha, he said tomorrow. Well, he was right, because the Chianchi family was brought home safely. We were really lucky that she didn't fall into the hands of the ghosts. Those 2 words from the ghosts fell into Kylan's hands, making him a little scared. Mika still said, I'm sure they're ghosts or something. I can't let someone in the kingdom do that again. But if they existed, I wouldn't be surprised if they were struck down by lightning. Can you believe
Someone with faith would go against the words of the Chines. With someone like him, I'm sure he'll never become a human like that. Right, Kylan, even though extremely uncomfortable, still tried to put on a smile, or now I have something to do. Before leaving, he was going to tell Mika about the hero's role, but when Mika took it, he didn't care. The hero isn't you, but our god, the high-ranking demon. Kylan laughed, then turned his back and left, a feeling of discomfort emanating from him or someone nearby, poking at the barrel and making things quite awkward. She was stunned to realize that Mika also shared the same thought. The demon Mika defeated, Delos, is the killer's name, and before Mika returned, it was famous for its own deeds. But an interesting fact is that he has a twin brother named Ludos. Back home, Kylan was just about to tell everyone about the Holy Grail. Realizing they had announced a suspension of all activities due to internal issues, he tapped the table, the chair, even the headline, as the small number was about to drop. His pride at that moment was as high as a mountain, with only one Purgus name and a scar in his mind. At this moment, the high-ranking demon Haran appeared. Haran, or the faith of the Holy Grail, will begin to cease all activities indefinitely. Then shock appeared in his eyes, thinking he was just being deceived. One Purgus, all because of Han Ta, an evil wizard who dared to kill the entire Holy Grail. That's also why I called you here, Haran. How is the demon's spirit this time? Kylan sighed and asked Haran, "Oh, you mean the legend of the spring?" Fortunately, our highest god hasn't given me any early warnings about this situation. We know that the prophet's words can be more accurate than anyone else's, especially compared to that woman. He replied that everything that needed to be said had been said, and Kylan finally agreed to leave at Haran's request. Haran just turned his face 180 degrees faster than the old lovers, and Cam remembered he had just made a wish with them not long ago, but the problem had already arisen. At that moment, during the first call, Mika told the guard 2 stories, mentioning there was still one more demon. The guard, exhausted, sighed because Mika kept wandering around in one place and the monster was there, so an old man like him was just lost like this. The old man, the demon, Keelan, confirmed that he had a tendency to steal demons, and there was an epidemic involving a demon regarded as a teacher in that teacher, which is one of the sins even demons cannot escape. Mika said Cassandra worried that Mika would not be able to easily prove his guilt. That does not need to be considered as a headache. Because we already have the support of the king's teacher, I confidently affirm that the knighthood team has fully sealed the sky on Mika's side, proving that the demon king has touched the teacher. And above all, Mika has Hekau's mark in his hand. With this, the position of the king's teacher will be different from before. Mika smiled, determined that in 4 days, during the soldier's ability test where all the demon kings will gather, he would create the perfect stage to wipe out Keelan's sins and send the demon to hell. At the same time, he also needs Cassandra's help. Cassandra's words of wisdom must be respected and protected. I can't let her fail again like last time. Mika thought that Cassandra was not very confident in her abilities and that the chief judge had previously been reluctant to say anything to her. Most people still don't realize the importance of the future. That means she has the ability to connect with the spirit. With Mika's support, Cassandra gradually regained confidence and knew she couldn't fail. We spoke with the king above. It was a high-level conversation, hard to believe. Mika smiled, and one cold morning with beautiful weather, he remembered the old days. The breath he took when he met the girl from the temple was empty of any feeling. He taught her about tea and told her about the famous tea leaves from each region. He taught her many things, but in the end, he couldn't protect her. Not only could he not protect her, but he could only watch as she was expelled from the city. He was breathing for a long time. A voice was heard behind his back, making him very emotional. "What do you think?" "I have to try everything to find a better way to change. I have something to tell you," Mika said excitedly. "Thanks to you, I can live comfortably on the first stage. In the next 2 days, we will have enough ability to become heroes that will not be verified here." "That's right. The goal is to evaluate your abilities and gauge each group's perspective," he replied. Hearing Mika mention many things, the judges support Siegfried, he nodded, lying, not knowing what to say. Mika won Purgus. The stories about that day have damaged the reputation of a noble family member, and rumors about that day trying to seize the old throne. Although there are many reports that he was a bad person that day, we do not see it that way. He was just judging Mika from the start. So, in an instant, he abandoned his reputation and begged Mika to take care of Cassandra, even though Mika was no longer destined to be a hero. What does that imply? What I just said also means that you cannot become a hero. But for the future of that young boy, June was smart, brave, and brave enough not to look directly at Mika for fear of becoming a hero. Hearing Mika ask for a reason, he revealed that if Siegfried was chosen to be a hero, Cassandra would be lost.
A superstition that no one believes in. If that happens, Cassandra will die in the pit of suffering. If the girl can leave the kingdom, I believe the boy will be happier. She is a young girl who has endured too much suffering. I don't want the girl to have to endure anything anymore, he whispered. This is hard for me to answer, because I will be the chosen one. Mika's confidence excited him so much that he was a bit shocked by the influence of the killing power. He was surprised to see Mika not leave. In a few seconds, he closed his eyes and saw around Mika as if covered by a pair of flint-like wings. Please tell me what I should do. He was angry that Narun's last breath came before Mika's. It's probably obvious that exchanging Narun's last breath is quite simple. It seems that Narun sensed Heikau's aura on Mika. Although Narun was supporting Mika, the reason Mika spoke to him was simply because he had died in the previous chapter. Mika wants to eliminate all the possibilities that make that happen, and that is when all his doubts are confirmed. Step outside with Seth, Mika's hand holding the blood of the destroyed demon. Mika turned to break the seal on Narun's wrist, revealing evidence that he was assassinated and had a prior plan. As Mika prepared to crush the other objects with his hands, Seth was able to stab the two items Mika couldn't reach to communicate with Heikau, because of the demon's right eye. It's also a part of that soul's existence. It seems like it's somewhere beneath us. The demon's location is the first hero's phone inside the kingdom, and this place is so vast that Mika has to fold to fit. Mika feels that if he were a hero, he would also be in 8th place. Everything in this world seems to be becoming increasingly difficult for me. If the first hero sees this scene, he will go crazy with the kingdom. Mika says, "Step inside. The clean and empty space of this place shows that this place is well taken care of. We can't ignore the first hero's personality, even if this place is the source of the infection." I feel a little bad. I hope it's not the worst scene. Mika just walked ahead, ignoring the cold coffin that looked like a bandage on the first hero's body. Mika broke the seal and then took a step closer. Seth hid his eyes when Mika heard that the demon's mouth had hidden the eyes of the demon's king exactly inside the hero's coffin. But that is impossible. It is impossible for the demon's eyes and the hero's body to coexist. Seth firmly insists that if it was fully absorbed before he died, then what? To verify if this explanation is correct, Mika confidently stepped forward toward the old coffin, his eyes full of resolve. If my explanation is wrong, then the hero's body inside the coffin remains intact. Please say I was wrong. I just fell off the bridge, and Mika only turned the coffin over. Looking at both, it's an old coffin, empty to the touch. Seth is scared and unsure of what to do next, but Mika, on the other hand, is smiling, so it's not too bad. Instead, it's better if we figure this out now. Let's handle the problem. Mika quickly stepped down the stairs. In the dark room, the light flickered slightly. Haran sat in a corner. The dead body from gray-brown turned red as he thought of Mika. The old coffin was very simple, but the name Walpurgis, the young one, after Han appeared, the chaos gradually grew more intense. It's hard, but what can we do to get rid of Han here? Haran has always been waiting for you. I am the hero buried here. Sorry for being late. What is about to happen is not because of me, but because the devil has invaded my coffin. Please kill me, Mr. Junjun, the king of magic, his eyes bloodshot as he looked at Mika. The devil's power kept attacking Mika's face. He calmly called him 2 hours before the funeral. They met, but didn't stay, and there was no reason to use their power to fight each other. Mika used the white leaf to block the intense energy from reaching me. With such a fragile body, the devil's power must also be diminished by the new law. Most of that body's power has faded, and the curse is gone. It might have just been a bluff. It seems like the devil's eyes are controlling the hero's movements, Mika thinks, because the hero in front of him didn't use his aura. The new Junjun kept drawing a circle filled with devil's magic. Mika quickly slid into the coffin and summoned fire to stop the other magic. Both types of magic combined burst into a flash of spiritual light. So the hero before being slain was a true wizard. But what about the sword? Mika was confused. The devil called it the sword only because of its detailed design. It only has one outer layer. If you truly have to pick a material to craft something for me, it can only be the sword's outer layer. It contains all the power within. Since I am dead, I no longer care who holds it. But before, because you are a hero, there was still one thing you had to do, right? Because the hero said so, it seemed he felt he no longer had the strength to go on. He had reached his limit. Young man, my descendant, I will leave this world to you. He thought and slowly fell to the ground, the car crashing down with him, hoping to be peacefully slain where he would remain forever. Mika isn't sure when the first hero had to keep this in mind. He wants to craft a perfect ending for a legend that was slain but leaves no regrets. Mika has just proven the law. that the devil inside the body is due to the hero taking the throne, and the mind controlling its strings was shattered on Mika's side. After mastering the sixth law, many things changed. The old law was the standard for a six-circle wizard, but for me, it was more than that. Although this only works when I use the law, I can also cast eighth circle magic, the golden scale. Mika thought, a drop of water infused with magic from his fingers could spread into each large and small cube like a blade, but which devil is it? Its six-round magic circle, clashing with Mika's magic, caused chaos never before seen. Mika redirected his mana and, before striking with the power of the phoenix like this mountain, he released and transferred it, causing the phoenix to approach the devil's face. It opened its eyes and looked at Mika. Han predicted that Mika would approach and hide a magic circle behind his back. He deliberately prolonged the moment to attract more magic and positioned himself within the smoke of the confrontation. But the mountain was taller, and Mika quickly found his way back from the front, finally grabbing the devil in his hands with great power. Using only magic cannot fully destroy his mind, so I have prepared some special magic. A story he created himself to help him become the strongest role model in the world. Mika thought that by harnessing divine power, he created a treasure from his mother's womb, the phoenix, and a bright light shone before him, transforming into a white hole. The first hero moved behind Mika, taking on a human form before he died. Seeing him, he was different from what Mika had imagined, different from the images of the dragon's feet that only had a bright personality on the wall. Both joyful and sorrowful, they were drawn to each other. In the end, the hero felt at ease once more, as the long years of his life had been endured with hope to continue growing before eventually fading away. Although he was very confident that he was a patient person, gradually, deep inside, he also started to break down. So, before it completely fell apart, Maka arrived. Now he can rest easy knowing there are trustworthy heirs like Mika. We will return this world to you. Yes, the money is saved so we can relax. With the contract over, Heikao just appeared and praised Mika. Seeing her say she wanted to reward herself, Mika suggested giving Cassandra a chance to see the message. Because, Heikao, Cassandra has endured so many hardships. Of course, that's what I should do. But I can't call it a reward because it's the debt I owe to the little girl. Do you still want anything else, or should I ask Mika? Thanks to the free week, I no longer have any issues with mana. So there's just one more important thing. Mika snapped out of her storm of thoughts. She opened her eyes and realized she had returned to the real world. Her talent has returned to its original state, so this is not a lie. This means that when Set arrived, Mika was still cold after meeting Heikao and was shocked. It's all because Heikao refused to let Set go with her, making Set so angry she wanted to die. She did that because she still kept her promise to me last time. Everyone knows she has a stomach ache or something, so what did she say to him? Set hugged her with a question mark. Suddenly, a huge rock fell from above, wrapped in a coat. Next to it was a letter saying that the little girl was going to die. Mika thought she was being struck by lightning. Only those who overcome and destroy their destined fate can obtain what they desire. The engraved name says it all. It records the special magic that can be used immediately. She herself is a 7th-round magic user, but because she is the symbol of the first soldier, Mika doesn't think she remembers magic as usual. Set's concern that the sign will cause Mika to lose her complete personality doesn't matter to Wu or her. What Mika needs to do now is to get out of here. Before leaving, Mika needs to bring something precious here. Outside, Haran is covered in blood and exhausted. I can no longer sense the power of the magical god. The remains of the magical god are scattered all over the capital, vanishing. Please, Marrow, forgive me if the plan fails. Haran, covered in blood, begged for mercy. Now that everything has reached this point, Haran wants to ask for something greater. The clan gathering will be held in 2 days, just in time, but it's not enough to have only one group. When I arrive, I will eliminate the entire royal family. Haran is crying tears of joy. Mika sits on the tree, gazing across, lost in a daze, caught between excitement and anticipation as everything begins to shift in an intriguing way. The killing dwarf is losing his mind, cursing Mika, pounding the table and the chair. Mika Wanpurgis, why did this happen to me? I believe I am the chosen one. That's why she sent Haran to me. Haran, that young boy, told me about the magical god, and if we follow his advice, we can solve this problem. So I couldn't believe the fairy tale of the girl Cassandra. That's why I kicked her out. He thought everything was fine, but who would have a mole like that on Mika's hand? He was staring at the face of the dead brother, and Haran's face appeared with a smile, right? If we have the words of the magical god, even the king or other generals cannot deny it, we can turn the tide. He happily thought of a plan. Haran told the two gods that King Gregorios was doing wrong, and also mentioned the priests with blood like Walpurgis who were misdeeds in the kingdom. Killing heard these words and felt very satisfied. Haran smiled, gently touching Killing's face, and said, "You must do everything you can for that day. You need to gather your strength, but with both hands. Now tell us." In just a few minutes, Haran's evil spirit has subdued Killing. He is now just a ghost, awake and alert, following Haran's orders. On the day of the ability test, Mika was quite pleased because most of the priests still neutral or supporting Siegfried were about to turn to his side. But besides that, Siegfried couldn't take any concrete action. Maybe Mika had hit Haran a bit too hard, so Haran was still in shock. But anyway, Haran is still a worthy person with the title of hero, Mika thought. With only 3 hours left to decide the hero's position, Mika wanted to wait a little longer for Siegfried. This priest is very confident that Mika will be chosen as a hero because he believes there is no better decision. Waiting and waiting, Siegfried finally arrived, having stayed awake all night pondering Mika's words. "We are not the most special." Harbin used to say that everything is truly unfair, but after thinking it over for a long time, he admitted he was wrong. He wanted to apologize to him and the priests, but he couldn't leave. The other priests felt the same way. They were the ones who had previously objected and shown anger. Even though not much time has passed, it's clear who is right and who is wrong to have a demon stand before everyone like that. I'm sure it's not just about reaching the top. General Mokulin, who once pulled me in, said that the hero's path I believe in is the right one. That is the will of the gods, so I never doubted it, and the people around me also confirmed it. The only one who said that was the wrong path was you, Mika. So please tell me what I need to do. Siegfried did not stay at the water's edge in front of Mika, his eyes fluttering as he begged for advice. He remembered the old days when he held a book, realizing that his thoughts had always been deceived until now. "I remember when I was a kid, I found a book in the graveyard. That book drew a hero with the sun, moon, and stars on the beach. The young Siegfried read it with very interesting eyes. It is a book about heroes. That day marked a turning point in revealing the truth that young Siegfried was trapped in the monocircle, symbolizing the illusion of heroism. He held the little boy he cherished in his heart, the one who loved reading that book with a blue circle tied to his life. Full of sorrow, I didn't want to disappoint General Mokulin. He still suffers. But now I must admit that the image of the main male and Siegfried are now facing each other. The golden-haired knight understands one thing. Mika, the one I feel, is not like a hero." Siegfried had to struggle deeply within himself to admit that he was the greatest hero, the figure of light protecting France who defeated the Dark Knight. It was very hard for Siegfried to find the words to express his gratitude. He looked directly at Mika, speaking with Van Nuys' voice, and asked what he needed to do. The hero's eyes shone brightly, Mika nodded, and the sky stretched on. He asked the golden-haired knight with a lost expression on his face what he wanted him to say, and if it was advice, he had already told him clearly. He immediately replied that the main male was also because of the voice of his sword, which had been greatly worn out. Remembering the scene of Van Nuys lying down, a girl who wanted to look back, Siegfried was mistaken. He had also lost his last hope. He was terrified to ask what he could do to get those things back. He didn't know what to do. It was a tragedy as foolish as it was tragic. "Listen." Mika couldn't control himself at that moment. He said that this name was truly self-deprecating, as if the golden hair was splashed in his face, nodding in response to the question of what the hell, what the hell. The soldier moved his mouth, but with a pig head, he had to give a handful of nails. Mika was angry at both of his nails for him to have a sludge and stomach. Hearing the sound of the sound, it was enough to understand that it was heavy. The swordsman clenched his jaw, his eyes white with pain, and was thrown 10 meters away, his hands covered in mud on the ground. In this scene Siegfried couldn't predict. He opened his eyes wide, disbelief in what just happened, opening his mouth to ask why. But the soldier moved his mouth without speaking. Why? The evil enemy just emerged from the ring, waving his hands at each other, saying he came to see me because he wanted to change his horse, then his sword, which really made me so angry and extremely uncomfortable. The main male turned around and asked why everyone was beaten, not thinking to apologize to the one who had hit him. Siegfried felt guilty. This idea was too new. Mika said his name was someone else's if you want to change. Mika, also known as Joker, appeared calm with a smiling face and an angry look as he looked at the photo of Fort Chuban. He waved his hands at each other, threatening the swordsman's name, then went to meet someone else, but returned home. His mother said happily in front of him, "It's all because of this pig's name." Looking at the evil face in front of Siegfried, he said, wait, I'm scared, VL. Wait. He didn't even bleed. He said, "Forgive me." Throughout the court, the sound of the bell was heard as if it was swallowed by the mother's saliva. The sun was still shining over the Tiangliang court of the Tiang Quoc, where a young man who had been beaten to death was laid inside. The spirits wandered around, chatting with each other in the court, and the atmosphere was as joyful as a festival day. A spirit of full wish said, "Ha ha ha. I didn't expect this life. I was able to attend the hero's selection ceremony." The opponent replied, "I don't know if this is a good thing or not." They continued to talk about it, and there was a Frenchman who became a hero candidate. His name is Mika. The other person raised his voice. "A Frenchman wants to be a hero, so his illusion is strong." The spirit said, "Oui, Qian Vang asked a Frenchman. He can't become a hero." Seeing the smiling people in front of them, they agreed to ask, "Isn't that the leader of the Ali group? Why can't I meet you here?" The leader of the group smiled and said, "This is the hero selection ceremony, so of course we had to come." He announced that the Mika candidate had defeated a monster in the capital, and the spirit responded, "Yes, that's right." That's enough. The others didn't believe the question, even if the capital wasn't hurt much after killing that monster. The leader of Ali said, "Yes, that's why we came here to support the Mika candidate. He's a one-year talent." After Mr. Vang turned around, he said to the leader of the Ali group, the evil old man still played the role of Qilin with a friendly smile. The two hands held each other, and Ali said, "Yes, it's a pleasure to meet you." In the air, the leader of the Qilin group wondered if the old man was destroying the kingdom, while the young man played the role of the holy man, his eyes filled with serious questions about the old man's true intentions. The Qilin old man spoke, but the leader of the Ali group smiled, asking if he really thought that God would be satisfied with what was happening. The leader of the Qilin group heard that and asked himself, "Why is it that the old woman is really a question?" He replied, "That's not for us to judge." The Qilин's hand clenched his tightly, the old man said. In the Qilин's mouth, the will of the god began to fade, which is easy to recognize. Then it can always change. Then suddenly the old man disappeared in front of him. Ali was surprised and asked, "Do you dare to stop searching around in the depths of hell? He disappeared. What is happening? I don't think I met the devil." Realizing something was wrong, he frowned and said, "Don't say that I'll kill him." And the movie ended. Ali's heart was filled with Mika's name, while the man just called out Siegfried, the Qilin scissor, like a sandstorm. He was given a dismissive look, the man's mouth curling into a sneer. Do I need to beat him until his parents can't recognize him? No, his mother would beat him into the ground. Mika remembered the scene when he was typing this name, full of satisfaction. Then the fairy girl hugged him. The man was cold, of course, but he, my youth, if Cassandra didn't come, then I would have beaten the living man to death. The hero was worried. The golden hair scissor called Mika. He asked to become a hero, then he was very short, Micah answered. Very short mother Kip before me, the MNR just went to choose the hero's name, the fake like this. Siegfried smiled. Ha. The day was really not easy to let go. Then the two people immersed in their own thoughts. Mika looked at the golden sandbag. The more he looked, the more he was angry. He thought it was really pathetic. Suddenly a person ran face to face. Lao in front of Nam Chin, that person called Mika every day. He looked back and found out who the person was. He tried to help, but the person had to accept the punishment, a voice said. The golden sandbag, the mind of the golden sandbag, said, "Stop, the golden sandbag, Kip." Lao laughed. Ha, this is the mortal world, not the fairy realm. Cassandra stood firm and warned Kip not to go too far, that he was crossing the line. That girl. The old man's face fell as he slowly approached and asked, "What is your opinion?" The sword was pointed directly at Kip, and its owner warned Lao to stop. The golden sandbag looked at the girl with yellow hair standing in front of Cassandra and Gon asked Ida, "Why are you blocking me?" The girl with yellow hair told him she really didn't know why. Seeing Kip close his eyes without answering, Ida spoke loudly or perhaps was deliberately pretending not to know, then she lulled him and ran. Ada recalled her recent story with Mika, and her mother-in-law believed he was right. Mika smiled confidently and assured the golden sandbag that something would definitely happen. At that moment, her expression was extremely sad, and Ida wondered how he could predict the future so easily. Seeing the old man's face full of confusion and exhaustion, she warned Lao to choose, either let go and resist, or resist and be forced to hold on. Lao chuckled and looked at the two girls like fools. Then Kip said he didn't understand why so many brave people let go of the sandbag. Lao raised his hand, pointed his sword at the girl with a round face, and whispered loudly in his ear. With white eyes, the girl turned into a snail, and Kip seemed to be playing a game of God, walking alongside him. Ida suddenly gasped, thinking her mother-in-law had taken too much medicine half an hour ago to cause a brain tumor. The purple magic struck her, and Cassandra beside her didn't react. The fairy girl was so worried that Ida,
The girl with yellow hair was attacked by the evil magic, slashing across the roof. Ada. The Emperor realized this was not magic. The old man had become his mother's most powerful son. Watching the old man being attacked by magic, the old woman asked him what kind of pants he made, and the general dared to shout. Lao raised his hands, saying, "Not I said so." A terrifying scene appeared with his mother, as the old man's hair slowly fell out. Killen was also caught by 2 horns on his head, only missing the green grass. A black, bitter dragon with red eyes appeared and said that the god was walking with him. He must have been talking to the horned god. Ada gasped, sticking out a horned horn. Her mother, she did not enjoy the goat's food. Purple magic appeared around the ugly creature. The bullhorn magic immediately targeted Ida for an attack. She had no time to react, just a moment. In the pair of yellow eyes in Ida's gaze, the reflection of the bullhorn magic was close. She thought, how can I get the rice box? And then, the money to cut the goat is too little. A familiar scene unfolded as a white cloth with a square-shaped mask appeared in front of Ida, shielding her safely from Keelan's attack. She was so scared to look back at who had just come out. Ida's face suddenly lit up with a smile. Laughing, ha ha ha. She began to say, "You arrived late, Frenchman," but Mika's hand was next to 6th Street without saying a word. The boy looked at his rebellious name and said, "Now Namchin is truly strong." The magic around Keelan suddenly vanished, and the old man's figure faded. His eyes looked at Namchin and asked why he was here. Mika didn't answer Kylan's question, so he asked the old man how it felt to be bullied. The old man's eyes were red like deadline runners. Keelan saw the student being bullied by Mika and ordered him to come here, to 6th Street. The old man chuckled mischievously, then turned to him and asked, "Who told you to bring and guide the child?" "Come here, hold my hand tightly, hold my hand for a long time." The old man kept dancing where the child was standing, and suddenly 6th Street woke up. Keelan realized this wasn't where the child belonged. Mika was pulling his golden hair, and in a panic, what should we do? Choose a bird or listen to the wisdom. Mika refused to help him choose the fire, saying it was something he had to decide for himself. Namchin added that and be responsible for your decision. 6th Street's face was not clearly expressed at the time. Keelan kept dancing here. Come back and we'll return to the old days. The old man opened his eyes, heard a sound, and a firm footstep on the floor. Staring at 6th Street with a sword pointed at him, the old man stood and asked what the boy was doing. His mother. His hometown is our hometown. His dance became his mother's. His golden hair was fierce, and almost every word he spoke signaled a pact. He couldn't stand between a wicked person who understood. Keelan's head was full of green roots. The old man was so angry he said, "Even you say so. You're the most trustworthy person, right? Why do you dare to do this? His mother is truly a good person." The old man laughed loudly as the god walked with him, while 6th Street hesitated to call the chief judge. Mika suddenly appeared in front of him and said, "If you don't want to be dragged in, don't act on your own." Keelan raised his hands and said he had always wanted this enlightenment for the rest of his life, and finally he achieved it before falling into the hole. Mika smiled. It was not enlightenment, but the call of judgment from the image, which was more accurate than Dragon Ball. The chief judge insisted that the newcomers were wrong. We are. The old man's head tilted to one side as he danced with the rice ball this afternoon. Mika watched the old man standing still, unusually. He shouted to stop, saying that enough of such a playful person. Behind Keelan, a dark shadow was slowly spreading. Mika said it's not the time to reveal it. He turned to a terrifying face and said, "Your father is talking to you. Don't stay so silent." He almost called Mero when Keelan aka Sun Jung appeared, with 2 horns on his head and blood-red eyes. Keelan aka Mero raised his voice to ask Mika since when, and the chief judge answered immediately, without any hint of a hi, we've already eaten 2 meals. The villain's name was intriguing, so he was a professor specializing in punishing evil stories. He guessed answer A, so you know A and you are the next to be transformed. But hearing a funny story, Mero chuckled and said it was really interesting. Han nodded, knowing he possessed great power but had existed for a long time, while Mika closed his eyes silently, showing no reaction. He thought his mother was just good at Dragon Ball, saying she was still young and inexperienced and couldn't beat us, right? The chief judge used his face to spell out 4 letters of the axe's name. Self-support. Mero believed that the name of the evil king, Beelzebub, had fallen into an insurmountable state, even though Han was something that could be eliminated at any moment. When Han's whereabouts were exposed, it would also trigger chaos for the future. His hands were so gentle he hadn't gone to work for a long time, smiling and laughing. He. We also have our plans. He patted a soft cheek, scratched his beard, and Han was so happy to declare that this old man was not the only one we controlled. Mika answered clearly, "Your father knew for a long time." The reason Han felt bad was because Lutos wasn't here, so he was definitely present. Mero took his mother's hat and put it on his back. He was so worried. Mika asked why. It was so obvious. We don't know what kind of pants he was wearing. The only thing we know is that he placed the tree on the ground. The stone atop the tree emitted a green light, and the chief judge confirmed it was the same as that evil king, indicating carelessness. At that moment, inside the temple, Leon was simply walking, and the statue was just breathing. He was worried about the search around, suspecting that Han was just nearby. I recall the image. Mika confirmed he was looking for the person kidnapped by that devil. Leon thought the devil had possessed him, but he had never been wrong. He was afraid of losing his sword, worried that a mistake could cost him everything. As he looked at the sword, he realized the weight of that responsibility. Leon held his head high, wondering why he was given this task. The people around him looked at him like a new patient just admitted to the hospital. His face wasn't bleeding, the sword kept flickering. The power of the devil and the power of the body. I can't find both in one person. I must be a god. Remember the image? Mika shook his hand with me, and said the direction was very important. Leon just wanted to hit the main man. He was worried, but he kept saying things that he didn't understand. The swordsman's only concern was how to fix it. As a beam of light passed through him, catching Leon's attention and making him hear a startling sound. He saw the light beam coming from the sword, as if someone had just passed by. Leon managed to catch it and confirmed that this was the case. The swordsman was pursuing the devil who had just passed by, and the devil allowed him to pause for a moment before the other man responded. His mother said, "If you don't look, then look at the picture." He looked at it, and Leon saw a black shadow on the other person's shoulder, with the strings of the black devil coming out of him. Seeing the two pairs of horns with red eyes, like clenched nails ready to strike, he opened his eyes in fear and saw a strange object that had just appeared. What was it? A black snake was trapped inside my body. Leon looked at the black devil sitting in front of him and cursed silently. I have a bad feeling about this. As if sensing something, he said, "This is evil energy," and looked back at a black shadow in the distance. A devil with silver hair slowly appeared, smiling and saying, "You are late, human." That is Heron. He is completely under a spell, or perhaps this is his true form, with red eyes, red teeth, and sharp fangs. He said, "We all belong to ourselves, and no one can escape us." A pair of horns, familiar from the devil's strings, appeared on his shoulder. It was a black devil. The brothers were hanging with the devil Leon had just sold. The power of his body was spreading, attacking all the spirits in the room. They were all suffering. Save me, I can't breathe." Leon lowered his sword and asked, "What should I do now?" Seeing Heron laugh, ha ha ha, he feared the evil power was beginning to consume everyone. A hand was raised in despair. Gradually, it was consumed by the devil's power into blackness, the image of evil. Leon was terrified, knowing they were about to be swallowed, but he reminded himself that he was still awake. Leon. A light gradually appeared, a glimmer of light shone in the dark space. Leon was confident that he could not be possessed by the devil and would be able to fly. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. Suddenly, rays of light appeared all around where Leon was standing in the middle of the magical space. The dark night disappeared instantly, leaving no trace of the devil's silence. Leon opened his eyes to a space filled with sparkling diamonds and wondered what kind of light it was. The trapped spirits were also restored by the magical light to their original form, no longer in pain. A spirit stepped forward and suddenly knelt in the center of the light. They crouched in the light, the spirits in a daze. Their eyes were unfocused, silent before the god's power. In a flickering ray of light at the center, a voice said, "The devil has awakened. Listen, children." A pair of hands raised, the voice continued to tell them to close their eyes and ears. They had been in darkness for a long time. But we have prepared one thing for you through the night, and brought you into the light. The god told him to stand up, and Leon saw his body trembling as he felt himself moving, unsure of what was happening, and worried that the spirit was contemplating the situation. Remembering Micah's long-awaited words was a crucial clue, and he realized that no matter how much he knew, this was bound to happen, so he pushed himself away. Leon wondered if he had met the god himself, and if he was him, maybe he was. He decided to trust that everything would be resolved and asked what to do. The voice came from the light ray, releasing them. The swordsman laughed. "Ha ha, I understand." He held a sword, released a blue spiritual power, his eyes filled with confidence, and said that if you can do it, it's as easy as eating that porridge. A vast universe beyond Earth.
where the yellow light ray and the black shadow ray are divided by the light ray. This ray emanates from the source of light, spreading across the earth like Christmas lights, and since the dawn of the universe, shadow and light have coexisted. The shadow only exists, but the light spreads out and creates a small world. That expansion gave rise to the law, and the law created the sky and the earth. And from the earth, these initial beams form into a sphere of heavy words linked to the ground, showing the king's hands welcoming the light ray, and the law indicating that the light always exists, which in the future people will call the king's blessing. And so it is called the power, as Leon's sword unleashes a golden light enveloped by a blue aura, with the shadow of the light rising into the sword in the cosmic air as if it were a sacred celebration. Leon's eyes looked fierce as he said, "Do it!" The band played the song after a quiet moment, and the ball began to awaken. They moved with lightning speed, animals rushing toward the source of the mist's smoke. Its massive beam of light enveloped Leon's sword, but he remained silent, channeling the band's power throughout his body. A massive green light shot straight into the sky. Leon leapt onto the sword and struck the giant dragonfly. Through the bright light, his eyes seemed focused as the dragonfly gradually vanished beneath the other light. A large green bridge emerged, shining from it and spreading in 4 directions. Killen, also known as Marrow, saw the scene in front of him and immediately died. He wondered why the power of the god could arrive so quickly. Mika jumped down from somewhere, showing his determination. He created a barrier to protect himself from Keelan's attack. He raised his hand to control the green energy and utter a low-level demon's name. "What does that mean?" And daring to dance in front of her? Mika raised his hand and asked, "Do you mean she's not afraid of us?" Then he said, "That evil name would also be told to the dragonfly. Too bad she's hurt." Mika's red eyes shone brightly. "You think I am a demon? Imagine me transforming into a giant demon in front of Keelan, believing that if I am a villain in that demon's eyes, then I must be the most villainous of all." He called Mika. "What are you thinking? The evil face is just a ghost." The main male recounted the story of defeating that demon. He was surprised by her answer, and the girl laughed. He called her to fly beside him, and she responded happily. Killen, the evil demon, uttered the words of the dragonfly, which just soared into the air and absorbed the magic, like a cursed stone hat that aimed to kill this demon. Mika responded with a powerful stone, and the dragonfly continued to block the old man's attack. He asked if it was better to run away, took the stone-like egg. The demon's name turned his head to one side and fled. Then the old man shook his hand and said, "Shut up! The demon's name is low, run away, the demon is not ashamed." Keelan went berserk, unleashing all the demon's power, and the dragonfly will let everyone go to save him. The old man's small fingers shone brightly. Mika looked serious, realizing that increasing his strength was not enough, and that only the power of light could change the situation, so he immediately extended his hand. While the old man was confused and asked himself where we were from, a beautiful star touched his hand and gave Mika an answer. "It is the kingdom, a sacred place where the power of the gods is strongest, and this path is filled with sincere faith." The god of wisdom smiled and said, "Ho ho, I'm really tired, so I'll go now." Mika's face lit up, and he smiled. The old man patted the tree down and asked, "What is that?" The great monk replied, "It's worth it. We should run when we have the chance." The powerful energy gradually emanated from him, with blue light shooting straight into the sky and spreading into a vast glow in space. The old man listened to Marrow's challenge as Marrow's form gradually changed, feeling the fear of danger. "I will remember that person, the name of the monster, and let him go to get the rice." Mika found it funny, and the old man laughed. "Ha ha." The old man was so hungry that he asked his father to wait for him. A huge light emerged in the kingdom, shooting straight up into the sky, where a white cloud appeared, circling the light. A sacred scene full of glory. The royal wind in the great eyes watched the sacred scene before him. The spirits and teachers in the kingdom all knelt and prayed. Everyone could feel it. The god who always left the kingdom has returned, marked by the sacred light surrounding the mountain and shining brightly through the clouds in the sky. In a purple palace illuminated by white prayers, the luxurious arrangement reflects the host's playfulness. The silence is peaceful, broken only by the ringing of bells. A girl, the horned god, with the figure of a firefly, angrily said again, "My soul has just been born. I am angry. Call my name." Her face gradually became clear, with red eyes, no horns, of course, the horned god, Mika Wanpurgis, the horned god. "Who is he?" "He is the 6th Commander Marrow, the one who has brought chaos to the kingdom." Thinking about the songs I put a lot of effort into playing, but they weren't enjoyable enough and proved ineffective. The old man thought he appeared naturally and ruined his plan, even taking away a part of his body. Mero envisioned a familiar orb with sacred light behind Mika to control everything. Even as a skilled priest, destroying part of the demon's body was nearly impossible. Certainly High Cow is involved in this. Bravo guessed correctly. 10 points. In short, I will uncover the details. A red-haired demon suddenly appeared, with a tail like a dragon, and he screamed for an hour. Then he lay on the roof of the house. Mero called out Lutos. The commander's shout was so loud that the demon's name sounded so stupid. Han knelt down to cover the roof of the house, and the demon immediately cut through it, destroying the house. The demon's voice rose, saying if it was true, then you had to die in battle. Han was afraid to say thank you for the day I was killed. Mero asked, we killed the demon, it was just a dream. Lutos quickly covered his mouth when he heard the demon say that his memory was very useful, so he killed him for being too much. A large horn pierced straight through the Han people. Sirovang followed. The demon's name was gradually revealed, and it understood why the online version had published the curse. Mero was skilled at explaining the lower-level network of the insignificant. Lutos begged the demon's commander for mercy. Thank you. Han turned into black smoke and left a red-haired demon. But Mero said those words had no meaning. AKA swallowed the demon, and Mero slowly processed it. Then Atta rinsed his mouth and announced Mika wan purgis, promising that next time they would definitely feed the people. A week after the incident, the full force of power stood in the ruler's position, overlooking the island of spirits. The wind's voice thanked everyone for coming to the celebration to honor the heroes. The king of Iden also appeared, wearing a mask, standing with Modin's guard, listening to the announcement of all that had happened, and finally the demons began to whisper and attack again. The people of Leon also listened carefully and said that from now on, the world will never be the same. Many problems will arise and confusion may follow, but the gods have not turned their backs on the tragedies that have haunted us. A white shirt fluttered in the wind. Mika then, holding the scepter, the shirt fluttered in the wind. The king continued to speak and granted us the power of the day. Mika wan purgis. The trial was set up quickly, and the organization arranged a professional event, to which the main man responded that way. A few days ago, Siegfried told him that I was about to withdraw from the hero candidate position. Staring at the swordsman's face, Mika asked again what had happened, why he was laughing on such a day, and he replied that he had no other choice. The main man was surprised when he heard him mention his age, almost at a loss for what to do. Siegfried thought about his arms, what created them. That thing was erased. Sad to say, but to become a hero, I have rejected my past, and that's what brought me to this place. Mika asked again. What about the brothers? Siegfried is the house where I don't see them. No, I can't. The main man sat on the bed, clenched his hands on his thighs and placed his hands together. But the question was, why did you come here? You came to ask for useless things. You won't live much longer. The other person was staring at each other's faces and said what everyone knows is true. I understand you don't have feelings for me. This person here didn't earn your trust, so of course you don't like me anymore. Mika looked seriously. He thought about the bubble in the heart of this name, a sharp tongue, and compared to his call, it was too much to handle in a short time. Remember the image before the last time he was so confused in front of this poor name. Mika thought he could be overwhelmed by memories from before he died. Everyone in this world, except me, is very different from the past. Siegfried with a sad face, Cassandra with a confident smile. He knew everyone was changing. Mika felt a bit sad. Siegfried continued to say that the Killing King hated me, but Kui was a ghost. The Killing King smiled and said that a light deed that saves people is the true essence of being a hero. Returning to the ceremony under the blue sky and white clouds, the Killing King asked Mika if he could be a hero. Would he accept his duty? The Killing King replied, I swear. A shiny face was placed on his head. The face gave him a familiar yet strange feeling. Remember, before I died, Siegfried was standing here, lying down, and the Killing King gave him the face of a crowd of people. At that time, he was in the crowd, happily sharing his joy with the heroes of the kingdom. Mika closed his eyes, and the ceremony ended. Suddenly, a light flashed from the Killing King's hand as he stood in front of the door, saying, Very good. He raised his hand and called out to him like an actor saying, You have become a hero, and we have killed the Killing King inside the kingdom. We have abandoned the ghost of the soul. Mika held his breath and answered yes. Leon sensed the reaction to that name, as if he was wrong, as if he was lying on his head. He answered, You are a hero. You are that hero. You should not feel happy. Namcheng continued to answer with a happy voice. I'm happy. At first, Mika thought he was happy because we had successfully completed the first stage.
He remembered the image he presented at the ceremony to symbolize the hero brand, but he couldn't truly say he was worthy of it.
Mika was certain that the evil giants still lurked somewhere out there, and the world remained at risk. He pictured himself standing amidst a battlefield of enemies. Namcheng pictured a flashback before him, thinking that this is just the beginning, and I am simply standing in the flashback. Mika believed that being chosen as a hero also meant disaster was imminent, so now I need to prepare many things. He said that only when everything was resolved he could be at ease and happy. Leon heard this and immediately asked, "What is your plan?" "Do you have any ideas?"
Namcheng replied, "Since there's no reason to hold back now, I plan to start tomorrow."
His companion kindly asked, "I understand. Do you need anything?" He replied, "No need. I can take care of myself. Self-sufficiency is happiness." Hearing that, Leon immediately said goodbye and announced he was staying here for the night before leaving quickly. Ida sensed he was about to change his mind and turned back. Mika looked at her and asked, "What about you?" Namcheng wondered what she was planning to do. Ada closed her eyes and smiled. "If you're asking whether I want to follow you or stay in the kingdom, I'll decide later. The goddess said I should respect my brother-in-law." Mika nodded and agreed. "He also said that if he has any doubts, he will contact me and I will teach her to beat him like a dead man." Ada would be happy to agree if I called him immediately. A voice echoed. Mika nodded, calling Cassandra's name as she stood on the stairs, hands clasped in a prayer position, not helping anyone. Namcheng sensed something was wrong. The woman was not the cause. Cassandra's eyes widened when she heard that he didn't want a god to be admired by everyone, but a heart, a sacred, very lovely woman. Cassandra's eyes were pleading with her red eyes. She immediately stopped, her eyes filled with tears, unable to believe her ears, and asked again what he meant. He said he meant she didn't need to tell others what he said directly. Ada smiled as Mika explained that all she had to do was say it, and that preparing the words of a god was the listener's duty. A gentle hand brushed her hair as he said that was her responsibility. Cassandra's eyes were watery again. She raised her hand and said with a confident smile on her face, "The god's house said that I would try." On that day Mika and Cassandra stood on the wall. She really felt a good reason. He asked what good reason. She replied, "I knew from the start that he had the chance to make her depend on him, but he chose not to because, for her, it wasn't necessary." Cassandra happily thanked him because she believed in herself. She believed that he hadn't done anything too wrong but had allowed her to decide for herself. Now she could choose her own path. She smiled silently and said with a sincere heart that she was very happy to have met him. As if she sensed something was wrong, she suddenly blushed. Mika smiled and said, "I didn't mean anything. Oh, my mother, I'm still alive." Then she nodded, indicating the place of Namcheng. Mika remained silent for a moment, then blurted out what he truly meant before turning away, smiling and looking up. Namcheng saw a round face at the top, with a deep mole like the moon, and Mika gazed at the distant forest, believing it symbolized the conflicts between him and the teacher. He remembered that before the meeting, whenever things like this happened, he would start learning magic from the teacher. He asks, "Sadin," softly, "what are you doing?" He looked at Modin's smile. The usual smile appeared, and he said, "Ah, you like to rest, you answer?" "Yes, it's quite interesting." Modin nodded and said, "I have seen a lot of things and I can do many things. This time is enough for me to make a decision." Mika smiled and asked why. He closed his eyes and said, "Ha ha ha ha." "Of course." Modin's figure like a flower under the yellow sky, he called out. Then told a story that in the past there was a magic star that took the moon as a symbol. In the human form, a bright light appeared, and they believed that humans were creatures and the source of mana. But after centuries, extraordinary beings like Superman and others emerged, and their names are recorded in history, each page flying out of a book to carve the names of those individuals. The guard kept imagining that the geniuses could harness sky blue mana as if they were born to wield magic. Mika, standing before the teacher, listened as he said he wanted to become a genius in a human way. When Modin told them to destroy their own bodies in the hope of revenge, and that it would keep repeating, the main man couldn't recognize the true bloodline, the true madness. The guard's face was so bright, he was in pain to tell the truth. That's why their blood vessels gradually dissipated, as if he was the main character of the story. His attitude changed like a variable, he said, but it was not enough. His face was so bright that Modin asked the main man if the last fairy genius could see a genius standing right in front of him. Mika thought of his mother. Now, looking at his dark face, he looked like the genius he had spoken of long ago, back to the day the Walpurgis family was killed. Mika, the guard, was in a room, knowing that day was the day my entire family was killed. Many people died. Junzai, the main man, pressed a small knife to his neck. He was in pain, crying silently. unable to do anything as his weakness was right before his eyes. A man approached. Mika's deep suffering seemed to ask if he was all right. He could only cry bitterly when that person asked how it felt to have his family's hand cut deep. That person said, "Mika, it's all your fault. You're not fit to be the master." The other voice kept saying that now the lunchbox would be seen as brave and courageous. The main man immediately turned his head, making a difficult face, with the space around him darkened in black, his hand gripping the knife. "Junzai," the other person said. "If so." Modin's face was now very tired after the battle, and he concluded that his worth was only so much. The main man's face was as stiff as a stone, and the other person asked him what he thought about breaking many things to get it. He continued that there is another person who can easily achieve it because of his luck and the god's abilities, and the main idea of this group is that those born into this world have a god. Mika made an emotionless face, so I asked him this question. The main man's voice was as smooth as stones, his face as if he was already prepared to achieve that thing from the start. "What do you think?" The guard said so. The main man knew everything from the beginning. He put his hand out. "I don't know how the details are correct," as he said, "This is my god." Suddenly not old, he practiced several times. It didn't work. The red eyes of the main man shone on the face. In a dark black head full of thoughts, he lied so much. He raised his finger, pointing at the sky, the white hand standing out against the purple sunset. Claiming he was not only blessed with beautiful skin, his hand pointed at the yellow hair. Mika was proud that he also possessed this genius mind, adorned with 8 charming floral ornaments. He explained why his body was prepared to absorb mana, while Modin remained still. His voice as smooth as a master's face, as simple as the reason he could channel such a vast amount of mana, something that was extremely difficult for most other masters. The guard said, "Mika, stop for about 2 seconds. Wait, don't tell me you've analyzed it, then come back. Why?" He answered, "Not only that, but I have already finished translating it." Modin's face was unreadable as he opened his mouth to say that the owner of the red eyes this year had just turned 20. He had been stubborn from the moment he started studying magic until now, not more than 3 years, just a little wind. At the start of the dance, Mika shook his hand again and gently replied that he simply had a talent for magic. He said the future might not be bright, or that some people are born with talent, making it easy for them to reach levels that others have to work hard to achieve. Modin's face was so tired of being completely exhausted. He sighed. "Why does life exist so meaninglessly?" Mika looked at the sky silently, trying to find words that fit each other. He closed his eyes to explain that the correct word is philosophical, but it is not meaningless. The guard asked him, "What do you mean?" The man with silver hair and a vest looked at him and thought, "Now the blue star is very fuzzy. The guard seems like a drug addict." Mika gazed into his eyes, sensing his trust. Just as he felt something within himself, he also sensed something within him. Modin's blue eyes appeared in a male-shaped ball in front of him. Each word that struck his heart made him think that, if he guessed correctly, he must have been afraid of those who had died in the final battle, with the guard standing right there. His eyes turned into a soul, flowing back to a distant past. Mika concluded that it seems he has achieved a small victory. What that victory is, only God knows. With his hands behind his back, Modin laughed at his achievement's reward. "Ha ha, it must be a seed, the fruit of a seed. Under the purple night sky, the moon is hidden behind clouds, yet it still cannot make dreams come true." Modin's voice was heard saying that I was considered a shrewd wizard. After exploring my abilities, I could suppress those who had ever seen me. People say I was considered a level 8 wizard, but as you know, that title isn't permanent, and I was too ambitious. Modin nodded and said it was because I gave up halfway. He raised his hand. His mind was fragile. I abandoned my ambition to become a level 8 wizard and limited my magic use to the minimum, only when I was in a hurry. The guard closed his eyes. His gaze was weak, as if someone was watching, waiting for my body to stiffen, but it didn't. Seeing the young wings of the great wizard shining in the purple sky, he thought to himself that he's weak in spirit and can't do anything anymore. Mika suddenly said something that was hard to understand. "That's how I feel. I can't go back." Modin raised his hand to explain. "My lord, I meant to say that my body was completely empty from the inside." Mika immediately asked what he meant. "Who do you think I am? Why don't we sit up and sit where the hero chosen by the gods is?" The guard nodded silently, hiding his question. "But I understand my body best. I feel hopeless. I can't do anything." Nam Qinglian said, "Don't worry. There is a spirit here." Modin's eyes opened to destiny, the destiny of the Da. He raised his hand, his face full of confidence shining under the yellowing light. He said, "Nothing is impossible." That hand was about to touch the guard's hair.
Nam Ching kept his eyes closed, taking a moment to rest, while Modin opened his eyes, understanding what he was doing, as if questioning the strange day. Mika's face was full of calm determination, matching his relaxed posture. When Nam Ching's magical hand touched his head, it seemed like Modin understood what was about to happen. His eyes turned to the opposite side before he accidentally tried to say that the evil one was missing. The incident that just happened was also when he accidentally didn't realize the sky was in the wind. Mika took the guard and started to smile, saying that he was still as normal as ever. Nam Ching's red eyes turned to look at him. Watching the experiment, the guard was drunk. He smiled and said, "Now we just start, right?" In a room that looked like the one where the French were sleeping, Modin was lying on the bed, while Mika prepared for the experiment. He held his hand with his left hand, raised it high, and remembered a long time ago. Then he felt the coldness of this heavy ground. Maybe the guard was still asleep. He felt even colder. Nam Ching was very excited and said, "Now let's rebuild this body to become a young man like a 20-year-old. The scene was swirling around as Nam Ching looked happy. She took a deep breath and began to smile. Each of Modin's shirt buttons was undone to reveal a swollen belly. The truth is, the older you get, the spicier it gets. Mika's eyes shifted to the spirit of a distant land. Nam Ching recalled a solitary shadow amidst a vast, dark sky, feeling that from the very moment he was born with the ability to draw mana, it was a blessing. He immediately said no. I was not born with a head. Returning to reality with sad eyes, Nam Ching was the last to reach the mountain, still unable to overcome his own limits and those of his mother. The simple reason is that there was no other choice. Fate pushed us to take the rice box. Seeing the scars on Modin's back and belly, Mika thought that even though he was skilled at analyzing the ground, there wasn't enough time for the blood. Everything was different. Nam Ching extended his hand, channeling the French magic to heal the guard, once again saving his brothers and reclaiming the glory of Nam Ching. Mika simply placed his hand on his chest and thought, "This time we will definitely prevent him from falling ill from the start." He closed his eyes and focused on preparing to begin the ritual. A light blue glow enveloped him. Nam Ching looked at the familiar guard and said, "This is your last chance." The entire room was bathed in a white and green light, a layer of illumination emanating from the magic of the great French monk Mika. A new day has begun. Each sun gently shone through the door. Modin opened his eyes, feeling as if he had slept for a very long time, with his soul still pure. The guard slowly woke up and sat up, breathing in my back, feeling that his body was nothing. Modin put his hands in front of his face and said, "It's over. It's not too bad." Not too bad? Then he checked his hands to see if the mouse was still there, while the guard still had a banana on his head on the bed. He kept his posture too high, feeling confused and strange, wondering why his body suddenly felt so light. Then he closed his eyes and realized that about 2 seconds separated them, with the guard sitting normally, looking down at his belly, still breathing. He sensed something strange, examining his hand and asking about his current mana flow, but just as he was about to move, a powerful voice roared and halted him. Looking at the young man with golden hair turning his back, Modin called out to the owner. He was surprised and asked, "So all of this is because of you?" As Nam Ching Thua realized the guard's light suddenly appeared, took it in his hand and said, "Here is a piece of paper. Every day, remember to follow the training method for the pure one, glass is gone." He said, "That is the most important thing." The old man, like a child who has not tasted the smell of life, was curious what this is. What the hell? Mika smiled brightly, knowing that something bad was about to happen. He gently responded to the message from the world tree. His soul is not yet old. His face was so thin that it was no longer bloody. The guard jumped back, but I lacked talent. He thought of a hand trying to reach the top of the tower, like a climbing dog. When he arrived, the other young man, exhausted from facing the two-handed hand, said there was no need to be more cautious, and was about to transfer the emperor's self-restraint to him immediately. Modin then became the disciple of Nam Ching Thua, the French emperor. He knew it couldn't be the same as the one he used, but he would have to make some adjustments to suit his abilities. Watching the fully developed hand, Modin couldn't believe his eyes as suddenly a sound echoed around him, and the young man's eyes flickered with light, revealing the emperor and the guard. He was confused. What the hell is this? The emperor Mika said he knew how to say that he would develop it. He was confused, but how? He answered, "Yes, I have a good view of Nam Ching, nothing else." Oh no, Nam Ching was genuinely responding, because he had the final result from a very close person to me. That person has achieved great things over many generations. Modin looked surprised. The dangerous man admitted that despite the method, he was still lost and quite heavy, but not too bad.
The guard nodded, unaware of what he was thinking, perhaps just pretending to be intimidating. With a smirk, he made a sound and set his face. He closed his eyes, recalling a sunlit moment with Yeo texting and Nam Ching discussing a shocking event in his life, while a man in a jackal suit was giving instructions to two young men about marrying a horse. Our star with 4 wings on the soldier's poet's jacket is shining brightly, placed naturally on the armor, also laid out. One laughter demands effort, demands. As a young man, Mika saw his name. Everyone was surprised by how suddenly serious Nam Chin became, but Leon felt confused about what Mika was saying. You're wondering what's missing, but just remember, we haven't been told we're leaving anywhere. Nam Chin asked again. About that point? In front of Leon's gloomy face, he replied, it was the Dracula's foot. Leon slapped his hand and warned him again. Don't tell me I'm in the territory of those who never sleep like the people who wrote that review, he replied simply. That's it? After listening to him breathe for an hour, with a face like the most exhausted person in the world, Leon looked up at the sky and said, oh my God, as a ghost appeared in the dark forest, watching him with his eyes. Nam Chin even thought that he reacted like that. It's hard to blame. A magnificent wall of rubble in the village appeared in his memory. Mika constantly thought that Dracula was a very dark land. The scene of people suffering as their souls are pulled away is entirely in a dark void, replacing the garden scene. And I remember those there. The wife of Dracula was eager to find the source of youth. As a result, he finally consumed half of his population within his territory, because the sound of the unmanned ship couldn't erase that place. But this land is sealed by the kingdom. Mika also led the horse into the middle of the forest, determined that our next destination is where the monsters in the territory are kept alive and sealed. Leon rushed to the end of the game. Then why do we have to go to that terrible place? Mika eagerly answered the question casually. Nam Chin looked at his foolish companion and explained that this place had things similar to the color of their homeland, where danger often comes with opportunity. Leon thought carefully and then said, oh, so this is a nightmare. What is it? Okay, I get it, just joking around. Leon asked why, and Mika said there are no more pieces. The image shows a coffin sealed with thorns on its lid, with a thorn-covered shell around it. Bloodstains and red roses like serum encircling the outside. That is the sealed dragon-like seal, and it will be torn off after lying on Mika's shoulder, hitting a baby, setting the king of the AA sleeping too good go. She was surprised to ask, how long do we have to go? Nam Chin replied, she has slept for a long time and is about to leave. The set asked, what the hell did you draw? There behind them, Morden, like a surprise, in his mouth, he flew out a column of white paint like a princess of the drives and looking in front of a coral wall forest while the master walks his own mustache. He is bowing his head with an unclear expression on his face. Hands of Mana raised a big eel. This is this skill of politics. She did not understand what had happened during her sleep, why they suddenly became friends again. Unable to stand, she kept asking what was happening. 2 days earlier, a group of 3 people had been sent on horseback from Tutien to a forest of trees. Guard Morden, after hearing Mika explain the purpose of the trip, immediately feared that the large ship would hit us, and that we would have to solve the puzzle for the next macadam. He didn't trust his own hands, but remembered something. Morden asked him again, but the puzzle wouldn't open from the inside. The man in the boat asked God again, saying, Mordine is a bit dizzy, just a little. Leon was riding next to Jen and knew how to speak Han about your husband. The swordsman also advised that the name of Han's immortal monster was not meaningless. Mika heard his friend Vochi ask a question, as if Han was angry. I know the answer, it's hard not to mention. I've been thinking about this very carefully, okay? Leon closed his eyes, showing that attitude is of course, that's right, knowing that we will win. He looked at Mika and said that you are someone who would never do anything harmful to yourself. If you feel you can't defeat Han, then you haven't truly come here. The 2 teammates looked at the main male group, Morden and Hoa, but the plans of the missing ones were indeed very precise. Mika looked at them and suddenly realized that something was wrong. They had misunderstood. Leon, so angry that he revealed your plan, suddenly showed a smile on his face. He asked for a smile to let the staff introduce themselves, and suddenly a flower appeared somewhere from the plain from the 8th to the main male. Seeing that smile, Leon suddenly felt the temperature around him drop, a cold sensation spreading across his back. Mr. Jun, afraid of the ghost, what is that sad smile? Mika still smiled. The flower was in full bloom. I have a plan. But to carry it out, there must be a valid reason. Are you using yourself to find that reason? Leon's legs trembled, and after about 2 seconds, I didn't know what the plan was. But maybe I didn't need to prepare right now. Unsure of Mika's expression, he looked as sinister as Joker's ghost. What did you say?
You need to prepare as soon as possible. As he looked at Mika in front of Joker, Leon felt like he had dug his own grave. He poured water over himself and asked what he was going to do. The main male immediately used the god to sleep, and after an hour, his companion was completely unconscious. Mika silently watched Leon lying on his back, his nose still swollen. Next to him, Vang asked what the hell was going on, and the main male replied that if they left him and let him sink into the dream, he would become stronger. The guard appeared to understand his intentions and carefully analyzed the situation. This is a dark magic, but it doesn't seem so straightforward, as he even embedded a complex illusionary perception. Leon remained worried about his safety, and even suggested a few more sounds to assist him. Mika bowed, knowing too much with a smile, then said, "Only a guard like him would find it hard to recognize that, right?" In his mind, he cursed 18 generations of Mika's ancestors, the devil, for bringing such a fool to say, "Ha ha ha ha, my judgment is too low." He said that no matter how complicated the magic is, I can still analyze it using this or that method. Even level 8 magic, the main male thought he was just bluffing. He didn't want to look at him, so he opened the challenge voice and decided to try. Mika was excited. If there was no risk, it would be boring. "Let's go to the theater." Moden opened his eyes wide, asking what theater, and the person with each thigh replied, "There's no need for anything big." Watching the barking dog, he decided that until we arrive, instead of riding a horse, let the horse laugh at him. The main male smiled and said, "Unfortunately, if we lose, we'll also give the horse to us with a 2-day deadline." Before his eyes suddenly closed, the guard asked him what he thought. He answered, "I think it's too late." From then on, he officially declared himself, explaining the time, waiting for the present. The guard had to use both hands and mana to lift the horse, about to shout where to, but Moden dared not ask about the magic of the day, which was too complicated to analyze, so Mika closed his eyes and thought the old man was stubborn and couldn't analyze it. He recalled a series of purple magic circles forming a protective layer around Leon, who was sleeping like a dead dog with a gag in his mouth, pondering because he had incorporated level 9 magic theory but couldn't fully grasp it. The main man in the crowd said it was more important and pointed to the side, claiming it wasn't crucial. She looked back and said, "First, I am in the middle position in this trial, so I can't give you too much information." "Mika, even so, can you give us a small ring? Please set the small ring again, the old woman from this afternoon." She remembered that the remaining magic circles looked very different from the ones he had encountered before, and at the sealed trial floor, the dark room was illuminated by lights. Set said there are many differences inside Asa's magic circle, so don't compare it to the old dark rooms that were lit. She remembered the first magic circle Mika entered at Leon's house, feeling lucky. It's true that the man told the old woman that the first magic circle he encountered was the simplest, or he would have sold it in half an hour. Set also mentioned that some magic circles punish the loser in extremely cruel ways. He looked at her and said, "This we have known for a long time. No matter what, we are also people of the past." She continued to explain that the difficulty of the magic circle depends on the layout of the protector in charge of that place. Mika imagined the shape of the magic circle, and in his mind, he was now at the place where Dracula's coffin, covered in blood-red roses, lay. He grasped the thread, worried that if this wasn't the truth, then what about Lori? Eyes like Mozart's, Mika thought he needed to prove himself. The attackers distorted all ideas. He completed 2 rows. Actors felt as if this body no longer belonged to him, as if it was being pushed by an invisible force. "The horse I'm following isn't better than letting it take responsibility for itself. I'm not acting like a horse." Namchin answered with a smile, "Drop it down, because we're almost there." Poor old Kwangjia was immediately dragged to the ground by the horse. The cold image of the old man was frightening. Moden lay on the grass, basking in the sun, breathing with a voice full of emotion. A wonderful feeling. Mika said, "The horse is lying dead listening to you say that. If it were me, I wouldn't think about dropping the horse, but find a way to keep it as long as possible." Moden sensed something unusual, sat up like a mirror, calling out. "Missing skin," Namchin replied with a smile. Mika was shocked when he heard the horse ask why I feel like I'm older than me. He asked again, "Is that a compliment? Is it all right?" Moden nodded. The old woman lied, saying, "Of course not," meaning I'm the same age as a poor old man. I thought Mika would lose his mind and take a nap, but his reaction surprised him. The young man at his house looked at him with a smile, and the feeling of coldness returned. In the green forest, Kwangjia's voice was heard, "Missing skin. Don't smile like that. Don't make me chase the horse anymore. That's a very humiliating act, missing skin. It makes me extremely uncomfortable." Mika's voice is rising. "We're not going to say that." He immediately responded clearly, "You're going to say that. In this world, you're the second. No one dares to accept the first."
Nam Chin shook his hand, pretending to be an adult, advising Modin to lie very badly. Warning. He orders now, trying to transfer mana to the 6th round, and Modin is shocked, asking what the hell is going on. Mika, aka Joker, immediately appears, signaling with his fingers and arm that he's about to reach the 8th round. Another fierce fight broke out in the forest, and the guard was so furious he waited. Why do you always challenge the new champion? Nam Chin replied again, what did I say wrong? Modin was sad to say that people sometimes have to accept defeat, but Mika reminded him to try again. He looked at the old man and saw 2 grown-ups fighting over the box. She was sad, really out of medicine. Nam Chin ordered that right now, because the child's body is so thin, she can't control the curse. This is the hero. Young people have it. His mother. The Mika group arrived before a grand court shrouded in mist, blocked from the outside world by the bitter wall, and he threw it into the sky, wondering why it was so big. Pay close attention, he realizes this wall is meant to separate the area from outside threats. Nam Chin is confused, but he confirms that the country and the system have verified that Draculian is very serious, so the wall was built solely to isolate it from COVID. Leon Voci looked west and said with a smile that no one was watching. Modin guessed that many incidents had occurred, making it difficult for them to stay here and keep track continuously. Mika reached out to touch the wall and realized it was still alive. The dark color of the dead bodies on either side of the wall made him wonder how long a person could stay here, and the situation felt even more unsettling. After touching the wall, Mika realized that they believed it could withstand 100 years. Nam Chin envisioned a shadow of a blind person surrounded by a strange moon, with an 8-winged star above and shining rings behind. He guessed that if the country's strongest congressman created this seal, they wouldn't regret protecting it. Mika looked at it himself, concluding that they believed this seal would never be broken, at least for now. The shadow beside it was unsettling, emitting a scent of dust. She covered her mouth, looked around, and the rogue said, not only in areas of illness but everywhere, there was something strange. The shadow had the smell of that snake, which was very unsettling. Mika smiled and replied. Leon, after a moment, asked him, what do you want? Nam Chin raised his hand wearing a mysterious expression and replied, not yet. Not yet. Leon looked at him with curiosity, wondering what was really happening. Nam Chin's hand pointed to a village at the edge of the forest and said, let's just clean up that place. The sound of a bell ringing made him recall the time before the meeting, when this was a cemetery filled with graves, and a terrible tragedy had occurred when half the population was killed, which meant Nam Chin remembered the hand of a girl placing a white rose on a grave. That hand belongs to a girl with short hair and eyes, standing behind, watching over the suffering of the country. Mika guessed that the other half had survived. He explained that without power, they had to fend for themselves, enduring many hardships and searching for clues or asking if anyone lived here. Nam Chin thought that besides the red eyes and the tree-shaped bell, life here wasn't so bad. Remembering the tower of the ghostly city, the sky above was also covered with a hazy blood color. Mika wondered if the monster also wanted to come here, and Draculian sensed the danger from the smell of poison like dried fish around. Walking along the road, Mr. Tui Min told his team that this place was not for taxing and the design was not for command. Other areas did not want to come here, so this was an opportunity for them. A world of independence, and free from taxes for their own people. Mien said so, but Nam Chin's face suddenly fell, and he looked up with 2 words on his lips, but, thinking about the coffin buried in the red room like the others, Mika confirmed that one thing is certain. Dealing with Draculion is not easy, and escaping from him is even harder. The silent coffin doesn't mean the person inside is a god. Nam Chin initially believed he had predicted what would happen after the seal. Modin, hidden behind the mysterious 38-level opening veil, summoned with Mika, was later involved in the incident that would break Draculian's seal. Mr. Daff said, we have a market, and he immediately asked if the wedding procession of horses was walking under the gloomy sky like their future. Mika agreed that it must be a ghost, and we don't know how high its level is. A bold voice welcomed you. Mr. Layan looked at the speaker and said, a man with a long beard cannot be called handsome. He laughed and said suddenly, long ago I saw someone coming, very happy to meet you. Mika asked him. The man of the historical Daff said, I am Daflos, the mayor of this village, Pia Kolam. Daflos heard the proud horn and said there was no place nearby to grow like Pia Kolam. Mika immediately thought of his mother because the whole forest was full of them. Nam Chin jumped down to praise the day he decided to shine all day. His red eyes like a treasure slowly looked at the other side, exuding pressure. Nam Chin silently chuckled. Then a scene filled with flowers appeared, The two friends greeted each other, holding hands. The old man laughed happily. Luckily, I was also looking for a place to stay for a while. Danvos also smiled. So luckily, they looked like familiar people I had met. The mayor was very excited. With no guests coming, he couldn't let the day pass without a chance. So I took the day off. Modin, used to being looked down on, died, and Leon felt cold, questioning that smile. Mika. The old man heard the horn and happily told them to follow him. He kept whispering, but the man from the historical DAF did not come here to rest. Mika's eyes showed worry when Danvos asked why he returned here to eat chicken and mango. The old man closed his eyes and answered for one reason only. Namchin called out a name, Dracula, and the old man stood up. The old man returned, pondering what day would come from the kingdom. Mika, with a pale face, said, "Haha, of course not. The kingdom is a kingdom." However, the old man still answered, "Yes, I hope you enjoy your time here. They are led to a luxurious house to rest overnight." In the room, Mika was facing his two teammates. The brothers asked how the governor was. Modin closed his eyes and said that the sad answer was the ghost that was often created. He was stunned by the incomplete sentence that made Leon suddenly look down, saying that the birthmark was often broken, or something like that. Leon heard this old man's harsh words and simply called them the birthmark. Mika closed his eyes and said frankly that there was nothing wrong with Leon. The governor, with a pale face, asked what he was, and he replied that even if he didn't think about it, the people with a sad voice would believe so. Leon was worried that the birthmark made this village seem suspicious. Mika held up 6 fingers to clarify it wasn't just this village. The old man explained that there were 6 villages around here, and the number 6 was considered a symbol of modernity. Leon noticed something was wrong, pointed out the number 6, but this is not the 7th village. His mother was afraid of ghosts. The governor thought of the pink crystal on the cold stone wall. The whole sky was red. He believed that the knowledge hub was the widest place to become the center. With the other 6 villages around, it can be said that. Imagine the scene of 7 bright crystals, with a cryo-wrapped color for the light to rise, as Mika continued a large magic circle. Leon was angry, his hands falling to the ground. The old man was also angry because the magic circle was blue-purple, the air around it shimmered. He was furious. Who caused this? Returning to Leon's anger, Mika stayed calm, composed. His anger didn't change anything. Leon saw his words as reasonable and could do nothing but swear. He was doomed. The governor asked, "What are you going to do?" Leon looked up, his face still uneasy. Mika said, "I'm ready to speak." "First," he said. He looked carefully. "We need to meet someone." Their story ended when 3 people were fighting on the street. At the heart muscle point, their steps stopped. Mika slowly looked ahead, his eyes showing confidence and fearlessness. They stood before a tall building, but the atmosphere was dark and somber, with trees in front of the building, where a poet sat watching. The poet, clad in sturdy armor and seated with one leg crossed, rested his hands on his knees with his weapon on his lap, exuding a strange, peaceful aura as his eyes glowed red, fixed on the person before him. The governor was worried because of the speech. He seemed like a ghost, Mika immediately recognized. No, a little different. The poet stood up and slowly said, "The one who came." Leon immediately looked at the weapon in the other's hand. He thought that was a star tree. The poet held his weapon in his hand. Then suddenly, the person jumped up. His hand held the star tree straight towards the crowd. The tree showed its strong power, followed by the front. He looked at the poet in front of him. God, I just met him for the first time, and he attacked me. Then he lowered his hand, and the other poet jumped down to the ground. His eyes shone brightly, and the poet said that if the previous attempt had no effect, he would begin to perform black magic. The figure shrouded in black air pressed against the other, watching him with real bravery until Mika said, "Stop." The poet was surprised and confused, but also halted the magic. Mika kept warning, and also stopped. He stood in front of the poet and asked who the shooters were, then calmly replied, "We came here to talk," and then he reached into his shirt to introduce himself. "I am Mika Wanpurgis." The poet listened to him and said, "I am the one who has accepted myself." He took out his ID card, claiming to be the hero of this generation.
Mika asked, "Can you tell me what is happening around here?" The poet listened, suddenly turned on a smile, and used his voice when asked, "What is a hero?"
It was like that. But when the god sent the hero to A, he didn't believe it. Some things can't be explained clearly, but we definitely have no intention of giving up this place. He calmly explained. Mika asked, "Can you tell me why you still protect this wall?" The poet sat up against his knee, head down, laughing and crying, repeating reason A, until finally he said, "Because I am the one in charge." Mika asked, "Why?"
The poet removed the armor from his chest and explained that he took the wound and stabbed himself directly into it. Blood burst out of the wound as if pulling it out, leaving a large bloodshot hole. But more and more unexpectedly, as the wound slowly closed and returned to the original flesh, it was as if it had never been a stab through the throat. Leon seemed to understand. "You are immortal." The poet did not hide the scar, right? "That's right, as you've seen." Leon immediately shook his hand to create a magic circle around him. "Mika silently watched earlier as the poet asked you to put down your sword. You didn't listen and argued that he is immortal, meaning he's no different from a dragon." Mika didn't see it that way. He often rejected Leon's ideas and now stood in front of the poet thinking, "I know this poet. No, more precisely, I know his future." The poet said, "Just stab me if you want, no matter how I die." Mika refused. "I can't do it." With the attitude of a hero, since seeing a person who wants to become a part of humanity, we cannot deal with that person like a wild animal. This word of his makes the poet part of the shield. Mika reached out to the knight's sharp mask and said, "We know who you are." He removed the mask, revealing his face. "Tepex Dragulion," he said the name of this knight. How could I not know him? The blood-sucking wound, Tepex, once called the blood wound, and in the future known as the immortal. Mika kept pondering about the dragon disaster, trying to prevent his father's poison from being wasted. While the guards and Leon still didn't understand anything, he simply said, "You're just someone with the same blood as the three-headed dragon, that's all." Tepex was a bit stubborn, "So how are you going to deal with me?" Mika answered, "I have no intention at all, however, although it sounds a bit cruel to you, but I want to cooperate with you." Tepex heard that. He suddenly looked up at him. He didn't believe but asked, "Cooperate." "Cooperate," Mika said. "Cooperate. To help your father, Dragula, you can rest." Tepex was ready. He rested. Then he smiled. "I really have no choice," he asked. Tepex took his wound. "Good. So in return, I will also ask you one thing." He stood up, looked at the crowd. "There is a place where we need to go together. In the dark. Only the two of us." The sound of his voice was unaware of the hole there, which had once been a shelter for the two men to talk in the dark. Even though he was also the son of the owner of this area and not suspected of anything, Men still asked his father. Both remained silent, suspicion overwhelming this scene. "Even if it was your father, not you," the answer was clear. Men's father clearly replied that no matter what, these two are just dealing with the troubled area and are on the same team. Neither had decided to give up yet, but the cold wind and the chilling atmosphere made their suspicions grow stronger. Although he knew and had heard about this place, when he saw it, his eyes remained calm. Men's father continued to speak about this scene. It was hard to believe. His father was once a kind-hearted priest, so people always had affection for him. Suddenly, Men asked Men with a voice that sounded like the priest's horn, and Men's father replied that he was not a sinner before. He remembered his childhood, when he was raised with love and care from his father. Especially after the death of his mother, he was loved more and more by his father. His memories of the past seemed to upset his father, but it was just a story from the past. He moved on and led the team forward. This path is ours to follow. In the middle of the night, the tree was shrouded in darkness, and the light was dim. Men's father said again that his father had changed when a tomb was discovered, and he tried to conquer that tomb, and he failed. Men's question made his father stand up as if something was hurting him. Hard to describe. Perhaps the love for the dead that made him sad. His father apologized, saying he failed, but he was about to tell him something else, something that created a different bloodline, another story, when Men suddenly asked his father. It looks like Men's father told more of the story after he went to conquer the tomb, and it seems he lost himself, his mind unsteady. Everyone pointed out that the tomb appears to be the source of the story. My father has never opened the tomb for anyone, especially his son. The sound of footsteps echoed like thunder across the area, as if awakening the entire forest. When he arrived, he told everyone, "What is this place? What is the fruit? Everything here is frightening. Is this the tomb?" Everything is clear now, Men told himself. He understood the problem. Meanwhile, the whole group was still surprised, thinking no one had ever been here. Is that why the monster came to the phone? Is it really scary? The sound of God talking to Men's father. He should be careful. I said, I can't tell you the details. Is this place really scary? This tomb is decorated so harmoniously, regardless of the owner's personality, showing how mysterious he is. Suddenly, the goddess was surprised, as if there was confusion. We've lost our way. Is something affecting her, or what's happening? There's a strange sound, as if something is going on. What are you going to do? Men suddenly shouted out loud. Of course, the sound responded with a gentle hand clap. Of course, the sounds of action, footsteps, and touching the space were rising. They were fighting. I don't understand what's happening. The lights are on, then the sounds clash into each other.
A loud noise, then a voice saying, "Michael, thank you." Haran was lying on the ground. Since when did I fall asleep again?
Han was surprised by where she was seeing. Where is this? Hana looked away. Where is this?
The sky suddenly turned green and dark, as if she had traveled to a past place, different from what he imagined. Everything on Earth vanished. Eversperi, Istan has disappeared. The whole group looked at each other, doubting. We did it? Then what? The king looked around. We succeeded. Then what? He saw the scene with the faces of the current gods.
Finally, everything was over, the goddess said to men. He sat down. With a little doubt, the goddess said, if there were no Misen, I could not save my sister or defeat any enemy.
Thank you, Mason, he said. Thank you, that's right. The scene was beautiful. Meeson stood up and said loudly, but that soft sound was enough, and suddenly the goddess looked at Meeson. The girl asked coldly, as if trying to pull, "Where are you going?" The boy turned around and did not look back. "I think I'll come back soon." The scene shifted back to Men's face, the goddess's face, all smiling. So she said, "It's really fun. It's hard for you, Mason. The space is quiet." Suddenly Men said loudly, the car disappeared, the scene was peaceful. Everything was enough. If it was enough, then you should stop. The girl told Men you can relax a little more, but with Mommy's voice, it's hard to relax. Men replied. The mysterious face of Men. Of course it's her. The voice said, "Mommy, I am the goddess of the sacred treasure keepers in this tomb, the current goddess and the goddess of the Nefti. What will happen next? Is it real or just an illusion?" The girl, with her eyes closed slowly, said, "I am Nefti, the goddess of this tomb." Mika Wanpurgis was a little surprised. He said, "Then shut up." The girl kept whispering, "I don't want that girl to see people's dreams. It depends on how long you can rest." Nefti lowered her feet and moved closer to him. Mika Wanpurgis quickly and calmly took it back and asked, "But you surely know why I came here?" The girl replied, "Is it because of the creation? Do you agree?" "Yes, but first I need to confirm one thing. Do you know Dracula Ring?" Hearing this, Nefti replied, "He is the last challenger to come here." Mika Wanpurgis asked again, saying he saw a dream similar to mine. The one who once sacrificed his life for the people has now become a beast. You know that, right? The girl with long hair, we know, really isn't lucky. Mika Wanpurgis quickly said, "I thought a lot before coming here. You are very kind." This scene truly reveals what people are searching for. Your kind heart isn't bad, but only when you don't overdo it. Honestly, this tomb, the tomb of the goddess, has been conquered. Was it Nefti? He only looked at her appearance, but she also did things unworthy of a god. It means that the creator, through Nefti the guardian, has found the owner, so it's clear that the Dracula Ring has failed. He no longer has the right to conquer this tomb. If he continues to attack it, the consequences will be clear. Nefti sighed and replied, "He's a clever young man. I didn't expect him to be so quick." Mika Wanpurgis kept excited, certain she knew the cost of her actions. Although nothing happened here, her confidence caused something out there, you know? He has killed tens of thousands of innocent people, and the cause of this crime is only one. Nefti nodded and said, "I am very sorry." Mika Wanpurgis thought that Dracula Ring had challenged this tomb countless times. At first it was just a normal challenge, but gradually it became a passion. His passion for the scene where everything he lost was restored changes the meaning of his death a little. Death is not his ultimate goal, and his real aim is to compensate for what appeared in the scene. Nefti heard him say that and decided to punish him later. Mika Wanpurgis replied, "I didn't mean that, but I have already conquered the dream scene." He shook hands on Nefti's suggestion, "So I need to bring something back." She sighed and said, "What you want to bring is really..." Not waiting for Nefti to finish his sentence quickly, cut the words, "You, boss, have to think right. I want this tomb." The space suddenly shifted, and Mika Wanpurgis felt someone shaking her hand. She slowly opened her eyes. The masked young man was lying in the light, asking if she was okay. Mika Wanpurgis gently replied, "I'm fine. Don't be afraid anymore." Tepe Dracula said, "That word will be a tough challenge," but Mika Wanpurgis sat up, shivering. The passion is really a real passion. He looked closer and asked if you have anything else. And the creation seems to be like you answer immediately. There is no creation there, but instead I took something else. In short, I saw you lying on your back. Modin's skin was all red. What is missing? You answered, "From now on, this tomb will be mine." Modin looked up at the space in front of the tomb. Maybe there's very little here, but in another sense, you have already taken Dracula's territory. Mika Wanpurgis stood up and nodded, right? Tepe Dracula stood behind the young man and asked,
What is Michael in the tomb? Can you tell me? Mika Walpurgis replied, It's Dracula's past. He has always been self-sacrificing. Hearing that, Tepe was stunned. What is the past? Mika Walpurgis continued. Of course, no matter what the cause. Evils. Still evil, Tepe, Dracula replied. We know with a childlike attitude we will punish our father. That is the best thing we can do for our father. Of course, Mika Walpurgis returned with a happy face and said, So I have one thing to ask you. What is it that surprised you? Mika Walpurgis replied briefly. At some point he had to become a true Macedon. Hearing this, Tepe Dracula froze, 1 foot raised. What is the pants? In a room lit by a red glow from the mommy campfire, a man in a white shirt sat blindfolded with a strange cloth featuring an eye in the center, on a high chair, with a man lying below. The man asked, Is his name Ka Ngia? And the person below nodded, right? The traveler who visited the village was called Ka Ngia, and it seems he came from Thangdien. The man asked again, afraid to inquire about Dracula's story, right? Yes, that's correct. The traveler tapped his fingers thoughtfully, and the people below said that if he truly came from Thangdien, then it must be something beyond Thangdien. The traveler stood up, patted his hands, laughed, and said, Don't worry, nothing serious if people are worried. Try to explain and comfort them. Tell them we are not bad people. The other person nodded, understood, then suddenly vanished behind the door. The traveler was puzzled and upset. Thangdien sighed, wondering what would happen next. The traveler was afraid to run away. The dragon named Akmato had truly been reborn. The soldiers were gone. They had disappeared. But the soldiers didn't harm him. Only one of his hands held back an entire army. Before he left, he was still scared. But don't worry, we'll be there soon. The soldiers were too afraid to sit still. Shouting, oh my God, they dared not resist. The dragon darted through the forest like a bird where Mika Walpurgis was waiting. He smiled and said, Thank you. You have arrived. Tepex Draculian sat down and asked, How many are enough? He said yes, the people were very scared, but it seems like it was not long ago. Mika Walpurgis was silent. Don't worry, he said. Look at the face of the person from where? Tepex Draculian answered. Do you mean? No, it comes from this creator's propaganda, so the most important thing is to convince the people that although it is useful to the Force, he firmly affirms it. Tepex Draculian seems to find it hard to understand the propaganda of the reborn Dracularian. He analyzed that we need to make them realize this area is no longer safe. They still believe it. And in this situation, the person behind the fence will inevitably have to reveal his face. The next day, the villagers gathered around the fence, waiting. Wait a minute, what are you going to say? Are you leaving? The villagers hesitated to speak, hearing the evil dragon's name once more, with some claiming they saw him in the neighboring village. Mika Walpurgis's group approached the 6-step wall to observe the heat wave, and of course, for them, Dracularian is a savage beast, so it's better this way. He thought the market was no longer enough to suppress the people. Now is the time to act. But the ruler stepped forward among the villagers, raised his voice and said, Don't worry, no one said the ruler is coming. Mika Walpurgis is a ruler. He smiled kindly at the people. Don't worry, yesterday's attack was not actually Dracularian. People were confused, but that evil name sounded like Dracularian, so the ruler asked if there was a mistake, and the villagers looked at the person who sat down on the ground, thinking that if that monster's name really was Dracularian, then this entire area would be shrouded in deathly silence. The monster from yesterday didn't seem to be called that, right? The villagers then realized it was true. The ruler continued, As long as we remain peaceful, but nothing can be saved forever. Yesterday's events were likely caused by outside evil forces. They may have already begun to eye this land. Mika Walpurgis laughed, ha 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 ha, but then stepped forward. The ruler raised his hand. Now is not the time for trouble, but to unite against evil. The ruler's eyes flickered with intensity, drawing the villagers' attention, their eyes trembling as Mordine screamed, sensing that Mika Walpurgis was an alien wielding mind control. Mika guessed that if he had to choose the most evil, it would be a monster's hand that could pass through thin threads. Assuming it only had the power to control minds, it would take over victims' minds and turn them into the right ones. He thought he would give it a star, because it's the most powerful ability of all. Mordin kept screaming, trying to act. He responded, of course, avoiding the long night. Mika waved his hand and heard the sound of fire. The old man was still in a trance, interrupted, and the ruler praised him, calling it a truly interesting story. Mika said that the old man was so old that he still remembered the story. He must be very stubborn. This shows a very important lesson. The old man didn't hear the question. He just heard that a stranger had come recently. The old man asked. "Ah, you are right, it's me," the ruler said. "An outsider like you has no right to interfere in this." Mika reached into his bag and said, "I have the right." The old man was surprised to hear that he had come here because of Gregolian's story. The old man heard that and was also very sad. The ruler was subdued by the old man. Green spirits gathered around Mika as the old man, wielding a ruler with a shining crystal, spoke with the voice of a hero. Behind him appeared a blue symbol with 4 layered circles and a moon-shaped pattern, a cold face that made the sisters tremble. The ruler remembered the image of those who had been tortured with a hoarse voice. He concluded that torture is not a problem that can be solved. A moment of hesitation can cause countless people to leave the internet. It's not easy to handle even before the day's end, but luckily he has eaten 2 meals. Mika clenched his fist, realizing there was no time left and he had to act quickly. The only solution he could think of was to have Lao approach the old man and create a golden statue for him. Mika imagined the image of the old man raising his hand to control a small person and guessed that if he wanted to use psychological manipulation, he couldn't escape the theme. His eyes fixed on a point, imagining a black, round bridge with a smiling face hidden within the old man. He believed he had seized this man's body. Now that man was lying on the ground, being beaten by him. Mika held his hand, smiled menacingly, and threatened to squeeze the devil's name out of this body. At this moment, he looked like his father. The old man was so angry and evil, accusing Lao of betraying us, but Mika immediately struck Lao's face and said, "No, it's for me." Anyone witnessing Lao being beaten so badly would see them as a hero. Even if they're a ghost, if they fight like that, they would die. Nam Ching kept hitting him and told the old man with a smile, "Ha ha ha, it's okay. I'm very gentle. I can't die." The others quickly asked, "Hey, Lao, the old man can't handle this big connection, people. Is this black round bridge blind? I suggest the villagers move to the nearby village first." After a while, Lao the old man finally woke up, making a sound as he was thrown into a tree in a strange room, wandering around the place. A familiar foot had once taken dozens of steps, and Mika happily asked, "Oh, you're awake." The old man was confused. He didn't believe that the hero had been chosen. The old man replied, "My body isn't finished yet. It's a bit hard to say." Lao asked why he forgave me. Nam Ching smiled. The old man looked at Lao's face and did that. Lao clenched his teeth and asked how he knew. Then Lao smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, but it's okay. No matter what you do, it won't work. Dracula has made too many moves. Lao doesn't believe that hell is what he describes. The way to defeat Dracula is from the one who emerges. The one who can tie the rope can also break it." Lao chuckled quietly, thinking it was a poem without a number. "Ha, it's not as simple as you think." A hand slowly moved closer to Lao, but the blindfolded tape didn't clearly reveal Lao's emotions at that moment. The cruel victim of psychological manipulation is more complicated than you think, so you can almost never use it. A cold hand reached out and touched the old man's face. Lao hasn't been able to enter the bride's arena of spiritual power, Major A, to avoid Sataha. Mika's face grew colder as he thought about the time before the reunion. His eyes looked pained as he remembered the time when the ghosts were subdued, their power far beyond that of humans. The image of a small human surrounded by an invisible monster was the product of Mika's 100-year-old mind, and if needed, he would sacrifice himself to sleep. His eyes were filled with darkness like those who write reviews, knowing he had devised many solutions. His thoughts returned to the present, where Mika was practicing magic with the old man. Among the solutions he had created, Nam Ching believed that this was how the evil spirits' minds were manipulated to make them reveal their powers to the Lord from the very beginning, like connecting Mika's mind with the old man. And then, after the French ended, his mind was used on Dracula. As if this was the reason it was called the Lord of the Rings. Nam Ching lowered his hand and said he could no longer use it. So this old man and the other had no more value in the game. The old man made pure noises as if he was freeing himself from desire. A sudden flash of light appeared, accompanied by the sound of a guitar. The old man stood up, listening to the movement of the organization, and slowly turned around. Leon looked at his face and said, "Senza has already solved it." Mika looked at his face and said, "There is still one most important lie left. Now it's just a matter of time." He said, "We can be sure of one thing." Hearing Nam Ching's affirmation about Draculion's current state, he might have broken the seal himself, and a feeling of anxiety grew in Tepes' heart. He asked, "What you mean?" Tepes didn't believe that the loud voice of the anti-Bakshan could have broken the seal himself. That can't happen. The hand of the Venerable Thay sealed the code. "What are you stealing from Vietnam?" Mika calmly explained to him that he was sealed. I said, but if that was his plan right from the start, then why not? Not everyone is as stupid as anyone. Tepes devised the plan. Namchin confirmed that he's not sealed, he's just waiting for the right moment and leveraging his strength. But that's all. The red-haired man heard that. He died. His mother was gone. Mika saw the face of the man. He turned around. He shook his hand. He said, "It's okay. There are 4 of us here. We can easily beat him." He suddenly stopped, uttered 4 words. But before that, Namchin's eyes were lost in thought. Mika looked back at Tepes and sincerely advised that if it was too difficult for him, he didn't have to join us. Seeing the red hair at the end of his head, he looked at his expression. Namchin said, "We understand your situation. If you tell us now, we can go ourselves." Mika closed his eyes and heard Tepes' voice saying, "It's okay. We should be the ones who set the mark for this." The man's face showed that his mother was dead, and the red hair confirmed that this was a family matter. Namchin closed his eyes and asked, "Why?" Respecting Tepes' decision, he said, "It's okay. We can go together." They walked on the rocky road in the dark. The silent space only heard the sound of the drum. The roar of the dragon in the darkness sounded like a great tomb. Tepes looked at his home and said, "It's been a long time since my grandfather went to get rice and my son went to sell salt." The old man said this is where he turned into an immortal monster. Red hair, he thought when he was a child, his father gave him something strange to drink. He remembered that when he was in pain, he told me that among Tepes' red people, a ghostly image appeared and asked if he was comfortable. Back to reality, Tepes said that the sad thing was that at that time, he had no ill intentions with us. Mika heard that and immediately concluded that his mother's love for his father was like my son at home. Very good, I don't know anything. Seeing Tepes' mood slowly dissipate, Namchin asked if he could do it. If he could really point the sword at his father, the red-haired person's hands clenched tightly. The shadow of his back appeared on the man's face, and if he didn't act, the future would be even more regrettable. Tepes approached the gate and looked at himself, thinking that a boy worthy of being a concubine would be better. He slowly looked into the gate, thinking that compared to the chaos of his mother's death, the heavy door had moved after decades untouched. The Mika people in 38 were even more stubborn than we thought, because the owner of this place wanted it. They entered a room filled with roses, at the end of which was a silent coffin. The flowers were neglected, yet still red like the color of 0. Above the coffin were the tight locks like the fear that the person in it would be buried alive. It was too perfect. Modin doubted or glanced at Mika. He looked at the owner. He said that he could overcome all these things alone. He closed his eyes and answered yes, right now. The man looked around and realized the dragon didn't want to leave the coffin, but there was no other choice. Mika channeled his energy into the coffin to make it glow brightly, and the man called this Tepes. He announced in a ritual that we thought we needed to break this seal a little. Tepes stopped. The red-haired man looked determined. He could respond, "You do it." Mika approached the coffin and said, "I understand." He lifted the coffin tree, then pointed it at the side of the coffin, the star on its head shining brightly as he pointed at the ground. The chains shattered instantly. The symbols shone on the bright coffin. A voice full of power asking why his mother dared. Then the coffin was veiled, dust billowed, and a pair of hands with sharp nails or skin emerged. The red eyes in the darkness shone brightly as the man asked why someone dared to disturb his home. Mika, the pervert, was unafraid and laughed. On the man's face, he looked excited with a wicked smile and said finally he also accepted Dracula and Mika. A pale white hand from prolonged sunscreen application slowly lifted off the ground as the man below announced that the team was still alive. He had red hair and soft ears, and the man called him Draculian. His face now resembled that of a small red creature. Draculian moved through the crowd, noticing a familiar glow in the distance. He called out to Tepes, causing the red-haired man to look up, as if recalling the day the little boy took off his raincoat. He reached out from the coffin and called him. "My son, come back here. We will return to the old days. You shouldn't stand with them." Draculian was defeated by this sacred relic, the place where his mother's memory is kept. The ungrateful boy immediately responded with a cold remark, saying that was a story from a long time ago. Draculian still insisted on convincing Tepes that no, son, we can bring her back. We have found a way, a method we can learn from that person, as if we have. Mika loudly declared that the evil spirit had changed his job to selling rice boxes. Draculian appeared as a quarterfuck, a soccer player. The boy slowly approached, saying that he was probably going to be killed by him. Mika just started the mana. Just said that no matter what his plan was, it would never be able to transform into reality. The mana transformed into a tree in the west, its bright crystal light revealing everything in full bloom.
Mika warned him to shut up and accept defeat. He was so crazy it was a joke. White eyes, long hair, the opposite. Draculian's super explosion erupted, black magic swirling around. He was acting all high and mighty, but it wasn't funny at all. We do everything to create a believable reality, how can we? Tepes saw his father's clenched tongue, mana gathered around him, his face shining like a candle. What a son. The swordsman decided to give the old man a little madness in his house. But then finally, the sword didn't go all the way. It was trembling in the air. Looking at his father in front of him, he was in pain, wondering how he could hold it. The swordsman remembered his mother's final days when she cried and called out his name. Tepes. The woman's trembling hand grasped his, desperately asking, "Mother, please ask for my son." But in reality, his sword-holding hand still kept trembling. His anguished face was also hard on his mother. Mika gently touched his shoulder and called him Tepes. Just now, the swordsman held Nam Ching Tran on, the old man, and now it's okay. He did very well. Nam Ching's legs moved lightly on the floor. His sacred back was covered by Tepes. He just looked at him without closing his eyes, as if he had just been released. Tepes was ashamed to turn his face away, his heavy hand of the traitor. Tepes' face was now on the sword. Mika concluded that it was okay. Nam Ching looked at him seriously and said, "There's no reason for you to carry that heavy thing your whole life. I will take care of it." Tepes found it hard to understand, but why? As Nam Ching responded, the crystal atop the tree shattered and a bright light shone forth, shocking Mika because this was the very reason heroes existed. The blue rings touched the objects surrounding him, both shrouded in a magnificent black hue. Meanwhile, Draculian called Mika the Killing Blade. No, he still used his magic to summon the first army to kill Nam Ching, assuring the ruler that the young man was his son. Mika dodged the magic wave without disturbing the multidimensional world. He said it would take a little time. Glancing at the skull, he hesitated to look ahead. The guard didn't believe him, so he asked again, who has uncovered the secret? He said that the bell was closed. He was sure that this way would work. Mika raised his hand on the altar, multi-layered, fire from the ground. The fire was burning. Leon raised his sword and said, in summary, Morden and he stood in front of Mika in a ready-to-fight stance, declaring that they were just stalling for time. Tepes, behind him, spoke in his voice, also offering assistance. His red eyes filled with pain, and he said, "Thank you. I beg you, please." Looking at the father who had turned into a ghost in the fire, he laughed inwardly, knowing he was helping his father find peace. Isn't this a cold battle scene? We've decided to give up everything until we hear that person's words. A cold foot stepped forward beside him. The old man was stunned by Mika's words. Standing in front of Dracula, he was shocked that everything could return to normal. Like the life-saving phoenix, he looked up at the sky and said, "Don't worry. If we succeed, those sacrifices will also survive." Tepes, overwhelmed with emotion, asked if he would never see his mother again. In the end, he resolved himself, "Yes, this is my decision." In the blue, dreamlike space of the cave, he raised his hand to the sky, realizing he was no longer human. A series of trembling signs appeared. His wife had been lost there, descending down. Indeed, for the girl, death is death. Remember the red crystal. It is the fruit of the cave. He believed that even those who had become victims would be reborn if our plan became reality. Dracula then convinced himself that that's right. That's all that's needed. His face returned to the present time. He believed that his son would also feel happy. The reality had dealt a death blow to his heart. Dracula was shocked. "Why are you against us? Soon we will live in the reality we've been hoping for." He looked at the boy's face and asked, "Don't you want to bring your mother back?" Dracula continued to say that it was completely possible. "We have half the number of lives, so we only need to get the other half." While he was talking, Tepes held tight the wound. He was angry at Bo's call. Why didn't the father understand the value? The dead body didn't recognize him, but still had a nose. The boy ran to his father in pain, having been exploited, and wanted to create an animal that obeyed his commands. Dracula, like a ghost, was shocked. Tepes regretfully admitted from the start that he never intended to fulfill his father's wish, but he was betrayed and helped people count Bo's death. Dracula was tough, trying to deny that it was possible. He turned his hand to the Mika group, thinking how much effort and pain we have to endure is nothing. Remember the old image of the old man, aka Akui, who warned him that the fake photos would be used against me? Dracula looked at the group laughing. "Ha ha ha, you want to fire me?" He immediately hit the two red lights that attacked us. "Right, you are not my son, you are just a photo." Tepes returned to the game state, saying it was a challenge we had to face. A pair of feet walked, the blue circle around him.
Mika was enveloped by the blue circle flying in front of him and said enough. Mika looked at Dracula as the two faced each other in a line, noticing the boy with two soulless eyes and thinking the French name was written in pure white. He remembered an old man who looked very much like that person but was also different. Mika summoned the god of light, a white glow that filled the entire space. Dracula felt himself falling apart and immediately tried to cast a spell. Dracula was stunned by the blood-stained nails claiming his territory as a terrible scene unfolded, the surrounding space turning red as Zero's black magic gradually spread beneath him, his hands raised high to control the red nails. Mika was nervous and calculated 3 more minutes. The boy was unconscious after pretending to be the mind of that evil name. He believed that in 3 minutes he would activate the blue circle and eventually defeat Dracula. A girl named Seth appeared on his shoulder and asked Mika what he wanted. He told her not to leave any pink holes, but the nails that Dracula ordered were also starting to strike. A blue circle appeared behind him, slowly spreading across the room, targeting the evil 3-headed man. How can he overcome this power? Mika said he wasn't the only one defeated by the monster Dracula. He tried to escape the blue circle's protection, bathing his hand in blood, but time was against him. A blood-stained nail appeared. Dracula declared he would exist forever, but how long could the short-tempered man hold on before his life was over? The southern bell rang for a minute before he suddenly asked Saucer. A finger raised, Mika the evil Aka appeared. He repeated for another minute. Dracula shook his hand. The red-skinned nails washed away, and they aimed at Mika. Mordine, Leon, and Tepes immediately launched their attack on Dracula. Mordine's face, still sleepy, began to show signs of fatigue. Tepes faced his father's power with open eyes. Leon called for his mother, but the battle was far from over. Mika responded for 30 seconds, while Dracula knelt down. He heard the southern bell ring for 20 seconds. His hands, filled with the sound of the 3-headed man, appeared with a blood-stained nail. He kept counting for 10 seconds before Tep stormed toward him with lightning speed. Mika raised his hand, and each white link flew up the ring around him. The mana rings symbolized the blood-stained body, the dark color representing the darkness we see as a reference to the pH updates in front of the left. We can help if you want, but it's not allowed. It's not easy to do this. I think about the 7-colored light eye of the beast, the same way he found the beast. We have taken control of the grave. Dracoline did not immediately agree, arguing that Tata had become the owner of the beast. He insisted it was the work of the gravekeeper. Mika quickly said that the beast had no influence on him because he only got it by luck. I remember Asa didn't let him know that. Dracoline's face was pale. His body had almost melted. He lay on the ground like a miserable old man, laughing and laughing. She tried to lie on the ground to catch her breath and laugh for a long time, looking at the blue sky through the floor of the house, her head shattered into pieces. He was truly sad, wasn't he? His eyes were just exhausted. Dracoline could tell he was fleeing, but a gentle hand lifted his head. Tepes knelt and lifted his injured old man. As his body turned to ashes, he called out to Tepi. The little girl begged the child not to leave. Tepes asked his father what he had done. He said he just wanted her to come back. The red-haired man had been suffering for decades, and he had been stuck in this situation because of his own selfishness. What did he do wrong? He asked. And what about the child? The person had to face the consequences of their actions. Suddenly, every drop of rain fell. The rain poured down like a warning for the pain Tepes had to endure, falling on his bitter face as if crying for him. The boy kept crying, lost in thoughts of his family, and he kept smiling and smiling. His father told him about that at least once. He looked at the scene in front of him, truly sad. Mika watched Tepe from behind, facing the image of a child sitting on the ground, and thought that Tepes had been abandoned for a long time. Imagining the happy family of 3, the male judge said Dracoline was once a good father. He realized that at least before his wife's death, that picture suddenly shattered into many pieces. Tepes reached out to catch the raindrops, painfully showing his hatred for death. He put his hand on his face and said, "From then on, the blessing my father gave me." Dracoline's eyes were full of fatigue and pain. He thought that the only thing left was the mountain. Dracoline slowly closed his eyes, preparing to leave without forgiveness. Tepes said, but he would still go on living. Dracoline's eyes slowly closed again, a big smile on his face. And for the first time in many years, he looked directly at his father and said that death was a curse to him. But unlike my father, I will find a way to fix everything. He was surprised to see his face and called out his name, Tepes. His eyes were covered with an attention-grabbing object. A picture from afar was hung in front of him. At that time, they were still a happy family. He tried to speak his last words, but Dracoline laughed confidently, saying something different to me. Yet I understood. Teps called Mika a wizard. No, I should call you a soldier. He pressed his hand to his chest and pulled out an object. Dracoline handed Mika a pink object and said, "Please take it." The wings fluttered on Dracoline's face, even though he no longer needed them. Nam asked him if he would be upset. Tepes looked at each finger that was turning into consent and realized he was right. I should have done this a long time ago. I want to see my wife again. It will be soon, looking at the sky outside. He was sad, but first he had to go to hell and suffer the punishment. Dracoline, with his hands folded, did not try to touch his face for the last time. He quickly grabbed his hand, raised a hopeful smile, and said, "Father, I'm sorry, son." The last two words he said to me were forever. Tepe sat in utter dismay, watching his father turn completely into ashes, and he called out, "Father." His hands fell to the ground as Manga approached him, his eyes like his wife's watching Tepe. He saw the red-haired man's hands clenched tightly. At the scene of the sleeping figure in the grave, Mika's voice rose, and the story was over. Nethi's last feeling was, fortunately. Mika was sure that if you had done what you should have from the beginning, maybe it wouldn't have turned out like this. Honestly, I had to hold back a lot. Are you asking if this is the reason you came back here? A man with red hair appeared, and Mika said, "This is Dracoline Delta's monster." The man asked how I was supposed to realize that. Nethi replied, "We will do that because you deserve to pass the challenge." Just now, a flower appeared from the sleeping slumber. The yellow gold flower shimmered as the king took Mika's hand, gradually fading and leaving a mark on Nethi's hand. He raised his hand to check, thinking this time it was his right hand. The man accepted it, so Nethi turned her back and walked away. Nethi asked the person who was about to leave immediately. He answered, "I have to go now. There is nothing left here." Suddenly something happened. Mika stopped. He asked Nethi what she thought about what had happened. She was sad that the answer was all her fault. That boy said he would use that monster for good things. Mika replied that he wasn't sure. "I think you gave it to him, but didn't think much about it." "You said you'd have time to think about this. I won't close the door." Namching guessed that since others would come, I would also return here. Mika looked at Nethi, warning me to wait and see what he would do next, and the following day, Mika performed the ritual of paying homage to the villagers. He told Danvot that it was finished. Nam Ching said he had a son, so the people would no longer be sad, and the village chief lent him a hand. He asked how he could repay this favor, but Mika said there was no need, village chief. He immediately nodded, "I am not the village chief." Danvot insisted that I was just a fake. I'm a 100% fake. Nam Ching also asked, where did the name come from? He closed his eyes, took a nap, and Mika performed the ritual of paying homage to the villagers. Danvot nodded, recognizing Han for the first time. Nam Ching sat down in front of Han, smiling, praising me. I did not underestimate that. The chief of the village was moved by the words of the merchant. He said, "But we are not like this. We need someone who can lead everyone forward." Danvot suddenly asked about the talent, implying you are the leader. Nam Ching replied, "He just said so." Han looked around nervously and said, "But we are all people who have been defeated by the leader." Han was worried that the others would accept it, and Mika agreed that he was not wrong. He announced that the monster would return to this land, and Danvot's eyes widened instantly. Nam Ching said the poison still kept the monster at bay, which means when it weakens, they will invade this place. The village chief was so worried he asked if there was any way. Mika looked at Han seriously, but the answer wasn't really about solving it. This was just something I was going to take responsibility for. He continued, "I can't tell you right now, but trust me." Danvot wondered why. Han was confused when he said a complete sentence. "Why did you do these things for us?" Watching the people of Fat wait for my answer, he shouted for an hour. Mika asked again. He needs a reason. So in another part of the forest near the village, Mika is concentrating on sending spirits into the ground. Han whispered a gentle prayer, and the ground in Namching rose up bright and shining. Mika looked at his face a little longer, satisfied, and said, "This way the land will soon be plowed by the coconut." "Analyzing the forest, this area will be polluted in a year," Namching answered correctly. She paused to ask, "But the problem is that I can't stay here forever. This is not something you can talk about." Mika smiled more and said, "So I'm just a relative of the family again, right?" Namching looked at her and asked, "I'm the official successor of the Wanpurgis family. So what? The family only provides us with money and power. As for relationships and that money, the answer is yes." When he heard that everything would be settled once the numbers came out, "What did you say the numbers were?" Mika raised her voice to interrupt their conversation. He looked at Leon, breathing heavily, asking what was happening.
The wizard announced that a high-ranking, extremely powerful person was present. Mika looked at him and said, "The big character appeared." Who is being looked at?" Leon asked without questioning. "What I have on my face. Why do you just look at it and laugh?" Nam Ching laughed. "Ha ha ha. No, look behind you. Leon is cold at his back, and his mother." Maybe I just mentioned Tao Tao. Then Tao Tao appeared. The light was on like a ghost standing behind Leon with a smile. Zook explained that he had saved the kingdom from danger, so he deserved the reward. It was a normal thing. Maka said she didn't want to help Beha, but Zook immediately warned her that because she is a hero, if she refuses, the king will be disappointed. He even thought that if you refuse, you might be a good candidate. Mika remembered the image of the hero praised by the king, and the first successful calculation with the letter was a hero. He asked Zook again what he thought. He judged that Beha's talent seemed hopeless, and what Beha thinks is hard to say. Maybe we should make Beha his mother. Mika thought correctly. In his memory, the king always sought out talents, a symbol of the king's authority for the emperor to emerge. He recalled the image of the emperor before the king and said, "Yes, perhaps you are the one." Mika smiled confidently and said, "I wanted to control it. I wanted to own it." A hand slammed down on the table, making it scream for an hour. Zook covered his face helplessly. He looked at him like the monster and asked Mika if he recognized it. "Did you just say anything?" Just released the pressure to threaten the other. The main man there didn't either. He immediately resisted. Mika smiled, of course. Zook thought, "Don't touch my grave, you cow. So what?" He warned him, and he still asked when he knew the consequences. Mika smiled confidently and said, "If it was normal land, I didn't ask." The main man asked, "How many troops do you think are needed to defend this territory?" Zook confidently raised a finger, enough to match a general's army. Mika immediately denied hurting anyone, unless provoked first. His eyes looked threatening, "And we will need an army of soldiers equal to that of a general or even a higher-ranking officer." Ngaizuke was already mentally exhausted. "Don't make it all up, no matter how dangerous the devil's trap is." Mika immediately straightened up, because they are devils. The main man turned around, terrified, because they are devils. He thought of the image of a bloody demon, not just the level of dignity or mana, but the basic demon that was different from humans. Mika remembered the image before returning. He had once failed in front of the Demon King, and the main man knew that their cruelty and danger were beyond imagination. But everyone ignored that. "I assure you, we have to deal with them differently than humans." Ngaizuke nodded after a moment of contemplation and said, "Okay, I understand, but I still don't see how this relates to self-control." Mika pointed downward and said, "I plan to form a team here to fight against devils, those who are no longer human, those wounded by devil magic and devils." He confidently said the devils. The main man continued to show that I don't think that's a bad idea. If so, the country can fight against the devils by giving them the right to self-control. Ngiezuke silently said nothing, only made a sound. He closed his eyes and said that he didn't think it was a bad idea, but as you know, it all depends on the emperor. Mika smiled and said, I know everything. I know everything. You just stood up and thought, but I am confident if the emperor knows he will accept my request." He looked at the main man with a determined look and said, "Wait and see." At Ngechang, Tepes was kneeling before his parents. He clasped his hands and prayed for something only the king knew about. Tepes heard a familiar footstep and asked Mika standing behind him, "You are here." The main man asked if it was better. Tepes answered a little, but there was a lot of work to be done. Mika sighed. "Don't worry about his Ba'ai Moduan, it will eventually disappear. The words of the dead are complicated, but there are ways to resolve them, and Tepes even suggested a few." The main man asked, "Do you want to be freed from the words of the dead?" The red-haired man was sad and thin. He wanted to be removed, but he looked up and said to Hugo that if he did, he would become a normal person. Mika went to Leon's belly and said, "What kind of a friend do you want to be?" "Don't be afraid. Leon's head was cut off and left a real hole. If that's the case, we can take revenge." The main man thought, "I don't see anything wrong with this revenge." He looked at the man beside him and said that if this revenge doesn't turn a person into something else, it can become a reason for someone to live. His red eyes were resolute. "Just remember never to cross your principles." Mika was happy and told Tepes to trust his heart that he would help him take revenge. Tepes didn't believe Leon would ask him to take him away, but the main man nodded and agreed. The world just let him worry, and Mika shared his plan. In front of Tepes' mother's grave, he spoke of turning this place into land for the red-haired man, doubting his own hand, and asked again if he believed in giving him the leader of the Sansao. The main man did not hesitate to answer, "If possible, I want to give it to you." Tepes looked back. but he saw his parents resting, even though he was a Draculean. Tepes laid his son down. His eyes looked at his mother's side, saying that this tragedy had happened. Mika approached the grave and pulled a white flower from the vase, saying it was not a problem for him. The main man, with his glasses lowered, showed that he had chosen to trust what he saw, that being the image of Tepes hugging his father in the middle of the grave. Mika praised Tepes' bravery and resolve, which ultimately proved his worth. After finishing his speech, he slowly rose to his feet. Mika said, "I believe in you." Tepes' face at that moment revealed the surprise of the soul. The main man turned around and smiled. Straight back, he was more considerate than anyone. Tepes appeared to have made his decision, stepping forward and promising Mika that he would accept this responsibility. Mika remembered this man's image before the ceremony, taking responsibility for the front-line fighters. The main man, overwhelmed by the power tree, was heartbroken when he learned about Tepes' final moments, which were told in a terrible way. He was so happy as the power tree flew across the swordsman like a blessing. Mika then sighed. He will. Watching Tepes, he hoped this person would live until the end and fulfill his purpose. Mika silently promised himself that, where the white flower shone, he would be their heir. A man was sitting in the afternoon, lost in thought on a chair, making a sound. This is King Xerxer of the Alexandro River, seated on a very uncomfortable throne. He held the chess piece and said he could take those two out to solve the problem. The king was angry, but now they are back together, and he can't even imagine this. Staring at the chess piece before him, it's hard to predict the direction of this army. If I can figure it out, I will become the mother of the gods. Actually, I'm not too happy either. He looked at the chess piece and said he was still thinking. He emphasized Juan Persius's strategy, the person now sitting down. He closed his eyes and said it was just a minor issue. The king immediately asked Mot another question. Is he the son of Nguyen Kong? The strategy, Aiden honestly said, was a guy who never knew how to listen. He told the pink-haired parents that young people are like that now, right? Then Aiden moved on to another story. Now the important thing is not who will become the hero. The strategy. After choosing the new hero, this 10-day peace will soon come to an end. The king reminded everyone of the 10-day peace, and his mother said that the people of Ongen, Hume, A, and Aiden, who used to say a great demon was growing right in the capital, right? The king highly appreciated the statement, finding it very annoying. The strategy of trying to predict the hero's next moves was useless. The king shook his head and asked, "Who can control him?" He smiled and said, "I'm not stupid." The king warned that he understood too much and that no one could control the hero. The king said, "I'm not stupid." The king said, "I'm not stupid." The king said, "I am not stupid." The king said, "I am not stupid." The king said, "I am not foolish." The king said, "I am not foolish." The king said, "I'm not stupid." Then the main male turned his head and said, "The king has given me this land." He honestly said he didn't want to take over this place or get involved in others' affairs at all. Meek confirmed that he wanted this place to become a house, a base for the bandits. Tepes asked again, "Do you want to do that?" Are you sure?" The main male did not answer, put his hand on the ground. He said, "Unfortunately, so to turn this place into a house, a base suitable for the bandits, I have planned to stay here for a while to take care of everything." Mika asked for that, "So I want you to find out if the bandits have been hiding in the dark all this time." Tepes opened his eyes and asked for a sword, meaning a gold mine at the bottom of the A. Mika replied with a smile. In the group's bedroom, Leon was so angry he stayed here for about 3 to 4 months, and his mother. He said, "It's not too long," Mika answered. "I need to build a base in this land. Actually, staying a few months like this is not long." He emphasized further, glancing at Moden and Leon, and said, "This is a crucial training opportunity for both of you." Mika then turned his face and warned, "The items we've gathered while exploring this area also require both of you to take time to consider." Leon looked at his hands and turned his face as Mika called him. He raised his hand to ask, "Compared to the first time we met, your strength has increased considerably. Now you are much stronger. You can and be a boss." The main male guessed, but he still felt that Leon wasn't enough, and Leon was told by the black-hearted man to immediately nod. Mika continued, saying, "I won't tell you to wait patiently. In fact, you can and should become stronger." Leon replied, "So he wanted to tell me to seize this chance to train myself to the fullest." The main male acknowledged that I could be disciplined, so I have nothing to worry about anymore. He insisted that you just keep growing like a tree outside. Leon smiled, hands clasped around his sword, and the swordsman asked if he had prepared anything. Mika said that monsters are everywhere here, so just see them as training partners.
Leon swung his sword onto his shoulder and replied, "Okay," smiling confidently and saying, "I will become stronger. Don't worry about me." Mika heard the door close and felt happy. The boy had been raised for many years and had grown up. Looking at the other, he said, "Now it's time for Modine." "It's time." The guard closed his eyes and listened, then said he wanted to hear from a student. The main male was surprised and patted the rice, asking why Modine agreed to draw the soul so quickly. Modin honestly replied that his magic level was higher than his, but when the owner reached level 8, Mika simply stood up and said it would be easier to talk. The main male went to the door and opened it, smiling brightly and saying, "Start running, Modin," he warned his mother. Asking why, Mika replied, "People always say they want a bright mind, but their bodies must be strong first." He smiled and advised him to run and take care of his feet, just like he once told Modin, "I saw your potential the last time you used magic," but Mika put his hand on his shoulder and said he ran very seriously while still pulling a horse on his back, right? The guard's face instantly froze with shock. Modin was so furious and disappointed that he said, "I just ran like that, the owner." Mika quickly pulled him aside, saying, "I know I said that, so you just did it. I appreciate it." The main male chuckled and asked if I told you to run. "Again, would you do it?" A long a rose up. As the sky cleared, Teps looked lonelier standing in the dry forest, and he said, "See you again in the coming months, hero." After that, the team ascended and left immediately. Mika then smiled and said goodbye to the red-haired man. The main male remembered that to defend, I asked him if he needed more support, but he refused. I didn't doubt it either. Seeing the hat on Tepe's head and his hands full of strength, Mika knew for sure before leaving that Teps, the leader of the Kui team, had beheaded all the Kui and made a name for himself. Watching the shadow of the hero knight cast by the sun, the main male sensed the same hatred that would turn him into a Kui. He had enough. Mika checked the time, then looked down at the desert land beneath his feet. The main male gave a 2-word warning. If you do it, you have to eat. If you don't, you only have to eat. Set was on his shoulder. He couldn't believe it was really so. Mika remained as annoyed as ever. Smiling when King answered 2 pointless questions, she also got used to the urge to immediately eat the male's ball. "Oh, so you're part of the plan." Andung, with a slurred face, said, "Of course not if I could change his mother's name." Set also said no. She flew down to the main male and asked what he was going to do. Mika honestly said, "First I have to ensure the space is alive for the people I have to eat the new job." Watching the deserted village, An continued flying, then reduced the number of nearby creatures. After assessing the wall of the desert land built for the village's family, the main male decided to prepare a defense zone around the area to be protected. Set, as the chief investigator, said the plan was reasonable. She was puzzled, but didn't he want to leave this place? Why did he suddenly change course? She said if he was going to do that, I would turn this place into a state of emergency. Mika asked again who said I would leave this place. He extended his hand and a green light appeared on it. Set opened his eyes and suddenly vomited. The light disappeared, leaving a bunch of light-colored orbs in Mika's hand. She threw the orbs into the world tree. She was worried and asked, "What the hell? The world tree is still fine. Why do you have this thing? The world tree is the only special tree in this world." The main male, Tran An, said, "This is not a real thing. It's just a copy, an imported product made with high quality, and the tree's eyes have turned into a forest." Set was confused. Why is it so big and fast, and growing faster than medicine? Mika explained that he had conducted several studies on the world tree, initially thinking I was lying, but it was actually created by him before the first year. Set was curious about how he would organize it, and he replied that Nephthys would assist him. She reached out her hand, and the old woman said, "If it was Nephthys, I'm sure he would do well." Forgetting what had happened, she asked if he had named the trees. Mika's face was swollen. He thought of the name Yu, but no longer remembered. He was unconsciously holding out a dream tree. Can you imagine a picture of a decorated board with colorful stars behind his back? Set felt regretful as she asked, "Shijibis?" The main male, and she fell silent. A few days later, in the bedroom, Mika sat at the table, looking at a green glowing phallic tree. He said, "It's time." The other side of the tree is quiet and scary. After a few minutes of waiting, Aiden's deer said, "I'm begging you in a silly way, Mr. Hung. Learning is very important." Aiden, sitting in the study, still held a familiar air bath in his hand as he told his son. He looked at the warning tree. "If it wasn't my son, I would have broken my leg." Mika smiled and said, "Don't say that. Father said he would help you." The prayer was heard and, of course, the sound of sleep. Aiden's face turned pale as he warned, "But if you're planning to create an independent territory, you need to talk to me first." Don't think you're a happy family and can decide for yourselves. Mika responded without hesitation. I have to get used to this, or else Aiden sighed softly. He closed his eyes, resting his feet against the tree, and said, Yes, I can't feed you, especially since you're too far away. I received a message from the king asking what he said. From the prayer, Aiden said the king wouldn't pressure you because you've realized the importance of the hero. Suddenly, he said he wanted to visit the capital, which surprised Mika. He understood that this meant he wanted to speak with you face to face. The main man thought seriously, face to face. That hurts, especially here, his mother. Finally, he decided it was fine. I have no problem. In another corner, someone was practicing, breathing evenly, ha-ha, sweat running down their muscles. Mr. Moden was holding a big stone to practice the Song of the Earth to increase his strength. Mika approached the sound and called Mr. Kwanzaa, who was surprised and asked, Owner, what wind brought you here? The crowd asked him to come to my house, but Mr. Kwanzaa just heard the sound of the earth, and the main man announced he was going to visit the capital briefly, so I want to ask him to do some things for. Moden exhaled and asked why, and he said it was to the capital because his mother wanted to smell the earth. Mika, the king, said nothing. The king wanted to talk to me. He closed his eyes and said I understood. Baha, baha. Moden realized something was wrong, took a deep breath, and asked what to do next, then rode a horse with a horse's skin, gently walking along the road. The questioner said we would ride to the capital. This time it will be a comfortable journey. They thought he never went anywhere. Mika said it was because he didn't have to, and she felt he was unhappy to be smelling the earth for an hour. Suddenly, a memory surfaced, hot and vivid. She shook her hand and realized, oh yes. The questioner asked Mika if her energy had increased recently, and so they had also changed a bit. The main man asked again. She smiled and said yes. The master's face lit up with happiness, asking if he wanted to see it, her heart burning with anger. If he dared say no, she'd make him sell salt forever. The master was so happy to tell Mika, I'll show you. A faint green light enveloped her body, as if it was making her larger. When it came to the size of a normal person, the master smiled and asked how he felt. He nodded, while the main man's face was still blurry, as if he had known for 3 lives. She was happy to ask if he looked like a human now, right? Mika didn't find the answer funny. It was a bit surprising. The master raised his hand and said, when you put energy into your body, I think I have recovered some of it. The main man asked her how long she could maintain this form. The master raised his hand, blinked once, plus once, divided by 2, then nodded. Now I spend about 30 minutes a day on it. I don't even think about it. Mika was curious. Besides her body being bigger, did it have any other effects? She didn't answer, but raised her hand, and the master immediately reached out. Mika was afraid of the soul. She felt that the monsters in this area had been cut in half. Watching the bird fly through the forest, he wondered what she had just done. The master said he had just used the power of the storm to attack the nearby monsters. My left hand held my right, but I only got half, and the effect was much weaker than my powers in the Huihuang era. Oh, what time of year is this? Mika said, remembering. I have never heard you tell me about your Huihuang era. The mountains are full of eyes, the sky is blue, and this is the time I am in the Huihuang era. As in the legend, the age of gods, or similar eras. She said loudly, I regret not claiming to be a god, but compared to the people of this era. Sure, I used to be much stronger. Mika thought about the idea of a person like a god. The idea of a god, the master, the main man, reminded him of him and Siegfried before the return. They were nothing compared to the gods. The gods here are Heikao, Nefti, Yggdrasil, and Set, and they only fight to claim the monster. The imaginary space in Mika's mind, which was once a black void, suddenly turned white, as if the monster's power could help them attain godhood. The main man remembered the image of the boss before the return, the demon with the face of the head. Wearing armor under the red sunset, covered by clouds in the wind, I think they also believed that that power could destroy the demon. Mika resisted, saying, I don't understand how the entire civilization of a race can collapse. He looked up, eyes gazing upward, and a thought emerged in his mind, like a shadow of a lonely Set sitting there. The main man guessed it might be due to a traitor. Suddenly, a hole appeared in the first Set, a long whistle sounded, and the person began to escape. Mika's mind was like water, and his soul seemed to leave his body as he saw the next Set fall like a ball. His expression seemed to say, what the hell? What nonsense. The mini-set appeared again because the face of the country is the country of the country. The country is the country of the country. The country is too much, the main man said 30 minutes ago. The confident smile of the Set replied, I'm a bit annoyed, so I should use this ability and do many things, which reduces the time. He closed his eyes, thinking,
I know, the weak lady is still out of the wind. Mika looked out the window, thinking, I'm also very good. While the car was rolling, the main man calculated that there was still a little time before the end of the race, so I decided to check everything I had achieved from before. He looked at the Hey Cow sign on his hand and thought that luck had changed. Everything he had recently received was a blessing. Mika didn't notice the sign and thought that everyone knew about the blessing, so he couldn't get involved with the French. The sign of Hey Cow shining brightly was covered by mana, the main man said, but in my case, mana and the sacred power did not collide with each other. Waiting, he had a great idea that not two powers were combined with each other, but that there was a third power created. Mika closed his eyes, aware that many subtle changes were taking place. The main man raised his hand and wondered, should I try to do something to verify it? A purple universe appeared in his mind, showing an image of a human fused with the sacred blessing and mana, the boundary between the sacred and mana, the sacred of the world. The blessing was powerful, the sign of Hey Cow. I think it would be hard to sense this power without concentration, as mana was intertwined with 3 other blessings. I thought about the world tree, and the blessing was about to merge into one. After checking, Mika knew clearly that they had merged into each other. The main man asked why not, explaining that its nature is like that, with an image of grass shining brightly like a dragon, and he asked why. Why are you looking at me like that? The image before her made her feel like a wandering spirit, calling her crazy. She felt the surroundings turn into a forest with tiny rays of light, Mika beside her merging into a tree, saying he had become a monk. In that forest, little spirits laughed among the flowers as they fought each other. Mika nodded, saying, "Oh, a monk." He imagined a monk standing in the same tree with a hand in the forest, between monks and different things, but did not use mana, but used his power from nature. In short, he borrowed without paying. They could gain the blessing of a tree and an animal, which was a birth skill. In the flower-filled carriage with leotards, there was also a bright light, and Mika was certain he had nothing to do with nature. The main man smiled, but now he looked as if he was pondering where to go before continuing his lonely journey. Truly fascinating. It's hard to believe how this happened, how the power of the world tree and the blessing could merge into each other. His mother is also a buffalo. How could a human do this? He smiled and said, but it's still possible, right? So the buffalo, the book does not deny it's possible, but very unreasonable. She explained that the power of the tree is not an ability that humans can easily control. The main man didn't agree, but the disciples used the tree's power very boldly. The power of the tree was normal, an ability altered for humans to use. In the forest of light, her voice continued evenly, even the goddesses who use the power of the tree to train cannot control it, but he combined the 2 types, which was the ultimate move. The main man said it was difficult but not impossible, and the book immediately agreed, so it was unreasonable. She said it wasn't suitable for the ritual. Mika immediately sensed something was off. He had a feeling. The main man remembers the first time he met Hey Cow in the forest of the first hero. She used to call him the god of the forest. I heard that I was looking at the forest. I just did something in front of him. I thought it was very difficult. The book was also confused. I asked the OLAR, "What are you doing?" Then the forest suddenly appeared close to Mika's face. He opened his eyes wide. Wait, what? The forest was holding his tiny hand with the sacred relic of the thesis, the material that all magicians in the world seek to control the god of the forest. The sacred relic of the forest. Mika held the sacred leaf of gold in his hands, feeling a bit embarrassed because the sacred had given it to him. Why are you so polite? The sacred is a gift. Don't be afraid, it's a gift to meet the face. That's right, it's not a gift, it's a trap. Mika said to the sacred, what if I refuse? The little sacred felt it like a lightning strike to the ear, and the lightning pulled it in. Mika's head was struck. Don't joke. You know it was created during your awakening. You have to accept this kid's trap. Mika closed his eyes. Okay, I won't refuse anymore. Seeing the sacred being teased by him, he felt truly embarrassed. I need money to help me become a magician. Mika said, okay, I'll accept it. The sacred heard it as fresh as flowers. The smile was very happy. Mika asked him, what's your name? The sacred replied, I don't know. If you don't have a name, I'll give you one, Ria. Call me that. Mika thought for a moment, I don't know what a beautiful name should be. I remember when the sacred tried to pick the sacred leaf for me. Mika came up with a name. Mon, the sacred was confused. Huh? She looked out and asked, wait, Mon in the M-O-L-A, huh? Mika was confused and had to give it a name with a little heart. While the sacred was in this state, Mika saw that he was confused when he heard the new name, Mon Sao. Mon, so Mon. His face was very angry. Mika pointed at him, looked at him. She liked it. So be it. A moment later, they boarded the train back to King Then. As the train stopped, the sacred flew out of the room, and the garden remained as peaceful as ever. She turned around and asked Mika if she was going to meet the king. No, I'm not going to do that. Mika smiled, unable to visit that girl. Unable to. Returning to the palace, under the white moon in front of the palace, a joyful Mon greeted Mika and the soldiers. Mika asked, "Your good mood, Mon? Did your head get broken because you solved the sacred lie?" Mon asked, "Why are you here?" "Mon, I came to see the garden." "Oh, King Mon, Mon, you are so handsome. I can only wish you good luck." Mika said, "There is actually something that can help me, great dwarf. I heard you have very valuable information." "Dwarf? Stop, you mean—" Mika smiled, revealing the king's dark past. "Great dwarf!" He turned away when he heard that. He snapped white. Why did you look at it?" Mika replied, "I am a soldier, great dwarf, and rather than being told otherwise, I will take a step forward." In the palace, a person was lying down reporting the news. The young man's name, Juan Purgis, entered the castle. It's a pity. I didn't expect that name to become a soldier again." Then Kellyboss smiled and asked the god next door what he thought. "I think we can't be fooled by this, I think so too." Lindell rejected the fool's name, but in a year it grew so much that it's unbelievable. The kingdom can't be trusted. The god asked Kellyboss, "What should I do?" He turned away. "What do you mean, just go to the capital?" "The only reason Han would suddenly go to the capital is because of the king's order." "Exactly. If the king's army moves against the Juan Purgis family, the balance of power will fall apart." No, maybe that's not the real reason. I've hated the Juan Purgis family, both the French and the owners of that dead family, for a long time. A girl's figure was brought to mind, unseen but rejected by Han. The Juan Purgis family is suffering. We can't let others take over, and people live facing many things they don't understand. Mika closed his eyes, enjoyed the wind. That's right. That's life. If this happens again, it won't be just a little fun. It's very tough, but the last light at the end of the tunnel is always the brightest. Mika opened his eyes, but it doesn't have to happen now. So Yidan is pulling Mika out of the ground. What's going on? A few minutes ago, Mika returned to the palace, took a deep breath, and completed the first step. The people around him asked, "What are you thinking? Should I go around the capital?" As he hesitated, a voice called out to Mika, "Son, stand up." Mika looked to the left. It was Yidan Juan Purgis, his father with a large bow on his shoulder, his eyes burning. And now, in the present, Mika was helpless. "Father, put down the bow and we can talk. This is how we communicate. So why do you have to keep it raised?" Yidan smiled, and there was no great Frenchman in the world who could beat me with a bow. This father was very proud of claiming his land. Mika smiled and said, "Father, please reconsider. I haven't spoken to you in a while." Yidan gently lowered Mika, acknowledging that, "Yes, you're right." The two suddenly found themselves in a tough spot, facing each other in silence. Mika looked at his father and thought, "I didn't realize before that I was always an exception to him, and never truly understood him. I ran away from him, far away from him, the great Frenchman with the 8 great rings maybe, because I couldn't reach him, and maybe because he was too great. I thought he didn't understand me, but maybe I felt inferior to him." Mika had run away from his father for a very long time, and now as he faced him, he finally understood something. "But now I realize that father is just a person who comes home to be a father." Mika gathered all his calm. Junjun held his hand in front of Yidan and said, "I have a lot to say to father." "Father..." Later they will sit opposite each other in the palace." Yidan asked, "I have seen the emperor, but I am still calm like that." Mika nodded. "If not calm, then nothing will change." He laughed. "Ha ha, I thought I had just gotten my new ring, but now I'm this big. There's no more time for jealousy now." Yidan asked, "I'm talking about the next generation." Mika held the tea and said, "Yes, we have the same enemy, but the people don't want to unite, so honestly, I'm not worried about meeting the emperor." Father immediately asked, "So what are you worried about?" "The great families, the noble families that each are like their own kingdoms. The great families of the Mishapo, Lindell, Kellyboss, and Juan Purgis families." Mika continued, "Among them, the Lindell family is the most reliable, but given the current situation. So, I said the other 2 families are the problem here. The most troublesome family is the Kellyboss family." Yidan wondered why Kellyboss was so hard to identify, but what could he do? Mika replied, "I have a plan, but first, please help this child." "What?" "I have an effective plan to stop Kellyboss." After talking to Mika's father again, she wandered around with Seth. She was still curious about his relationship with his strange father. Two people with unusual genes in Group A, normal.
After you said that, the father is a bit strange, but you get used to it. No, I mean it's not like that anyway. It's been a while.
The capital isn't like this before we return, Seth asked. So where are you headed?
Mika nodded. I should meet the Emperor, of course, but what else are you going to do? That is, Mika has not finished. He has felt something wrong.
Seth was worried, Mika. I know we are being held back. Mika continued to walk through the capital, noticing the names held back, 2 on the right and 1 on the left. They came from the next Haka assembly, and I also guessed some people would be following me. But here, there are fewer than I expected. It seems they've seen me. Mika's daughter shifted her feelings towards me, and there was someone more aggressive than the other 3. I understand. It seems that person is the mastermind. Seth asked what you're going to do.
Mika nodded. I don't know either.
I decided to cut their tails, but I just felt uneasy. The incident where I took out the bow was an accident I don't quite remember. But now that the bow is gone, what will happen to the Haka assembly?
I think someone with a similar status to the stolen bow might step in, and maybe a ghost like Bill's bub will appear again. I need to look into it.
In a distant corner, one of the tailed Haka people is watching Mika. If I cut his tail like this, I'm sure I won't be caught. She wondered to herself, is Hanta really a hero? There is a lot of information about Mika Walpurgis, but no details about heroes. However, based on the limited information available, they seem very suspicious, so it's not worth pursuing. The tailed Haka person again told herself that Hanta has become a ghost in the underworld and the realm of the gods. Maybe Hanta Shinga has a great status, but Hanta is just someone everyone recognizes as having the qualities of a true hero. I should. Thinking, Mika has disappeared from her sight. So what? She's just a second away, just a blink of an eye. How could I lose Hanta? She was stunned for a moment, angry, cursing herself. How could I make such a mistake? She pushed through the crowd, urgently searching for Hanta. Suddenly, a hand grabbed her shoulder from the woods, and her voice turned cold as she looked for something. The girl with the stiff tail, Mika, just smiled and immediately changed her face. Who was she going with? She was trembling, silent, but the moment came quickly, shifting and running at a very fast pace. She was extremely shocked, just ran away, just fell into the trap. Now what should I do? What should I do now?
Okay, I've found what I'm looking for. Hanta is very talented. Hanta has discovered her invisible art immediately. This is something that the teachers can't do.
I need to report this to the council immediately. She returned to her council to prevent her from taking another route here, studying. That should be Fim. Mika stood beside her and asked, "Come here." The girl with the tail was so shocked that the whole group was stunned. She was so surprised she kept asking why. Mika's face was both alert and smiling, like a crane. She was a crane. After the death of the bow, Talia took over as leader. How do you know we're on Talia's side? You're a spy in the council, so it's really suspicious. Now just don't let me go, girl. Understand, huh? Mika threatened the council. Now I've also discovered your skill. Do you think you can hide me anymore? The girl agreed, hero. Then, unexpectedly, she flicked her fingers and acted shyly. We could go our separate ways, but she also had many fears. I am the council manager. It would be very bad if everyone saw you slap me. Mika was silent, thinking for a long time, then took a deep breath and said no. Mika raised his hand and it fell. The girl didn't react in time. Wait, this dog fell straight into the swamp. Mika then followed her, thinking she should be more careful. Mika didn't care. I don't need to be careful with the council members, and if I take her there, they won't bother her. It's interesting how you know that she is Talia's adopted daughter, while the Dark Haze Council is drinking hot beer happily. Mika, the girl, and the girl just now are heading to the door to go inside. He asked, Talia, right? A man said, what's your name? So he looked, rarely glancing at the girl on the ground, and said, here, please sign. Everyone saw that Talia's adopted daughter was a girl, and her name was Mir. The men were angry. Mika gently raised his hand. Now the people recognized me. A dozen men came to teach him a lesson, but Mika was still silent there. He smiled. Wow, calm down. Mika shook hands, moved, the magic circles appeared, immediately making everyone move. Mika asked if anyone was innocent and impulsive in this matter. No, good, no one. Mika still said with a hoarse voice, I know, let's do a test to see who is honest. Mika sat on the bench waiting. He should also go out to rest. Sitting like this made me a little angry. But if you don't take it and wait too long, Mika will break the law. He put his hand in front of the magic circle until someone appeared beside him and said, stop it. Mika looked up and said, oh, you're here, huh? Are you the boss around here? He took off his scarf and frowned.
I'm Heidos. It seems my daughter has caused you trouble. I'm sorry. Mika nodded, annoyed, then looked at Mir lying on the ground and said, I know you're awake. Why aren't you waking up yet? Mir was so surprised and exposed, so I hit her in the back, feeling ashamed, and I heard him say, Ah, so ugly. Mika hung up. The clothes clung to the other person as if she were ugly. Mir was so angry. If you are a real hero, you should share personal information. Heidos said, Mir, come on, you're so stubborn. It's my order. We need to gather information about the hero, so I sent her away. Heidos nodded. I'm really sorry. Mir hurriedly ran to him. You can do whatever you want. Don't touch my father. He is very self-willed. Heidos, he is the president of Talia and also the assassin's ambassador. At that time, he was probably killed by those bastards, but the future I know has changed. What should I do? The chaos in Talia that had sold her soul to Kui, increasing her power. You took Ev 261, right? Myra's angry, huh? So what do you mean we're just like the nuts later? Mika stood up. I've already said it myself. My duty is to clear out the copper concoction debris. Myra was scared, but people still lingered around. My brother lowered his hand and threw the coat onto the ground. His skin was problematic to cross outside, and if no one intervened, the situation could escalate. The pressure was intense, and the old man was different. He asked if Heidos had finished. Then wait, I didn't expect to meet another Dark Master here. You are very trustworthy. Mika replied, I understand. I notice many small details, like where you pointed your hand and your heart. Mika closed his eyes. Something felt strange, as if he was possessed, yet he was still alive. He was shocked. How do you know? You smile. I am the hero, on the edge of my castle. Mia was worried. So you know the words of the origin. You will know how to explain. Mika nodded his head. Of course. Of course. Mia was shocked and asked Mika why and how, telling him to tell her if he needed anything. She would do everything to find it. Mika felt too disappointed. He told Mia, But I never really liked it, so you smile. How much do you know about me? After Mika and Heidos reached an agreement, he handed Heidos a set of documents. Okay, let's mark this point here. Yeah, I understand. The agreement was signed immediately, and honestly, signing it was a completely natural step. Both sides' thoughts had been aligned, so there was nothing to undo. First, break Heidos' words so he won't be spoiled at all. The truth is that a professional killer will soon recover completely and cannot be underestimated, leading Talia to a brighter future. Mika said, Talia's limit is very clear. Even if you exceed that limit, you can't escape the trap of becoming a member of the Dark Council. Heidos answered, There are things we can't deny. So, because of this hero, Mika said. Yeah, I said I would help you. Talia will also be very happy to help us gather information, and if anyone disobeys, Heidos will keep answering, then that person will have to pay with their life. This is the condition in the agreement, right? And Talia needs to be unwavering. You understand the meaning behind this sentence? Heidos nodded, I understand. Let's break free from the Dark Council's trap. Even though it's not easy, Mika decided to leave for now. Heidos, after confessing, I still find it hard to escape my council's darkness. Mika asked, He forgot which family we are from then? Ah, the Pergis family. Our father is still in Dedo, so please listen to him. Heidos was silent for a while and stopped asking. But was his personality as good as the other day? Mika thinks of his old man as a devil. It is also difficult to say he is a coward. Our father is on another level. Don't worry, if his personality isn't good, he won't do anything. Heidos turned himself in. Everything went really smoothly. Oh my God. Mika made a mistake. Left Heidos' bar, Nam clasped his hand. Father, why so, daughter? We can trust him. Father has a good feeling, daughter. That's how we've lived before. That day, my father met his son, and his decision was based on my instinct. I think if we can move beyond this principle, it would be good, but more importantly because that hero made a promise that will lead us out of the darkness. In his eyes, there is no prejudice, which means he is truly sincere and careful enough to see us so we can communicate. Getting help from heroes isn't easy because if we meet when everything is still ongoing, we won't lose anything. Mian takes a deep breath and says, I understand. Mika used his skills. Mian just saw him there a moment ago, and he disappeared the next second, she says. For a hero named Hero, he seems a bit too ordinary. Father also thinks so. At the White Emperor Palace, Mika looks around, feeling that this place is so unreal, so this is where I need to protect. Talking to the guards who have heard it, I feel very uncomfortable, but that way I will not be in danger, so why do I keep worrying? Mika looks at it with tears, thinking that by now, a royal knight like him might already be inside the palace.
The figure with 2 swords in front of Mika. Stop right there. Leave this place. This is where the Emperor resides.
Hero, you haven't heard about me. I'm a hero. Why are those 2 soldiers staring at Mika's shining light with their mouths agape? They were angry, so I will check again. We received a message. Please cooperate with us to verify your identity. Just prove it, and I've checked who will be your assistant. All right, I understand. Of course, I know exactly who will come. If the assistant hero is a new recruit, then there is only one person. Hello, hero, I am Mika. Smiles. You're Myron, right? The assistant suddenly says, Oh, right, you know me. Not all of us are from the same family. We come from the Walpurgis family, and you are from the Kelly Boss family. It's a pleasure to meet you. Mika extended his hand, and they shook hands. Yes, I am Myron Kelly Boss, the second son of Marquis Kelly Boss. And before I realized it, I didn't get anything, or a criminal killed my own father. Mr. Marquis Kelly Boss, or a hero, stopped a family from fighting with the same fate. Later, Myron would be associated with 2 opposite words. The hero died. Mika turned around and smiled, holding Myron's hand, surprising him quite a bit. After a moment, Myron responded with a bright smile and said, I didn't expect the famous hero to know my name. Then Myron smiled and led Mika to the throne. Mika looked at the familiar smile on Myron's face, then thought he was so drunk. A criminal. A hero has failed, people call him that, but now he really looks quite reckless and polite. Suddenly, Mika raised his voice and asked, Myron, you have just been appointed to be the Emperor's assistant, right? Myron quickly answered, Yes, but becoming an Emperor's assistant makes me very proud. Then Myron smiled and said, Of course, compared to you, it's nothing. Hearing that, Mika immediately replied, No, getting that title at your age is very admirable. Myron was praised for smiling more brightly than answering, and hearing that made me even happier. Seeing Myron like that, Mika felt a secret happiness. This smile was still pure, because until now, Myron had not known the truth about his father, which was the reason he was killed. When Mika talked to his father, he also said there is only one way to beat Marquis in 1 round, and Mika needs Myron for his plan. Suddenly, Mika looked at Myron and asked what Myron thinks about Marquis Kelly Boss. Hearing that, Myron suddenly asked, Do you mean my father? Then Myron seriously replied, I respect him. We are one of the great families of the kingdom, and he is not the one standing behind. Of course, I know my father isn't very kind to Walpurgis, but that's just a small part of his childhood. My father is a warlord, he won't bite, never leave a trace. Marquis went too far, and when Myron found out, the truth was revealed and chaos ensued. There are many things to consider, but now is the time to let him know. Mika just entered Mage and asked, recalling, Myron, do you know that the capital has been on fire recently? Myron heard that. He went to say, If it's a story. Mika suddenly uttered 4 words. The family was shocked. This made Myron's boredom increase. Clearly, he did not like when talking about this issue. He didn't like being forced to stay in one place, and the reason Brother A accepted the position wasn't suitable for him. It was because the Marquis wanted it, meaning that if Mika revealed a small piece of information, Myron would be easily pushed away. About the hidden truth, which was also Mika's plan. Seeing how Myron reacted to his proposal, Mika said, If you want, I can tell you a little about the kingdom story. Then he looked directly into Myron's eyes and said, I'm not just looking at someone else. He's always by my side, and sometimes he argues with me saying you're going the wrong way. Mika smiled and replied very proudly, My king. King Yushu stepped down to Mika's place, looking at the person he once raised his voice to judge, in the person he was not proud of. The king's eyes were teary and his voice hoarse. The one who greeted him was because he was the emperor, but the tone did not carry any respect or reverence. Mika listened, then closed his eyes and replied, Thank you for praising. King Yushu walked past Mika and said, I didn't expect a hero from Walpurgis. Since I have the right to decide who becomes a hero, I've already found out a little. King Yushu held Mika's chin, raising his voice to judge Mika's gaze from behind. Mika Walpurgis, who used to be a madman. Then I didn't see Mika's reaction. The king immediately asked, I used it. The past is praising that person. I have too much trouble with the hero, I do not think. Mika still closed his eyes, gently replied, No, I do not intend to deny the truth. In Mika's heart, he also understood that King Yushu not only judged him as a hero, but also observed what kind of person Mika Walpurgis was. Did Mika rebel, or was he simply blind to the truth, or was he still driven by greed? The king will judge what kind of person Mika is based on his actions and attitude. Mika smiled, then looked at the king, eager to say, But I am the god of that fairy. Mika was determined in his heart that he did not intend for King Yushu to answer as expected. The most powerful man in this land. Yushu referred to Alexander. the king's guide to this great land, the one who truly understands the truth. A disaster will occur if power isn't used with a purpose within limits, and he used those limits to judge others as a type of person. But King Yushu, immersed in the moment, looked at Mika's assessment but was played by him, thinking, what's wrong with this name? King Yushu realized he couldn't see who Mika truly was, which was unusual and intriguing. Mika's eyes shifted. He nodded and apologized if his voice sounded a bit irritating. King Yushu immediately reacted, as if to say, if we were your father, we would be very angry. Mika smiled, then looked straight at the king and said, "But where is it? Where is it? Can you be a little more bold?" King Yushu replied, "Of course, hero. Now you say this world is about to face a disaster." Mika quickly said, "If we prepare now, nothing will happen, but I am sure it will be a big disaster. But the extent of it depends on how we prepare." King Yushu clearly understood that Mika believed this disaster was unstoppable. The king looked at Mika and said, "A disaster our country cannot withstand. An extraordinary event mentioned in history." Mika spoke of something impossible, which was truly unreasonable, yet he had just hinted at a great secret hidden at the very end. King Yushu looked at Mika standing there and asked, "So what do you want from me? I'm sure you're not here just to meet me. I'm sure you're here because there's something you want to say." Faced with the doubt or with the question, Mika showed a portrait. His hands shook. Then he looked at the king, slowly nodding. "What I want to say." "Of course," Mika laughed. "Ha ha." His eyes looked at the king and answered, "I don't want anything." When he heard that, the king's face turned dark. His face shrunk, his mouth closed, his voice was hoarse. "So what?" Mika smiled, having answered all the questions. He responded. Mika remembered his conversation with the evil king, who said, "One weakness. I'm not sure this can help you, i.e." But the victim was very excited, and even when he talked about escaping, he remained as passionate as before. Mika thought that the king's excitement was now just a subtle hint every time he mentioned escape. Once, the king asked sincerely if you wanted anything. At that moment, Yushu also smiled, his face tightening, and he said, "No, I don't want anything." After hearing that, the king was stunned, looked at the head and said, "Ha ha ha, I don't want anything. I'm sure you want something, either to become the center of this land or to have me promise to help you." Mika looked at the king and said, "I can find help myself, and since this place belongs to you, I don't want to be the center of it." Then Mika smiled, eyes filled with tears, and asked, "Why not give me something that suits me better?" The king was very sad. His voice was hard to hear. In other words, you will not directly ask for anything, but you want me to think of something to give you. Seeing the king walk away and look at his side with a lost patience, Mika shook his hand and replied, "It's not hard to hear what you said, but if you understand that direction, then it depends on you. Beha, please consider it as I do, dear Beha. I wish I could be a perfect hero, but unfortunately, I still lack something." King Yushu thought, "You really don't seem like a hero at all." Then he turned around and said, "Ah, okay, then I will do as I want. Really, I don't intend to change my mind." Mika replied, "Yes, in my heart I'm happy, you just need to put on a little more." King Yushu immediately decided to form a team of knights to fight evil, sending official orders to each lancer. And he placed his seal in Mika's hand, saying, "If you need help, just tell me. Don't say you're the one blessed with many helpers. I have enough ability to help more people than that blessing. This is my seal, and whenever you're within the Empire's territory, everyone will assist you." Mika nodded and smiled. "Ha ha ha, you gave me too much." King Yushu asked, "What else?" Mika looked at the king and said, "I don't want anything else." But after a while of discussion, the king suddenly said, "If it is Myron, then it is the Calabots family." Mika replied immediately, I just say my thoughts, but nothing is affected. If a knight in the palace is absent for a while." The king thought and said, "Recently the palace knights haven't been aware of what's happening outside. At least someone should go out to experience it. So, tell the young Calabots boy to go out, see for himself, and bring back results that make us happy. You may go. We trust you'll be satisfied with this outcome." Mika nodded. "Yes, that's right." Mika immediately turned around and left, but was stopped by 5 steps. And again, Mika's smile was revealed, with a gentle smile, saying, "The god also wants to talk to the one who is hiding behind that tree." King Yushu was a little surprised and shouted, "Oh, the sun is shining on the stone. It's shining brightly on the king's face." Then he replied, "Okay, you may go. The palace door is closed." He looked at it for a while before turning his head. Tired of saying he figured it out, it seems the hero noticed it earlier. At this moment, Hector Liam, the commander of the royal council, stepped out from behind the tree and was surprised to reply, "There's no way he could tell I was just a professor." King Yushu thought for a moment and said,
Everything doesn't go as we wish. It's interesting. Living in boredom makes life meaningless. In King Yushu's heart, if a disaster is unavoidable, we must be prepared. Mika replied immediately, "The king has approved it." Seeing Myron after hearing the news, he smiled like a flower. Mika raised his voice, looking at his reaction. "It seems that the position of the Emperor's guard is a bit too strong for you." It sounds like Myron is smiling more brightly than he answers. "Ha ha ha, I can see that." Suddenly, Myron's smile faded as the Emperor's voice said, "I like to be a strategist, but this isn't what I expected. Protecting the king is an honor." But Mika then said, "It's not your wish to save more people than that." Mika said, "Of course, I don't do that for free. I also want you to do something for me." Myron was surprised and asked, "What is that?" Mika smiled, bowed, and looked at the Emperor's expression. "We need to name it immediately, so we can't keep the bow and related things for him." Myron asked again, "So you said I was going to kill them?" Mika nodded. Yes. Honestly, Mika knew everything. This was a step to bring Myron closer to the truth. Myron still smiled, but replied, "Yes, I will do this." Of course, Mika raised his finger and added one more thing. "After you bind them, you need to return to the meeting immediately. Do not take any other actions." Myron immediately asked, "So you want me to report back right away?" Then he opened a big, stupid smile and said, "I will do as you say." After talking to Myron, Mika stepped outside, and at that moment, the little boy ran out to ask why you let that strategist go investigate this. "Is there a reason?" Mika answered, "Yes, you will find out soon." When Mika returned home and saw the scene in front of him, he was silent. Mika was so grown up. "Father, what is your father doing?" Mr. Iden was angry as he watched his son wait for his response. "The other boy, you were the one who told them to meet, but now you're saying something stupid." Mr. Iden sat happily, holding the command, and said, "Look at them. We know they've been involved in some illegal activities, so why did you bring them to us?" Suddenly, Hidos raised his hand and softly said, "I am a professional killer." But a moment later, Mr. Iden fell silent. Mika quickly messaged Mr. Iden, "I will send you all the details later." The two Hidos smiled happily and said, "Thank you," then left. Right now, only 2 people are left. Mr. Eden looked at Mika and said, "We have a lot to discuss, but I just want to ask you one thing. What does the king think?" Mika immediately replied, "Oh, nothing serious. He asked me some pretty funny questions, but I already knew those questions, didn't you?" Mika said, "So far, the king's wish has come true. You have received this surprise." Mr. Iden was a little surprised. The king's move is not a simple game. Mika also agreed and said this will help you a lot when you fulfill the obligations of the heathen. Mr. Iden calmly reminded him, "No one in this kingdom can turn their back on the king. Now you have to go." Mika quickly put the ring in his pocket and smiled. "I still have a lot to worry about." Iden asked, "So you mean the Kelibos family?" Mika answered, "Yes, that's right." Iden thought, then asked, "Son, do you know the Kelibos family hates our family?" Mika said, "I heard that he fought with my father for my mother." Iden bowed his head and pressed his fingers. "Yes, that's right. To be honest, after Season and I got married, he had never given up, just never stopped being stubborn to my mother." Mika couldn't accept it, but had to say one more thing. It was terrible. Iden replied, "Yes, although the good relationship between us didn't last." Hearing the regret in his father's voice, Mika sighed. "It doesn't mean that my father has lost or not." Mr. Iden was worried and answered, "You are right, but because of this intangible relationship of the two families, my father was also worried." Mika looked at his father and thought, this seems to be the same as Nostra. Mr. Iden took a deep breath and reminded his son it would be very good if you were also honest with others as you are with us. "You need to understand this, so we just said the Kelibos family will target our house for our entire lives." Mika didn't feel the answer, you know. Then Mika asked Iden, "What about the thing you suggested to your father?" Mr. Iden answered immediately, I've done it. I'm not sure what Kelibos expected from his second son, Myron." Mika was satisfied to say, "That's okay." Mr. Iden saw his son's mouth open with his father. It was hard to bear to ask, "What are you going to do?" Mika just laughed and laughed, because our family is powerful and no one outside can bother us if we want to break this. We need to step out, and at this moment Myron was following Mika's instructions to uncover the truth about Kelibos and who was behind everything here. A man was stabbed in the chair. He looked at Myron and panicked. Oh, do it. How, there is a contract here, the city council." Myron's eyes turned full of anger and confusion. He asked, "Jack, the president of the Hina group, is the person, right?" Jack did not answer that question, but the emperor was afraid to argue. "I have never challenged the king's authority. How can a poor person like me be able to challenge the king's authority?" Myron was angry. The man kept silent. Suddenly his eyes were bright. He was shocked. Myron saw a wooden door. Inside it were dozens, hundreds of small faces. His eyes were bewildered, but his eyes were scared. They clung to the wire and called out to spread freedom. Myron couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed the old man's shirt and pulled it up, revealing he was the one behind the bowler's business. Then he used his strength to beat that bastard to the ground, making him scream, "Who cares about that?" At this moment, Myron was shot. The bowler caught it and threw it at Jack's face, revealing that selling innocent children was a business. Who was behind him? Jack was too scared to fall. He put on his clothes. What do you mean? The kind of drink that you don't want to drink but end up drinking. And then Myron broke Jack's arm, making him scream in pain and heartbreak. Myron looked into Jack's eyes, dead and scared, and told him to speak. Jack was too frightened to say a word. I don't know. How can I know when that bastard hid their identity from me?" Hearing that, Myron released his hand in the calculation. So there are people who stand behind this case. Really, I need to verify the truth. Suddenly, Myron looked up on the table. He was shocked. His eyes were bright. He shouted, "This is..." Myron discovered an antique dagger with the mark of his family. He was confused, wondering why this dagger was here. Myron held the dagger in his hand, thinking it was just a joke. His family could never be involved in this mess. He shook his head repeatedly, saying no way, then he threw the dagger away. In the information, he always reminded himself that his family never got involved in this mess. But Myron returned to the office and called his father immediately, his voice trembling as he asked, "Father, what are you talking about?" At the other end of the rope, Myron's father's voice was the Marquis's old man with a full intention to blame. He said, "Don't do those useless things anymore, son." My father said, "He can't believe it. Why?" After the phone call, Myron's heart was filled with countless questions. I don't understand. Isn't my father the one who taught me to live a glorious life? So why? Myron was confused. At first he couldn't recognize the family-marked handkerchief. Don't say that. Hidos was outside watching. Seeing Myron, the emperor, looking out the window, he said, "The suspect was brought down." Right now, Mika was quietly talking to the emperor, who smiled and looked at him before reporting everything. "Here is fine, sir." Mika closed his eyes without feeling, but said that tree is much bigger, and the emperor smiled. "Yes, that tree's life is very strong." Mika calmly explained that it will grow even bigger if we just leave it, and will also naturally eliminate those poisonous substances. We don't need to be in school, but he often does some CBAP training exercises, and as I said, to reach a higher level, he has to take care of himself. Hearing that, Emperor Morden called the owner. I realized that during training, CBAP can't get healthier overnight, especially for an old man like me. Seeing Mika's indifferent face, Emperor Morden's pride shattered like a bomb, sweeping away all thoughts. An old Frenchman like me shouldn't go through such hardships. If he's going to be like that, then the Frenchman is also human. Mika was bored, then turned around, sighed, whatever, making Emperor Morden so distressed and angry. I don't understand why. Suddenly, Mika looked at Morden seriously and asked, "How is Leon?" Emperor Morden said that Leon is developing at an astonishing pace and is likely to become a master within a year. Hearing that, Mika thought it might be possible that before he knew it, Leon was a master-level genius, alongside Siegfried. Mika immediately told the emperor that if he needed anything, he would help him. He was a good person to invest in. Emperor Morden looked into the last member of the DAP and nodded, "Yes, I understand." After ending his talk with Emperor Morden, Mika stood up, exhausted, and looked up at the vast sky and said, "We need to be prepared. We will arrive soon." As Mika was walking outside, Hido suddenly called out, "Mika, the Emperor has just arrived. Please welcome the return of the Emperor." He stopped speaking after Mika got off the car. "The Emperor has just arrived. What should we do now?" Hidos asked Leon, and after seeing Mika's smile, he turned around and asked, "What did you mean?" The Emperor said, "Don't interfere." So Hidos looked up. "We don't need to interrupt the conversation between those two brothers." Hidos interrupted, "My dear Emperor, the second son of the Kelly-boss family dares to speak out." The Emperor said, "If he has made up his mind, please watch carefully," a yellow-haired man with a gloomy face said. At this moment, something interesting is about to happen in the Emperor's court, as the Emperor looked at Myron's face and suddenly spoke in a foreign language. The boy wondered why the Emperor had suddenly come here, and the other person replied that they came to see if he truly heard what was said. Of course, that's not the only reason we came here. Hearing Myron's words, he was scared and even guessed the reason why he came to the capital. I can only think of one reason. My brother, the Emperor, was supposed to go to the capital, but he never did. Suddenly, the man's voice rang out, "Are you sad because your father stopped you from continuing your investigation?"
The clock ticked, stopping at 7:10. Right now, Myron is full of courage to express his opinion. It will bring more glory to our family. I haven't had time to say all of his father's words, but that's not what I want. If that's the case, don't advise me to become a holy knight. The other person heard it, sat down, and of course replied, I don't need to get involved in this to push for a higher position for my son. Myron still maintains his position, but that's not the only way to bring glory. Hearing this, his father quickly dismissed it, saying with a mysterious tone, I believe the glory that comes from this name only belongs to you. Myron, still a symbol of our family, looked at him for a few seconds. In the end, he could no longer recognize him, but the voice of our family was heard, and then he realized. After seeing the man's eyes, he hesitated and wondered what he should do now. The boy sacrificed himself, living as a kind-hearted family member to become a holy knight. Myron said that to maintain the power of a noble family, you need the help of the Emperor's palace, but the Emperor entrusted this task to you. He only assigned you the task, seeing your determined attitude. Your father's words were truly furious, and he was so angry he slammed his hand on the table. Then he was very excited. Myron, your father told you to stop investigating that. That is an order from the head of the family. Myron immediately asked why, seeing his holy face, the man was so worried he was sweating, only able to say one word. Children. At that moment, he was trembling with fear, hard to describe. Previously, the boy was usually very angry whenever he was upset. I couldn't say a word, as he had received an order from the Emperor and also bears the Emperor's name. Returning to reality, Myron quickly explained that the person who ordered to stop the investigation of the harem did so because he wondered why it was halted. Recalling the dagger earlier, he then looked at his empty hands. He quietly continued, during the investigation of the harem, he found an ancient dagger with the mark of our family. This made the man have to hide his eyes. Why? He was alone. Maybe you got caught. They will surely think you will be killed immediately. Myron was disappointed. Even when his father did it, his father had to do one thing. If it was that, then it was okay. I know what your weakness is, so you need to work with someone you trust. Myron didn't hesitate out of fear, but the Emperor agreed. I asked the hero. Shupid. The opponent heard it and felt confused. You have to ask the Walpurgis family to pull the dagger. Myron quickly confirmed. I do not doubt anyone in the Walpurgis family. Under the bright sun, yellow in the dark. The man made it clear with determination that he asked for a hero. Hearing these words, his father felt everything was going in the right direction, and a disturbing thought crossed his mind. That the Walpurgis dagger's name was hiding something. In the end, he found this really annoying, and quietly watched his son before gazing into Myron's eyes for a long time, surprising the man, who honestly didn't care and just kept looking into his eyes, because he missed you. With a strange power, Myron suddenly vanished in a mysterious way, while on the other side, the main man was happy, shouting, I understand, and the man smiled secretly. Maybe everything went as planned, and the man was so happy his face lit up like a bell in the dark night, ringing everywhere among the crowd. The house's president smiled and asked, Why? We didn't do anything anyone mentioned. The man's name was silent, but he still held the information. Then he quickly grabbed the enemy's axe, raised his voice to warn, Don't worry, no one knows if you'll die. A few minutes later, the man's body suddenly released his heart and just fell to the ground, accepting his fate. Watching this scene, the man quickly pulled out a strange virus bottle. His body had done this many times before. Despite the sound of the bell, this is a food virus that was commonly used in the past. Thinking about what I might see here, I felt regret. Hearing that, the name was like a trap, and my heart was afraid I wouldn't recognize who I was. Hados continued to ask, Do you know who I am if I introduce myself as the president of Talia? I have many questions for you, so it would be great if you came with me. If I follow you, would you forgive me? Hados used his reputation to guarantee it. Yes, I promise. In the face of the name, Han immediately sensed the pressure from my Han. And sure enough, my Han is stronger and better than me. Han also recognized the difference in their abilities and felt relieved. Han didn't care about me at all. Then it was time. No more hesitation. The face's name immediately released his sword. Han planned to strike the enemy in the throat, while Han was pleased because he had hit the man. Suddenly, Han's sword stopped in his hand. Seeing Han Junlei's body, he hesitated to attack. Hados was willing to strike, but with such power he dared not fight, feeling so ashamed. Watching the black smoke around me, the face's name was concealed like a trap, hidden within this dark haze. Hados gently lowered his sword and suddenly said this to me, because I had already rejected his offer. He lowered his face and said he had no right to speak, quickly withdrawing his hand. The enemy's self-destructive attack was fierce before being swallowed by darkness, and only pain was written on his face.
Hedo silently looked at the battlefield he had created. The bell rang out a voice among the bamboo and tea. The man turned away and said, "Hey, you can't come here." Hidos heard the voice and immediately said, "Okay, this much information is enough for us to investigate." Naturally, they put these people in this situation, which also means the Kelly boss family is very disappointed. After the incident, Hidos had to admit one thing, as the word said. This business is too ruthless, too brutal for one of the noble families to be involved. If it gets out, the Kelly boss family will suffer a heavy blow. He said. Hidos looked down and couldn't help but feel intrigued, really intriguing. I don't know what Hung intended to do with these names. In the room, only 2 men were talking. Myron made the request. "I need help." He began to clear his mind. "I'm not sure, but I can't dismiss any possibility." "So, what was your decision?" Mika was curious. The man stopped answering. "Yes, there are dark spots in my family that I don't usually know. They might even." Not waiting for him to say more, the man quickly accepted the help from secret societies in the Empire, right? Seeing the opponent reveal his dark heart, Myron's face was hard to read. He asked, "You already know." Mika immediately calmed his mind. "If a hero like me doesn't know about this, how can I save the world? If that's the future, then I still have to know everything and be prepared." Hearing these words, the British spiritualist also had to admit that he had been blind to the lie. At this moment, Myron was hesitating. "So, you helped me ask for permission to find out what happened outside the palace a few days ago." The man replied, "I can't deny it." The young man listened to the final strike's sound and bowed his head. He blamed himself for being the second son in the family, but he couldn't do anything. Mika looked at the person in front of him with tears of compassion, and Myron still had no hope at all. "I feel sorry for him, but I have to hold on to a little hope until he has none left." And then the man said, "I don't know anymore." The spirit thought, yeah, nothing is absolute. If everything just comes to a standstill, Myron might also become the step that changes the Calibuts family. Thinking here, the man raised his hand to signal. Then he got excited and said, "I have something for you to see." In his heart, he wasn't quite sure, but he thought of the name Hedos. I was about to show him solid evidence when suddenly Hedos and Mia appeared in front of Myron, making him jump in shock. Heroes, these people are. Mika quickly stood up to explain that they had just captured these assassins, and that somehow they are now invading the territory of secret societies and attempting to assassinate someone. It's strange, isn't it? Just look at how angry the opponent's expression is. Mika grew more and more excited as hedonist Myron pulled the man's tongue to the side, revealing the face beneath, and immediately removing the mask of the Tazahan. Myron was stunned when he heard that voice, realizing that the person had suddenly become someone else, and his face could no longer be hidden by shock. It's strange, isn't it? Hedonist Myron. He shook the cat's shoulder when he recognized that face. It was his hand held the mask to reveal the face with many scars and a hole. Myron Calibots said the exact name of this man, Doteglek. "I don't understand what happened," Ben asked. "Why is this criminal here?" Mika Wanpurgis replied, "Let's see who else." The souls slowly emerged from the mask, beginning to form full bodies. All the people wearing this mask are notorious criminals, and Myron Calibots was so nervous because he knew exactly who they were. They are the criminals who were executed by Calibots. Mika Wanpurgis, with a sad face, said, "Perhaps their abilities have been destroyed. It doesn't matter how badly the English treat us, because their crimes are so severe they deserve the death penalty." Myron Calibots was afraid he couldn't speak. The tension was overwhelming. The whole room was covered in bugs. Myron Calibots turned his back to his subordinate and asked again because he saw that his hand had a problem when hearing such a ferocious thing. "What did you just say?" The subordinate replied, "I received a report that the people we sent to the Dark Palace were killed." Calibots still insisted, "I believe no one in the Dark Palace is that strong, so why are people saying such ridiculous things?" The subordinate was also sweating nervously. Yes, they were soaked. Calibots held back, thinking, "We failed, then what?" "Don't say that." He remembered his son's calmness with the words, "I asked my brother." He was angry with the curse. It was his name. At first, Calibots envisioned Mika Wanpurgis's glow with red eyes full of anger. He asked his subordinate where Mika Wanpurgis was now. The subordinate answered, "My brother is in the center." Calibots calmly replied, "Yes," then took a step. "We will go there to meet him." A while later, in the room with ancient architecture, Mika Wanpurgis was laughing. "Ha ha!" Then he recognized the visitor who suddenly arrived. "Ah, isn't this the person after all?" Calibots replied, "Long ago we didn't meet. Mika Wanpurgis was drunk. What kind of wind blows a noble family leader here like this?" He kept sleeping. Because he is from a noble family, he must have a very important and high reason. Calibots did not reveal his feelings. He calmly answered, went somewhere else, and said, "You two came to a room like a room, then sat opposite each other.
Calabots no longer turned around and went straight to the point. We are close, but talk comfortably, so we will talk straight. He asked a headless question, but both understood. Is it you?
Mikawan Purgus the fool replied. I don't know what you're talking about. Calabots immediately said, We're wasting time on both sides. We are told our son is always in trouble like this because of you. He calmly answered, I don't think that being behind the evil of the devil group is a mess. He warned again, Don't bother taking my son. He smiled and replied, You need to explain the reason first, then I can accept your warning. Duong looked at Calabots. Why shouldn't I? He also looked straight into his eyes. Then after a moment, he said, You have heard the same words. Evil never needs to be evil is just a simple way of judging a place to visit will gradually collapse and become a paradise. So someone needs to control evil. He went on, Our family is a typical example. Mikawan Purgus emotionlessly asked, What are you going to say? Calabots replied, I am the one controlling evil in the empire. Do you really think the king doesn't know that? He listened carefully, then started dancing again, showing a world that can't be just about your brightness. Your view of this world is still very naive. You extend your hand, hold your leg, and the king even allowed you to sell your son to cause such chaos. Words that made Calabots feel like a human. Mikawan Purgus stood up, placed his hand on the table and said, I don't think there is anything. If there is, then this feeling is just something he can give up. He smiled confidently and said, You will have to listen to some of the blame. But nothing serious will happen. Calabots replied, You understand very well. He placed his hand on his shoulder, his smile bright and cheerful. But deep down, he knew I didn't really care. He continued, Do you think I'm standing here as a member of the Wan Purgus family? Why? Again, he's afraid to show his face. Tonight, there were many attacks. Mikawan Purgus explained that this is the core of it. He was very precise, focusing on the key point. The rest is just a hero claiming to hold a position that evil needs or something. I don't care. Holding the criminal isn't a bad thing, so why do you have so many opinions, huh? Mikawan Purgus raised 2 fingers and said, Now, you just need to choose one of the 2 options. Either stop participating in the gang's activities, or continue to uphold the great evil you just mentioned. You must choose now. Right here, his eyes shining with a cold aura, as if ready to wipe out Calabots' blood. The bell rang. He hesitated, thought, and then, unable to contain his anger, he left. Mikawan Purgus turned his hand around. He said with an air, Have you heard it all? Suddenly, in a space that was torn apart, the black lines gradually grew. Now, Myron Calabots, your face is full of extreme disappointment and frustration. Mikawan Purgus smiled confidently as he said, I have made my decision. Your face is now full of determination. I will spare my family. A man slowly turns into a pile of dust, his eyes filled with fear and surprise, and Mikawan Purgus knows. He saw everything and then revealed more, a love that no one knew about. He remembered a man with yellow hair smiling as he spoke happily. Along with a man with blue hair, his eyes revealed that the dark shadow had been hidden within the Calabots family for a long time. Then, the dark shadow took Myron Calabots back to his childhood and said that they had deliberately prevented him from doing illegal things for his family. His face was full of surprise. He witnessed the conversations and conversations of his family. His eyes were so big, it was hard to believe. Then in front of Myron Calabots is a big black. Amidst the chaos, he opened his eyes wide to the depths of his soul, leaving a deep impression of his birth. As dawn approaches, the dark shadow tears through his last brother's final barrier, he says. He was determined to become the face that brought fame to the noble family, a hand holding his childhood hand and then pulling away. Myron Calabots was pulled away amidst the overwhelming sadness, his eyes still wide open as he listened to the conversation before him, and in his mind he realized that a little regret still lingered for the Calabots family. The light was slowly fading, yet the dark shadow remained, and he continued to soar without stopping. His eyes are filled with broken disbelief, wide open. Then Myron Calabots returns to the dark reality, the memories gradually fading, but the twisted expression on his face is full of thoughts, an indescribable look, and he is certain of you. That feeling strengthens Mikawan Purgus's resolve. I must change my family, including those evil nearby. He nods and reflects more on himself, offering only words of encouragement to justify the wrongs he committed. After expressing his determination, Myron Calabots returned to his senses and told me the truth. I believe he has his own reasons. He saw the dark shadow of recognition in his heart, the truth he discovered very quickly, and he did not feel sorry for him. Then he slowly approached him, looked at Mikawan Purgus and said, Now let's make a plan. He often reflected, knowing this plan wouldn't be completed in 1 to 2 years, but he smiled and looked at him with hope. He also looks at him with a serious face, determined to ask what he needs to do, but doesn't face him, thinking in his heart that Myron is the one who will rebuild his family, not himself. Hearing him ask, he also lightly answered, he just needs to keep doing what he's doing, watching him with an expression that's hard to read. Then he quickly looked at his face to confirm this might be hard to fill, but he just needs to do the right thing. Then he quickly raised his hands and cheeks, giving a hint. But remember this, he said goodbye to his actions, and Myron Calabot suddenly looked at him. Next, he looked straight into his eyes, smiling strongly, and said, "Do not touch." Then he released his face, giving a further hint not to forget his current feelings, and warned not to let himself be defeated or become an outsider. After Mika Walpurgis looked at him with pride and a smile, deep in thought, Myron thought he was developing very well and felt proud. Myron Calabots remained silent, listening to him, and he made a statement about him, a warning against the Calabo family. Then his hand touched his shoulder, and then withdrew. He turned back to keep the smile. Then he finally lightly confirmed to him, "I will report to you the day what happened after the investigation of the cancer." Cancer ended. He also listened to him. "If you need help, you can find our family's phone number," Mika Walpurgis, in the voice of confirmation. He stopped looking at the smile and said, "The name is..." He held back. Then he remembered the blue-haired man, adding more thought or the necessary evil. He is currently in the office. Then he asked himself confidently if he would win this war. Thinking this, the proud man fought back and did not lower his gaze from the smile, giving his confirmation, then simply turned and walked away, while the other looked at him coldly. In another room, the loud ringing of the bell echoed. Calabot's formula slammed his fist on the bell, and the word was sung out, full of anger, while the boy remained there. He turned back to look at the smile, full of thought, hard to bear, self-confident, calm down. He did not do anything. Then he remembered the way to the hall in front of the events he had arranged himself, and he couldn't have himself investigate all the cancer events across the country, which gave a very clear confirmation to the crowd. The face-to-face formula was difficult to accept, but I still need to yield a little now. Calabot's formula envisioned the image of the night with the king in the newspaper, but he said if the king found out, it wouldn't be good. Then he acted in a very strange way. First calling Myron, remembering the mask he wore with his eyes full of teeth, hard to say, "I need to bring the boy here." Next, he recalled the firm lines that echoed in his heart, instead of letting his sense of humor ruin the events of cancer, he thought. Then he took action again. Perhaps it was best to place the boy within the family's sphere of influence. The formula considered involving him with the lipstick, and he tried to find a way around it. Next, he repeated the process, and the plan was complete. Calabot's formula remembered the scene of the Black Thorn destroying the city before, but said that the kingdom could no longer connect with itself, or the kingdom. Before, the formula's thought was to hide his smile and think, and now basically the kingdom is an animal that has lost its teeth. Before he could laugh himself, that mischievous boy still didn't understand how this world works. Suddenly, a call struck a chord deep within my soul, and I felt a wave of sadness. He calmly took it back, turned his hand over and placed it on the table, then looked at the girl who had just entered and asked why he suddenly knelt down, staring at him. Hearing him ask the girl to fold the cloth, General Ali made a formal announcement on the phone, as a voice echoed in Calabot's formula's heart. "The person who made the cloth, the meeting will turn into a song. The other name is heard again. The death formula. The big eyes, the face, suddenly came to the name of the person who made the cloth, and will lead to this." The name is said again. "He hardly believes it," asked the girl again. "Why?" In the girl's imagination, the small dragon was caught in chains that had lost their mysterious glow. At the phone, General Ali smiled happily, opening his hands in front of the mirror, and both sides of his face revealed the answer. "Ha ha, what a hero." Then he pointed his fingers at the two opposing people giving the answer, and said, "Never let us down," while the brother with Myron Calabots looked at him calmly. Then General Ali reminded the girl with a proud smile, thinking he had made a quick decision in a short time. Then he asked him if this was a test without a judge. He quickly took out his fixed bow, held it up to the light, and said it was like a light of truth, in the voice of Mika Walpurgis. "Although the kingdom no longer holds as much power as before, it is still the kingdom," he said. Then he smiled with tears in his eyes, and the bow in the air asked, "We don't just need to break the devil's head, do we?" He also agreed that if there truly was a devil hiding there, then it was correct, Mika Walpurgis confirmed. Seeing the smiling face, the bright smile of the great god of death was clear in his heart.
Although he now appears gentle when he was young, his voice was quite loud. He looked at the smiling face of the gentleman, tears in his eyes confirming that the machine defeated the devil. In his past eyes, he was a killer full of blood, the same devil's tree that smiled to reveal his true nature. He could crush the heads of countless monsters and was also a religious investigator who helped turn the tide in the past. Next, Mika Walpurgis pointed to Myron Kellyboss and said, "I will leave the rest to you. Remember what I told you." Then he also looked at the devil's head and said, "I will be careful." Of course, a loud voice interrupted their conversation, and Mika Walpurgis responded calmly to the voice. On the other side, Kellyboss's family was furious and turned to confront the devil, demanding what he thought he was doing. He asked. Then he spoke in English, as if he had no right to stop us. His voice grew smaller and quieter as he saw the brother with the devil looking at him. Mika Walpurgis, smiling drunkenly, asked again, "What are you saying?" Next to him, he watched like a loyal dog, smiling happily. Beside Myron Kellyboss, he spoke in English as if he had no right to do this, like a parent looking at their child. Next to him, he went straight ahead and said, "I have to do what I believe is right." The great engineer, ready to respond to Myron's actions, said, "If you truly are the father of a child, you will always trust in the clear meaning of what you will, not stop me." Hearing Kellyboss's words, his anger grew. His eyes widened, and he shouted at him, threatening him, demanding he be left alone. Hearing this, Myron Kellyboss stepped back a few paces and then firmly said, "Just do it." He stepped back again and added, "No matter what others do, I will not give up what I believe in." Next to him, he begged him to leave. Hearing this, the more angry the man became, the more he looked at his son's actions, accusing Mika Walpurgis behind his back, holding his drunkenness. That's what he said. His eyes looked at him behind the other person, full of anger. Next to him, he was calm and asked him, who was the one who stood up after these things? Hearing this, he also just stopped to smile. Next to him, he turned around, clasped his hand, and said, "I'm just doing what a hero should do." Mika Walpurgis raised his hands and shouted, "Silent, silent." He stood outside, looking at the old man happily, and said, "I'm talking to you. I'm feeling. Time is really worth it." She was standing beside him, eyeing him suspiciously or questioning him. Not just now, when he was so angry, so why are they part of the great family? Before she could say more, he softened and said, "Okay." Next to him, he confidently added that Myron would handle this. The city lights shone brightly at night. It has been 4 days since Grandmother Ali made the official announcement. Myron, holding the knight's sword, drew it from its sheath, his eyes wide and his teeth clenched with determination. Next to him, the grandmother's staff was raised to make a loud noise, and at the same time, a quiet sound also rang out. Thanks to the leadership of the grandmother and Myron, the palace members were surrounded by the harem. The swords clashed, and the harem members were shot. He ascended to the hall to discuss the benefits of this trip and uncovered countless pieces of criminal evidence. In the end, the chaos in the harem palace was quickly subdued, the sword's blade was covered in blood, and he gradually withdrew. In just 4 days, Myron's face was bloodstained to the point that everyone else was filled with sorrow, and the people tried to stay calm when they saw the dead before them. The Calabos family's harem palace was destroyed, and he stood by the sea holding a sword, his face hidden from view. After hearing this, the harem was informed, and when the king heard the news, he laughed endlessly, and the harem's eyes turned into a never-ending smile. Returning to Mika Walpurgis's reality, the first glimpse of that smile was unmistakable, and I no longer needed to try. He said that even though he was in pain, Myron still did everything he could, then quickly opened the door, walked back onto the boat, and said that when he was having a hard time, he just needed to look around a little. She watched him from behind, as if he was hard to understand. Then he also mounted the horse, not used to sharing his opinion. His personality was truly strange. Mika Walpurgis. He fought back, his hair messy, smiling as he looked out. Then he fell and was on his way to Draculion, and 1.5 years passed, with the wind blowing through the blooming flowers in a beautiful small forest. Stepping out of the forest, he looked down at the landscape. Mika Walpurgis, he fought back, just walked away, smiled, and said, "Now this place is full of life." Tepe stood beside him, watching him, pretending that if not for you, this place would be abandoned. He heard that, also looked at him, smiling, listening to him talking, and then suddenly disappeared. Saying that he gently extended his hand to the last person performing the ritual, he confirmed it was all thanks to you. Mika Walpurgis heard that and humbly thought, "I just do what I need to do." He looked at him with firm conviction in his heart, knowing that a week ago, Tepe was with about 30 monks before the other monster returned to Draculion. He heard him say that, and immediately nodded, smiling in the wind. Then the sounds and the touch of the golden sword clashed. He looked at the monks practicing in front of him and said, "Some I have met before and some I haven't seen. A man with a full beard and a sharp tongue was heading into battle, he said. If not for the magic of the wolf, Micah Walpurgis said. Then he looked at the girl with two different eyes, also trying to practice a firm way of recognizing. Then they also wore the devil's eyes. Next to Tepa, he also looked at them, a little sad, in a voice full of doubt. In addition, there were not a few people who were not welcomed. Micah Walpurgis heard that, looked into his eyes, and replied, "Yes, but I was the one who called you all together again." Seeing the crowd, the monk immediately smiled happily. A wolf approached the two of them, saying, "If not for the captain and the king." Micah Walpurgis looked at the wolf approaching him, then answered, thinking to himself that the monk had asked the others to respond to the devil's magic, and he smiled happily as he looked at them. He extended his hand in front of him and asked, "Have you met the devil recently?" He heard that, his eyes filled with sadness, and asked how I could stop meeting the devil. He looked at his hand, trembling, but said it was my hand that killed them, because of the evil names of that monster, Ansbeck. He couldn't wait to say there was a person with two devil's eyes, or ask, if we stay here longer, can we really kill those devils? He also replied, the girl has eyes of the devil, everyone needs to train. The key is to strengthen your will so the enemy can't cast their magic. And the other two also glanced at him slightly. Micah Walpurgis said, and stopped smiling, "I will not say the enemy is wrong." Then he looked straight into their eyes, full of a patience. Their hatred for the devil was justified, and he made the decision. They can hate the devil too. Then Micah Walpurgis silently decided to stop the devil from rising and killing innocent people. As he looked at the enemies, illuminated by the red lights of their destruction, he thought to himself that among them there might be those who could be killed by the devil's evil enemies, and he hoped he was prepared for the plan. Then Micah Walpurgis turned to ask Tepes, "How did I mention it before?" Hearing that, he looked up and confirmed, "Yes, everything is ready." Then he turned around and went to the end of his speech, but honestly, I still feel uneasy. Tepes was worried he might misunderstand, but he kept his head bowed and said, "I completely trust your decision." He listened to you, expressing his heart. Then he hesitated or asked Micah Walpurgis, "Do we really have to do that?" He smiled at Tepes' question. Hearing that, he turned his hand to look at you and confirmed, of course, at the same time. The fight between the two men was ongoing. One was struck by a rock, clearly in pain. The other delivered a harsh, bitter remark, still weak, as he sat on the ground bleeding from his mouth and wound, opening his mouth to breathe. Right after catching his breath, he looked up and pointed at the attacker, Khan, then stood up as the other had just spoken and added, "I was also stubborn like that when I was young." Then Leon Paxlop stood upright, drooling, and made a sarcastic remark about the other person, who was truly delusional. He looked up again, now clear-headed, thinking I still don't believe in any jokes, but it's better than before. He burst into laughter, realizing there were no more jokes. Then Leon Paxlop drew his sword, his eyes fixed ahead, facing an aura-strong opponent. The poison in his mind, blind faith, he stared at the person trying to place the black mark before him, expression unchanged. Then he silently thought to himself, I don't believe in any jokes, but taking the time to find a sword. He brought it to his own body and created an aura of alertness immediately after his mind acted. First, I need to attack first, so I will do it. Leon Paxlop quickly drew his sword and held it forward, then stared ahead with his blade, seeking confirmation. The true strength of this technique is that it does not restrict the use of aura. Leon Paxlop looked at the sword, his aura constantly expressing his thoughts in his mind, noting that there is a limit based on the level, but beyond the aura, it can still absorb and utilize different types of energy. He quickly moved to the other side, observing the large eye of the sword, while the person emerging from the black mark remained unheard. Seeing something strange with the sword, the eye of the eye looked at him, confirming in his mind that this was the power, but with a scar, we don't realize we're using it. The other person expressed an opinion about him, and Leon Paxlop's eyes kept rising with the aura of his body. On the other side, the sword of the sword reflected his thoughts, questioning how we can only use it our way when we're fighting ourselves. Leon Paxlop's eyes kept confirming himself, to the point where he believed he had used Aura A and his speed was too great. Then his body slowly released its aura, heating up with a sense of helplessness, as he believed that his power came from healing his own wounds. The other side looked at him with surprise, and Leon Paxlop made a firm decision in his heart to show his strength and push beyond his limits. He threw the sword behind him, looked at the opponent, and said, "This time, everything will be different." Hearing that, the other man smiled and said, "Now the person has grown up a lot." Leon Paxlop threw the sword to the other side, still exuding aura, looking at the person opposite him with a black mark, His eyes were full of determination, giving out a confirmation. This time, everything will be different. Then he looked ahead. The other person saw his move and smiled happily, confirming that he had grown a lot. He then said, "I believe I've reached my limit," but Leon Paxlop replied, "The next time the ground was empty, like a broken shell." The other side asked curiously about his defeat, saying all he had was speed, then suddenly poked his ribs into the ground, making him lose his sword in great pain as the black mark faced Leon Paxlop, and he realized he had made a serious mistake. Immediately after, he fell to the ground. Then he was lying on the ground, full of anger, thinking to himself, "When did I get hit?" His head was in a state of confusion. The other person approached while he was still confused and said, "We attacked you at some point, right?" Hearing that, he looked at him. Then, in the shadow of the darkness, he scratched his hair and said, "It's not because you don't see it then." Looking down at him and saying, "But it's because you can't see it." He looked at his head. Next, he kept his eyes on him, scratching his hair and saying, "It's because you're lazy." Then he added more about things people can still use and things people can receive, hearing Leon Paxlop's words, looking at him and asking, "What?" That person was still scratching his hair in front of you, asking who Mile is. He also sat down and replied, "A famous swordsman." Hearing that, the other person quickly shook his head, saying it's not just a story people tell each other across the street. Then that person explained himself, the king of the mule element, a red-haired man holding a sharp sword in his hand, standing over a naked man with his hands injured by the sword. Leon Paxlop was about to ask that person why it was hard to understand. The other person smiled and explained that the name was just a nickname used by the king of the mule element, a sharp sword in that man's hand, shining with the name's glory, and the mask sword is one of the most common rewards. The king presented a family emblem of a mask, a flower half-dressed with a dragon dance. Then he explained that it was a term originating from mask performers, those who always played their roles perfectly, bringing to Leon Paxlop's mind a group of red-haired men in poisonous clothes. Hearing that, he still looked at the person, confused and unable to understand what they meant. Seeing your reaction, that person grew a bit angry and said in a rude tone, "Oh, stupid, you need to understand this." Then, the other person touched your forehead with a finger, and the person sitting in the corner looked at you. You also looked at their mouth and said more clearly, "Now the person is caught immediately, and the part must turn into a sword." The person completely forgot the origin of the method, this fool who asked you. Then you understood in your mind that saying it differently doesn't mean you can't do it. Hearing Leon Paxlop seem to understand with wide eyes, still bored you before you could act. Then they looked at the sword, broke the name, and gave the answer. Now you're just not doing it. On Tips's side, it's hard to understand the voice asking you, "Do we really have to do that?" You closed your eyes, smiled, stretched your arms, confirmed, of course. Mika Wanpurgis opened his eyes, thinking to himself that this was a must-do. What he wanted was to rebuild the grave. Then he recalled that Nephthys was holding the phallic fruits, and he was sure to take advantage of Nephthys, the protector of this land. Then he looked at himself. But this is not an unusual story. It depends on how we utilize the grave. Hearing Tepe standing nearby, still nodding, feeling guilty, "I know her strength can help us," he confirmed. But immediately after that, he clenched his fists, not holding the dragon, but I couldn't see it with this confident expression. His understanding of the dragon was also very clear in his heart. Honestly, I also know I am very cruel to ask Tepes to do this. The scene of both people silent to the throat. Then Mika Wanpurgis placed his head on his heart because that place is said to be the origin of the Kaozong tribe's magic. The image in his mind is that Nephthys is covering his eyes with a man with the law of his own body. Next, he held his hand tightly, he said in his mind, but he could have overcome a lot of things. Mika Wanpurgis nodded lightly at him, but if it were him, I believe he could overcome this. Hearing that, Tepes also looked at him. His face looked so small, as if he was about to cry. Then, with a sad nod, he replied, "Thank you for trusting me." Then he released his shoulder, stopped watching the people training in front of him, and looked at the affirmation, preparing to begin this method to erase their hatred. The people turned to his brother's side, asking about the method, and Mika Wanpurgis explained it to them as a simple picture. Then he smiled and said, "This picture is also very sweet. Speaking of which," he nodded slightly, "it might be the most ruthless method." Previously, only Nephthys and he stood facing each other. She clasped her hands behind her back, affirming with her voice, "Now I can begin." He looked at her calmly. She still smiled lightly at him and said, "Please, give me this time. I will definitely not fail." He looked at her, closing his eyes, reciting the law of the law, but affirming, "Nephthys told me this loudly." Then he said, "I don't think badly of her."
He thought deeply if she could change her mind. Mika Wanpurgis said, then made a statement. Then I'm sure she can use her strength to do her job well. Returning to reality, he looked to one side, walked away, smiled, took action. Anyway, I should go see. So, Tepes nodded to him, and he looked at them, waved his hand, smiled, affirmed, I will leave the rest to Nephthys and Tepes. He looked at her, thinking, so today, suddenly there is a voice calling, hey, make him pay attention. Mika Wanpurgis turned his head again. Oh, not yet able to say the last word, he was silent. His feet touched the ground, breaking bones, screaming all night. The pain suddenly shifted to him. The bell never rang, and he looked at him with eyes as clear as a blind man's. Leon Paxloff quickly said, the ground was dirty, my legs cramped, my legs. Then he declared the truth's fruit, about to reach the divine, but couldn't help but look at him so foolish, tears streaming down his face, full of pain. The sound of the blue sky. My legs. After hearing the sound of his hands, he looked at him, waved his hand, asked, so, he said. Then he continued to say, did you realize that you could use the power? Then he let go. Looking at him, he was wandering, running around on the ground, asking, at that time he wanted to prove this. The kind of loss of life. The name Leon Paxloff was still eager to leave. He smiled. He affirmed, that's right. His eyes were staring at him, thinking, it can't be, full of doubt. Then he gave himself an explanation in his mind. It seems that he finally understood the truth of the two familiars' fate. The other fool kept holding himself, saying nothing, then said, I'm in jail. Then he waved his hand, staring at him, wandering, looking at him. So now you understand. That's good. He stopped looking at you. Then he said, wondering, with Mika Wanpurgis, do you know who he is? He listened, also turned his face, looking at the other side, but answered, I know who Mulya is and he's gone like that. Leon Paxloff stood up, looked at him, stared, but no one had told him anything. Hearing the fool's words, he waved his hand, eyes fixed on him, and confirmed, find out for yourself. I won't tell you. Then he waved his hand, but you really approached him yourself. When he came here, his eyes were staring at you. He said, you. Then he said, then he waved his hand. Didn't think I was so hurt. Mika Wanpurgis closed his eyes and listened to him. Then he looked at him, answered in a very strange way. I don't think so either. You're even more like that. You're hurt. You want to die. So he knew he was lying to himself. He thought, he said, waved his hand, then waved his hand. Remembered, before he could reach that level, the two stood on a hill of yellowing stars. Immediately after, he recalled the moment when his friend's eyes were bleeding as if they were about to die. But it wasn't because he lacked ability, rather because he ran out of time. Returning to reality, he remained immersed in the thought of holding on, believing that Mulier's training could help him extend his time quickly. Leon Paxlov's feet still didn't stop him from using the force that struck his feet. Of course, Mika Wanpurgis released his grip and said, but this time everything will be different. Then he advised him to trust in his own power. Leon Paxlov waved his hand, turned his back to him, and looked at him in a very strange way. Then he waved his hand again, looked at him seriously, and confirmed that his potential strength was increasing, and the more he understood, the more he felt hurt. He was proud of his hand. He didn't just close his eyes to confirm, he didn't use it either. Then he opened his eyes to see him confirm, but normally people wouldn't use such a stupid method. The explanations Mika Wanpurgis thought were very simple. He said everyone was afraid, looked at the mark on his hand, then added more when looking at his hand, and that method was also very painful. Vivon didn't just walk down a narrow road, he envisioned a path soaked in blood. Then he confirmed once more, watching his foolish friend smile and enjoy it, as Leon Paxlov removed the bandage from his hand. Then he took the hand of the first person to confirm. So just let me be hurt. He looked at him and confirmed, this guy is not afraid of pain at all. Then he pulled out a bag of blood that was floating on the top of the hill. The fool said, I also have medicine to heal the wound, but everything will be fine. He saw him so confused. He smiled, then imagined, I suddenly remembered an old story. The two who played the role of Wings in the previous chapter, sharing a smile and brotherly love through life and death, now returned to reality as he suddenly said, okay, then I will help you. Listening to this guy, who was shocked, full of doubt, or perhaps with a feeling of mistrust, Leon Paxlov smiled brightly. He reassured himself that there was no need to hurt him, patted his cheeks, and the brother's smile blossomed in his heart. Then, his body released a magic smile, and I smiled with excitement, with strange purple energy on his hand. I saw this smile of his brother full of fear, then turned around. He held his hands tightly, a face running with fear, changing the color of the sweat, The brother still looked at him full of love. The smile on his hand was still purple. Of magic in Leon Poxlov's heart, a thought came up. He moved faster, still full of fear. He confirmed, I need to run away. Right away. Mika Walpurgis's voice was loud, then a sound hit the ground. Behind him, like an evil smiley kiss, he held 2 rocks and the energy from both sides could be heard. If you didn't practice, how could everything work? He turned around and looked at the dark face, like a black head. Then he kept patting himself, saying, I'm hurt and I need to lie down. Hearing that, the evil smiley kiss confirmed there's no harm. That's why I'm here to help you, he said. Then he was more and more prepared to stand up in a shape of many strings. His voice was full of hope that he could become stronger, and a group of magical noses formed above the 2 people's heads. He quickly shouted his intention, I want to be stronger in a normal way. His face turned white and then completely red, but his name had no meaning. The other person was still smiling. The warning made him run. The finger pointed down, and the noses fell. Immediately after the noses dropped, he kept calling his name, full of anger and fear, Mika. Then there were the sounds of explosions in his ears like fireworks. Mika Walpurgis felt in his heart. 1 hour. Then he raised his hand to feel the explosion next to him. The same pleasure, the same satisfaction. The sound is easy to hear. How the next month passed. Tapiz approached him with glasses in hand, raised his hand and shook slightly, saying, I think this method works very well, then looked at him with a smile. Then, maintaining his composure, he noticed in his heart that the pain felt by the monster hunters sent to Nephthys was very different, like the surface of water reflecting wine, easy to pass through. Then he walked up the stairs, and in the middle of the scene, Nephthys was sitting, waving her hand, lying on the serious table. Hello? You're here. He looked at her without speaking, then asked the girl, I heard you healed all the wounds for the guests here. Hearing that, she smiled softly, confirming that I could not do anything wrong twice. Then she said, Right, not yet. She also spoke softly, and he looked at her, slightly set. Yes. She watched her grow up and then asked, So with this you can finally regain your potential, and then what? Slightly serious, she also smiled and didn't answer. Luckily, not yet. Hearing that, she spoke softly, saying, Not yet, which means you can still get them back. Then she closed her eyes gently, feeling that, truly, at least now she has escaped from the past. Hearing that, Set's face darkened, and she didn't answer. Then she spoke without saying anything, leaving Nephthys puzzled. Micah and Walpurgis also looked at her, waiting for her next words. Set stood under the warm sun, her back full of determination, not saying a word, and I never intended to do that. She held her hands as if clutching something tightly. Micah looked at her with a sad expression. Nephthys was worried, but Set, you are so brave. Enough. Keep in mind, this is why I don't want to see you. She heard that immediately. Set, with a dark expression, standing beside her, others listening nearby. Micah, of course, looked away with a cold, sharp feeling, just saying that, but stopping himself. He quickly changed the subject. But how did you treat them? How did you... Nephthys didn't hesitate to reply. I let them see the future. The bubbles in the image will happen in the future from the moment they realize they could not change the past. It seems that their view of life has shifted, with the future from this morning, when their loved ones are eager to become reality thanks to them. Each bubble shows a different life for each person, a future from beauty to life with their wife, a warm future where they can keep their promises to each other. And a pair of hands lifting them, I let them revisit the dreams they once held. She changed her tone, of course. These wounds wouldn't heal overnight. Nephthys explained the reason, because they were still fighting against the nightmares. That every day Micah spoke out, Enough. He smiled happily, they will gradually recover. She also smiled silently like a friend. How will you face an opponent like that? Mikai confirmed that for her, the image and the dream are not the same, so maybe she can show me her memory. Nephthys, you need to confirm. Don't tell me this is the main thing you just said. He raised his hand. That's right. I want to see it with my own eyes. It turned out that everyone was scared, but his mood was extremely eager. The devil. Mikai imagined black eyes with orange-red pupils, and before I realized it, I had seen the devil. At that moment, he was very scared. Cold sweat like spring. His face was pale. He couldn't stop breathing. No, to be honest, I hadn't actually seen him yet. He stood frozen in place, looking up. Based on what I saw, I truly saw the devil, but I hadn't seen his real form. Mikai's colleague was stunned, then recovered and reached the foot of the mountain. After the smoke cleared from the mountain, a giant monster with a broad back, a large, unbroken back, a small straight rib, and red, pinkish eyes that radiated danger appeared, making the group of people in front of it look like tiny ants. Mikai was sad.
I had no idea about these things. I hadn't seen the devil. Back to the present. Nephthys was silent, saying nothing. Her eyes warned seriously that my image was abnormal and could harm your mind for a long time. Suddenly, the loud voice drew their attention, but the words couldn't change anything. She knew his personality well. When Mage wanted to do something, he would do it. Seeing him again, Mage smiled at her, and they only made a sound. Nephthys clenched his hands tightly on the table, his dark face lowered as he thought carefully. At last, she closed her eyes again, and he immediately followed. A golden light appeared around him. She placed her hand in front of the power station, and I will show you what happened that day. Nephthys said, although they are just memories, Mage doesn't care about this issue much, okay? Suddenly, he closed his eyes and both of them trembled as if under some immense pressure. He was so hurt that he screamed in horror, la la. This feeling is extremely uncomfortable. I feel so sad like my head was cut off. Mage used both hands to hold his head, his mouth open but unable to speak, his face showing a terrible, desperate expression as negative thoughts flooded his mind. His eyes closed and he began to hallucinate scenes of burning fire, a place where nothing exists, flames raging and countless creatures losing their lives, the dragon and the demon both dead. Mage was stunned to see that this was the divine moment when suddenly a loud noise erupted, heavy rain poured down and he stopped trembling. As the rain fell, he looked at his hand and realized, no, this is it. His hands were covered in blood, and he turned around guessing that the terrible thing behind him now was due to the fierce wind, the dust swirling high to obscure his vision, and the figure was like a giant monster. The demon. He swallowed hard, suddenly unable to speak, the demon covered in iron with red eyes. Mage stood frozen as the immense pressure overwhelmed him, causing him to fall. He tried to resist, his body trembling. Then he stopped and used all his strength to hold himself on the ground, refusing to look at the sun. He clenched his fist, still conscious, not recognizing him. But then Mage remained humble, slowly rising and feeling the demon's pressure. Then he smiled excitedly, wondering what kind of ability this was. In his mind, he understood more clearly than ever that his power was so terrifying it could potentially destroy the world. Mage's face showed no other emotion, so he simply let it go. He opened his eyes, and a purple light appeared. I could see it. The demon's form was still blurry after the misty dust. I had to delve deep into his mind and eyes. His eyes became clear in mine. Mage forgot the most important thing. He looked straight into his eyes. The air was so cold, he thought. It can't be, this is just a picture that Nephthys created, but Ngakngung wasn't sure how he felt. The shadowy eyes looked just as worried as if he were holding her hand and calling her Nephthys. Her hands trembled as if she had used too much force. Mage was accidentally enveloped by a dark energy, and the shadowy eyes asked, "What did you do?" Nephthys was also very terrified. The cold sweat kept running down his cheeks. His eyes closed, with no movement. Inside the mirror, Mage was looking at it. How could he feel? The demon heard the smile and became angry, uttering strange words that caused the space to shake, the ground breaking and flying upward. The energy spread across the area, and he thought that the strange language was causing the entire space to shake. Mage's eyes turned white. This was truly different. This was no longer just a mirror. There were people inside it, and both his body and mind felt immense pressure. He tried to remember who could be like her, someone who can enter this mirror and push himself to the limit. There is only one person. His face darkened. This was the first time I met that person. He gathered all his courage and said provocatively, "I don't agree, and about the demon outside." Nephthys was very suspicious. The demon? Why? How could he get into this mirror? The trap hasn't been destroyed yet. How could he get into the mirror? Suddenly the demon said, "She missed you. Maybe those bastards are hiding somewhere and have made a few small holes." A sense of unease made him place his hand over his chest. If it truly was the demon's doing, then even Mage was involved. Nephthys suddenly declared, "I need to disable this trap immediately." His eyes wide open, he continued, "If you want to stop it, you can't stop it either." In the end, she was afraid that if she believed, everything would be fine. So she decided to breathe in a glowing energy, a diamond, a torch. If I, the owner of this trap, lose, then we can prevent the worst from happening. She was determined that losing the object was not an option. This method would be better. The yellow bar was too large to stop. "Nephthys, wait!" The queen pointed her hand forward, and she looked over there, but Nephthys could hardly turn around to observe. She was curious. Why? Mage's whole body was covered with dark energy, now yellow and shiny. The two priests watched as the demon said, "Let's wait a little longer." She guessed, "I think something is changing. Your face is still as calm as before." Inside the trap, Mage forced a smile unbefitting the moment.
He stood tall amidst the intense pressure, never underestimating the demon. I think that's why I always believed something like this could happen at any moment. He admitted confidently, but he was not satisfied. He kept saying, "Do you know why you came here?" as the demon's aura grew stronger. Mage kept talking to him without response, but he was here to accomplish his goal. He struggled against the pressure, slowly rising, his mouth wide open to reveal sharp teeth, while the demon laughed at him. It must be heartbreaking to see an ordinary person like him dare to fight back. His eyes suddenly shone with strange blue energy, revealing the true demon within. Mage was resolute in his original purpose. His goal was to see the demon's true form, even if only for a moment. That was enough. His words also changed, as if countering the entire universe. And the moment I saw the demon, I focused all my energy into my eyes. The demon's figure began to waver, and I had no intention of defeating it. But if the demon retreated... He extended his hand, and the delicate strands of the demon floated in the air as the two watched each other. "Wait, Asa." Mage was stunned to see what he had been waiting for all along, hoping to understand, whether he was hesitating between them, haunted by doubts or memories of the next demon. The figure from behind, blinded, was still alive. The person slowly turned his head. Mage woke up, his face still blurry. The demon was so angry, his body was shaking, trying to keep balance. He happily stopped and said, "I just touched it, but you stopped me again? That's not good." It attacked him from the side right away. Mage asked, "If you do that, you won't get anything." He raised his hand to his chest. A layer of light appeared around his body, countless magic patterns interconnected by power, enchantment, destruction, and horror. This ability is born from the combination of other destructive powers. He announced that we have seen the demon's memories and then calmly sensed that the demon had disappeared. This 7th floor is not normal. The trick involves complex patterns and ancient symbols, confirming the presence of the demon who shattered this scene. Mage clenched his fists. This is just a scene. Even if the demon invades it, it cannot change the fact that it is only a scene. The demon's words were so powerful that he said, "This is not the demon's territory." He cannot have enough power to transform the scene into reality outside his territory. He slammed the ground hard, energy dispersing across space, which means I just made a mistake in this scene. A chaos suddenly appeared, then gradually spread everywhere, not just around the mouth. Mage's loud voice was disappointed, but he had completed his goal. He said goodbye, so I went here. The space of the water left the broken fragments. The demon's eyes widened as he thought that, at that moment, I wanted to provoke him further. His mind moved toward the light even though he didn't understand the clues he found in his memory, but in the end, he didn't forget to smile at him and to see him again, though his fingers stood up to his words. His eyes showed anger, but he couldn't do anything. Mage confidently declared, "I have boldly called out the demon's name to prove that this encounter is my victory." The ringing continued. Mage, the demon's eyes opened. Soon it became clearer. I saw Seth calling my name, Mage. Mage slowly opened his eyes, his face still not fully alert. I heard Seth's voice, saw his lips trembling. His eyes. I only said one word before the demon took me away with the blackened shirt, but I was worried that no matter what, he would definitely disappear. Mage's face changed when he heard the bell. Luckily, he was fine. Nephthys also went to announce that I had been awake for 4 days. I can hardly believe it. 4 days. Very surprised. So it's been a long time since I disappeared. I imagined the scene when I met the demon, and no story was quiet when the demon touched me. Seth is still not over it, just thinking about how the demon really touched his shirt. Nephthys couldn't help but wonder, "So what did he show you? Maybe you also received something?" Mage looked at his hand and thought about the non-infinite, and the same feeling at the same time. I felt like I was being opened. I understood why people say he looked like a god. There was something in him that changed, and what I received afterward was a pattern of golden flowers with the appearance of power. The light shone down on his hands. Everyone looked away from their heads. They were in the shadow of the demons. Nephthys paused. Seth also stopped, unable to believe it, but he had completed the 7th round. She asked, "Wait a minute. You're only 20 years old, but you've already reached the 7th round." Mage answered calmly, a little quickly, she sensed. A little what? He calmly took a stone. "If this keeps up, I am really looking forward to the 7th round. The information was even more shocking. I not only reached the 7th round, he closed his eyes and guessed that it was probably due to the chaos and destruction, making it as complicated and ineffective as if I had received mana at a fixed level. Remembering the demon's eyes, I will search for it slowly. In Mage's mind, his hand appeared aligned with him through the stone, showcasing the demon's unique trait I observed, and now I can recreate something similar. Use it as a center,
The surrounding energy and electromagnetic fields are connected. If I can determine the shape and structure of the stone I am holding, I can analyze the structure from that.
Finally, a few words from the stone gradually turned into a curse. Mikai explained, I first tried to restore what I received in the mirror. He stared at it for a moment, upset but powerless. Holding his posture, he extended his hand forward, losing a part of the mana of the 7th round. Then he clenched his fist, losing part of the mana from the 7th round while trying to break the stone, and I couldn't use it in a real fight. Suddenly he turned around, noticing something. A snake. Nephthys and Seth hugged each other with frightened faces and warned. Mikai wondered why they were looking at him like that. She held her hand. Brother. You don't understand why you are too big to make your hair fly backwards. That is not what you should say. At this moment, Nephthys was concerned about the power of death. She reminded him that it is one of the weaker powers that demons usually wield. The fundamental power of existence will alter the world's destiny. Mikai. The snake stopped shaking his head. Wait, as the lady just said. I point, Seth said straightforwardly. Yes, right now. Announcing terrible news, he used magic to restore a demon king's power. Over there, a purple orb is placed on this balloon. Mero is furious, cursing the hero responsible for that death. The image of Cassandra in a happy mood and Draculian, the hero of that death, is shown. The snake was furious. Both plans I needed to complete have failed. The air around the snake is thick with haze, and it doesn't stop. Everything is because of the name of the dead hero. Mero is sad. If Cassandra does not die, I will not be able to do anything. The snake bit his hand if possible, but I immediately admitted, no, I have tried many times, but every time I failed, I thought it was the scene of Mikai reading the Lord. Thante. The next time, still with a happy face, Thante the arrow shot from the tip of his finger, burned the creature on his mouth. Just as he was carefully hiding, he was still discovered by Thante. Mero was frantic, thinking, what if I find out Cassandra's weakness or just need my plan to succeed? Suddenly a voice spoke, making the snake bite back. It seemed she was fighting with the snake, Mero. The snake was so frightened. When did you get here? A person with a small body and a rib appeared with a happy smile, the snake called Belphegor. Mero was so disappointed. We agreed that the king wouldn't interfere in our affairs, so what now? She of course confirmed, yes, that's it, but Beelzebub is dead. Then the sound of the hammer hit, and another important plan of hers also failed. Belphegor was so shocked, warning, I understand, but this is not the king's voice. She understood what I wanted to say, but if Mero hears that, he will be shocked. The snake's body began to shake, as if it were something scary. I was about to die. The snake drank the poison. I can do it. I have another plan. Belphegor was silent, watching what the snake could do. First, Asa's magic. Mero explained that his goal is to take Asa's power, and we can't let him get other creatures. The fire was lit, and the snake's roar echoed through the room because he had ruined my plan. I will destroy it. Belphegor was so surprised. No one among us could find that grave anywhere. But you found it, so what now? The snake confirmed firmly. Yes, I found it. Her attitude changed. Praised, good. Now we can't let this go. I think giving her this last chance is okay. Then she smiled, bringing her finger up to her friendly mouth. But this is her last chance. Her eyes widened, the red of the snake's eyes standing out against her black ones, softly threatening. She knew if she failed again, what would happen, right? Mero was nervous, swallowing water, cold sweat running down her cheeks. She knew she had to keep her promise. She would not fail. In a certain area, the stone-like structures are not very strong, so I think this will bring her to the kingdom. The man with a sharp and fierce body, this is necessary. With white eyes, pretending to be lifeless, he observed and confirmed that on that day, he was truly brainwashed. She said she was not worried and had no doubts. Someone had brainwashed the old man. He remembered the first female member of the group, though he wasn't sure which creature she was. It was her, the woman who suddenly appeared here a few months ago. She smiled angrily, trying to persuade him, an outsider who hasn't yet been born into the kingdom. This is a story never told before. He said, extremely unethical, the leader said. She wants it, listen. He raised his eyebrows to suppress his anger. The old man envisioned a figure with double wings like a god, the divine light shining from behind. We have not stopped trying, not ceasing to build a gate, a path to move forward. Be quiet, he was afraid when he heard the old man's warning. If you keep saying those cheap words, you will lose your position as the guide of your old path. The last member of the group couldn't resist. One day he appeared in the mountain forest, raising his hand to cover the forest where the great palace is located.
He remembered that since childhood, he had been told about the importance and sacredness of the kingdom. The old man sitting on the wood was cut off by the dragon. I was also trained to become a guide for tourists. He was thinking that given the current situation, I have to act now. The image of the man with the symbol of identity. If I can cooperate with a hero chosen by the gods. But he ignored everything, including their words, and was stunned. Facing the three people approaching, he found it hard to believe it could be you, hero. Mikhail led, followed by Leon and Morden. A week ago, in a room, the golden voice announced that the next target was Gutton, and Morden and Leon appeared with a confused look, repeating Gutton. Leon hurriedly looked at Mikhail, warning him to wait. Gutton is the king's son beyond our authority, and this place is very special because everything there is different from usual. Even the temple regards them as priests because they worship a very different god. Your attitude hasn't changed. I know things will be better than I just said, but you won't be welcomed there. He was confused, and moreover, what are you going to do there? You smile happily. Mikhail frankly declared, we will go there to fulfill our mission of preaching. The silence settled, and he paused for a moment before imagining Morden, Leon, and the priest standing side by side, hands on the altar, praying to God. Reach out your hands, come on, be confident, everything will be all right. Leon was worried that place would definitely be dangerous. Morden nodded in agreement, meaning everything wouldn't go smoothly. Mikhail turned his back and ignored them, thinking, do you think I'm crazy or something? Where are you going? There's something about it. They quickly apologized, saying it wasn't like that. Nothing else. I think so too. You're so helpless. What's wrong with you? 3. Morden realized, they are not completely wrong. Remember the scene at Gutton. But there is a special reason, and the woman was hidden for a long time. If I'm right, Marrow will definitely be exposed. The tribe leader with a brain-like head, that's the only tomb known to be Asa's tomb. Leon doubted why Gutton, because the place is full of strange people. Mikhail confirmed that's why we need to go there. You hear that? I don't understand. He calmly continued, we can't just let them go. No one ever thought about it. Worshipping a god can't be like that. Leon was shocked, Morden was holding the cross. But the spirits at Gutton also received power, so it's not that they worshipped a god, really. He nodded with a surprised look when he heard him say, that would be reasonable if they really chose that path. The image of the man with a pair of celestial wings, maybe that is the true origin of that path. He was curious, so today's next goal is to uncover the real foundation of that path. Mikhail didn't look at him but asked back, warning, if you tell them that the god they worshipped for hundreds of years is actually just a model of another god, do you think they will accept it? Morden nodded. I don't think they can accept it, he added. So we just say that's it to spread the message. If the wishes of those who follow the path are genuine, there's no reason to criticize them for their mistakes. He widened his eyes before answering this question. He continued to ask, what if they made a mistake? He answered casually, oh, that's clear. Meryl appeared beside the chief, bending down like a ghost, her hand resting on his back as if she had an intention. Back to the present, the king was surprised to see a direction. Mikhail smiled, his voice still loud. We just need to turn them all over, not leave anyone behind. The people gathered to greet only 5 gold coins, but the island guide for 3 days costs only 5 gold coins. Here, we only need 4 gold coins. We don't lead into darkness, but we only need 3 gold coins. 3 people calmly passed by. The houses on the stone steps in the center are huge buildings built in a very prominent way. The king's voice said that a few years ago, Wooten became a famous tourist destination, making travel the city's main industry. Leon walked filled with doubt, as the maze that later attracted tourists. Between the stone steps, there are bridges made of cables and wood, and the village of Alps remains unchanged, with the guy continuing to say that Wooton is a city of wind streets. Tourists explore the highlands, and not only the roads and waters of the Alps, which hide different sights around every bend, but also a vast area with lush pastures. Leon looked intrigued when he heard about the main attraction for tourists here. A local resident waved his hand to get attention and said, Mikhail, first you need to find a guide. Mikhail calmly said, yeah, it's really necessary to find someone. He closed his eyes and explained, these paths change instantly, and there's no time to remember the way. That's why we need a guide to navigate this narrow path. Leon missed you so much, so I guess we have to hire one, even if it's expensive. But he asked, why do you have to hire a guide? This makes you stop and not understand what, you said you need to find someone. He smiled and said, normal people are like that. Mikhail turned around and asked, but I'm not normal. Then he noticed Leon's behavior was off, as if he was pondering what else might be here. You nodded impulsively and said, let's just go there first. Leon was shocked. If you already know the way, what's the point of wasting time here? He shook his head and took off his shirt. Mikhail nodded. No, I mean, I'm not like that. You went ahead to the scene, so what do you mean? He said, we just need to wait for a guide. You miss him so much, not angry. So what do we do here? Mikhail sat down by the side of the road and confidently declared, they will come soon. Leon was stunned, then took a deep breath, and both Yu and Modin sat down next to him. After a while, Mikhail closed his eyes to rest, then someone spoke. Hello. He quietly opened his eyes. This was. In his data, Kun in front of him suggested, do you need a guide? I am Kun, a former guide in Gutton. Leon was surprised to hear this truth. He continued to say, very honored to meet you, Mr. Hung. The report was also very shocking. She shook Mikhail's hand. Mikhail, this person. The last person who paid respect asked, he is one of the reasons I came to Gutton. He thought, even among the best guides, he is still a very special person. Then he replied, very pleased to meet you, Kun. He was serious, as if he was holding a lot of thoughts, and he politely said, I need to apologize. I have to wait for everyone. Mikhail was upset, but don't worry, you're quick, and we're very careful too. Kun's face was emotionless, but his words were very confident. My usual and precise words were very accurate. He carefully observed and evaluated him, clearly in the direction of a former actor. But then he immediately clarified, no, precisely to the grave, very accurate. He still missed you, full of words. Finally, I decided to ask, if possible, why did you come to Gutton? Mikhail hesitated for a moment, then asked, why is this a sensitive question? He suddenly smiled. Oh, I know how to answer. Kun was shocked when he was told about his feelings. Has there been any confusion in Gutton recently? I heard everyone say that you were worried about a guest of 010. He stood opposite them and said, a few months ago, a woman came here. A shadow appeared, initially fine, raising the man's face with both hands as the girl started talking to the chief while still in a daze. Kun clenched his fists so tightly that they kept trembling, and then everything started to unfold like this. But this is only the beginning. Mikhail listened quietly. The problem is, the Palace Hall Center has two people. Oh, I am beginning to want our sacred land. Chief. Ngwok, Ngwong, Mero. Oh, Gutton, say it. Lao wants to find sympathy. Surely I have tried harder than anyone else, right? Oh, the answer to Lao's heart, right? Lao kept recounting his deeds, bringing many people to Gutton and supporting the school financially, helping the guides find work. His voice was tense, but Mero pressed his finger to the chief's lips, trying to calm him down, saying it was the fault of those in the temple. Gently raise your hand to catch Lao's ghost. It is more correct that those people have accidentally forced you. It's wrong with the god. Finally, he patted his hand. If it wasn't the priest, what else could it be? The chief seemed to have believed, oh, that's right. The image of a person in the old mind. This path is a priest's side. Kulin's face was blurred, her body unsteady. The chief was certain. They are priests. Mero's hair fell down. The land of Gutton's gods. He looked directly into Lao's eyes and promised, I will never forget the grace of the one who allowed me to go there. The old man's head was slender. The body was slender. The land of the gods. Oh, he embraced the chief tightly, Lao thought. I was sure to sacrifice my past orders not to let anyone set foot there, but the original will was distorted. Why did I have to do that? Her eyes showed sadness. No matter how hard I tried, nothing changed. Mero's smile was hidden from Lao's view, but Lao thought maybe this opinion isn't wrong because she is a very thoughtful woman. The old man's head was slender, and his face was very distinctive. Oh, it's true. It's really simple. Shadows of people stood against the palace wall, two hands holding big smiles. Ha ha ha. The sky above was dark, and the dark energy surged like a huge wave. The Sigurds group stepped back and looked up, their voices filled with humiliation. Humans are so foolish. Each person showed a different expression, but they all shared one thing in common. Their bodies were covered in blood. The old man shouted, the old man declared, this is the end, you can't stop us. Mikai said. The dark energy kept flashing, the bodies lay scattered. Then someone knelt down, their head hitting the ground with a painful sound, and the old man rolled his eyes in awe before this statue. The head bowed, a feeling of despair filled the air. I'm sorry, I should have told everyone from the start. He whispered, I shouldn't have led everyone here. Mikai kneeled down next to him, put his hand on his shoulder. Oh, Kuna. He looked at him silently. The bloodstains on his shirt showed that there was a fierce battle. Kun-A's face was dead.
The garden needs guests to come and play. Then the tears couldn't be stopped, but the old guide like Kuhn said, "It seems Mero has successfully matured. He is more urgent than I thought." Mero's image is full of a smile because he has set a goal. Leon missed you, the first girl, tired and rebellious. It seems he has never been tired, even though I've beaten him many times. He still keeps causing trouble. Mage didn't come back to say goodbye. Maybe this is the last time. He was curious about you, so what is your plan? He closed his eyes, mumbled, thinking, well, then he said, "We won't do anything." Leon gasped. A big question mark appeared on his face. Hey, Mordian also raised his hand to show concern. "We just need to sit and wait and see." I don't know what Mage is planning. He just needs to watch what the monkey will do. That's all. There's a small object under his feet. Mero has set up a plan to kill me. He envisions a small tent set up there with muddy footprints leading to it. Maybe the monkey suspects I will come here and has prepared a trap waiting for me to fall into. He stands there watching, fully alert, determined not to fall for his plan. He looked at Mage, hesitating, then resolute. No, never. He said that even if the monkey doesn't know how, his plan will surely be overturned, Morden doubted, or maybe that was just the idea of the day. His hands were behind his back. I'm sure Mero can't explain those very complicated sentences in such a short time. If the monkey can do it, it will take a few days. Both he and Leon returned to the front and happily announced, "So we just went there to visit. We are in an extremely beautiful place, right?" Hearing that, they looked at each other helplessly, suddenly stopped. Oh, visit. He was worried. Now I can't do that. NG just said there was an ambassador who came to the cave. Mage said, but I don't know anything about the cave. The area around is covered with fog. You can't see the clear view, especially this Mekong city, which has great potential for fire. Anyway, he was still very nervous because I don't know anything about the cave, so I can't deal with the effects of the monkey hiding here. I think it will be like investigating or visiting. I can't change your mind if you're that afraid. Mage smiled as he watched. The cave is a popular tourist spot with many beautiful sights, but some places stand out more. Far away, the forest is silent and hidden, mysterious and somber, and some tourists have never had the chance to see it. The reason is simple. There are only a few certain paths that can go there, but that's it. He still called, bowed, then looked down, led us to the highest place of Gutton. The footsteps move forward against the relentless wind. Mage follows, knowing that where we're headed is no ordinary tourist destination. Hidden behind the layer of fog is a desert castle, the garden of this road. Both remained silent. It was Gutton's heart, and suddenly the wind grew fiercer. The wind. Mage put his hand on his face, his eyes still watching him. At this moment, a call sounded to get his attention. Hey! Quan was still walking away, curiously asking him, "Do you know anything about where we are about to arrive?" He looked at his back, then lowered his hand. That is the hardest place to find in the entire Mekong and Gutton. Ah, if you think in that direction, you can only answer that way. The land of victory. Quan heard this name and suddenly laughed. He still didn't come back to continue. He knew. Ah, Mage called out. He is that hero. He will repeat. A hero. Then he said, "You know, this is not a land like what the world has known. You understand this?" Quan looked down at the history of this place. This is a real land. It is a place where the women always try to set foot on. A tomb. Mage, as if just awakened, understood. A man with a happy mood raised his hand. Above is the dark green energy world. It is easy to understand. The land that Ada is trying to enter is also where I always followed before the ceremony. In other words, it's just a fake. Quan suddenly announced, "I don't believe you are the representative of the temple anymore." His footsteps stopped and said, "If you really are the representative of the temple, then you will definitely see it, because here we have another. Saint Hei Hao." He turned to look at him, wondering what your mission is. Do you come from the sky god? Then he closed his mouth and patted Mackay's hand. This is a pretty straightforward question. The armored man, shining brightly, still remains, with a bright light before him, and this question requires deep thought. He bears the name of a hero like me, as he wishes. He looked down at his own hand, thinking, remembering. I have never thought carefully about this. It's like making him think about the past. The reason why I chose to become a hero in this game is actually very simple. It's also his hand that has been there for a while, holding a person's neck. Mage, before the ceremony, looked at Cham Sigurd with a firm face as he prepared to put on the Siegfried suit. He was lucky that her anger was in her eyes to stop him from becoming a hero. He also didn't want to lose to him, so he forced himself to become a hero, determined to succeed. Hisao appeared behind him, his hands reaching out before embracing the old man. wishing that heroes would always be chosen by the sky god and that they would fulfill the wishes of that day. His hand was moving, but at least until now, Mage confidently declared, "I am the representative of humanity in this world." He smiled and promised that he would not be limited to any of Heikao's gods, but could be a hero of the temple and also help Hooten. He still smiled as the image of the temple appeared, with 2 men and a woman standing before him, the man's voice echoing, "We will protect humanity." Cassandra smiled happily. Gigi Friesel also looked forward with hope. Dracula was happy to look up at the sky. Basically, the relationship between us and the temple is just a tool to help us protect the entire human body. He did not change his feelings when he said, if God Heikao harms humanity, then we will stand up against him. In the end, he didn't know what convinced him. So he smiled. Mage asked, "If this answer isn't enough for you, then the wings of the archangel, the shining star in the darkness, the path of the king." Ruse turned back and said, "There are too many people." The sky was clear. The sun shone through the falling clouds where everyone was. The air was noisy. Everyone had a small red flag on their backs. Not long ago, Modin was sitting on the rock with a hunched posture, and Leon was sitting next to him, holding a white flag. He was not involved in observation or judgment. People feared that God would be destroyed, and the atmosphere here was strange. He closed his eyes and said, "There's nothing we can do. If the guy doesn't realize how serious this is, what can we possibly do? Yes, the situation is very dangerous." I wonder what Leon was thinking when his face changed. Holding a sword in the same hand, I understand that if Mage isn't here, Mero's plan will surely succeed. The devil's fake smile and Mero's presence brought back the lurking dangers in my mind. "You think it's not because we're not good enough?" He looked at me seriously and said, "But because Mage is a rare and creative person. A hand on your shoulder, Leon, I need you to do this." Mage seriously guessed that maybe Mero had hidden it in the garden. Leon sat there, his hands still waiting for his last words of distribution. He and the guard need to find them. He closed his eyes and said, "I understand. Now I'm thinking the same way as the devil." Morden was intrigued by your question, trying to fully understand the mind of a devil like me. He blended the thoughts of a devil like me. The face looked forward. The crowd was happily talking to each other. He opened his eyes and recognized Leon, difficult to understand, and said, "This is a serious problem." He immediately turned his head to observe. Everyone bears a strange mark, each one different from the others. They have marks on their foreheads, hands, and even cheeks. Their eyes are red like devils, and around their smiles, purple energy connects them all. They are all under control. Mackay's expression remained unchanged as the voice was so beautiful. He answered openly, "I found it a while ago. I thought that when the wind blew, it would become fierce. Didn't we change when the devil arrived?" He placed his hand on the devil's face. Mage wondered where Heigao really went. He explained that he returned the gate to the devil. He greeted him long ago when they didn't meet, saying she took her head to the fire and pulled it to die. He was a little satisfied, but anyway, he also greeted him, revealing the secret of this grave to the challenger. Mage announced, "I found some useful notes." He looked at them, wrote notes. He confidently admitted, but in his heart he thought the other way around. That was a lie. It doesn't mean he can conquer that grave. No doubt he has officially received 2 treasures. The first glance looked at him, then he noticed the mark on Mikai's hand. He didn't only receive the World Tree and Heigao, but each treasure as well. He was so focused on research, he certainly had other conditions, however. Speaking of my guess, those conditions and the trial had nothing to do with each other. He looked at him with curiosity, thinking that the final outcome was just a person determined to perform the magic. Even when the monster is about to be destroyed, he will not break his principles. So, Mikai pretended to agree. But has the content of that experiment been decided yet? The answer was decided from the beginning. He didn't understand that from the start. He raised his hand in front of himself, and at first, that experiment was to create magic and reach the monster's location. But the problem is that the devil broke the trial system. A flying Rubik's Cube spins its edges with different patterns on each hole, so this experiment method is no longer valid and must be changed. Mikai repeated, "The monster was." Later, the drawing confirmed, "That's right, this is my monster." Mikong, he looked at him. The method was to create a trial, so there must be a trial. The emotion remained unchanged, but with the devil's entrance, let's revise this part later for better fit. The Rubik's Cube, guided by the drawing, moved and flew in front of Mikai, who caught it with both hands. He explained that this is the power of Mekong's own monster, and that Devil Mero is trying to solve the puzzle of how my Mekong overcomes it. I feel uneasy saying this, I really don't like it. He will make a drunken sound. Ah! He was cold, showing determination. and at that moment I gradually imagined what he was about to say. If anyone dared to fight Mekong, of course, there would need to be someone else to stop that person. He smiled happily, feeling the same way. He pointed at him and said, "I will give you the power of Mekong if you can stop that devil. Promise one thing, all the power of the monster will belong to you." The drawing confirmed. So in short, the theme of this experiment is fighting between the devil and the devil, right? He confirmed exactly. The drawing was asking, as a challenger, are you confident you can become a piece when it can't break? Mage placed his hand on his chest, feeling that it couldn't break. The silence between them suddenly grew heavy, which made him uncomfortable. No, that wasn't enough. He was extremely confident and declared, "I will destroy that devil myself." In the room, the smoke cleared as a voice broke the silence. Mero, sitting on a soft chair, gently held the chief's head on his lap, saying, "Ah, yes, Chief Lao, keep talking." Lao still worried about his decision. What we are doing isn't right, is it? As the lady said, if we break the seal of the sacred land and the source. Before I could finish, Mero put his finger in Lao's mouth, stopping him. All the things we have done so far. Ah, stop talking. Oh, you haven't done anything wrong. The people's hands covered the chief's entire face as he thought about the disgusting image of Kulin appearing in his mind, saying, "We humans have suffered so much pain because Lao was so angry on that phone." The chief knelt before Lao, feeling so disappointed, but Lao remained angry. I'll never forget that. Lao's eyes grew resolute. "Where is the true sacredness? I will prove where is right." Mero laughed so hard it was so easy. Lao laughed so hard. But Lao was really stupid. At this moment, a shadow appeared behind them. The king. "This name has a sharp rib," Han announced. "There is a story." Lao's breath still rises from the incense, and Mero was wondering what was going on. After hearing the report, Lao was angry and wondered how our Mekong managed to solve the code and then change it. Han replied maybe they guessed that we had solved the Mekong code, so they must have taken control of Mekong from the inside. Lao considered it and quickly admitted a bit of foolishness, as Lao is a very law-abiding person. He stood up, shook his head, and confirmed that Han wouldn't have solved Mekong on his own, unless he had delegated that power to someone else. Suddenly, Mero was angry. He didn't know what to think, but he looked at the face of the evil. Then Lao whispered, "That's the name." The first name came to Lao's mind, Hero. At the same time, Mage was controlling the sacred golden letters swirling around him. He gently touched those words, causing a sudden change in nature. Mage was stunned. A person sitting down, deeply moved, wonderful. Set and Ru sat next to each other watching the other act. He didn't believe it. He asked again. "Ah, you said he was just 22 years old. He has a bit of a sense of humor." He observed carefully and assessed seriously, but he only tried once and cracked the sacred code, so it was truly no small reward. Ru confirmed that he had definitely surpassed the level of a human soul and had completely outdone everyone else. Mage was still working on the sacred inscriptions. It was clear in his mind that he was unsure of what to do. He said that if he were at a normal human level, he would look at her and ask why she was here, saying that this was her punishment. Set heard that. He felt sad and restless, his hands clasped together, constantly moving. She looked at his words. She wanted to make up for her mistakes. "Why, are you really thinking about such fated things?" Set turned to the main hall. There was another bit. Ru didn't really believe it. Well, they said that day was the sacred ritual, but her mind was tangled. The golden bell rang out. "No, He suddenly stood up, cut off, and I was quite angry at that moment. Her face was silent, but time had passed and I had also calmed down a bit. The sunlight shone down, and it's not that she didn't understand the consequences of those things. The area fell silent, and perhaps Ru slowly stood up. Mage remained focused on sensing the power of the sacred, knowing that disaster was also part of his plan. The brothers' fingers clasped together with excitement and curiosity as the sacred light shone brightly, revealing a maze that was constantly shifting and more complex than before. The green field stretched far and wide, with no creatures in sight, so the maze was not a way out. The wind swept through the grass, gradually forming a path in a constantly changing structure, leading to the end, where the brothers' fingers touched, like a stream of water. Mage knew this in advance. He could find it. Both of the brothers' fingers spread the light, releasing the energy contained within. And then it was all over. I thought of Leon and 14, both of them Space Reen. I have to leave everything behind and move forward knowing that I am here. He believed the person was crazy, and thinking he understood their intentions, became very confused. He couldn't have known this time. He was sure he was trying to make us handle it. He was a crazy person. He remained calm and said, "Oh, Lion King, what are you saying? Why do you call the Lord a crazy person?" Lion heard that and became a little suspicious.
I said too much no matter what. I offended the Lord I serve. He opened his eyes and said, I'm sorry, crazy people. He turned around and looked to one side, sensing that something was definitely not right. He wasn't worried and said, in fact, this conspiracy has spread everywhere here. If Ada's conspiracy has become this powerful, then the cover-up here can even make the people trust them. Everyone is willing to accept their own fate. The small stones on the ground symbolize the Lord. For that evil person, no one is equal to him anymore. After that, Morden started to analyze things simply, but the Great Spirit wouldn't notice us, so it seems he didn't recognize us. Lion understood that it was because of that name, and also turned his head to show sympathy. He must have been intentionally boasting about himself. His eyes were filled with determination. This is an opportunity the Lord has given us. It's not as hopeless as it first seemed. Lion nodded, his eyebrows furrowed in annoyance, and said, we can't just go around and chop off the monsters. Morden gently reminded us we just need to chop off their heads. You didn't find anything, huh? Mon was on your shoulder, smiling. He looked at you with a smile. Lion's face changed, and you wondered, what is this? Lion was annoyed at you for looking at Mon on your shoulder. What the hell is this? A familiar voice appeared in front of him, making you think this is the fairy god I control from afar. At first, Mikkel clearly reminded us, I told you this before we parted ways. Lion and Morden both shook their heads, cold sweat streaming down as they heard you say, but I also overheard all their gossip. Fortunately, he didn't pursue this matter further, but asked, anyway, the guard, not because he was particularly suited to repel the star, suddenly closed his eyes and turned back. Yes, that's the truth. Mikhail asked them, so that's the problem when he was the Great Spirit. Do you think we can just take the people here with half of his power? He heard that, his eyes filled with tears. Half of the power means it's a treasure. He smiled because he hadn't disappointed himself. It is a creature carved in a strange human shape, commonly used in French rituals. Mikhail believed the Great Spirit would appear, but Mordine remembered that the dragonfly had covered the entire area, only allowing a short distance to be observed in front of us. A maze where we can't find the way without a guide, which means knowing the way. He smiled confidently, calmly, and it didn't seem too difficult. Mikhail immediately said, that's right, the Great Spirit is there too, and it will guide us for the two of us. Smiling confidently, he responded. They watched him fly, his voice echoing. From now on, their mission is to destroy the hidden treasures in Gotham and help the people see through the deception. Leon drew his sword ready. Morden also moved his feet, both swinging up with determination. Let's begin. At the same time, Mero was deeply anxious, sweat streaming down his cheeks. Looking at the large board on the table, he couldn't believe what was happening. The Great King's report states that the creatures we imprisoned in Gotham are being destroyed one by one. The people's creatures are turning to dust, and the mighty AH is witnessing the scene. A. Mero's hands were trembling as he tried to think where he went wrong. I should have had the absolute advantage. The shadow of the AH slightly covered his eyes. He was a little angry. Wait, I had an absolute advantage, but I was at a disadvantage many times when facing the hero's name from that festival. It seems the AH always fails and remains under Mikhail's shadow. Any plan is as good as it is. The two figures leaning against each other are surrounded by an infinite structure of electromagnetic waves caused by differences in information. Mero has just realized that the hero's name contains more information than he does, and he uses that information very effectively. The AH from the Great King's report struck the board hard, so we must have reached the grave through another unknown way, really. Alex looked up and asked himself, what should we do now? The creature has become just a shell. Mero was not worried. He knew everything would end like this. The full face of the evil beast, Belphegor's rage, appeared in his mind as she reached out as if to catch him. Fail again and again, unable to support the gods, and another demon will come after you. Shaken, the AH decided, no, I can't let that happen. There's only one way. Takenhan always waited behind the distribution with the demon down. The god listened, the king said. The AH ordered, please motivate all the people in Goten who are still in a daze. The face of Han is covered with bones. Care to ask, so what about the people, king? Mero declared in an impulsive way, we will kill that hero. Then the foot stepped forward. The AH told the chief to drive the A away, and when the AH heard that, he stopped. Mero. The AH's claws pierced through his stomach, and he didn't have time to fight back. The chief still didn't believe this and asked, hey, Mero, what's going on? The AH said, although a little hard to understand, but a reasonable appearance is necessary. The AH gathered all his remaining strength to shake his hand, wanting to touch the AH. No, you promised me you would overcome.
Hands trembling, Marrow smiled and said, I don't know. I don't care. This has completely shattered the chief's last hope. At the start of the AAH, a tree suddenly appeared, causing him to forget his true reputation. The AAH gradually fell to the ground, which is the price paid for suppressing himself from one state to another. Marrow passed by, only noticing the change in the chief's appearance, but if he had pressed a little further, he would have uncovered his true reputation and reclaimed a part of himself from the past. In the center of the bowl, the AH shone brightly, then was pulled forcefully downward, causing the AH to strike Marrow's ribs and begin to break. On the other side, the chief was shocked to feel something unusual. He turned around and looked into the distance, declaring that this Mekong had broken. The evil monster lying on the ground beside his foot, that dead ghost, used his power to tear apart this Mekong. A hand holding it up to the wound's skin, he must be very disappointed. The chief, of course, confirmed, "That's right, Marrow, that ghost must have found his real reputation, with the price to pay, that this will be his last." Mekhi turned his back on him, as if he knew, if not for the strength of the AAH throughout the Atta, the AAH would not be a challenger anymore. The Atta has become an invading monster trying to break into the grave, that's all. His eyes changed, not knowing what to think. He smiled, saying, "I believe that those who refuse the challenge deserve to be punished." Ruth wondered, "Is that the purpose of the Atta?" Mekhi replied, "I'm not sure." He looked at Ruth and smiled and said, "If she is a challenger, I have no reason to fight her, but if she has done this, then this is another story." He looked up to him and decided to help. "All right, I will help." The chief still seemed upset, even though the Atta is also a monster who has earned his true reputation. She was worried, asking, "Are you sure you will win?" Mekhi, who was upset earlier, now looked confident. She was worried, asking, "On the contrary, do you still not know me?" Ruth looked very confident in him. Mekhi declared, full of excitement, "If I'm not sure, I won't be able to fix this game." Marrow changed into an animal form, red eyes like blood, and said, "Right now, Amodius, A has arrived." The sound of footsteps echoed as Morden and Leon fought together to destroy the monsters, slicing through the sharp thorns that pierced them, leaving many pieces behind. Blood continued to drip to the ground. He wiped the sweat from his brow, unable to hold back his curse. They were frozen. We thought this entire area was already destroyed, but we didn't expect it to be like this. Suddenly, a terrible roar made them pay attention. Leon's eyes widened in shock, and the sound of crying was horrifying. Mordine carefully guessed that they had already started to push the attack hard there. Seeing his concern, he was annoyed. Don't worry about his personality. His abilities are not to be underestimated. He must have planned carefully. Marrow's hand clenched as he asked, "Hey, do we really need anything?" His partner looked at him. "We just need to use our strength to crush them," shouting loudly in anger. Marrow's face was crazed. "We will kill the proud monster in front of us again." No matter who you are, when facing a king who has truly remembered his reputation, Mekhi ignored A's attitude and said, "Hey, you're annoying, you talk too much." The measures were taken with the power of the god. He read the god. The law, ball, the god. The tactics overwhelmed Marrow. His eyes widened with the strength of an 8th-grade Superman. A tried to resist, but the evil energy tore through his ribs. "Do you think you can stop this monster by losing your arm?" They transformed into physical forms before Mekhi, who remained calm, active, angry, strong enough to turn hundreds of heroes to dust. Marrow continued attacking, refusing to give up, stubbornly facing the challenge, still holding on to the danger. Ah has lost his mind, claiming that heroes cannot defeat him. Mikhail nodded and said, "There is no human who can fight us when we remember our true identity. That is not clear to us, but it is not difficult for us." Moreau was so angry that his green tendon bulged on his cheek. Then the club's power grew stronger. The energy supply increased. He gently tapped his feet, and Marrow's consciousness awakened a terrifying power. Mikhail easily slipped through the gaps, but it was not difficult for me. He kept pushing forward with his attack, his eyes turning red. How many times have we failed trying to connect with him directly? He seemed to be sinking into a special state. The countless thorns on the ground represent each grave, and it's impossible to count how many people have fallen here. Mikhail said he couldn't control his anger and sadness, tears streaming down his cheeks. Something fell into the water, creating a cold lake, and he was trembling, understanding how deeply emotional it was for everyone. Mikhail turned his head against the image. "Now we will return everything to you." Moreau controlled the power of the attack. The power of the club turned into a bridge. His dark face shone brightly, revealing memories of the past. Using magic to travel through time, only his eyes showed a different place. Ah was so angry and humiliated, the little one who dared to challenge the Star King. Mikhail raised his fist. Truly foolish. We have never spoken to someone like that. He was cold and talkative, and his words were harsh due to the strong impact on Moreau's head, causing intense pain. Then the power faded, the smoke dispersed, and the smoke exhausted itself. Mikhail gently touched the ground. Ah couldn't resist Genji. Who? Ah, so he took the power forward. Straight to Mero's head. Ah didn't realize his own situation. Leaving behind mockery, ha ha ha, this was all the magic attack could do. Ah confidently claimed that he was one of his closest friends. The power source called Mathuat is ultimately just the back of our magic, but the magic itself is not. Mikhail ignored Ah as if he were a lifeless object and said he used magic to counter the power. The light emanated from the temple of the god, the magic. Mero's usual speech, his magic is also part of the magic. It's just a half-hearted magic. That thing can't kill me. He smiled because of Ah's intensity. The divine power started to envelop his body. So let's wait and see. It slowly spread through the air. Mikhail smiled and trembled. This time it will be different. Golden lights illuminated the dark forest as thunder echoed continuously, and a faint step was taken away. Leon leapt up with his sword embedded in the monster's hand before retreating to defend himself, noticing his own hand. Realizing the moment had arrived, he reached for his sword, but suddenly opened his hand and let the strings go, shocking Leon's friend. Then, he quickly retreated to avoid harming the countless people. They raised their hands to catch him, but Morden suddenly appeared behind the monster. He quietly pointed his hand, releasing energy that shot straight into the monster's head. But at this moment, the people formed a barrier to block it. Morden immediately stopped, feeling the pain in his tongue, tense. The power appeared before them, a tall figure on the ground. He knelt beside Leon, the old Fanon, this devil, so self-satisfied that he suddenly showed up like this. He looked at the clouds, guessing that they were very desperate. His hands trembled. The situation was not very good, but it was quite confusing. Morden observed the monster, analyzing that it was using magic to turn people into white leaves to protect them. They knew we wouldn't harm our own kind. At worst, we would have to sacrifice our lives. His heart sank as he held his sword and said, "We must definitely overcome them to catch the monster." Leon asked, "How?" He said his soul, "I feel I can crush that monster." He looked into his eyes, Prince Leon, feeling embarrassed. Morden opened his eyes, and Leon's expression was now very serious, with anger hidden inside. He kept up with him, his focus almost unbelievable. Finally, he chose to trust him. "Do you have any plans?" He quietly shook his sword at home. Then he replied, "No." Leon's steps were trembling. He assumed a fighting stance. The atmosphere shifted. Just a feeling. The black shadow was clearly reflected in his eyes as he focused on his sword, raising it, inexperienced in swordsmanship compared to him. The figure of a man protected by power then rose, looking at you, with mysterious energy emanating from Leon's eyes. "You see the path that can be avoided and touched by people leading to the monster. Are you sure we can do it?" he said as the guidance swept through like the wind, and he immediately responded to the attack. Leon said, "It's too late. You hold the sword." Then he dodged quickly, causing the monster to fall from his neck with blood pouring out like a stream, the edge of its forehead shining. Morden saw the same shock as the sword, formed from Leon's energy, gradually fading away. His loud voice shouted, "Now we have finished what we needed to do." He said, "I will let you do the rest. The hero is in charge." Mikhail's image appeared in his mind. At the same time, he was recalling the poem in the book. "The emblem representing the war between France and France, given to me by the kingdom's first hero. The art of the kingdom was created by the kingdom's first hero. The light met the kingdom's leader, and before, I couldn't use it. But now it's different." Mikhail said the last word to the monkey, still unknown. Mero was still in a daze, not understanding what happened, when suddenly a sinister light flashed. The monkey remained still, like a statue. The thunderous roar echoed through the forest. "Ah!" Mero closed his eyes and flinched, trembling constantly. But after a while he saw no movement and couldn't understand, so he opened his eyes. The light was coming from the kingdom's leader, shining straight ahead. Mero was stunned as a magic-created hole appeared in the middle of his forehead. He felt a wave of happiness and laughter. Ha! Then his laughter grew so loud that he often drank. Ha 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 ha. This faint light of the weak, the hero, the scene was so magnificent. And then only one thing remained. Was that it? Mikhail was still in a daze, looking at him like a monkey. Mero raised his hand to his forehead, feeling no power from the faint light. He said the faintness remained unchanged, but the color had shifted from yellow to orange. The burning magic scorched Mero's hand. The giant eye was startled. Pain gripped his hand as he hugged it. Ha 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 ha. Mikhail remained silent, knowing it was time. He concentrated on the magic. Asmodeus was different from Beelzebub, though he didn't remember everything. Atta remembered Azor's true name, but he couldn't clearly picture Atta. His face was so vacant that he transformed himself into a picture for her. Mero, still wandering with his burnt hand, couldn't help but extinguish the fire. The faint light Atta lost was no ordinary light. The light suddenly shifted, splitting into two and rising up the figure, forming a massive spell that targeted the monster's head through Mero's central form, which was the key to the magic that had been prepared earlier. From the height of the court, Mikhail watched as the three lights gradually merged, using his strength to sync the spell and connect it with the scrolls, transforming this place into the site where Asmodeus had come but never returned. The flowers on the ground shone with divine light, illuminating another spell in the sky. From the small fire in his hand, Mero was now completely engulfed, the heat burning him to death. A large sword. The ancient belief that this magic cannot last long. Lowered his hand forward, saying, "If you can't completely kill me, then I will be the only winner." Mikhail collapsed here coldly. I just stood and watched. I saw the divine, holy spell, the magic passing through Mero's chest. A helpless horse, despairing, says my future. Mikhail sighed on Mero's face, for the worthy. He smiled and said, "The victory belongs to me, this scoundrel." It seems he has not yet accepted this truth. The scene returned to a peaceful green like before, and the monster gradually faded into dust, signaling the next step. He truly killed him and kept his promise. He has passed my test. The chief's shadow was revealed, and the old man lay unconscious on the ground. He was happy to feel that he had defeated a demon king so easily. Thanks to him, the heavy burden of this place has been passed on to the people, and I am very grateful. Mikhail calmly said, "Don't worry, I still can't say everything has ended." The draw was so confusing that he was puzzled. Honestly, only one thing remains. There are still many things I need to gather, and this good moment is what I always hoped for. The light rain fell through the green forest, and in the middle of a large enemy-filled area, two shadows moved. The draw continued without turning his head, speaking softly. "Have you received the two treasures? The treasure and the relic?" He seemed relieved after showing doubt, both in defense and recovery. He has mastered a very secure set of skills, as if he understood them before attaining them. Honestly, I am still not entirely amazed by your existence. Your mind and thoughts surpass what humans can achieve. Mikhail responded with this analogy. Are you implying I am someone else? The draw was somewhat curious. Did Haikao give you anything special? He calmly admitted this, no. The image of Haikao is in your mind. The fact that I have returned clearly has nothing to do with Haikao. She doesn't even know that I have returned. His response was hard to understand, huh? Isn't everything just happening naturally? The silence suddenly became loud. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that you're not good. She looked at him. And just when she couldn't predict the future, people would worry. Mikhail closed his eyes, understanding that if it was an accident, he would do the same, imagining someone sitting underground reaching out like a stick, asking to be heard. The footsteps stopped. We are here. This is Mai Kung. In front of us is a giant flower with blue and purple hues, surrounded by bright spots, its body covered in sharp edges. This is the true image of Mai Kung that everyone has seen. Mikhail looked up at it. Really? His brother's eyes gazed at it. This thing is different from all the creatures I have seen so far. The purple flower has a strange aura. It is a visible entity and quite large, and of course I can feel the powerful energy inside it. Mikhail asked, "How do you use it?" What felt confused and puzzled. Earlier he had used it very well, so why is he asking how to use it again now? He answered, "It's not because of the sudden situation. So you just said it, I need more specific instructions." He told the truth, but I didn't reveal everything. Mikhail hesitated anxiously. Of course. What you did is all you can do with it. You're afraid to hear the rest? Otherwise, why would I say you're just an ordinary person? You just said that what I did was the best, but no, it can't be like that. I could have used it better back then. But in the pig's eyes, that's the best, so why didn't his feelings touch? You face the swamp in your mind, think about which car. Now this state of yours is also difficult to distinguish. Then he frowned and looked to the side. If that's right, Mikhail gently rubbed his head against the tree to feel, your idea is confirmed, just as I thought. It's as if a new path has opened up. Standing before the true form of the maze, I've just realized it. Mikhail remembered the shapes of the two creatures he used when facing Amadeus, just the form of his treasure he used before he died. He wandered in his own world, a flower that still cannot bloom. The massive flower remains still, and according to Zoot, it has never bloomed. Mikhail keeps pondering this. A flower that does not bloom. No, a flower that will never bloom. He closes his eyes. But eventually, this flower will bloom and reveal its deepest nature. He sensed every energy flowing through the wire. I can see it. Each path is lit up by the connection of the flower's parts, the swirling force within this maze. There are some spots that make Mikhail suspicious, even where the flowing energy seems blocked. Could that be the case? The true nature of Maikung, a creature even the gods have yet to understand. He focused his attention on his palm. The more obvious paths would be a lie if he claimed he had no interest at all. Suddenly, the flower, which had remained unchanged for many years, showed a change, and the aura trembled at its center. He raised his hand in front of me. His eyes, my eyes, were amazed. The flower, which was Mikai's power, was blown away, and the unbelievable scene made him clap. Girl, what? Everything was handed to him first. Look, here it is. The silence was broken by a voice, and suddenly everything was shrouded in dark black. In the midst of that darkness, a bright light shone intensely from above. Mikhail was eager to guess. Is this voice already heard in Meikung Nutsrung? I can't see anything in front of me, only a black cloud like a squid, and thunder roars in Mikhail's hand. Should I do it? He shook his hand and turned his sword to find the source. Then his colleague looked back in shock when he turned his head to look again. Then there was a pair of red eyes looking slowly at Mikhail, and the figure of that person was covered in dark black energy. His eyes reflected countless emotions: anger, sadness, pain, fear, poison. Nothing good, surrounded by the dark black walls. Mikhail hesitated, thinking he was looking at him, but then he realized this image was not in the present. But this is just a memory from the past. Mikhail and that person were silently facing each other. He quickly shifted his gaze, and the one with red eyes was not looking at him. On the other side, there was only darkness. I couldn't hear what he was saying. Suddenly, his body was soaked, his mouth closed, and he didn't need to do anything to exist. Who else could do this if not us? There is no one outside of us. How long are you going to be stubborn like that? The sound of the alarm makes Mikhail tremble. I don't understand what's going on. A wave of doubt flooded his mind. The mirror was showing him these images. Why did it show me? He tried to walk, but suddenly he was paralyzed and collapsed. Mikhail's body seemed to have lost its balance in the middle of the night. His voice said, "No, the day is wrong. There is nothing that can replace us." His eyes drifted into a dream as he was losing consciousness. His hands tried to reach forward, but couldn't grasp anything. What will his life ultimately be given by these things? That black ball suddenly triggered a large head. Something was wrong, Osa. This sound made Mikhail tremble. He suddenly answered from the corner of the bedsheet. Is that so? Outside, the drawing was extremely puzzling. What is that? I think Makung was created based on an incomplete theory. The shadow sitting on his shoulder, I believe they deliberately kept him in the dark about everything related to Makung. He grew increasingly confused. What do you mean? You smile? You can see things that only the new owner of the monster can see. He understood a little. He has received 3 monsters. It's no surprise if the monsters can change something important that a species like mine doesn't know. The lights from the flower bed still glow onto Mikai's body, surrounding him softly as he smiles gently. 2 days later, although Asmodeus's appearance seemed disastrous, luckily no one in Guten was harmed, and the area returned to its previous quiet state. The abandoned people and the ghosts among the crowd were also captured, and Leon was killed, recalling the time when the two fought against the monster army. Maybe because of the chaos, all the bullets were fired during the battle with Asmodeus, a fierce fight. But it still impacts Gutten's tourism image, especially the route through the bridge into the City of Emptiness. But the Elder was not disappointed. Returning to the present, the Elder smiled happily. It's okay, we gained more than we lost. There's no reason to be sad. The Elder continued, I didn't expect Gutten to grow up so strong. After Asmodeus was defeated, he regained consciousness, but, overwhelmed by the sins he had committed, he wanted to end his life. At that moment, the Elder was at a loss for what to do. Mikhail advised Zoot to come and meet him, bringing new hope to the Elder. Zoot arrived and congratulated him, a moment that would stay in the Elder's memory forever. Although Zoot acted like a god, his emotions were somewhat uneasy, and Mikhail had to persuade him for a long time. The Elder smiled contentedly with the current results, but because of that, he gained more life, which is not a good thing. The Elder shook hands sincerely, for he is the one who worshipped Zoot the hero, so we will also trust him. Everyone is humble and grateful, and the guides are now spread all over the world. From now on, they will support you wholeheartedly, so Mage should feel happy. The sound of the Earth's face being massaged is loud. The situation in Guten has been properly handled, and you've also successfully achieved your goal. This is the best result, right? The elder nodded. Yes, that's right. The image of a flower symbolizes the maze on Mikai's wrist. The elder observed it and seemed to realize that the maze had also been integrated into his body. Mikai raised his hand in that direction. Was he planning to use it a little? Shaking, Zoot's words suddenly appeared with a sad expression on the elder's face as he rolled up a towel and washed his face. The atmosphere was very peaceful, leaving him puzzled. What is this? Mikai tried to stay calm and praised the sacred beast was truly reliable, and continued this. Leon was stunned by the strange situation. Before he could speak, he had returned to the beginning. Mikai was very happy that the sacred beast could shake off anyone who didn't care about effort, even if it was only limited to those who had hidden it, and until Leon returned to the bathroom, it was still in a state of panic. He clenched his fists and started devising the ultimate plan. If I could control it, it would be extremely useful. His mind shifted to more pressing matters, but what he truly gained from Mekong was something else entirely. The serious Mikai, recalling memories from the past. At first, he couldn't understand what those memories were. Only a black shadow, but later he also understood those memories. Those are the memories of the devil and Asa, 2 red eyes and 1 blue. In the middle of the night, Mikai uncovered the memories of those 2 gods. He asked Z, "You once said that if we could gather as many sacred beasts as possible, we could learn more about the past, right? You're confused, but you're suddenly drawn to this." Z affirmed, "Of course, that's right. The sacred beast can't bear the information that capable people should know. How can it face the devil without that information?" Mikai's voice changed. "If that's true, then I can also look through Asa's memories. You hear that? Then your eyes are wide." Z immediately turned to look and asked, "Did you see any memories of Asa?" Her face was serious as she explained that he had absorbed part of the sacred beast from that day, regarding the theory. This isn't impossible, but usually humans will inevitably erase such memories. She confirmed that the human mind isn't capable of holding on to memories from that day. Mikai's attitude is relaxed, "But I'm fine." Zay's eyebrows furrowed in concern, wondering if his family had ever mentioned that his ancestor was not human. He thought it had been, but that bloodline had been fading for a long time, and there's probably not much left. Her attitude was so intense. A special ancestor. Z analyzed more deeply whether he could endure that day's memories. Her silence made Mikai struggle to understand what she was doing and why she didn't continue. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if reflecting a blazing fire. A super sense of presence made Z feel it was hard to believe. No way. It can't be like that, right? Seeing the happy tribe in front of him, a familiar thought arose. The problem with Goten was solved. The Supreme Leader regained consciousness, and Goten regained strength to develop once again. And more importantly, Asmodeus was completely destroyed. The second Demon King was defeated after the Battle of Zbop. His future is a plan of Mu. If his plan succeeds, it could lead to a terrible disaster, so stopping it from becoming a huge success. At this moment, a gentle hand rests on the pattern of the earth on the table. Mikai looked at the deep-rooted bridge. It was true that we had killed 2 great demon kings, but his face was not as good as the outside. But the bad news was that this was just the beginning. The Zbop sign is considered to be the name of the hidden among the demons. Asmodeus is known to come with small but quite weak features on other faces. Based on the information on the screen, it is confirmed that they are completely weaker than the other demon kings. Outside, the 5 demon kings are waiting for the Supreme Queen. I think he gently turned the other way. The remaining 5 should not be underestimated. I just remembered a familiar image of the dragon, in which Belphegor, the Han, has uncovered the true name. Mikai's sharp teeth are slowly falling asleep. The reason Han has not acted may be because Heike cannot stand it, and the Queen's attention must be quite captivated. But they won't stay silent forever. Now that Asmodeus is dead, they will definitely take action. I think the 2 remaining ones are still silent as he slowly turned his steps toward one side of the road. Mikai walked towards the front of the dragon, waiting to ask himself what their first goal would be. His eyes are deep, clearly remembering familiar people, whether Belphegor or the Supreme Master. According to Mikai, the demon is in his mind. The precious talent of the kind who is able to stand up against the demon kings. They will target the most prominent figures among them. Mikai remains calm. The image of a pair of hands is frightening. The queen will only follow me. But he quickly smiled and said, "Even if the names of the demon kings are in the background, it doesn't matter. I also have what I believe in." He raised his hand, pointing to the final statements about the tribe's release, and in his speech, The images of Nephthys and Ruch appeared, reminding me that what I received was not just a throne, but also the magic circle he performed in the forest. I have revived a throne through the demon's power, and the more I gain, the more the throne will awaken. The face darkens, and then the throne will be restored. A book appeared containing only the knowledge of the thread, but that was the reason I collected the seal. All the secrets of the tribe have been gathered, and when they release the most sacred wheel, everything will be revealed, and Sang will rule the world. While Mikai was silent and lost in thought, the demon's gaze studied him carefully. But he quickly turned away and said, "No matter what you know, you are still chosen by Asa, and you will walk the right path." He slowly approached him, looking down, asking him to take good care with each step. He carefully avoided letting him sit beside him, making sure he wouldn't worry and was at ease. He looked up at the sky and said, "Vu An, the more traces you find, the stronger and more influential we become, so overcome the difficulties and protect the traces. We will be your steadfast allies." He received this message. Mikai felt intrigued and confident, promising to organize everything properly. The three of them silently gazed ahead, longing for a name, a future that doesn't exist, for the dream they held that day. The scene shifts to another location where three figures carefully traverse the dense forest in the story, with the land not far behind. Rian is full of enthusiasm, analyzing the entire area. It's definitely a perfect place to gain more combat experience. Mikai looked at the foolish person's name, showing his attitude, wondering why at this moment his heart was searching for his brother, our proud Rian, who was very excited. He was full of confusion and difficulty understanding. He wasn't like this before. What had happened to him? At this time, a man called him the owner, and that man was holding on to something with his hand. That man is Morden? He held his hand tightly, stretched out his muscles behind his shirt. Did you see the difference in strength? Mikai looked at him slowly, the two of them, immersed in calm. He immediately smiled a few words ahead and asked if it was still correct. The man suddenly responded, and the guard quickly recognized him. Mordine, confident in himself, flexed his muscles and said that about 2 years ago, he talked about the importance of physical development. He then showed another stance, like an athlete, and said, "Oh, so I developed it." In a gentle voice, he lay down on the guard's clothes and slowly stretched out. Then, Morden let out a loud sigh that lasted for a moment as the guard's shirt stretched out, his muscles completely. Seeing this move of his, Mikai was about to vomit, his face grim, but he sensed something emerging from his body, something I had never seen before, even in the most terrifying times. Then Morden nodded with his glasses on, having discovered some things the owner liked, and immediately asked, "What happened?" He clenched his fist tightly, revealing that he couldn't become a professor through ordinary means, so he shouldn't settle for just an ordinary professor. Seeing his stance, Mikai hesitated to retreat, maintaining his distance as he prepared to move to Region A. Morden shifted his stance again, pointing his hand as he answered, "The automatic circulation system seems to have different settings for each body," and as he relaxed a bit, the next words came out. Suddenly a fire erupted. On that day, but for me, he looked at the huge fireball in shock. What the hell? Mikai, following Morden's action, again turned off the fire, wondering a fireball 3 times larger than usual. Seeing his curiosity, he said, "My magic is proportional to my physical strength. After reviewing everything I've learned over the past year, I see my physical strength as a layer of armor beneath my magic." He blinked, excited, but bowed and decided to call it the armor set. Mikai just stood there helplessly between 2 ordinary people, one behind the charcoal, one nameless in the team. At the same time, in the Western Empire, the territory of Batuk Izin, the man looking at the previous person thought this question was the 6th Knight of the Empire, the Western defenseman, Batuk Izin. We will ask again, who came? The soldier immediately repeated his answer to him, that he was the traitor, Mrs. Midium. He was so tired of it, so she came back. Batuk Izin remembered the shadow of that person, softly calling out the traitor of the illegal land. Then he turned his head and looked out the window alone. She had been gone for almost 2 years searching for her own child. I don't like that. He looked at the dry land outside and asked himself if she came back to be a French soldier, to defend the criminals, but immediately Batuk Izin, with a look of self-reflection, said no. Medium has never asked himself to be a defender. If he was white, this land was not his territory. He asked, looking at Medium outside, why did she come back? Her eyes, hidden behind the mask, were cold and dead. At last, Batuk Izin decided we need to talk to her. A traitor isn't someone who can't be reasoned with. The soldier looked at him, eager to leave, hoping it's not too late. He took his father's sword and placed it in his own. Batuk Izin looked at the soldier seriously and said, "I hope so." The shiny shoes moved slowly across the dry ground as he hurried back and forth in front of Medium, tense and alert. Right after, she bowed to the person conducting the ceremony with him. "It's been a long time since I saw Batuk. Sorry for coming here," he whispered in her ear, putting this story aside for now. Batuk Eisen hit the right note and sincerely asked what she wanted to know, explaining her reason for being here. Medium stood straight and quickly spoke difficult words, saying he understood that she was also a parent to children like them. Hearing her say that, he raised his hand, held himself in a slump, and answered, "No, although they are children who never listen to their parents." At this moment, he was shocked to understand what she meant. He asked again. She just said something. Medium paused and replied, "The children ran away," and he seemed to doubt the news, then ran off. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Mikhail's group entered the town and guard Morden was speaking with him. "One thing is certain. If the great Ma King intends to do so, destroying this stage is not impossible." He calmly refuted his words. If a great Ma King really aimed at it, it would collapse. "Of course, approaching us right now is no different from a suicide attack," Ryan quickly answered. He said, "It could be destroyed, but their lives would not be safe." Mikhail immediately remembered the name of the great Ma King who had been destroyed. If Asmodeus, the leader, went first and succeeded, they would be even more excited. Without thinking further, he quickly said, "I need to meet Batuk first to prepare for any threat." Uncertain, a shadow appeared, suddenly cutting him off. Mikhail remained unchanged as a loud noise and a massive impact erupted nearby. The wall just broke open with a loud crash, revealing a huge hole, and on the other side, a young man sat on the ground filled with anger, mourning his mother's death. From the hole in the wall, a pair of shoes suddenly appeared, about to step out. Hearing this voice, Mikhail smiled happily. "Why act without knowing anything?" Thought. Not only I, but Ryan and Morden also recognized that person. Waiting for that young man just fell to the ground a moment ago, now standing up loudly and saying, "I don't know who you are, but you must have heard the name Hiren, right? It would be very unreasonable if you didn't know her name." The person who appeared from that wall took the sword in his hand, repeated, "Hiran then." Aileen stepped forward with her full-powered sword and swung it straight ahead, creating a small wound on the face of the team member about to fight Hiren, causing Hiren to fear. Hiren immediately turned around and ran away without much emotion, while Aileen in the distance also shouted loudly, "Remember to come back. I will look at the head of the person on the ground." After defeating that wall, she was happy, swung her sword up, took a breath, and completed a good deed. Now she just realized it wasn't only herself but someone beside her, right? 4 people, 8 eyes meeting, falling into a silent space. The first to speak up with an ugly face, a bunch of corn, was Aileen. Mikhail. He looked at her with a high-pitched smile. 2 years later, he looked. A moment later, the surroundings transformed into a small shop, with Morden and I sitting across from her. Mikhail was the one who began by praising the person in front of her, who looked quite shy, while Aileen turned her face away in a different direction, indicating her response. He looked at me, gently held my hand, smiling, his face showing that she was always well-fed and living comfortably, but she felt uneasy. "Right?" She calmly withdrew her hand, nodded, and responded. He said, "I feel happier and more alive." Not much more, Mikhail quickly got to the point. She was here, which means Mrs. Milliam was also here. Yeah, right? He guessed correctly. She nodded and listened to everything he said. "Mrs. Milliam came here to find her child, so I think she will be with the hired soldiers." As soon as he said that, Aileen slowly revealed that she had met her at the bank. He understood that a long-distance relationship between parents and children couldn't be easily fixed. Mikhail immediately asked, "So their relationship is still not quite better?" Her face immediately appeared to be heavy. "Hard to say, if that's the case. It's not a big deal. My teacher's child, ran away." Hearing her words, his eyes widened in surprise. What a coincidence. He said he was overwhelmed with confusion. It's true. Even though Milliam has no experience as a mother, he left again, which means... I thought Mikhail made an offer. I have a vague idea about this situation. Mrs. Milliam has gone a long way to find her child. And she came with her. His lips were smudged, but Aileen said she forgot an important thing. The reason for Karya's escape. Mikhail immediately asked a question, revealing the secret that they were trying to monitor what was happening in the bank. After that, Milliam approached the boy, and Karya held his hands. Moved by Aileen's story, she continued, tears welling up in her eyes. It seems like Mikhail thought Aileen was starting to ramble, so he quickly interrupted her and said, "Enough, continue." Hearing that, Aileen resumed her story, revealing how the owner was surprised to see her son's suspicion of the bank robbers, and when Karya reunited with his mother, he also became suspicious of the bank robbers. According to what she knew, Karya is a person who strictly follows the principle. And Eileen also revealed the reason why Karya joined the team, which is the same reason he joined the bank robbers from the very beginning. Mikai nodded. I understand, but then Eileen took a deep breath and said, the problem is, the bank robbers team is too strict with their principles. Hearing that, he was silent for a while, recalling what she said about the ghost spreading poison in the village and the villagers turning into monsters, and the fate of the girl with soulless eyes, an ending that was both tragic and inevitable. She continued with her story, revealing later that, in the case of a young child, kindness slowed down the decline, and she asked what Mikai thought. He hesitated before answering, realizing that the bad guys' team had to make the best choice given the limited situation, risking losing their children or causing a bigger disaster. But after thinking, Mikai told Aileen they were in a bit of a hurry, which she agreed with, and he added that in this world, no one is entirely wrong. Then he stood up and asked if they really needed to hear from the people involved. I want to ask, I can't find them right now to ask, but then Mikai answered a very surprising question. He said, there is a way to find them. Aileen's face showed confusion. She asked again, sorry, what did you say? Aileen said loudly. Seeing her attitude, Mikai remained calm and said, did the medicine I gave to the child reach Karya? Aileen immediately replied, yes, I heard it improved one of his mental states. What did you do to him? After hearing Mikai laugh, he asked Aileen, what did you do to him? Who do you think I am? Mikai sat beside him, but still didn't understand what was going on around him. Then he didn't answer her question, but said, Aileen, let's talk here with Ryan and Kwanzaa. If there's nothing more to say, let's leave it at that, okay? Hearing that, Ryan and Aileen both agreed and waited. She paused and asked, what's going on? At least tell me first. Mikai, but besides Aileen, he also said, I will tell you after I return. Ryan didn't have time to stop him. Hey, Mikai. When Mikai left, the three of them silently looked at each other. None of them spoke. Then Ryan and Aileen sat down on their chairs. Ryan stopped talking and said, let's start with MBTI. About Ryan, he answered, then looked around. This is a city, but with two old parts. No one appeared around. Mikai wondered if this was an abandoned area on the border. Then he moved, thinking it would be quite difficult to find someone here. When he reached a dog, Mikai stopped observing. He thought this wasn't just a simple escape. Looking at what was in front of him, Mikai saw the shadow of a person who didn't move. There was only one reason. What was in that little one was Karya. He was sitting in the dark shadow as if holding himself. His hands had mutated to the point of turning black. He sensed someone nearby. Karya turned around and looked at Mikai. The hallucination, Mikai said. Karya looked at the dark side of the moving people nearby. He stopped talking in a very difficult way and asked Mikai what he was going to do. Mikai carefully examined Karya's condition, his hand covered in dark, suspicious blood, making him feel that if he left it untreated, he would surely turn into an animal. He also looked into his eyes, but carefully observed his body, which seemed abandoned and untreated. Gently, Mikai replied that hallucinations are not a concern and can be treated, not out of curiosity but because he noticed Karya's high-level hallucination ability, and the black hallucinations constantly increased his burden, causing Karya to hug himself with increasingly dark eyes as the hallucinations erupted violently. Observing this scene, Mikai wondered if he was holding the body before the danger escalated, then quickly shook his hand, releasing a golden light to pressure him, and lit another light on Karya, causing him great pain, which made the black hallucinations disappear. Just as he expected, a black hallucination triggered a powerful light, was using a black hallucination like a snake, a family tradition for the weak king before this. Mikai didn't understand the lady's words. Don't worry. The loss only affected the devil. The weak king refuted her words. It wasn't my intention. At this moment, Karya tightly hugged his head, smiling painfully, catching Mikai's attention. He seemed to recognize the smile in his voice. I understand now. Karya clenched his teeth tightly, bloodstains spreading across his face. He blinked to see the changing figures. Mikai didn't ask what he was thinking. Who was the king behind this monster? Meanwhile, elsewhere, at the old court, 3 people walked into the cellar before a difficult problem. Rian was sweating profusely, having run out of topics. Aylin hurriedly drank tea and took a nap. She opened her mouth to break the silence, hugging that person. Aylin laughed awkwardly, sighing. Thinking about the past, Aylin had no right to blame her failure. Why did it make her so uncomfortable? Aylin didn't leave the room thinking she had been happy with him, but somehow she felt there was something to it. Modin smiled at her thoughts. Ha ha, little Aylin. She was upset, but answered him. Ovang is the king. Did you call me? Modin sighed a little. Just accept it. There's no point in trying to understand the missing. A person can't stop talent. This word of his made Aylin more and more upset. The talent, she couldn't understand how he knew what she was thinking. Aylin looked at Moden, confused. She felt the difference, but she raised her voice a little. This word made Moden feel high. She stood up and asked, "Can you see it?" Moden moved closer. Aylin touched the power pole. "You can feel it if you touch it." Aylin quickly put her hand in front of her to stop his enthusiasm. Suddenly, a voice from one of their many stories of Moden asked, "Why are you here?" Milliam stepped into the room and asked, "Even the young man is here. What is going on?" Aylin quickly responded, "Ha ha. Milliam, long time no? See, I was just following the news." Milliam was shocked and asked, "You mean my savior has come here?" Aylin hurriedly approached her, apologized to the owner. "I haven't found a place in Korea. I contacted someone who provided information, but it seems the name is false." Milliam didn't blame her for answering. Otherwise, it wasn't her fault, but we need to find her quickly. Moden suddenly drew attention from the two of them. "It will be fine." She did not agree with his question. "It's okay. How can you say that when we do not know what condition he is in?" Suddenly, a big explosion happened behind her, making Milliam open her eyes. From within the misty smoke, a voice said out, I used the time-traveling virus." Mikhail, wearing a mask, appeared in the room, saw the new person arrive, but was a little surprised. Milliam was also there. "Ah?" In the chaos of Milliam and Aylin, he continued, "That would make everything faster." Milliam was just in a state of panic, but she called out Savior, recognizing the person next to him, but she was shocked. Kakaria, Milliam couldn't believe her eyes. "How could you find my son exactly where?" Mikai didn't answer her question directly. "I understand your feelings, but first I need to hear one thing," he whispered slowly. "Correct." Mikai paused for a moment to assess the dire situation in Korea. Milliam didn't ask her question openly given the circumstances. Mikai whispered to her, "What exactly happened within the team to hire Connor?" Milliam hesitated slightly, then said. Mikhail looked at her with compassion before her silence, understanding that it was not easy to speak, and suggested moving to another place to discuss, where another person needed to hear this story, in a room illuminated by a mysterious light in a Russian-style hall, with a person standing near the window, gazing into the distance. Mikhail replied, "I think it's one of the possibilities." So Miniam was a bit nervous. She went to the toilet, but soon decided to reveal the details. There were definitely suspicious scenes. She looked back at what was reported. Miniam was still not surprised when she remembered the danger they warned us about. Mikhail carefully assessed her words, saying it was not unusual. Miniam and Ellen might only be guests of the taxis, but he continued to ask Miniam that warning wasn't in the usual sense, right? Ison was not at all nervous when he suggested a possibility. The taxis were also connected to the devil. He thought of Milos but continued analyzing the situation. Milos, a respected and prestigious lawyer, if he founded the taxis group, of course Miniam was a bit confused to answer, she said. "Ison, I've been in the taxis for over a year, but I've never seen Milos even once." This statement caused chaos in the room. She returned to her son, her love. "I just think he's a busy man." She gently rubbed Karya's painful face, but it was extremely painful. Miniam was a bit nervous, but continued to express her feelings until her son ended like this. She tried to calm herself and then asked Mikhail, "Did the organization know that the channel named their members with new names?" "They say that to establish their reputation as a taxis." Mikhail nodded and confirmed, "Yes. I know." He started to think about what I had heard. The leader of the taxis, Milos, was a taxis, so the taxis Condor is also called a group of taxis. They clearly recognized the defamation. What Miniam was saying was not the traditional defamation. Miniam was like a cloud. The new names felt not good. "Is it always like that, or start with my son?" "I'm not sure." Mikhail was still suspicious, but continued to ask her, did Miniam know her son's name in the taxis group? Miniam nodded and answered, "Meo Ozan." This name made Mikhail frown in a flash. His eyes opened wide. He was surprised. Mikhail smiled. He suddenly smiled loudly, making everyone confused. "Ha ha ha, it's really unreasonable." He put his hand on his face, thinking that it was really a coincidence. Mikhail was seriously speaking up. The names of the keepers for their subordinates often include the word brother. This word of his made Sang surprised. What does it mean? Mikhail was impressed by him. In fact, this brother can act even when people change their order from an uncle. He turned his eyes to Karya's side, for example. A line of red letters. Mayo appeared in his mind. Mikhail continued to add more about this name. Changing it to Mayo did not make much difference. He used magic to take the black cloud of the sky, including his fingers. Maybe the moment he received the name, he started to sign him, but because the name was taken off, it would slow down the process of his fall into the air. Mikhail nodded with his suggestion.
Sensing that the chance of falling into the hands of a great ghost was almost certain, but he didn't leave the question of whether the ghost hunter who hired Milos had already saved Yanohai. Mikai placed his hand on Karya's back and introduced himself, saying it was the first time he had seen him awake. Hearing this, Karya clenched his fists in excitement, his eyes full of passion. Mikai warmly responded, believing that since Karya valued principles, they would have a good conversation. He then asked Karya, the king of Ariaran, to check the area. Karya approached the two monsters and covered them with his shirt, but when he saw their faces, he was shocked. They were his acquaintances, Malone and Baskerville, something Mikai seemed to have already guessed. Karya sadly explained that they were members of his team who had likely endured humiliation. When Mikai asked why he hadn't asked their mother for help, Karya looked at his hand once stained with the blood of the noble Mel Orin and thought he didn't want her to see his corrupted self. Understanding this, Mikai gently smiled and asked about the last situation of the scout team. Karya recalled the chaotic scene. More than half the team had disappeared, and the deputy commander they trusted most had betrayed them. Realizing events were unfolding differently from before his rebirth, Mikai decided they must go to the scout camp. When asked what to do with the two trapped devils, he simply said he had a use for them. Curious, Morden then asked who would use magic, and hearing this question, Mikai paused and sighed, wondering if everyone was surprised that the soul had been trapped. Mikai, like a god, decided everything as he looked at the other devils, saying, "I have a path between humans and the limit. But for those who betray their souls, there is no limit." And suddenly a light began to shine around their faces, like an oppressive glow that caused them great pain. Oh no. Soon after, two dark, mysterious bridges hung over Mikai's head. Turning the devils into small bridges with his magic, they were uncomfortable but did not stop. Why am I in this state? Just kill me. Please, kill me. Mikai ignored their pleas, remembering his magic testing process, seeing fragments of their past sins, stories of innocent people who believed and others who caused pain just for fun. You will never understand, the other devils kept bothering him. We never truly have a higher purpose. Moved by the bitter scenes ahead, the silent brotherhood didn't speak. But she told Mikai to continue advising him, saying it's good to try hard but not to push too much. Feeling sorry for him, Mikai gently touched her head and reassured her, then calmly walked away, thinking that what lay ahead was not a destroyed world but a future full of possibilities, confident that it wouldn't collapse so easily. And he smiled to himself, realizing he hadn't started from scratch, as Mikai and Isen continued discussing the ongoing issues near the border. After hearing Mikai's thoughts, Isen hesitated and wondered, so is this water? At first he thought, oh Milos, why did it end like this? Mikai added that they still don't know what happened to Milos, which will be resolved once my brother arrives there. Milos looked at Isen with tears in his eyes, but before that, Mikai doubted or asked him, thinking about the devil every day. Isen looked at the dark area nearby, the black clouds scattered across the place along with the appearance of evil. Isen paused when he mentioned them, recalling the content of the letter sent to him by a newspaper, which was actually an order from the Emperor, but he carefully examined the letter's content. At this moment he didn't see it at all, so he put the letter down on the moonboard, realizing he didn't need to be cautious, and continued speaking. Understanding that he didn't need to go outside, Mikai was convinced that the truth in Isen's words made him think that this is how the East would react to what people might consider to be beneath a limit. He turned his gaze to the far side and said that before leaving this place, he must help him understand that this is a dark and shadowy land filled with mysterious dangers. After greeting him, Mikai asked again about what he was looking for, and Isen suddenly remembered and said he knew something. Just then a demon appeared and attacked, giving Isen no time to react as he only glanced at the string on his hand while the demon reached toward both him and Mikai. Remaining calm, Mikai quickly stepped in and pulled Isen away from danger, leaving the demon confused. Walking closer, Mikai thought about how demons sometimes used huge armies to invade, but more often preferred to divide and destroy humans from within. He noticed the shining string on Isen's hand and examined it, explaining that it was connected to a monster capable of recognizing demons, and he added that recently only 2 demons had invaded the border territory, yet they were extremely difficult to detect. This shocked Isen, who began to realize the seriousness of the situation, wondering if demons were already hiding inside their territory. Mikai did not confirm it directly, and simply told him he could verify it himself. Soon after they arrived somewhere, they found a man who had been attacked by a demon, leaving only a piece of armor behind, clear evidence of how demons infiltrated and destroyed their targets. Isen was stunned and could hardly believe it, while Kien, though excited, was also somewhat frightened after encountering such a demon. Mikai took Isen's hand and reassured him that the situation could still be fixed, encouraging him, and Isen quickly gathered his determination. Later, as a group of people traveled toward the border, Mage followed them confidently, believing in his judgment. Looking back at the cheerful old man, he knew he had not been wrong, and guided by the mysterious string, the next day at the border he managed to identify and kill 5 demons. Just then, Rien suddenly pulled him back to reality and asked what about the treasure they had mentioned earlier.
His words made Mage miss. Ah, right. I miss me. I asked Rien about what happened the day before. Suddenly, he spoke up. He said Rien the Mage dream of feeling Rien's pressure. Although when asked, he looked confident. He said he was feeling on the heavy shoulder, but when he came, he suddenly pulled up. Rien pulled back what he had just said. His words made Rien not difficult to understand. Why was he so shocked? Mage said clearly. He spoke with a serious voice, a charming, admirable man. Each of his words, like hitting Rien's face, made him shocked to the extreme. Admirable, charming. Rien angry, but loud, so low. Try to look straight. Mage suddenly heard his challenge. He laughed. Mage quickly set the challenge. There was no other choice. We don't have much time, but we will try our best to help you. Rien was excited. He was very confident. And himself. Oh, we know we can look down on Mage. Mage suddenly took a branch near that tree, opened it, got angry first. A while after that person was angry about something like wanting to set fire to someone. They pointed their hands at a fierce, bold direction, looking for her to go to this woman. That person was angry loudly. Why would you dare to be rude to the Dutch mercenary? Aileen was shocked. She pointed, but still confused, not understanding what was happening. The others grew angrier, not even 10 people, yet they dared to trouble the Dutch mercenary. Mage and Rien waved their hands as if they had just done something wrong. Congratulations, that proved the right person is a third-rate reaction. Rien was shocked, but on the contrary, Rien, a third-rate reaction. Really? I said. Mage pushed him forward. Okay, Rien still doesn't understand what's going on, huh? Mage opened his smile, waved his hand. We just stood and watched. You took care of yourself. Don't use your pride. Just use your sword. Rien was angry. He refuted his words. Wait, you said you would give us a treasure. Mage gently answered. You mean blood and sweat? You will pour from now on treasure, right? Mage's words made Rien angry. Oh, the others couldn't take it anymore, but they were as loud as the name of the shot. Attack. Mage proudly pointed his hand forward, happily commanding Rien like a trained animal to go to him. Mage performed a classic move from an animated film, summoning golden lights that appeared immediately after. Rien was furious, but his cheeks were dead. In a dark room, a man was being strangled, his hands tied tightly, struggling and moving weakly because of exhaustion, unaware of how long it had been. Every February first blurred together in his mind. His eyes were full of fatigue, but that was no longer important as dark eyes looked down at him from nearby, their black hands tormenting him and draining his spirit. Suddenly, someone pulled him out of Man's mind. It seems you've finally reached your limit and suffered quite a lot, Brother Milos. Milos looked up at the tall man outside the prison, recognizing the familiar face, Kien, and called him our brother. He was suspicious of Kien's question. Why did you do that? Why, for what reason? Kien was smiling, saying, You are the one who started this, brother. His words made Milos angry, but he thought that Kien kept saying that it was all his fault. He immediately said, I have never forced you to do evil or leave you. Kien still spoke. Surely then you will say that. His words made Milos angry. He was angry. Milos laughed at his dark brother's question. How can you bring the devil and sacrifice innocent people? He was seriously blaming. Calm down. Suddenly Kien smiled. After a big joyful smile, he stopped thinking about anything. Kien said, You know, if you make people forgive, you can easily kill them by giving them the monster's head. He waved his hand at a burning candle, so let's give up hope for that mistake. Kien straightened his hand, put the fire in his mouth, and immediately left the dark prison. Leaving Milos alone in the cold water, he thought that the man would save him and the barren people to the wall. The only one. Milos looked at the figure of that one who dreamed of a hero like that. He still held on to hope for that figure. Please save everyone. Then he looked at the people still in the dark and held him back. Meanwhile, on the way to meet the gang of gangsters, the people fighting Mage were all beaten and lined up in desperation. Mage looked at them, thinking that monsters and similar things had blocked their path, a result of weakness when rushing to save time. He looked at the burning sword Rien was holding and saw Rien singing loudly, gripping the sword tightly against the monster's throat. He clenched his teeth with all his strength to face them, shouting loudly. From afar, Mage watched silently, while Morden observed Rien's fight without drawing his sword, which was for the best. At this moment in the battle, a hand was trembling as it tried to attack Rien. He quickly understood that danger was approaching. Ryan tightly gripped his sword as all the rebels attacked, swiftly stabbing the monster in several spots. The giant monster couldn't endure it and collapsed to the ground. Ryan suddenly clenched his fist and shouted loudly. Mage stayed with the group before Ryan's action, and that became his mark. Time passed quickly, and the night gradually came to an end. They went back to the warm fire stove. Ryan managed to cook a delicious meal. Aileen brought a big bowl of soup to praise Ryan. "Good job!" Ryan cheered loudly because of the battle that the god of people took the soup bowl. Milliam didn't join the group sitting alone in the meditation area. She left without saying a word. Mage brought a bowl of soup to her and asked what she thought. Milliam responded immediately. Ryan, Patello, has long been known as a talented young man in their eyes. The reputation of the next generation is not something that can be easily handed down. She was proud, but his path had changed. Milliam remembered the time when they met him in the city of great talent, but we did not allow him to surpass our expectations. The woman with a smile, Milliam wondered what Ryan was up to, feeling that he had glimpsed a flawed and carefree future and was proceeding with great caution. The woman looked at Mage Pachalot. Milliam was a little curious, asking, "What are you doing?" Mage quietly smiled without answering her question. He hinted, "Who knows?" Mage's touch had already shattered the shape of Ryan's shadow some time ago, and after a while, they stopped at that point. The group heading toward the city hall nearby was the stronghold. Ryan looked around, feeling that if no one told us they were mercenaries, we would think they were cannonballs. Milliam told him that after the day Millis lost them, he gradually expanded his reach, and the group of people slowly moved into this area. They also looked around, feeling that luckily for him, this place was such that even when the Demon Lord was destroying everything nearby, it wouldn't be blown away. Mage also considered this place, but for Asmodeus, the principle didn't apply because he was destroyed right in the middle of a grave. Milliam hinted that Enoch's true form wouldn't be there no matter what. Aelin hesitated or asked him, "So what is your plan now?" "It seems impossible to move forward." Mage quietly replied, "If we don't go straight ahead, Milliam's words only make Aelin more confused." Mage suddenly suggested, Karya. He was smiling and asked, "Are you confident in your acting skills?" The scene was at sunset. The sun shone brightly on the skyscrapers. Caden was walking, suddenly discovered something. He looked at the smoke and said, looking at the man with red hair, he asked himself, "Did the dragonfly fall asleep?" When he saw Karya from the next step, Kadan immediately pointed straight at him and said, "Stop." Karya asked himself, "Kadan, right?" He only answered with a hoarse voice that was so hoarse. He asked Karya if he knew the law, but was it right for him to be hoarse? "We have never heard Karya answer, 'You should know that we have completed our mission.'" Then but his eyes still did not have a very mysterious purple light. He said he had been blessed, Caden. Then suddenly, the blessing was truly unreasonable. The commander-in-chief then smiled and said, "Please return to Melozan." Kadan was surprised when the commander-in-chief told him that his position was fine because he hadn't fallen asleep, but he still felt worried and wanted to apologize. Yet the commander-in-chief remained silent and spoke only after he finished. Then he opened a very grim smile, saying it was no problem. Caden felt afraid of his expression. Then he hurried away. I see." The commander-in-chief looked at Karya for a moment and said, "All right, what's next?" He replied that his shadow was now shrouded in a haze of smoke. Then the commander-in-chief said, "However, the 2 teammates I sent with you have lost contact. What's the matter?" He replied, "Luckily, it seems they fell into the trap of that hero." The commander-in-chief was puzzled, asking again, "So why did you escape?" Karya replied, "My grace is about the invasion network." He was proud to say that. Even the hero did not discover me. The commander-in-chief suddenly asked again, "Since the hero didn't discover you..." Then he looked at Karya and said, "Surely you have no sign of the energy haze." He spread his hands and laughed loudly, "Ha! Who would have thought that grace could evolve to this because of this power? Sacrificing 2 teammates is also acceptable." Suddenly Arya cut off his speech, making it hard to understand, but the commander-in-chief said, "I have something to report." He said, "Hero?" Then pointed his finger to the far side, firmly saying that you are here with me. Remember the scene in the forest? Because it was too tiring. Karya sat down to rest. Mikhail praised him, saying he did very well. Then he looked at his shadow and looked worried. Karya asked, "Do we have to keep wearing this?" The 2 lying next to the shadow were Malone and Baskerville. One was thrown up, crying, "Kill us. The other's name is too painful. Why is it me?" The thing in Karya's shadow is nothing but their souls. Karya pretended to have accepted the forgiveness. Except for Enoch, no one noticed anything unusual. Removing the soul energy made us appear as if we had been specially targeted by the Grace Committee. While resting, Karya told Mikhail that it was correct to assume they didn't think anyone could take responsibility for the forgiveness. Mikhail remembered,
just like the last time we took responsibility for the devil's power. Then he clenched his fists and said that no one else could do this but us. Karya responded, just like the person who told the commander-in-chief that we suggested this. He fully agreed, listening to Mikhail's words as if he were a character. He knew the suggestion was simple. Then he said Karya was allowed to go to the commander-in-chief to request, as the commander-in-chief was their leader. They will think they can assassinate us if they have enough time, so Karya asked to continue serving as their team. They can't easily doubt Karya, and upon hearing that, Karya immediately appeared very serious. He answered, understood. Mikhail looked at one, and he realized that everyone was watching him. Some focused on him just because he was a hero, while the others were filled with hatred or rage, struggling to control their abilities. He looked at him once, and thought that only a few names mattered, but all of them were hard to remember. Meanwhile, a girl with blue-green hair said, I don't want to be here. They're in this huge tower when the sun has started to set. Karya pointed and guided. The room at the end of the corridor is the commander-in-chief's office. I am the commander-in-chief there. Mikhail told everyone that talking to the commander-in-chief was Karya and my job. Then he asked again, did you understand correctly? All the names here seem very powerful. Mikhail said, we will check it ourselves. He went up with a brown hair and said, don't let it be discovered. Especially with gray hair, he said, and returned at the right time, saying what was right. Then Mikhail nodded and said, okay then. The change, right after the team's words, vanished without a trace. At that moment, in a room, Mel Ozan told Mikhail that the hero of the commander-in-chief's office might not be pleased with what happened that day, simply because that day was a brainless mistake. Mikhail replied, no. The scene continued until 1 o'clock. Mikhail Walpurgis gently placed his hands on the door of the white building. He pushed with all his might, and the door slowly opened, revealing him standing inside the room with a smile full of hidden intent. Then he shifted his hand behind his back, changed his smile to a bright, welcoming one, and said warmly, hello, hero. Mikhail Walpurgis placed his hand on the ceiling to block out the sunlight from the room. The light was almost like daylight, filling every corner. Mikhail had to think. This light was truly bright. Mikhail's eyes softened slightly as he firmly believed he had no connection to the ghost. Standing still, he smiled lightly, lost in thought. It's been too long since he showed any reaction. He hid his eyes and closed them softly, the hero. Hearing that, Mikhail began to respond, whispering, it's just a little bit of light. Outside, there was a large table with a wing drawn down from a tree to stand, and the other asked Mikhail, so what brought you here, hero? Mikhail's gaze looked far away, and after a moment he responded, we received some information. He closed his eyes and kept talking, mentioning a leak, then suddenly turned around and asked, can your Ozan cat step out for a moment? So, Karya nodded, bowed, and said, I understand, then immediately left. The large illuminated room was just Mikhail and the other person. He began to tell Mikhail, if he was not modest, then I can ask what that leak was about. Mikhail, after listening, closed his eyes and said it was nothing difficult. But before that, he opened his eyes, looking a bit hoarse. Where is Commander Milus? Kira heard that, smiled for a moment, then said we want to transfer it directly to him, but he's not here right now. Instead, Mikhail hesitated and then told him that luckily, since it concerns him directly, Mikhail also added that they wanted to give it to him. Hearing that, he immediately responded that if it concerns him directly, as family, then he has even more reason to know. At the same time, he was speaking from behind, asking where to jump, and she looked serious as she went to report that she had confirmed Mikhail. Instead, he turned his head toward where she was listening, and Mikhail, feeling a bit awkward, nodded and signaled that transferring the information to the commander was the right decision. Mikhail smiled again and said that this information was very simple. The large table outside was throwing beans onto a branch that was trimming hair, a big beard was trimming its tiny hairs, and the large table with big wings was making new hairs fall from all sides before flying into the sky. Mikhail remained silent and told Kira that he had removed the unnecessary hairs. After hearing that, his face turned red, his eyes with a row of hairlines looked hoarse, and with a small smile, he asked, what does that mean? Mikhail opened his eyes to look at him without any emotion, and said, it can be done in many different ways, and the gods always say it in a funny way. As Mikhail spoke, Kira clenched his hands tightly and shook his feet, then forced a smile and asked Mikhail whose these hairlines were so it wasn't hard to guess. Mikhail closed his eyes again, causing the hairs on the big table to fall to the ground, and he continued to say, I asked myself which side the little beard came from. I knew the answer. After a while of talking, Mikhail left and the white door closed quietly. Now only one person remains in the room, standing there. A moment later, he called out, Mel Ozan. Hearing that,
A shadow of the person called immediately moved closer. He stood behind him and heard him say that the little beard has realized that our little boy has been blessed. Kira heard that and said, "Yes, I know that," then slowly but surely looked at him. "He will offer you a very precious chance to live as part of him, gain the hero's trust, and make sure he won't go anywhere else." Kira's smile was so much like a smile as if it were a smile like a smile. He said even when he was a hero who killed 2 big ghosts. Suddenly, his eyes turned black, his body gradually turned purple, and a close-up emerged from his eyes. If he can meet his conditions, he will never be defeated. Milos's image appeared in the corner, showing up with each word Kira spoke, as the ship would be finished soon. And then Kira also transformed, his eyes turning black with a purple-blue hue. Kira continued to speak about the full resurrection of the devil and its progress, slowly extending his hand into the air. A strange red mark suddenly appeared on the white wall of the white room. Then it transformed into the original form. The devil's ghost with red lips and a sharp, piercing gaze behind Kira's terrifying face, with the words, "No one else is me." Outside the room, Mikhail stood with his hands in front of his chest and asked the group beside him, so what was the result? The medium group responded right away. It was concealed, but we discovered it. We confirmed the ghost mark appears in certain areas seemingly influenced by those who are marked with their names. The medium group also reported back to Mikhail that we confirmed areas with significant human activity, but we didn't proceed further because we're unsure what dangers might be waiting for us. Mikhail paused for a moment and then told everyone that this was a creative choice. He said, "I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" Rian was stunned. "Say the good news." Hearing that, Mikhail told the whole group in the conversation with the deputy commander, "We have confirmed that the place where Milos is being held." Hearing that, Moden, Aileen, Lindell, and Ryan were shocked and asked what was so shocking and what the bad news was. Mikhail closed his eyes and said it was nothing serious if luck was not on their side. Hearing that, everyone opened their eyes and was shocked. All 4 of them had a question in common. Enoch could have come here. Rian suddenly jumped up, as if he couldn't believe his own hands. "What?" The ghost slowly appeared on the city wall with Mikhail's explanation, which is the worst news. Luckily, it seems Enoch has more sinister plans than we imagined. As if he couldn't believe his own hands, Ryan raised his hand to shield Mikhail. Wait, he was stunned. Enoch's name isn't as powerful as Asmodeus, whom we fought before. Mikhail immediately replied, "By this time we should consider him stronger than the other guy." Hearing that, Rian was stunned and jumped up. "Oh my God, Milliam just asked Mikhail why a big ghost can interfere directly." Hearing that, he was silent for a moment before continuing to speak. "His name is—" The mark that had just appeared again on the white wall, rising up with Mikhail's explanation, is a sign given by a powerful ghost in some of the things they cherish, and it is also a shocking symbol that only a few new rebels can recognize. Seth was looking at something in a strange way. What she saw was the mark that Mikhail Walpurgis saw, and that sign was written on Keel. After a while of Mikhail's explanation, Eileen asked, "That means the situation is not as good as we think." He raised his finger and said, "That's right. And one more thing." As Mikhail explained slowly, it seemed they were going to use Milos as a metaphor, with a black haze ball behind Mikhail Keel. Morden hesitated before speaking to Mikhail Walpurgis, waiting for him to clarify that it was just a metaphor. The scene shifted to the ball moving to show Milos being struck by another, both hands raised high before it fell down. The ball gradually lifted from his head, his eyes turned white, and the black sphere slowly disappeared. The sphere took on a strange face like a ghost's face in front of Milos, as if asking a question, implying that the great ghost was about to use the host's body to create a monster. Mikhail Walpurgis stood silently amid the questions from the others. They kept asking what to do now. From what I heard, the commander-in-chief used magic to save Milos's life, but it seemed impossible to prevent the commander-in-chief from discovering it. Mikhail smiled, his smile making everyone confused. Mikhail Walpurgis said loudly, "Why do you have to think too much? A ball of someone running out of a haze-filled bottle." Mikhail continued, "As the finish line approaches, Milos will fall and turn into a monster. But if we try to fully complete Milos's story, the problem is the time required, and in reality, the enemy won't just stand and watch." The ball kept rising higher, causing watermarks on the bottle below, then it was replaced. Mikhail paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "Let the fire burn out first. The one imprisoned there is Milos." He remained silent, then suddenly burst into a loud smile, his hands fluttering in the barrel, and he said to himself, "Is this really the end?" The strength and even the sensations in his body were gradually fading away. Suddenly a dark energy poured into Milos's skin as if he wanted to smoke his nose, and he said softly, "Leave the body."
The other ghost's energy was so strong that his eyes slowly opened. He continued to cover his eyes and said, "My head, and it will become easier."
Milos was running out of energy. He stopped from the beginning and thought, right, if there is no hope anymore. He opened his eyes to look at the gloomy space here. Then he slowly said, so leaving everything here may be the only way to look. Suddenly, the wall of the dark prison cell started to crumble, rocks and dust falling to the ground below, as a small hand reached out after hitting the wall. From that hole, Mon looked out lovingly, smiled and said to Milos below, "I have found the day." He slowly turned his head up and smiled at Mon. Cute. When Mon flew down, he raised his voice and asked, "Mon, you're cute," and began to introduce himself, saying that if this fairy is proof that it was sent by that hero, then the image of a hero with armor and a sword is very close behind. Milos thought, then hoped, it means he still exists, right? Thinking about it, he smiled and asked Mon what the hero said. Upon hearing it, he smiled very lovingly. He pointed a finger outward, indicating Milos, and said, "Great." Hearing Mon say that, he was overwhelmed with emotion and spiritual feelings. He kept bending down, breathless, silent, as a voice echoed in his mind, asking, "What did you mean?" He said, "Think about it. The image of someone being pushed down and now rising so that Enoch can turn Milos into a perfect vessel. Then he needs to be fully complete. But if he is pushed into a perfect vehicle at 95%, then what?" Rian and Aileen Lindell are still listening to Makai saying, "Instead of stopping Enoch from infiltrating Milos's body, we pushed him in there perfectly." Rian suddenly asked, "So what will happen to Milos?" Makai answered Rian, "We will think about that later. If we can get Enoch inside, we can deal with him whenever we want." Aileen raised her hand, lost in the endless thoughts around her. A little later, she nodded and asked finally. Hearing that, Makai blinked and explained to Aileen Lindell, "What do you mean we have to stop Milos? Is that what you call the destruction of the purpose of creation?" Everyone saw Makai's reaction. Everything was silent and helpless. All four of us wondered at the same time, am I really asking myself if that is a demon? Seeing the atmosphere turn a bit gloomy, Makai smiled and told everyone not to worry too much, that he had sent someone to inform them about the current situation. Back in the dark room, Milos was watching Mon. Now they knew everything. Makai smiled and told everyone, "Now be serious." Makai stood under the yellow light and asked everyone a question, then charged into the enemy's cannon. After a long conversation, everyone had left, and now only Makai and Karya remained. The two of them turned their backs to each other. Karya said, "If you follow this path, it will lead to the deputy captain waiting." Karya added, "They said there was no way they could lose at that point." Hearing that, Makai also answered, "It's okay." Makai was extremely confident in himself. He said to Karya, "Any preparation they have made will not be a problem." After a moment of silence, Karya finally responded, "I won't worry, but about Makai." He was confused again by a question in his mind. Why are their eyes watching his own trap? Makai Wanpurgis thought, that is the legendary flag tree that has been broken into the first number. Suddenly next to Makai, Set has been standing there for a long time. She waved her short, long arms and said, "Enos's appearance is very strong here. What kind of place is this?" Now beside them, a door opened with purple energy, and Makai slowly stepped forward and entered it. Then, gradually, his entire body disappeared into the door, his figure blurring as if about to vanish. Makai thought, that is, he immediately placed his hand on a twist, which was a star. Makai remained standing there, leaning on that twist, which in magical terms was like the number 8 circle, so he didn't blame them for being so confident. Step out of that door. The first thing Makai saw was his name. He didn't know when he stood there and smiled, "Hello, human." Instead, Makai was bored. He said, "I heard you need help, so I came. What's the matter?" Suddenly, Makai's eyes changed to black and purple. He barely noticed the difference before Karya appeared to attack him, and it seemed he was also experiencing the same relief because his eyes had changed too. After the attack, Makai's blood spilled onto the ground, and the wound in his mouth caused blood to flow down, making him feel intense pain. A moment later, Makai looked at Karya, called out his name, and it seemed he had lost too much blood, collapsing to the ground with the same question, why? At that moment, Karya began to smile, then immediately transformed into a smile as he watched Makai fall to the ground. Karya was now being tortured by Karya. He was no longer himself, but became a copy of Karya, Karya said. "Even though you are a great hero," at that time, in his hand, he was holding a sword. Karya continued to say, "You can't see a person's heart." And the sword pierced him, turning him into a monster, for he was given a terrible death. Even as a hero, you cannot escape the fate of the great king's son, as the sword drove him to the ground with the voice of the other name. Makai's blood still hasn't stopped flowing. He's tired of screaming. Asking him, So this is the death that the name of the Guardian of Enoch created many centuries later. Answer me, he said. That's right. And you now. Suddenly, Mikai said thank you. Then he ran around the place where Karya was standing. The other names seemed to be suspicious. Curious. What is this? Brother 3 playing Karya, it turns out you weren't tortured by the other name, but were just cooperating with Mikai to play along. Yet you just gave a thumbs up and said, what else? You really like him, and Karya smiled helplessly and said, that's how it all happened. The other names? Eyes were black with anger. Han sighed. It's impossible that Mel Ozan has seen you become one of us. Karya smiled. Then his hand took out a black energy ball that Karya wanted to use to torture you and said, about that, it can actually be removed. Here, the other name was just human. Han stood silent, wondering what he had been lured by. Han bit his tongue with the anger that rose. But it was too late. The hero, far away, each of the soldiers sent a sledgehammer. A lot of money came, Karya said. To prepare for any uncertain situation, he brought all his people. A group of soldiers with red eyes were so fierce as if they wanted to take others' lives. They approached closer and closer. Karya said, besides the fear that those with divine powers couldn't descend. Then Han delivered a powerful blow to Mikhail Walpurgis, who was trapped like a rat in a cage. But he was just, listen closely to Mikhail Tsoy-Sump. Han softly raised his voice like a sledgehammer, a truly fierce shout. Suddenly from the mountainside, not far away, an explosion occurred. Rocks burst apart and ash smoke rose high, drawing the attention of others. Han looked at the recent explosion, then asked, this sound. Why did you have to sacrifice? Kia panicked, asked Mikhail what he had done, and Han calmly, with his hands raised, said, what else have you been doing all this time? The image on Mikhail's palm started to shine. The purple light gradually spread across the space. Then he said, turning the enemy's despair into an opportunity. Then Mikhail looked back at Kia with eyes full of contempt. Han said, that is your karma, and so you must accept it. After absorbing the energy, Mikhail was overwhelmed, and at the same time, the purple light and its energy engulfed the entire area. Then, as it exploded, that bright light almost made it impossible to see clearly. Kaya stood silently in the wind. Han wondered to himself, this power might be from that purple light. A shadow of fog gradually appeared. It is Midium. Her eyes were like a shield of anger that had been hidden for so long, she couldn't look at Kaya's side that Han had learned about. A golden sound rose, and Kaya struggled to speak. A long time after Han, we just mentioned the name Midium Arianan. Kia stood behind her, looking at her, and Midium called out, son, you are stubborn when you hear her say, I know you don't like me as a talent. Kia remembered the moment before Midium took her hand and left, watching her lonely back with a heart full of sorrow. Kia's hand was trembling as he took Midium's hand and said, now I understand. Kia smiled softly and said, we should go together. She just looked at him silently, said nothing. A few seconds later, Midium turned around and replied, okay. She turned to Mikai and said, do what you have to do, hero, and we will have a fair trial here. He happily accepted, then I will decide. While everyone was distracted, Kia stood to the side, slowly transforming her body as dark energy enveloped Han. She asked Mikai, where is your hero headed? Midium, holding a sword in her hand, looked at Han and said, so you finally gave up your job. Kia, with her eyes covered by dark clouds, took out the order, killed anything. The soldiers were killed by the evil Thoi Mien, despite living to the death. She calmly raised her sword in her hand and said, the other traitor. A massive energy sphere appeared in the sky. Midium declared, we will judge right now. She held her sword, a gentle breeze blew, the sky was clear, and countless small energy balls rained down. The soldiers were killed by the evil Thoi Mien, only able to run around in the water and watch. A fierce battle broke out near the Kona cannon. The sound of the cannon echoed loudly, shaking everything around, and was truly astonishing. A hand with a sharp claw appeared, its feet also shrouded in black smoke. The monster quickly fled, its dark face with red eyes. Milos, in his spirit form, wandered aimlessly, wondering what this was. He turned to ask Monda next to him, have you died? The girl answered, not yet. Milos kept staring at his hands, wondering if his mind was breaking down. No. That's why it was taken away. Is this a way to protect my mind? Even so, he still worried about the people below, but how could he stop his body from wandering down there? Each group of people appeared in front of the monster, drawing Milos's attention. He silently observed, perhaps Vang and the two young men. Rian looked up, so he left the next day.
Milos silently evaluated my brother and Aileen. They are quite talented young people. Later, Morden received a signal to quickly turn his head and attack. He used his strength and his hammer to strike, hitting Vang and knocking away the hammer, then repaired it and bombed the monster. A powerful blow from the hammer hit the monster's core. It quietly transformed into a sword from its dark energy, and the monster with the sword halted Morden's attack. Both of them, based on their personalities, were defeated. It was in the body. My voice was quiet. It wasn't enough. The monster looked at his hand holding the sword, thinking, "What is this weak body? It can't even recover, so don't talk about using any special abilities." It was disappointed with such a weak body. Ryan quickly exploited the brief moment of the attack and pierced the monster's pink spot, making it turn its head toward him in danger. The monster struggled against her sharp sword, but Aileen quickly turned around to respond, her expression turning fierce as it glared at her. Aileen gave a slight smile as she assumed her ready stance. The monster conjured another sword, only this one was as large as hundreds of attacks combined, clashing between the three of them. It wasn't surprising that the dead could only die from my small sword. Watching the two other monsters with full hearts, Nivan wondered why they were laughing. Milos silently watched the evaluation, knowing they are undoubtedly terrifying forces, but he paused for a moment, closed his eyes, and sighed in disappointment. "It's not enough." The monster started to get angry, saying, "This is really annoying." A huge burst of energy from its body as two people attack. The monster looked at Aileen, full of despair, people like those who once blocked our path. It looked at Ryan and asked, "Even the hero who destroyed the two temples is the same?" "The monster is completely enraged, so I will kill everyone." It turned to the side and said, "First, the other hand is pulling the energy barrier." The monster shook its hand, causing the ground to tremble and sending energy toward the young people. Rian was shocked to hear the sound of the attack approaching him, but he remained unmoved in place. Morden hurriedly called out his name. Rian. This move of his was so powerful that it seemed to destroy both sides of the cannon. Milos looked at the spirit in panic and said, "No." He bowed and said that his body was capable of such a brutal evaluation. Milos, exhausted, said, "I can't take it anymore." Mordine touched An's shoulder and said, "Oh, don't worry too much." The girl pointed downward and said, "We have arrived?" Milos asked, "What are you talking about?" Morden silently looked at him, turning to Rian. He was surrounded by a bright light source. Rian was stunned to see his cold body and remained silent. He said, "The one who recognized me in an instant must be getting famous among those who watch." He looked at the spirit with his eyes closed and asked, "Why don't you hide as carefully as other names?" "How are you so clever to appear so suddenly?" Milos asked, his voice tinged with a green-blue anger. The spirit rushed to the cave, ran to his brother's side and said, "Shut up." Milos, with silent eyes, said loudly. Milos's words immediately drew the attention of a great power along a straight path through the desert. Standing in the middle of the mud, the brother was full of confusion, wondering why he didn't give up. "You're not even prepared." The newly appeared source of power has greatly shaken the spirit, forcing it to stand up with difficulty in the desert. His eyes filled with compassion as he looked at Milos, clasping his hands on the ground, trembling as he asked why he dared. The spirit remained unmoving, but then he stood up straight. His eyes looked down into the depths of his mind, sensing no strange spirit energy moving. Looking at the spirit standing before Milos, he thought it had no enemies. Suddenly he smiled and said, "Look at this guy." Milos replied softly, "So you can reveal your true form, right?" She replied, "Of course." But when the opportunity arose while he wasn't paying attention, the spirit quickly attacked, and when it appeared to him, he swiftly gouged out his eyes and made them face each other. The spirit swiftly attacked like a passing breeze through Milos, then transformed into a tangible form with its words. He stood up. The outside was strong, but finally decided to run away. She turned her back on Milos and transformed into a spinning wheel as ordered by her brother Seth, wrapped in a cannonball. The spinning wheel, wrapped tightly by Seth, transformed into a cannonball that blocked the path from inside out, spinning the entire spirit in the air and creating a non-physical image that could pass through. Considering the current situation, Milos thought it wouldn't be easy to retreat from the body prepared for such a scale, as it was thrown down by the spinning wheel with enough force to turn the water's surface into a vast layer. The spirit was angry, saying, "Seth, you idiot, don't tell me that you regained your strength at that time." Seth smiled, saying, "I am still a human of my race, and I will never make that mistake again." Mikai stood in the sky behind the spirit and said, "Now you have two options. Abandon Milos now, or face the consequences." En smiled and added, "Or be beaten to death and then abandon him." Hearing him say that, it was a warning that he couldn't destroy this body. Mikai looked at him and listened as the spirit said, "That's not what you want, right?" His face at that time showed a look of helplessness, saying, "Yes, I think that is possible." Mikai's feet were ready to move to the depths of thought, using the body as a believe that is the only sign of him a threat. Moving at the speed of light in the zealot, he appeared before the spirit bathed in white light. Mikai's face looked ghostly as he delivered a cold strike, and the spirit said if it wasn't the spirit, then the answer was wrong. His answer made the ghost suddenly say, "What?" At one point, the ghost appeared on the shoulder according to his explanation. "What do we need to stop here?" His eyes shone like two batteries in the afternoon, as the ghost's hands were bound in red, first at the wrists and then around the legs, in a way that made the ghost uncomfortable, still trying to inch closer and widen the gap to escape the darkness. Using all his power, the ghost said that the ropes made him fall into each section and claimed this ghost could stop us. Mikai took the Lord's spirit tree. But the truth is, even if a special deity comes, it cannot seal a ghost. A light appeared above the Lord's head, creating countless magical circles of the spirit, but within 1 to 2 seconds, it was used to destroy the spirit. The Lord raised his hand high and said, "That's enough." He hadn't yet realized that a terrible power was being unleashed, carrying a fierce light that destroyed everything, rapidly passing through each tiny layer. From the pile of stones and white smoke, the spirit said, the one who intended to harm himself to destroy his body. It carried the anger of the spirit that Mikai blamed, as if it had such an effect. The power that hurt himself from where? The Lord's feet moved away and said from the arms and legs. Emerging from the spirit's smoke, the Lord couldn't clearly see the shape, only a pair of cold red eyes, then turned to say, "Break his limbs and heal them easily." His words were so angry they seemed to tear apart the air, but through Mikai's calm voice, the ghost's fear deepened, sweat like blood streaming down his face as he asked what it was. He took a breath, and hearing the ghost's words, the spirit suddenly charged at him, aiming to silence him forever. While being attacked, he fell again, and the ghost said, "It's not even my legs." Standing before Mikai, the one he was speaking to, the ghost's name, "If you are a hero, then act like one and die for the hero." Hearing the ghost speak, he quickly made it leave the body, hurting the ghost's mouth and body, but that was all. He said, "Shut up," and decided the path of a hero. How about that? It showed the excitement of saying you're not a hero. The ghost said too many things, so he was immediately told to limit it. Yes, he is. Mikai held the sword with a blood-stained syringe on it, saying a hero no matter what happens. Decide that you stand and look at the ghost lying on the ground, but it's so sad. So sad. Even after all this, you still can't give up. Is that why you made a ghost, watching it tremble on the ground again and again? Mikai asked. Do you want one more time? The spirit is gone no more. It lies on the ground with an unclear voice, making him close his eyes. A tear-shaped mark appeared on the ghost's eye, spreading across its back, making Mikai roll his eyes in disbelief and ask, "What did you do to your eyes?" You just stand and watch the ghost, not stopping it from rolling on the ground, and say, "Don't tell me." Mikai's surprise was expressed through the voice of the blue sky, the one crying, "Ah." The Dark Knight's thoughts appeared in the monster's mind. It was very beautiful at first, but gradually the monster appeared, wanting to escape. It remembered Keel trying to fight the monster in his mind. The deputy commander of the channel is Keel. He's really very easy to seduce. The monster saw Keel's fear, his pride towards his brother, and when we showed him the ability to surpass his brother, he was easily convinced. He remembered the images from the past, started to frown. The large armed group called the Strong Army was about to fall into our hands. The monster dared not think of Milos's drawing. If he could take the body of its owner, he wouldn't need to take his name immediately. That was his thought. Mikai looked at the drawing of the monster, did not recognize the big smile. It was teary-eyed, long-sided, full of remorse. The monster watched the face of the mess to the face of his brother. He could not believe until he met this name. It was teary-eyed, doubtful, or self-confident. This is considered a hero. The monster once again imagined Mikai's past battles, and he couldn't help but be shocked. Since he defeated Asmodeus in a mental battle, he thought he was an extremely rational creature. As every drop of blood hit the ground, he was afraid to admit to himself that he was an animal. The sun shone through the tree of power that filled the void of the war as the monster grew increasingly terrified. He silently realized that he was much more brutal than he had imagined. The monster was still in shock, unable to imagine himself, for the first time in his life, feeling fear like a human. Facing a Mikaid so terrified that he felt scared himself, the monster was confused. He saw his body as the most painful person. Mikai was just sighing. He was still here. He was bored. He still disliked the taste of the monster. He was confused. He didn't know what to say. As if touched by his own heart, he only said one sentence and left Milos's body. Then he came here. He woke up confused, not understanding what was happening to his body. Mage used both skills and explanations to fully heal Milos's body before he regained consciousness. It shouldn't have anything to do with his body, but I can't erase the fatigue or signs on him. After saying that, he immediately reacted with a loud voice and slowly opened his eyes. Milos stood up and nodded, thanking him. He reached out his hand from the handkerchief, holding it out, as Mage said, "You have done a great thing for me. You are brave. You are just a guest. Answer me, don't mention it." A few moments later, Milos swung up and noticed this small detail for a while. Seti observed the two people in question, his fingers trembling. He was confused when he heard Mage say, after hitting his body like that, it was really good. Milos's eyes shifted to the stick in his hand. Mage calmly put it in the space bag and replied, "I missed the explanation. I'm sorry." Milos nodded silently, then softly told him that he believed Melium had already taken care of the deputy commander. "If you're worried about your brother, it will be a painful scene." Suddenly, Milos said sharply, "No." Mage also stopped listening to him, saying that my brother's rebellion is a tragedy for me. Milos held his hand firmly, but he knew when it was best to cut ties. He smiled softly, satisfied to reply, "I understand." Mage bowed silently, "So from now on, you must respect him." Mage ordered Morden to stand behind and guard what I told him before. He bowed in agreement. Mage put his coat on his arm and said, "Go away, Milos." He paused for a moment before nodding, realizing the army commander was in a rush. The battlefield scene showed many soldiers and enemies fallen, with Milos and Karya pointing their swords at Kira, saying, "Now, only you remain, Kira." Kira was angry, standing silent, listening to her threat, "Let's leave." Kira silently tried to heal the wound on his body. Kira clung to his old self, thinking that losing the weapon meant he refused to accept the truth, repeatedly denying, "No, it can't be true. He can't be defeated." Karya stepped forward amidst the chaos. "He was shocked to hear you call me commander." Karya looked a little sad and asked Kira, the one who sold his soul to maintain order, "Is this it?" "He couldn't believe you would ask that." Kira reached out his hand, replied, "I thought you would understand, always looking back, only to see my shadows in front." He remembered the past, always trying to chase after Milos. Then suddenly, anger exploded, and Kira suffered deeply with Karya, when my parents died in vain. Right at that moment, my parents had no hope in me. He remembered that painful scene again. And in the end, it was Milos. Just hearing his name made his gloomy face appear before him. Kira shouted loudly, "I wasn't there!" He suffered bitterly from start to finish. Seeing Karya's troubled face, the fire in Kira's heart grew stronger and more disappointed, saying, "Yuku, who sold your heart to maintain order, even if guided differently, I believe you will understand." Kira softly called out, snapping him back to reality, as Milos, dressed in the captain's shirt, was suspected of leaving. Two eyes filled with different emotions, and a heavy gaze made Kira smile and sigh. Looking at him, Kira tried to stay still and said, "So you finally appeared too? What, are you here to criticize me like a brother?" Watching, Milos continued walking toward me, but regardless of his condition, I stopped, unwilling to hear those empty words. Kira, with a satisfied look, raised his sword, trembling hands. His eyes silently squinted. Was it because they could not bear the weight of the sword, or because of his conflicted feelings? Mika closed his eyes with a calm mind, unable to say. Kira stopped looking at the sword in his hand. Han knelt in his heart, feeling that, yes, this is my brother's person. Watching Milos's strong back, Kira slowly drifted into thought. Someone who always carries heavy things like that is natural. Han remembered himself at that time. We also saw those heavy things next to him. It started to rain. Heavy rain fell on the other person. Han said heavily, "Surrounded, commanded." Kira, under Milos's sword, said, "The law must be followed, right?" At that moment, Han was filled with regret, thinking that maybe if he could go back in time, there might have been a better choice. Han suddenly said in a voice, "No, now it is a meaningless story." He just silently said, "Kira made up his own mind. What has gone cannot be taken back. The past will remain in the past. Let's quickly face the punishment." Han closed his eyes and accepted his fate. The sword swiftly struck down, and fresh blood splattered, ending a painful story. At that moment, Kira fell asleep with his soul broken, but in the next life, he could still be my brother. The sun gently set, the fortress stood firm, the incident at the Condor was resolved, and finally, it came to an end. Milos smiled kindly and said, "Once again, I want to express my gratitude to my brother." Mikhail also said, "No, I just do what I have to do." He paused and then asked, "Are you really going to keep that thing?" He looked at it and thought, what Milos was holding wasn't red paint, but a sword. Mikhail was lost in thought and said, "Yes, this is definitely a replica of my sword." Milos remained silent, just smiling and responding. He remembered his crazy drawing, Oten explained. "That day when your sword hit him to the point of losing all consciousness, I realized one thing. No need to be overwhelmed by the shape of a sword." Mikhail answered, "Maybe you should think about that again." Milos smiled, and replied, "I was just kidding." He looked at him like a silent idiot for a moment. Then Mikhail appeared and said, "Yes, that's right. This is definitely a step towards a better future." The flight attendant next to him couldn't see his hand, but he said, "Don't have that kind of disease anymore." Milos was so excited that he decided to say, "With this I will fight against any monster I see." Mikhail struggled to find the words to reply, "Yes, that's for sure." He stopped paying serious attention to his advice. "But Milos, I understand your anger after this incident. You must not let yourself be pulled into a pit of hatred." Mikhail pointed at his head with a smile and said, "Stay passionate, but stay alert. Do you understand?" He nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, I understand. Milos drew his sword from its sheath, the light reflecting off the blade, shining brightly. He laid the sword down, performing the most sacred ritual of a knight, kneeling before him and saying, "Please continue your journey." All the lower knights also admired Mikhail. Milos continued, "From where we cannot see." The entire Knight Order performed their most sacred farewell ritual, and we will always support you from here. Mikhail looked at them in silence for a long time, then smiled and replied, "It was truly an honor." Mikhail and his team continued walking silently through the forest. A voice was heard, drawing his attention. So the day is coming to an end. Then what? When he saw that Milos and Ellen were waiting for him, he suddenly said, "Milos?" Mikhail jumped down from his horse, wondering, "Won't you stay with Karya's son?" He remembered his decision. Karya decided to stay with the Dung Tue group. Mikhail thought she would do the same, but Milos gently answered him, "No, I decided to wander a bit." His eyes were saddened by his own thoughts. Milos didn't wonder why Karya was chasing after her own son's hand. "I understand." She gently touched his hand and calmly explained that he is now an adult and no longer at the age to stay with his parents. He looked at her silently, and Milos replied, so finally she also let go. Milos waved his hand, his smile gentle, and replied that it also took quite a while. She felt relieved, her heart naturally expressing her thoughts outward. Milos said, "That boy has confirmed my life." Of course, the girl did not admit the mistakes that had been imposed on her. She silently reflected on her duty with a very confused heart. But Milos's resolve to be a judge, yes, he has confirmed that. She stood there contemplating her next move, deciding to continue being a judge, even if she needed to adjust her course a little. Mikhail watched as a teacher traveled the world, punishing criminals and prisoners, and his last words sounded quite noble. Then Milos, Ellen's father, replied, "So I handed my land over to your father-in-law." She looked at her in shock, gasping, "What?" Mikhail also doubted what he heard. Rian next to him was surprised and asked why. Ellen hurried up, stopped, waited. "Teacher, you don't need to continue to be responsible for a judge." Milos just calmly answered, "We just agreed to teach you to be a judge, right?" She hesitated to answer, but she was still not ready. Milos waved his hand and said, "No, I have learned the essence of the sacred. What I still lack now is real experience." Milos gently rubbed her head. "We will meet again. Then we will take the next step." She laughed at the sudden change in the atmosphere, but Milos said, Mikhail, without feeling, gave his opinion. He never said he would go with her. "The two behind the curtain were angry," Morden said. "The day is right, Rian." Then he asked, "Are you serious?" He was confused. He didn't understand what happened. He asked himself, why? Milos calmly replied, "I must say that my land is a very valuable ally." Mikhail touched her shoulder, indifferent, accepting her, secretly saying it on condition. But she knew that caring for someone was also very costly, thinking, of course, Thu Vuong, one of the AGO members and an old teammate who once owned this sacred item. She started explaining the origin of this precious item, saying that long ago when she was still a judge, she had saved a group of people. Medium looked at Mikhail and the box, saying it seems that among them there is someone with precious blood, and they gave me this as a gift, but it's not enough. He was still surprised by his own worth, but he was truly proud of himself. Mikhail closed the box and agreed to the request. She happily agreed to film the person who left without forgetting to ask, "So I will return her to you if you need me, just call." Medium walked away without turning his head and said, "I also look forward to your success with the title of a hero." The group continued their journey. Rian hesitated and asked him, "So, where are we going now? I'm just following you." Mikhail quickly replied, "About my house. You heard that." Closed his eyes and thought, "After Mikhail, right?" After saying, Rian immediately turned around and went on, "Okay, I retreated here, but before I could escape, Mikhail was kept in the tent." No, you have to go with him. You're asking a very unreasonable question. Why do we have to go with you to your house? He answered very calmly, "We have many reasons." Mikhail gradually explained the situation. "From now on, we are about to do something my father will definitely disapprove of." He turned around and smiled at you, Miumu said. "We need a tent to stand on our side." Mikhail continued to teach before the cruelty of both three people. "At an important time. We will be a team. That's not what a team of idealists should do." Aiden said, "So basically you see us as a team and not a team, right?" He didn't answer, but looked up at the sky with his eyes to see it. After a long time, Mikhail gently struck the enemy. The weather was beautiful, and the three behind were angry, but at least they admitted it. In a misty place, at the heart of the highest demons, Bandemonium, a purple fire rose, with only 5 evil kings, and one of them failed miserably. Another angry fire asked, "What was that hero's name before? No one has ever seen him before." Another angry fire, "It's a story, you can't even find your true name." Half of the people next to him spoke in a low voice, making the other angry fire tough. "Do you have the ability to speak about him?" The red-purple fire appears to be the name the leader ordered to end this conversation. "Enough." He announced the problem, "The situation has changed, we don't even have time to fight each other." The fierce angry fire responded to his anger. The elder was right, but part of the smaller angry fire's body is now bell-forged. He smiled and said maybe it's better to kill him now. He will have to face a chaos like never before, an uncontrollable chaos. That fire looks at his face with a grim expression. A pandemic will spread across the world. Bellforged was afraid of fear, the certainty of the elder, and he had never spoken of certainty unless the situation was truly serious. She didn't sweat when she imagined it. It was definitely something worth believing. The other great fire recalled Mikhail's disheveled face, saying he broke his legs. Bellforged silently left, her fire gradually dimmed, along with the doubt and the certainty. "It's true that I hate the little ones. You're angry. I hear it all, right?" Now he's seriously explaining his plan. He's going to read the family's blood. And now that the minimum conditions are met, it's time to challenge it. Morden later seemed quite surprised and asked, "The blood of the witch. What exactly is it, Rian Toma? Who must have suffered?" Mikhail replied seriously. "It is a historical book that contains the entire history of our family." He remembered that mysterious book. Its real name is Lemiston, called The Blood of the Witch, because it only responds to the blood of the Walpurgis family, and he recalled the secrets and conspiracies behind it, each book containing the history and power of the Walpurgis lineage. He pictured his owner with an extremely fierce attitude. The creator of it was also the first Walpurgis owner. Mikhail remembered the past without regret. "Before we turned back time, it was destroyed by the Devil's army," he whispered, accepting the witch's challenge to Mikhail's history. Rian closed his eyes, and if he failed, tears fell down his cheeks. Watching the snake quickly swallow the mouse's head and stomach, Mikhail whispered, explaining that we will become part of the witch. He also said that if we succeed, we will become the owner of Lemiston. The two sharp-eyed people stared at each other in a tense moment, and Mikhail calmly replied, "Whether eating or being swallowed, it's simple, right?" He raised his hand to the sky, lost in his own thoughts, but he wasn't interested in owning it. His goal was his own blood source. Mikhail wondered what the true nature of the first Walpurgis challenge was, and kept asking himself if a Frenchman was only involved in the 9th round or if there was something more special behind it. Mikhail slowly lowered his hand and said, "But there's another reason why we need to have knowledge from Lemiston for that." He turned around and looked at the crowd in his mind, saying, "So look." Mikhail was extremely confident, silently saying, "Everyone," with the attitude of his teammate, "trust in the heroes of the people." Mikhail again opened his dangerous smile and said, "Well, really, let's go." A fierce battle across both large areas. It will be impossible to judge this indecency. The situation has changed. Nostra was walking casually down the corridor in the foggy, gloomy court. Sometimes a peaceful day passing again, making people feel more uneasy. He felt sadness in his heart, wondering why he felt this way when there was nothing else compared to everyday life. Of course, Nostra was worried about going back and forth, observing around him. He was fine. Since that day, he was reborn. He remembered that feeling of despair. From the 5th round down in the eyes, Nostra's scene was weak, but the magic round was stable. He reflected on the days of effort he had put in.
Nostra smiled comfortably, but that didn't mean his scene suddenly became stronger. Still, it was very precious. Nostra reflected on that emotional past and finally reached the 6th round along the main road, if not for the master's help. He continued walking with his eyes closed, saying, "I really understand that." But he stopped, struggling to ask himself why, instead of feeling grateful, he first felt cold. Nostra looked at the birds chirping outside and said, "Peace is still the best." He clasped his hands in prayer and whispered, "Thank you. Thank you. Don't come back." Mage suddenly appeared behind Nostra, smiling, and asked who he was talking about. He looked back, almost falling silent, overwhelmed by fear. Nostra turned away to avoid the sudden reality, but was now being mocked and heard the voice. He was stubbornly walking, talking to himself. Should I drink drugs or something? He continued to smile at Nostra as he listened to his prayer, asking for protection of the eternal light. Nostra kept muttering meaningless words, praying, and Mage approached him with a severe headache. In Nostra's distress, a note was written, revealing that Mage had taken the 4th piece of meat from Nostra. He stood there, looking down at the eggs beneath him, happily saying, "So there are already 4 people." Nostra suspected or asked, "What are you doing?" Mage gently answered, "Leamington." He still didn't hear the problem of asking with his voice. Missing... No, sorry, you just mentioned Leamington earlier. A while later, Nostra woke up again, gasping, "Please stop. That day will never be allowed." He still tried to persuade him that if he waited, it would belong to him naturally. Mage shook his head, but he didn't hesitate to answer that he didn't have time. Nostra was confused and explained, "It's not a problem. You have no right to touch it. You're not going to break Leamington's defense network, right?" He seemed to realize something, stopped talking. "Wait, don't tell me. You guessed the answer immediately, right? We'll force our way in." Nostra was nervous, asking until then, "Who can stop me?" Mage calmly pointed at each person in front of him, counting 1, 2, 3, 4. He confidently answered, "I have 4 pieces of meat." Mage remembered that his father was working in the office. "At this moment, I will sign and go to Leamington. My father will immediately sense it, right?" He shook his head and asked, "So what is your mission?" Facing the crowd's helplessness, Mage replied, "Then please hold my leg." He smiled and asked, "Okay, look at me." He calmly showed a stern attitude, calling him by a harsh name in front of everyone. Mage was proud to look up at the sky and think, "Yeah, the team is doing this." The 2 heroes were a bit nervous as they changed their gaze, which was the direct descendant of 1 per G's. "I have the right to enter the detention center." Immediately, the 2 lower-class men pulled each other to stop him. "Sir, may I ask for permission to leave first? Even if you are a direct descendant, I cannot let you in. A few years ago, you were just a disgrace to this family. Is that why they don't trust you?" Hearing the lady's words, he seemed to realize the issue. "How long have you been pulling the strings?" The voice said he had no faith in answering the lady. "I don't know, maybe like other big families, but the founder is different. Of course, there is very little information about the founder. He is considered a great and powerful professor, but before he revealed himself to the world." "Who is he and what did he do?" "Almost no one knows about it." Listening to his story, the shaggy guy placed his hand on his thigh, as if trying to shake his head. "He is a mysterious person." Mikhail kept answering the lady, "That's why I'm going to find out about it right now." For a moment, he appeared to have reached the place he needed to be. In front of them is the dark room of the shaggy guy. It is protected by chains and a magic circle. He will return to a magic circle for a while. After this place is overrun with so many thieves, he should be able to destroy it before he arrives. I quickly agreed with the lady, but another problem arose that made me worried. Yes, the number of thieves is an issue, but their strength is surprisingly high. Usually you can't eliminate all of them at once. It seems he's about to give up, but then he mentions a set of notes, though that's only for outsiders. Mikhail gradually uncovered the fundamentals of all these thieves. He just said he pulled out a knife designed to react to Walpurgis blood, and that he brought it to carve a long path through his heart. It's still complicated, but if thieves share a common trait, it's not impossible. The past and present start to intertwine in his childhood memories. I have been in an even more hopeless situation. This is a very terrifying set. A bloody magic. Seeing the blood on the gilded armor, Lanjan begins to explain that it doesn't need to be destroyed completely. He says that a very strong and powerful fissure has been released from the magic armor, and he only needs to invalidate it temporarily. She raised her hand to deny the sensation of those powerful fissures passing through her body, and suddenly shouted. For an hour, Mikhail quietly waited for the magic armor layer to be invalidated. The cracks and light emerged from the armor, but Bao Chum caught him without a single touch. The final space is just a mysterious orange hue. One night in the darkness, a pair of eyes clenched tightly, then suddenly opened and stared ahead. The dark space around this time was brighter.
The scene darkened as she looked around, and the surrounding area was empty. She was worried and apologized for asking, "I was wrong, and where?" Mikhail calmly refuted, "No." He said. He raised his leg and began to move forward. Suddenly, behind him, two people appeared with giant, sharp teeth, and the scene was filled with panic as he turned his head and looked away. Only he felt that this was too ordinary. It was one of the special magics of the Walpurgis family, the leader of Walpurgis. His legs kept moving forward, urging him on. At this time, countless other elements appeared, and the attack wave tried to stop him. Mikhail looked at those things, asking himself another special magic, hidden within the dark shadows. That attack wave really made him stop for a while, but then he immediately turned his leg in another direction. Mikhail continued along the narrow path ahead without incident, sitting on his shoulder, slightly worried as he clenched his hair tightly, asking himself, "Are you calculating everything as you go? Do you know where the traps are?" They kept going like that for a while until they encountered a larger magic circle than the previous ones. "This is the last row, then what?" Damn, he spotted something right in the center of the circle. This distinctive pattern. It reminded me of Aidan shouting, "You won't get through." That's the feeling he's conveying. He thought. Mikhail turned his hand forward, looking ahead at a boy weaker than his father. Isn't that very sad? His words just fell, and the last row shattered like broken glass, as if he had come to visit after a long time. Hearing this mysterious sound, he looked at the things behind the glass. A man with his hands in his lap, wondering, "Are you not Aidan, right?" Mikhail cast a cold look into the distance. That's him. The man sitting behind the mirror shattered the glass. "If your thoughts about my nature are correct, then that's right. Some call me history. Others call me magic." That man slowly placed his fragile hands on the floor, but if I had to describe him in the simplest way, he has a face like a perfect smiley, curious and mysterious. I'm Lemmy. Meanwhile, outside the room, a bell rang. Then the soldiers of the king's hall fled, and the host was furious. They all ran away, leaving chaos inside the room. Who dares to anger the host? A pair of clenched fists full of anger gripped the wall tightly with wide, sharp spits, as the mouse bites the dead. Aidan, with his weapon, clenched his fist and dared to seek out Lemmy. When he stopped and his eyes turned red with fear, threatening to break his beloved son's hand. The man was known as the next life-saving sword, Rian Pasalop, but even he had a natural enemy emerge about 2 years ago. Aidan, filled with the anger behind him, ordered him to cause chaos, cry, and evade. That was Mikhail Walpurgis. Ryan tried to dodge Aidan's relentless attacks, only able to scream in fear. I knew he'd be strong, but after a while, he gave up. This is beyond normal. Finally, Rian was struck by a powerful blow in midair. Immediately after, he collapsed to the ground as another shadow appeared. Morden immediately used his strength to fight. The king asked him to calm down. But with just one blow, Aidan gently hit him. He thought he could fight with him with those weapons later and put him inside. This time, he was struck even higher than Rian before. After another blow, Nostra rolled his sword, gripping it tightly, afraid of saying the wrong thing. "Aidan, no, my lord." He tried to show his calmness to the spirit before his eyes. First, calm down and talk. But the anger seemed to cover his mind, before he had never beaten anyone. And like the two before, I should have realized sooner that Nostra was the one who was hit. And the height he was thrown to the ground seemed to match Morden's skin. After beating 3 others, Island prepared to draw his sword. She looked at Aidan's thorny tree, screaming, "What is that?" He slowly approached her with a heavy breath. Island tried to lift her legs, trembling constantly, but she couldn't move because she was too scared. At this moment, she looked ahead. It was like standing in front of an animal, and she felt like a helpless ant. At this moment, the useless Ryan suddenly tried to stand up. He raised his sword high, blocking, unable to go any further. Aidan was in a daze, unable to see that person, trying to resist his fear. This action of his seemed to add more strength to her spirit. Aidan remained silent at first, watching their actions, then suddenly shouted in a heavy voice, "Bachelot, even Lindel's child." Rian's sword was half covering his face when he first questioned him. He couldn't believe his son, knowing his achievements were beyond imagination. This statement of his made him show even more strength. Aidan slowly lifted his leg to respond. "That's right, I understand." As soon as he stepped on it, he lowered it. A sudden earthquake struck instantly, forcing Ryan and Aidan to follow his commands if it could go this far. There must be a reason, that's the problem. They seem unable to withstand this pressure and immediately kneel down. Aidan looked at them being held down and began to explain. "I'm afraid Leamington will take it. Do you think we're in a hurry for that?" Rian tried to resist the shock, but he refused completely. Refused. He said he tried his best to resist with this strong power.
Just as he was about to stand up straight, a sudden hand appeared in front of him. Iden transferred a lot of strength to them, causing them to fall asleep for a while. As soon as he gave the order, they collapsed to the ground, asleep. At this moment, deep in Iden's heart, his son had become a hero. What is a hero? A person who fights and kills demons. If he sees Leamington from his perspective, he becomes so frustrated that he can't take it anymore and dies. Mage returned to the storage space, entered, and looked at the person in front of him. He was the first to speak before the conversation started. In that way, he was catching up with the creator, wasn't he? Leamington gently touched the answer, symbolizing your roots and our creativity. He softly pushed the cup back to its place, saying, "A worthy man is called great." He said he invited the man who had a hard time crossing the bridge to sit down and talk first. Mage closed his eyes to respond, okay, but before that he had little to say to shake hands with the things on the floor. The tea and cakes on the floor were cold. After that, he suggested we get rid of them. Leamington looked at him with cold eyes, wondering what he was trying to do. Seeing the things on the ground, Mage immediately replied that the tea and food made from dark shadows were too perfect to poison anyone. His dark face was terrifying. Don't use such cruel words. He didn't feel it, just looked at him gently. Immediately after that, he showed that he could not tolerate the judge's harsh words. Until when, he was the first of his ancestors, Mikaiwan Purgus I, a descendant and deserved respect. Not letting him speak further, he clenched his fist tightly, trembling with anger, yet I could feel the rising desire to kill his own kin. An unexplainable memory of his mind, of someone who fought demons in the archipelago. This is a natural feeling. He was all darkness, and what does that mean? No need to overthink, evil one. Based on that statement, Mage quickly showed his stance, saying, "I don't speak to cruel demons." Hearing him call me that, Leamington was shocked to repeat, "A demon." He was full of pride, just because he controlled the dark shadow and thought he was a demon. What a bold thought. "I also hate those things." Hearing these words, Mage grew more confused. "So what are you?" "Proving that you are not a demon." Hearing him command himself, Leamington felt a rebellious smile. The person who broke the fence and the river here. So why should I explain the details about myself? Suddenly, a terrifying message sounded between them. As he said, he stopped looking up. Iden had arrived. He was eager to see his hopeful performance. "What would you do? In this situation, we don't need to do anything, and we can get rid of you, the criminal." Hearing Leamington say that, Mage was still in a daze. But right after that, he smiled again, hard to understand. And isn't he the one who should be worried? His words flowed like a wave of dark hearts, saying that if I vanish, he will be trapped here again, endlessly. No one will confront him forever and ever. Leamington smiled with an intriguing voice. Then he placed his hand on a big star, and a giant creature appeared instantly. "He and I have been transported to another dimension, all right?" Leamington, hopeful and smiling, asked, "Let's talk," as they stood in another dimension with a giant clock behind him. They were in different positions. He smiled and looked at the other person, while Mage glanced at him with a slightly uneasy expression. Suddenly, he sensed the air rising around him as the father's movement ceased. The giant clock was the time stopper. To break his distrust, he spoke first. "Okay, let's talk," but he only placed his hand on one side. He pointed to his back and said, "The other race can also participate." A green light familiar to Seth's face appeared. She revealed herself, gazing intently at the person before her, and no one except another race could sense her presence. When he realized Leamington wasn't responding quickly, Seth, the tyrant's race, was about to vanish. Unlike other races, he was abandoned and left unprotected. He said he judged that person for doing so, but the owner of One Purge saved him, completing a difficult task even with a level 8 wizard. His eyes seemed to lock onto the person he was speaking to, which is why I believe your understanding surpasses all level 8s. So Mage struggled to comprehend, and Leamington continued, wanting to ask a question. Under the bright sun in the sky, he sighed and asked the owner of One Purge, "Can you get me out of here?" Hearing this, he sighed softly and remained silent. Not long after, he gave him the answer. "No, I can't release him." He received an unexpected answer. He raised his hand to prepare for it again, as he had thought, but the next thing he said made his action stop. "But if freedom has limits, it may." Hearing this, Leamington paused and asked, "What do you mean?" Mage quickly responded, "As I just said. Not entirely, but I can let you leave the storage with some restrictions." He didn't realize at first that he was planning a scheme. If needed, I can fully resolve it for Leamington, but I won't do that. Although Leamington has to leave the storage warehouse, he must be strictly controlled.
Hearing about the conditions in this exchange, he carefully asked for clarification, and Mage quickly responded that he would sign a contract with him. What do you think? Are you interested? Even if you have a great magic book, you can't keep it forever. If not, then... The space between the two was filled with silence. Without hesitation, Leamington quickly agreed and accepted. Upon receiving this agreement, Mage was eager to shout that he wouldn't decide so quickly. Immediately afterward, he continued speaking, saying the contract was sealed and based on the agreement. He looked at him in his new suit and explained that his power is now fully under my control. He is only permitted to use the minimum amount of power. Leamington calmly raised his hand, straightened his shirt, and showed no problem. Immediately afterward, he called out to him, "All right, our request has been fulfilled. Now it's your turn. What are you seeking?" He placed his 3 fingers on his attention and carefully said, "I will repeat, at this moment, the amount of knowledge I can permit to be acquired is only 30%. It seems Mage was also initially satisfied. 30% is quite a lot, and Leamington's knowledge is indeed extensive as I expected. Then he quickly moved on to the main point, starting with the founder. His eyes looked at him kindly, or creatively. There isn't much information I can explain. I am a magic book created when the creator was formed, so this is my story. He said he's a treasure-hunting hero, so I don't know much about the creator before then. Of course, I don't know everything about what the creator did afterward. I only see him constantly, and Mage was helpless, sharing what he knew. Leamington immediately raised his hand, saying that if you reveal it, it can't be explained in a few words. But then he turned his hand forward. All right. His face was full of confidence, ready to act. Wait, look at this. A strong wind swept across Mage's face as he was confused. Something strange changed in his red eyes. Though a bit confused, he composed his expression. He looked at the man reading the paper on the bed, while Mage was the most beautiful girl. He immediately sat down, holding each paper up to see. Mage, holding those papers, carefully calling his name, increasing his academic achievements, changing his traits, the opposite of his personality. There are too many research documents here. What is the creator trying to do? Oh, the creator opened his mouth and called out a name. Leamington. Remember the theory we studied? Don't miss a single word. He was a bit shocked to hear the creator's words. Those who lack the proper qualifications are not allowed to read it, followed by a mention of a special talent, but not an exception. The creator seemed to be trying to establish a rule. Remember clearly, talent is nothing compared to qualifications. He looked to be at the main text between the pages. Only those with the proper qualifications could read it. He only caught a difficult sentence, different from theirs. Mage's eyes widened in curiosity as and then he completely lost his mind, leaving a question for himself. Who are they? Once he was alert and awake, the sentence Mage heard immediately snapped him out of it, revealing that we are different from them. Next to him, he was exhausted, clutching his head, and quickly asked Mage if he was okay. He couldn't hear what the lady said because he was focused on what he heard earlier. The creator was afraid of something. I can't be sure what it was, but he quickly turned to the person opposite him and asked Leamington, "Did you know?" Don't avoid him. Answer directly, "We know." But his next response immediately halted his intention. "And at this moment, we have no right to tell you." Listen, he was a bit confused back when the creator still lived, a time when families were called large families within the system. Conflicts erupted across the land, and people openly expressed their opinions against each other. But when he recalled that moment, he quickly dismissed that theory. Yet it seemed the creator was not afraid of it. Mage, full of restless words, sighed without a clear answer, then suddenly fell asleep, himself shocked. "No, it's okay. Having this information is also a big gain for me. And as for the rest, I think he immediately called Leamington to find out how much I can learn about the devil's disease." Listen to his question, he laughed. He was excited. Just that you can take as much as you want. The space immediately sank into silence, and the moment of escape disappeared. A pair of white shoes, familiar with the slow movement of the traveler in the storage warehouse. At this moment, his connection with Leamington has ended. 2 shiny balls were about to fall together on the path of those shoes. Mage looked at the person just now as an adult. Now he has become a little more intelligent. He not only has information, but also signed the contract successfully, which means he has achieved a lot. But damn, he was a bit confused, but Leamington was beside him, talking to the silent person just now. "Have you prepared your mind?" He took out a full-fledged clock, waiting to say, "The touching reunion of father and son is coming soon." So, he just remembered that his problem was about to face. Immediately became a shock. Now is the time to face reality. I thought Mage was full of spirit, ready to speak. I came here with the spirit of sacrificing one leg, but his eyebrows grew even tighter, and his heart kept telling him that he was truly quite worried. Then he gently placed his hand on his head for a moment. If I weren't the only one about to be beaten, I might enjoy this. For example, Rian, yes, Ryan, or someone similar.
The car sped past him, delivering a love letter, ending this pointless conversation and accepting it.
The lady's words just pulled him back, and the clock started ticking again.
Each tiny grain of sand slowly fell, and the sound of time echoed again. First, a heavy thud that surprised Leamington and worried Mage. The sound gradually turned into running footsteps approaching the storage warehouse door. The noise grew louder and more intense, and without warning or hesitation, the warehouse door was blown off, leading to the murder.
Idanvake, on the big shoulder, shouted, "Mihai, you bastard!" He immediately shouted, waiting for a moment.
Violence only makes the tragedy repeat itself. He struggled to suppress the fear approaching him, trying to set aside his hatred. But he heard nothing from him. He had spoken too much. At that moment, he paused and noticed something. He looked at the book, which was deep inside the storage warehouse, with the letter indicating that Leamington was still sealed, right? Then, Iden opened a gentle smile. He quickly shifted his attitude, no longer as reserved as before, laughing at Mihai, and even though he hadn't managed to get into Leamington, that bastard, he was full of pride, shouting, trying to keep him out. Breaking through the wall was a pretty impressive move, but he didn't hide it for long. Of course, you've been caught up in it. So, Iden looked down, wondering what. You have caught up with him. At this time, Leamington, next to him, just shouted, "If I have to say, then we have invalidated the contract." Idan, it's been 20 years. He still doesn't seem to believe it. But then he asked him, the one who actually signed the contract with our son. He was full of pride, unlike you and the predecessors who see us as threats and ignore us. But those words seemed to make Iden uncomfortable. He covered his face and lowered his voice. Mihai. He seemed angry, but his eyes carried a hint of sadness as he asked what Leamington truly was, what the origin of this magic book was, and why. Seeing him like that, he also answered honestly that he didn't know the details of the letter. He just didn't know. The brother said one thing, but in his heart he thought another. I have some guesses, but I have no intention of claiming them as true. I think he immediately said it, and no matter what the origin is, it doesn't matter to him. Mikai's words made Iden doubt it, even if he was a hero. He quickly said, "If you are not an unworthy existence, would the gods choose you?" "I am not angry or disappointed by such things," he said. He was right. Successful signing the contract means that now Leamington can leave the storage. Now we will limit it in this page. Anyway, our territory is quite large, and this isn't an agreement with Leamington. According to the conditions he set for himself, Leamington agreed, so let's stay calm and not worry. Iden softly lowered his voice, gently touched the ground and said, "Okay, you are the head of this family. I accept your reason." This, words made Mikai's heart flutter. "It seems like I will handle this matter smoothly." Immediately after that, he quickly told him about his ceremony. "Thank you, Father. I'm sorry for being part of this family," but Iden immediately called out to stop him. "Okay?" But Mikai didn't stop and was even more excited, praising this moment when the gap between father and son was closing. But even in times like this, there are still people suffering. As a hero, you must complete your mission. I believe your father will understand. Don't hesitate. He will agree. We understand. He immediately got excited, jumping around happily. "So I will go." But not long after, he suddenly called Mikai to shake his head, "My son." He slowly turned his head, trying to stay calm, and looked at him with a smile, holding a stick and planting his feet firmly to hold his ground. "Do you know anything about exchanging for something of equal value? It means that to get something, you have to pay a price of similar value." His head is now covered in sweat as he tries to find a way to avoid it. It seems unrelated to our situation. Iden, in a bad mood, reached out his hand and began to express his feelings. At that moment, my heart was telling me to forgive the child, but immediately after, he struck with the stick and hit 3 people in the hand to reject himself. But my son, a burning flame behind his back, he wore a different smile from before. The staff here told me not to do that. Mikai silently looked at the burning flame, angry, then turned away. He immediately used his ability to vanish before his eyes and disappeared. From inside the storage, he reappeared outside, lying under the sky. Sitting on his shoulder, judging from his face, he really didn't hesitate to run away. Mikai quickly refuted her. It was because she didn't know anything about my father. He tried to hide his fear of being accused of not inheriting his father's personality with a calm face. But my father was different. She seemed to notice a word that sounded wrong, repeated calmly. He didn't mind that mistake, and decided to just run away for a while and come back when he was less angry. After she left, Mikai waved his hands happily, shouting, "Perfect." He surveyed the surroundings, assessing the ideal position in line with Lemiston, living perfectly. But I sensed something strange about his body, Mikai muttered, trying to make a difficult move. Why can't I move? I didn't notice when Aiden appeared behind me. He opened his mouth. I stopped him. My son, how do you feel when you're caught from behind and can't move? He now raised his stick, his nail ready to pierce his head, now to save his son. No room for mercy. Aiden's move was very aggressive. We won't waste much time. Seeing that he was staring directly at himself, Mage suddenly shouted, "Dad!" He panicked, asking him to stop. Wait a moment. At the same time, below Aiden's bed, a group of people helping each other were caring for one another. Ellen was a bit worried and asked the person in front of him if he thought Mage succeeded as planned. Rian just shook his head and confidently replied, "Who knows? But I think he succeeded. He's the one." Next to the two older men, Morden seemed to notice something, pointing out the window at a stone. A star. A Starbuck. The young people looked at Ellen with questions, but why red? Has there ever been a Starbuck like that? Rian didn't bother to suggest. Let's wish. Saying that, the four of them immediately shook hands. Rian closed his eyes, begging for his friend's help. Please, please let Mage become a better person. And Ellen wished for herself, hoping this journey would become normal, while Mr. Morden's advisor also wished for himself, hoping that physical magic would reach new heights this year. Only Nostra's wish seems to make others feel pity. Please let the owner stay away for at least 10 more years. The four of them sincerely hope for him. I beg you. This occurred before he rewound time, at that exact moment. The chaos spread across the world, everyone went mad, killing each other and then consuming the same flesh, turning this chaos into a shell that fueled inhuman behavior. A hand filled with rage struck the wall in front of him. Dead. Mage pushed away the self-pity and asked himself where to begin. And then he realized too late that the source of the disaster was this spider. As blood dripped with a faint watery sheen, each drop falling onto the house to form a small bud, when his hands were covered with blood from the wound caused by hitting his wall, he realized that it was there. Returning to the present, Mage opened his eyes to look at the house, sensing it, but faster than he expected. He was lying on the bed, a little shocked with himself. Unexpectedly, only a week was I back to normal. At this point, he remembered an old story that happened in the past. In the past, I myself was beaten to death, but I still didn't get out of school. Reflecting on it, he was filled with admiration. In the past, I was truly shocked to see his smile, which was a bit hard to understand. Why he was smiling like that was something to be proud of. She still appreciated him, so in the end, it was the disease. Hearing her say that, Mage immediately snapped out of it, and then discussed what was coming with Seth. 2 of the great kings were killed, and those who couldn't accept losing another king would definitely come for them, whether spiritually or physically, and before he turned back time, the most similar thing to that was the disease. Immediately after that, he began to explain more carefully that the true nature of the disease is chaos everywhere, causing people to lose their minds and share their madness. Considering the situation, if it was too late when it spread, based on memories before he turned back time, the first explosion in this chaos was where there were bright yellow trees, so we need to go to the dark forest. At this moment, a handsome young man appeared, cutting off thousands of his thoughts, and he decided to leave immediately. Mage looked at Leamington with a fake smile, his age and figure all wrong, then held his hand and sent a wave of strength to him. He felt the power flowing through him and, screaming, quickly took over to explain his right to claim Leamington. You can't remove me from the spiritual realm, so you need a way to access my knowledge, right? Instead of paying attention to what he was saying, he focused on his surroundings. This red light truly resembled a ghost. Mage paused, caught between a ghost and a human. Immediately after that, he placed Leamington's small hand in his own, looked at it carefully, and listened to every word he said, which only revealed his weak points. And as soon as he finished his next sentence, Mage immediately closed his eyes, knowing that if he needed anything, the knowledge would automatically appear in his mind. He started writing books and focusing on his thoughts, with the most urgent being the knowledge of the dark forest. When the book stopped, he looked at them with a surprised expression. So it works this way? I didn't have any detailed information about the dark forest before, but Mage gently closed his book, his excitement soaring. This was truly perfect. It looks like Leamington found what he was searching for right away. The dark forest. If you're a hero, your task will be to create the abandoned ghosts of the dark forest. A picture of a giant tree immediately appeared, the abandoned ghost. They are pure spirits, blessed by the world tree. But they have abandoned the world tree, the spirit, and they are the ones I have to face. A moment later, a ghost's roar echoed behind the door, greeting my beloved son. I am filled with joyful laughter with the person in front of me, feeling loved again after that time.
Seeing him holding the tree with that smile, Mikai remained calm and said, "It seems like your mood today is very good." He nodded gently, secretly responding, "I haven't completely forgotten the old story. Please suggest a peaceful, non-confrontational way to put the tree down and talk first." Hearing this, he no longer threatened to leave. "So just look at how you came here like this. It looks like you're planning to leave right away," Mikai replied bluntly, clearly annoyed. "That's right, we don't have much time left. I'll take a few people from Talia with me." Hearing his request, Yiden was a little curious. "We're not too worried, but is there any reason?" He straightforwardly revealed, "I am going to the dark forest." Hearing his intention, he found it quite intriguing. "Oh, the dark forest is so interesting." He turned around and asked, "So those two came from—" Makai quickly answered, "That's right, they could very well come from the dark forest." Talia's president, Hedos, his foster daughter, Mia, the spirit singer, looked at Yiden sleeping deeply and confidently affirmed that he was sure his father had guessed the part. Not all spirit singers live in the dark forest, but all the noble spirits do. The scene shows a pair of brown hands writing something as the tired person shouts in an annoyed voice. Hedos was upset, about to take on a major role in one of the noble families of the empire. There was a knock at the door. He hurried over. Mia, with a worried face, opened the door and ran to the head of the family. "Oh my God." Seeing her so agitated, he was a little shocked. "What's the matter, Mia?" She hurried to the point of saying, "He is here. He really came here, father. Ah." Hedos found it harder and harder to understand Ike, but before she could answer, he seemed to realize something and immediately opened his eyes, saying, "Don't say that." A pair of shiny shoes, familiar to everyone, appeared from behind the door. Mikai stepped into the chaos of Mia's greeting. "I'm here." She quickly moved aside, avoiding him as she avoids us. Glancing at Hedos, he forced a hard smile and asked himself, "What's wrong with you?" "It's been a long time," I said, looking at Maya's smile. "Why do you look so sad?" With a situation like this, Hedos decided to meet the person who greeted him. He has come. Hero. Mikai, standing between the two, kept his distance like an epidemic, and with few words, quickly asked them what that was. He smiled with a meaning full of hidden intent, but because of the question that struck them deeply, "Have you ever thought about returning to your homeland?" This question of his struck them deeply in Hedos's heart, catching him off guard. As he straightened up, Mikai continued, "Two people can't hide it forever." "Is that so?" He looked at Mia, who was trying to avoid calling herself a real woman. "The woman begging to know her past is now in Hedos's mind. We have no one else to trust but you." She looked at him with tears of pity and said, "Please take care of Mia, Hedos." Back to Mikai's voice, he said, "You can't hide her forever." He then asked, "Hedos, are you sure?" "A real woman." Then he asked, "How much do you know about the woman of the dark forest?" Facing Hedos, Mikai remained calm and replied that she was the key figure linking the dark forest. As he spoke, he suddenly looked into the air with uncertainty. About 2 seconds later, Mikai stopped and said she might be a high sacrifice. Hearing this, Hedos immediately put his hand on the back of the pillow and said, "A sacrifice." Right. Just recalling her image, he told the tribe to try to respect her. But in reality, Hedos suddenly said in a sad voice, "She is nothing but a beast of today." Mia was also shocked to hear this story in the dark forest, with the body of an ancient fairy. Then she just described more accurately, she is a fairy who is betrayed by the people she believes in. Mia's voice also gradually faded as she spoke of her end, dying with the words of those who betrayed her until the very last moment, and she continued, saying that those words made the forest grow dark and gloomy. As she remembered this dark forest, her voice gradually slowed, and as 100, 1,000 years passed, it grew more terrifying and frightening. Mia's voice would never forgive those who betrayed her. The image of the two sisters in her story feels like the present unfolding before her eyes. But that sister will not die soon, leaving regrets that cannot be resolved. Though Mia was deeply saddened, she was still shocked by his conclusion, so they used the four-part. Just recalling the ugly girls she had just responded to, they chose those with personalities or appearances similar to that sister and made them endure the pain of the dark forest. Mia's voice gradually grew helpless, not willing to kill them. She slowly spoke, but gradually calmed their spirits. Immediately after, Mia's mouth was sealed as if lost in thought. Mr. Chamchu watched her emotional shift, thinking that singing love songs made this forest essential to them. Then Mikai recalled the shadow of the dark forest, which needed something to ignite its anger. He thought of a continuous burning explosive that would not stop. Instead of resolving the hatred, it only brought endless pain. In the end, Mikai concluded it was like a huge barrel of gunpowder waiting to explode. Then Hedos calmly withdrew and replied, "Yes." He closed his eyes and remembered the moment the priestess opened her mouth, more precisely saying,
I am the guardian of the priestess in the dark forest. Heido's image of Mia leaving the scene, following her request, I took Mia out of the dark forest. Heido's gentle hands suddenly burst into flames and hit the ground. Mikai looked at him calmly, and as this happened, the priestess's words echoed down to the scene, giving him only a limited time to live. He asked if anyone could replace Mia, and Heidos replied no. It would take at least another 100 years. He clenched his fists tightly, but still couldn't raise his voice, and even now she couldn't hold her hand for that long. Then Heidos greeted him, even with him, the hero. This isn't an easy thing. He kept whispering. The vast dark forest and the tribe's deep hatred remained strong. There was no problem in preventing Heidos from pulling Mikai's hook right away. Ignoring their sorrowful sadness, he confidently rested the weapon on his shoulder, as if everyone wanted to avoid Mikai's confident voice. I just need to defeat everything. It seems he still doesn't trust his own abilities, and asks again, as the scene of entering a heavily guarded, dangerous palace unfolds. Beside a guard, an old structure is shrouded in a black shadow, making it highly suspicious. The black shadow remained silent at the last moment as the guard passed by. Then a voice spoke. Babylon. The connection to one Purgus has weakened. That voice kept whispering, now is our chance. Babylon was furious, unable to contain his voice. Dead finally found her, but she ran away to one Purgus in every possible place. That black shadow quickly responded, we should be thankful because we found her. It decided to move forward. If we don't bring the four of us back, the forest tribe will have no future. It quickly reached the door where Mia, Heidos, and Mikai were focused, then entered and recognized Mia there. She was glad to see her alone, and the guard was unaware. Mia didn't hesitate to turn her back to the black shadow. The black shadow kept Han and Babylon focused and worried. Babylon, with a frown, I understand. Han, we are moving with the diamond, approaching. The woman is not our target. Babylon's silence has extended beyond the screen. She is more than just a presence. As she remains unseen despite the danger of approaching her, Han begins to suspect Mia's lack of defense. But Babylon still kept the upper hand over the diamond, ready to strike her down. At the same time, Han's tension spread to everyone around him. Suddenly, a golden aura appeared, and a small sword emerged, symbolizing Han's concern for Babylon. It turns out Mikai had planned this for a long time. He walked into the swamp effortlessly. How interesting. Han couldn't believe his eyes, thinking, when did you get so close? Meanwhile, Babylon's hand holding the diamond trembled non-stop, but he remained optimistic and stubborn. No problem. We still have a chance. Han tried to open his eyes as if he wanted to find a little confidence. Han is a master of stealth, even better than us. Then Babylon quickly devised a plan in his mind. If Kyo attacks from the side now, we still have a chance. Don't let Han suspect how long Mikai has been quietly pointing at the swamp, searching for this person. Hearing that question, Babylon immediately looked in the direction Han had just pointed to. Han was deeply disappointed by the sight of Kyo stabbing the edge right before his eyes. It looks like Babylon has figured out his situation by throwing the interrogation rope. Who are you? You? Mikai casually pointed the edge. A hero. The next moment, his dark face was fully revealed. A hero who specializes in playing hide-and-seek like you. After an intense attack, two tall forces line up against each other. Mikai, wearing a face mask, is writhing, covered in blood, breathing softly, exhausted. He pauses for a moment, looks at Heidos, then moves toward the place where the two names of the 7 battles are inscribed in front of him. Heidos, you recognize these faces, he slowly replies. They are the elite soldiers of the forest. Come to this. Heidos suddenly said, when in the forest, they are the ones who firmly support maintaining the female system. No, they are even worse. Mikai heard that, and, more curious, shouted, worse than that. Heidos just remembered their negative traits. He just said they worship the forest spirit at night. Along with their hands symbolizing wrong strength, he continued, they are Karen themselves. From that moment, Heidos could only close his eyes, filled with worry and despair. The world was in chaos, and the chaos was caused by the chaos itself. Finally, he understood. He paused for a moment, and the final image of Heidos reappeared. He suddenly realized that unlike before when he turned back time, Heidos was still alive. Suddenly, a burning flame flickered constantly in his heart, and Mikai even fell asleep. But he couldn't leave any dragon alive before destroying the entire mountain. He had to wipe them all out. After a love-hate relationship in the Four Seasons Lake, Mikai suddenly looked at the person next to him and asked, Mia? I want to ask you this. Seeing Mia shake her head, he was lost in thought. The more he tried to understand, the more confused he became. What's wrong? The lake is burning.
Mia pointed ahead with her hands, her mouth trembling, afraid to look at the fire. Kai paused for a moment and asked, "So in the dark forest, is everyone still in awe of the female figure turning into a mask?" "No, nothing at all." His face showed surprise as she continued to speak plainly, recalling a time when we truly believed our entire race was doomed. Hearing this outside, Mikai felt a pang of sadness, touching his forehead, raising his head, and sighing. It's truly tragic how even innocent words can be so easily misunderstood. Thinking about it, he closed his eyes and called the person next to him. Seth, who had been with us for a long time to know how much that misunderstanding really laughs, right? Seth was confused. His face was showing a big question mark. "Wait, so you really don't intend to destroy us?" It was like being struck by a cold water storm. Mikai couldn't face the sky. Trembling and trembling in a state of panic, this was truly a tragic misunderstanding. Soon after, in the dark space like a squid, at the corner of someone's slowly opening eye, awakened after the clash, the green-haired fairy's name was called out for hours. The lake itself was still in a panic. It shook itself, shaking the parts that were being crushed. Looking into the endless darkness around, the green hair fairy was in a panic. Where is this? Suddenly, in the dark shadow, Seth's voice rang out saying hello. The green hair fairy was surprised to see Mikai smiling happily with his hand, just out of breath, but the person in front of him had not yet been able to finish his words. Mikai suddenly smiled and said, "Your words just fell," and he nervously pointed his index finger straight at the person opposite. In an instant, the magic teacher eagerly followed Mikai's command, but the force pierced into the green hair fairy's strong hand, as if the god was shattered in a moment, and the green hair fairy's eyes filled with pain. As the green hair fairy screamed in agony, Mikai stared coldly and ordered him to reveal everything he knew about the dark forest. The green hair fairy replied confidently that no matter where you go, you won't get any information from us. Suddenly, Han's eyes widened, and he said, "Let our ancestors be free." Contrary to Han's overexcited behavior, Mikai continued to observe the pattern on Han's tongue. After a moment of considering that a demon was behind the forest, he suddenly reached out again toward the green-haired fairy. As expected, Mikai had no idea that the third teacher was stabbing into a lovebird's butt, but he was mistaken. The green hair fairy's face was wide open, his eyes white, lifeless, as he continued to be evaluated. From the very start, those who were eager to talk with the main religion would have destroyed the world. After a brief pause, Mikai suddenly displayed an emotional expression that truly drove him mad. He paid no attention to the green-haired fairy's death, gently placed his hand on Han's head and whispered, "So we have a question." As if a hand representing exhausted political power, Mikai wondered why he thought he would reveal this secret to this secret. The fairy looked at the shadow of the dark forest, took a look and got more and more angry. His voice was in a panic. "Don't say that." Before the silence of the green hair fairy, Mikai smiled at him. "Right." Back to the real scene, Mikai was now holding his hands together and placing a magic ring on the heads of the two fairies, continuing to explain that this is a dream. As the large magic ring spread throughout their bodies, Mikai told them, "You will feel some pain. Pain. But even if you want to, you cannot die." The peaceful eyes were slowly opening. Mikai kept turning in the corner, "Guiding you into consciousness, member of Karen." The green-haired fairy was now crying out in despair, I will say." But now, with the intention of opening up as he did at first, Mikai whispered the spell into Han. "No, I have no intention of believing the words of a religious fairy. Speaking of which," he suddenly looked at Han with cold eyes, not a little. Back to the real scene, Mikai took a deep breath and slowly withdrew his hand from the fairy's head. The two fairies and Hitos were behind him and, of course, turned around, finally revealing the information. "He didn't show any fear from the lake," Mikai's voice still echoes. "Recently, an outsider entered the dark forest and was affected by that fairy's interference. Karen was also impacted." He heard her suddenly ask about an outsider, then slowly turned around and replied, "A fairy, quite special. The fairy whom the elves revere as a saint, their ancient ancestor." In the end, Mikai said that the shape of the tower suddenly appeared elsewhere, while the sound of delicate shoes kept echoing around the tower area, a white dress full of perfume. It turns out that the girl with purple eyes was still alive, and they call her Azur. In the darkness, the mysterious figure stepped forward, Azur whispered. Silent as a stone, Azur turned his gaze toward the side of the tower. She turned her back, her voice soft and gentle like the wind. Not bad, and from behind, the mysterious voice was low. "This is a day of great joy." The face gradually revealed, the tower smiled lightly. Karen had taken most of the chairs. "You will not be disappointed." "The tower is the king of the dark," Azur answered. My words took most of the meaningful, which means that the wise people recognized the contradictions in the forest. She gently shook her hand on the ruler. Remember this, the king. Azur said, Azur, I don't want my hatred to be imprisoned in this forest. Her voice lowered. The one who imprisoned me in this forest and gave the same hatred to anger. No one else is the current human. Right after that, Azur suddenly turned around, smiling genuinely as only my grandson and I had to endure helplessly. Her voice rose, low and harsh. Anger is not allowed to exist in the forest. Azur said, unlike us, humans tend to doubt each other, kill and be killed. A moment later, she continued, and then our hearts were filled with shame for being imprisoned in this forest for many years. Then, Brocklion remembered the scene of being imprisoned, being a king. We only know the pain of the years gone by. Gata, after lying down in front of Azur, we were in the same situation, returning to our side. Brocklion nodded lightly, his voice carrying a humble and respectful attitude. What did you need me for? She was silent for a while and answered, Gata, I want to see my hatred has grown. She looked back, truly smiling, wondering why the memories of the past are returning. The mercenary gazed at the sky and sighed, letting go of the curse. This festival isn't over yet, and look at us living in peace. Gata looked at her and said, King, I hope you find peace in your soul. Mercenary shook his head, ha, really smiling. Peace cannot fix this world. Ariani then expressed sympathy. We agree. The world has become a real mess. Mikai stood behind, looking at the whole group, talking very quietly. Gata sighed, his eyes gazing into the distance as if lost in his own thoughts. Then, a bright light appeared in Mikai's eyes, and he broke into a smile. Without a word, he sat down in the grass, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath, embracing the silence of the night. Mikai remembered that the king of the past often looked at the sky with a smile. He looked at Ariani, the goddess of words, so intently that people had to bow their heads just to take a step forward. Then, Mikai shifted his gaze to Zahat, who looked at us, and the king of Zahat smiled bitterly. Finally, his gaze settled on Siegfried's side, filled with unanswered thoughts and Siegfried's misery. Mikai was asleep. Most memories from that time were not good, but as the night sky passed, he drifted back to sleep, bringing us comfort. He gazed at the people on the soft grass, his eyes fixed on the vast sky, his thoughts drifting in the gentle fog. Mikai closed his eyes, breathing softly into the night breeze, lying still, peaceful and asleep. In that quiet state, he was fully immersed in the silence. Mikai looked at Zahat, who was sleeping. Why was he thinking about the past like that? He opened his eyes, smiling. Only silence and a faint sound of wind. The fire was burning, Mikai suggested. It's late. Let's rest here tonight. Everyone was gathered around the fire, ready to sleep after a long day. Mikai looked at everyone. Someone called him, stupid. He sat next to you and asked, What's going on? Are you really talking to me? Mikai quickly turned around, eyes wide with surprise, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. He was asleep. His face hard to believe. He said thank you. In Mikai's memory, Mia, the person who was with him. Now, just like that, she chose to walk her own path full of twists and turns. You look at Mia, and anyway, she chose to stay with me. No, if she thanked me, then she must have had a plan to solve everything from the start. After a moment of silence, Mikai suddenly asked, What is it that I'm curious about? Just ask. Your question surprised her. How do you feel about the dark elves you've encountered? She looked at him with a smile, her eyes wide open, trembling slightly as if witnessing something beyond imagination. A red streak of blood, like blood, appeared in Rina's eyes, burning like a raging fire in her mind. She trembled and then turned around, adopting the stance of Hymera, the daughter of the ancient god Azur. Rina looked at herself like a ghost, constantly becoming the target of the Azur race. She slowly took her fingers out, as if she wanted to touch something invisible in front of her eyes. Rina saw her hand become still. It was no different from a ghost. Right after that, she kept on singing in a painful voice. A hand appeared and struck her violently, leaving her face badly hurt. A ghost like her appeared, crying out in pain, pain. Do you know how much it hurts my heart when you betrayed me? She appeared with a very delicate face, a smile. Have you ever tried to understand, little girl? She sang in pain, 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 pain. It really hurts. You said we would do this together. Immediately after, her grip tightened, pinching her face and intensifying her pain. She shook Rina's stomach with her hands, causing the blood to flow out. We believe we can do this.
She only knows how to open her eyes. Tears of self-pity. Sorry. I didn't do anything. I didn't betray you or hurt you. I just wanted to protect my sister. Her hand kept sinking deeper into Rena's stomach, blood continuously pouring out. Her eyes now only see the white of her heart, the ghostly look like she has lost all beauty. Her sharp fingers never stopped pinching Rena's face, making her breathe difficult. Now Rena's eyes are just white, without a single spark of light, as if she has lost all consciousness and emotion. Then she breathes out pink, crumples to the ground in helpless despair before Bralion. She said, You're doing your job perfectly. I praise your efforts, Rena's sister. Her eyes opened, looking down as if Rena's head was sinking into chaos. Immediately after, she looked up at Bralion with a surprised expression. King Aesir. From behind, a mysterious shadow appeared behind her back. Impressive. Rena's eyes trembled like a ghost lost in the chaos of an unbearable emotion. She looked at the girl in front of her, calmly realizing that with that face, Rena was in despair, her voice soft yet unsettling. She was afraid to leave the wall and ran away, but kept apologizing. Sorry. Stop. Rena turned around with a wave of despair and opened her eyes calmly. Aesir gently said, her voice as calm as a spring breeze. So beautiful. Then she was so happy. This will be a good addition for us, Aesir. It was nighttime now. Darkness all around, with only the moon shining brightly. Along the small well, the plants were faintly illuminated. The scene before her eyes made Rena's eyes sparkle. He raised his finger. So this is the dark forest. Truly astonishing. Then, despite having a body, Rena stopped talking to Hedos beside her, feeling a bit annoyed, but Hedos calmly replied, It's okay, because this is the truth. Following them, Mia calmly told Hedos that the terrifying feeling was deeper than many generations, truly worth it. Just as the group went further in, the ball grew larger. A warning. Then it returned to inform Mage, the enemy's leader. Focus, listen. Rena's eyes focused on Mon, who made this outfit, when she observed Mon's state, then flew forward to explain. Okay, from the perspective of the fairies, they will naturally be wary of the dark forest. After saying that, she turned around and walked back to Mon, who couldn't help but feel guilty for the fairies being teased by the evil one wearing Mikai's face, watching around. In the darkness ahead, strange black balls with red eyes appeared, and Mikai guessed that the fairies had lost their minds. The more you stare, the more your heart fills with anxiety, growing bigger, and this is no small matter. Then the arrow fell straight down. Mon looked at it and said, It was really a warm welcome. She said just now, from the trees around, a series of arrows were fired, but upon hearing the group's words, the arrow was hanging underground and suddenly escaped confidently. Then it immediately shot into the rain that was falling on Mikai. In front of the attacking group, Mikai remained calm, closed his mouth, and stepped forward. Then, a sudden gust of wind swept through the forest, so strong it seemed to lift everything into the air. Rian was affected, shielding his face from the swirling dust. For Hedos, this wind did not make him feel very worried. Suddenly, Hedos's eyes blinked, and the guard moved in front of him. It turned out that one of them stepped out from behind the big tree. Then another with the same name jumped down from the tree, revealing all 6 of them. Seeing the attacking spirits appear, Hedos gently held his sword and approached him. Then he used his legs to push himself up, then summoned his power to ascend. At the top, Hedos's strength surged instantly, allowing him to take on each spirit one by one. After work, Hedos still put his feet on the ground, leaving behind the screams and dust. At this moment, a still living spirit rushed forward, shouting and protesting. The ones who turned you into a professional killer were the vices. Hearing those words, Hedos was a bit surprised, but he still kept quiet about that spirit's name. Seeing Hedos's strange expression, Mikai brought a bag in his hand and looked around. Hedos, do you know them? Hedos was a bit surprised, but quickly nodded and said, They are my friends, all candidates to become the guardian of the vices. Hearing Hedos say that, Mikai still showed no emotion, shook his weapon, calling them the losers and the defeated. Not yet, he said. The other spirit's name was too loud. Shut up and don't attack us with those who betrayed us and the vices. In response to Hansa's attitude, Mikai immediately struck the tree with his hand, the one holding the sword. Standing before that spirit's name, Mikai directly accused them of kidnapping a young man, a normal person, and raising him into a murderer. What pride do you have? Just asking, Mikai just remembered the scene of your first meeting with Hedos, and while explaining the origin, he saw the image of the person inside him. In Mikai's memory, after explaining the origin, Hedos was in a deep sleep for quite a long time. Maybe Hedos felt that way, and he told me how he became the guardian. Hearing that story, Mikai was deeply moved, realizing how simple it truly was. Then he pictured the scene, the parents suffering at their child's side, while those immoral creatures secretly selected children with extraordinary abilities and captured them. Next, those disgusting figures and the brutal training system that Mikai believed in and raised them with their families. Not only that, but those young people were also forced to take drugs to resemble spirits. Mikai's voice grew cold as he said, "The sign, the guardian." Then he turned around, his voice full of resolve, revealing what he truly wanted from the start. He didn't care about your failure. Now some spirits have awakened and are warning Mikai, no matter what. Maybe you were told to keep intruders like us here and guard this place, right? Mikai's footsteps stopped. So what? So what? What do you mean? Then he turned around, his eyes turned to the back. He said, "Bring us to meet the people right now." The fire was too strong. Under Mikai's threat, the other spirit group was about to come out. He asked why you didn't want to do that. On the green grass, a hand responded with a big round gesture like a no, not at all. After shaking for a while, that hand finally stood straight again. It turned out to be the hands of the spirit group. Mikai used them like a guide dog, and number one, you were too slow. You should have guided us with everything you knew. Then Mikai tightly shook the rope on the spirit group, excitedly counting down. Ready, move. 1. Behind him, the others suddenly slowed down at 2. While Mikai was still happy, a loud voice caught his attention. "Look, the intruder is coming." In front of Mikai's curious eyes, a few light bulbs were using the trigger to hit a small spirit on the ground. Surrounded by spirits shaking their heads in pain, the others keep using their power. Stupid. Die. Die. Rian looked into Mikai's eyes, shocked. Could that be Karen? Mikai didn't answer. His hand didn't stop the others' laughter, which made him think that this was what happens when extremists should never have gained power. At this moment, a spiritual name that sounded like a command, it was probably meant for everything to be like this from the start. We truly wanted to see this outcome. The intruder's face showed a strange, unusual expression. They are the rebels, the ones who refused, even recognized by the king. When he said they were unworthy of harm, Mikai couldn't hear anymore. He spat, but the spiritual group didn't hear. Surrounded by fire, they panicked. Ozer's glory. Not only that, they remained calm in confronting another hurtful person in the fire, which they saw as the power of our immortal. The fire rose from the intruder's face, filled only with blind respect and the revenge of the outside world. "Mikhail, are you okay?" Unlike Seth's worried eyes, Mikhail's eyes were filled with anger, as if he was about to explode. Mikhail quietly held his face for a long time to steady his emotions, and then lowered his hand, lost in thought. Yeah, we should calm down a bit so our feelings don't get too overwhelming. Then Mikhail approached Hidos and said seriously, "This is worse than I thought, meeting him out of nowhere. Listen, he immediately asked for advice, so what should we do?" Before that, Mikhail didn't answer, and suddenly asked, "You have no one to save." Mikhail looked directly at Hidos with a slightly dark tone in his voice. "Is that what you want from following me here?" Seeing Hidos still calm, Mikhail continued to ask, "You mean Gina, right?" Now, Mikhail was almost certain of his guess. He handed the animal in his hand to Hidos. "Just do what you need to do. We won't sit idly by." The animal Mikhail gave Hidos was a string. Watching him lift the string in his palm, Mikhail carefully said, "This can help keep the female warrior, but don't try to take her out right away. Just come close and wait." After a moment, Hidos calmed down and thanked Mikhail for his last words. "Thank you." Then Hidos asked again, "What about you?" Mikhail gazed into the distance, appearing to have a personal plan. "Words alone won't work now. We need to change our strategy." "Listen," Hidos also relaxed a bit and closed his eyes to reply, "Wishing you luck." Hearing Hidos' wish, Mikhail stepped forward and the fire was immediately put out. We are quite skilled at guiding and sending prayer messages, but they just looked at each other and dared not step forward. So I raised my voice and asked if anyone was there. Faced with this tough situation, Mikhail suddenly had an idea, raising his thumb high and saying, "Let's do this." With a smile on his lips, Mikhail looked determined and asked, "We will only choose one of you." "Listen, they were ready," a strong spirit shouted. "One and the rest of us." Mikhail calmly replied, "We will let them go," although he said so, but the group of spirits still dared not touch. Mikhail ignored that and kept giving orders, closing his eyes and saying, "Whoever has the most votes will be chosen." Then, in the quiet space, only Mikhail's deep voice remained. He walked among them, his voice cheerful as if he were playing, "Now night has fallen." 6 spirits closed their eyes to block out Mikhail's voice. He looked over their heads. The group of spirits was too old, so they secretly chose the current one. As he said, Mikhail's footsteps stopped. He seemed to have made his choice. Mikhail looked at a name that looked like a mole, the second person from the left to the right. That name stopped asking. Me. To confirm his choice, Mikhail raised his voice and asked what your name is. The spirit introduced himself as Jiboro. Then Mikhail turned to the other spirits and said, "Okay, I will keep this Jiboro friend and let the rest go. Of course, we will erase all memories." Jiboro panicked and shouted, "Wait, why me again? I shouldn't be the chosen one." But Mikhail didn't want to say much. He preferred to remember the spirit's movements. The only one. It turns out that Jiboro, because he didn't want to be chosen, pointed at the person next to him. Mikhail kicked the ground, and among everyone, only he pointed at others. Hearing this, the remaining names looked at Jiboro with their eyes. Really, that name was disgusting, nothing strange. At this moment, Jiboro was about to bow his head and accept the order, Mikhail thought. Among the 5 spirits, no, it had to be 6. Another name appeared with this kind of step, and that step was nothing else. Then, as planned, Jiboro's hand was tightly restrained, and a few spirits led the way through the large forest. Just a short walk, Jiboro stood up again. The spirit shouted, "Tired, dead, why did this happen to me?" Seeing that, Mikhail immediately looked, "Nothing." People said the 6 spirits were evil. There was an individual, but that name was disgusting. Hearing you say that, Jiboro turned his head. The scene was up, silent. In response, Mikhail smiled, but his hands were still trembling. Jiboro immediately woke up, feeling very sad. Mikhail ordered that no matter how many words are misunderstood and misled, the memories of everyone will be erased. Behind them, the evil-faced spirits had just awakened, and Mikhail said no one would recognize themselves as monsters. But he explained they don't feel very well. Those kids are the best fit for our ancestors. They hate light and want to spread failure and death. The deeper the spirit, the darker the shadow, they hear the sharp teeth of their own skin. Disgusted. Immediately after, their appearance changed visibly, revealing only the glowing red eyes of the shadow. Then Rian and Ellen sat back down together. 2 police officers watched. Rian shouted, "Hey, they're coming!" Seeing that scene, Jiboro was scared, jumped up, died. "That's why we didn't want to come here. Outsiders have guns again." Mikhail simply struck the gun without wanting Jiboro to become a king, then watched silently as Jiboro fell to the ground. It's a pity how much evil they had to endure to end up like this. "Listen," a terrifying idea crossed Jiboro's mind. The gun trembled. "Don't tell me you want to save them or something. You're not sick, right?" Mikhail's face gradually disappeared. Jiboro didn't notice but still ran away. The dark spirit didn't like the rescue. Seeing that, Jiboro nodded his head, hit the wall with his face. People like people always dream of things. When Jiboro mentioned it, "You didn't do anything about our problem," then it was a powerful blow from Mikhail. A hero's strike. A powerful strike knocked Jiboro out instantly. Mikhail spat his sword onto his shoulder and proudly replied, "Yes, we will save these innocent spirits." After saying that, Mikhail's eyes suddenly looked up, and he whispered, "The spirits are being controlled by evil, but because they are so simple and pure, there must be a way to bring them back to their own land." Thinking about it, Mikhail realized this isn't the way he wanted, but he had to do it. Mon was now running away, and they had fewer people while the enemy was more numerous. Hearing this, Mikhail softly called out to the others. Mon heard your voice and immediately responded, "Master." Then Mikhail gently whispered to Mon, "Sorry, why are you so scared? You just need to save your fellow spirits with your own hands. Your eyes are bright. Save your fellow spirits." Mikhail took out a small branch of grass. He brought it to the front of Mon. Mikhail smiled at Mon, speaking like a hero, but also like a hero, telling him to save them. Mon, like a sloth holding a blade of grass, was true to Mikhail's plan. The villains took a spirit that could be washed away by the rescue of a fellow spirit. At this moment, encouraged by Mikhail, Mon's eyes sparkled through the shimmering layers. Save, save. Then, it kept moving forward, and Mikhail watched with satisfaction, knowing we have a way to make Mon stronger to help others. Then he gently placed his hand on Mon's back, applying just enough strength from his palm. And now Mon has become stronger and more resilient, with light shining around him each time he grows stronger. Seeing that, Mikhail patted his hand and pointed as if giving a signal. Mon, with his strong body, quickly flew away, while Mikhail, behind him, transformed the power into a storm, unleashing his full energy to save him. The green forest glowed softly, revealing that Doji's power exceeded all our expectations. A gust of smoke-like wind made the surrounding space seem alive. Mon suddenly appeared, quickly dispersing the chaotic spirits with each strike, while Doji fought fiercely. The loved ones were defeated, collapsing to the ground as a beast was unleashed, and the dark spirits melted away like a light bulb in the wind. A yin-yi staff, surrounded by tiny branches like a dragon. Mon with a bright staff. Proud smile. The owner. I, now stronger than a dragon. A loud applause, as if the thunder was hot. Mikhail smiled, caring about nothing else but refusing to let his children be defeated by other spirits. The old man, any adult, doji, everyone around was helpless. Oh my God, that little spirit boy. Finally, the other cute spirit. A little spirit raised his hands and asked where this was. Another child replied, "I'm so hurt." A little spirit suddenly appeared, drawn by a strange feeling, as if a light bulb was calling him, showing deep pride in Mon, the last chosen one after thousands of years. Both little spirits immediately shone, the spirits of light and darkness. Right after that, the other children around all surrounded Mon with eyes full of admiration and admiration. It led a group of little spirits seriously. "Owner, I will go far soon." Then Mikhail heard Mon say so, the last person to wonder, the one who was going to go somewhere. He immediately raised his hand, embodying the hero's path, filled with joy and suffering, and released it. "You turn around and agree, do whatever you want. Remember to come back before dark, smile, answer, and follow orders." Mikhail closed his eyes, smiling in his heart, the way of the hero. Gibora appeared kneeling, surprised, truly unbelievable, a little spirit facing evil once more. He looked at the mirror and softly raised his voice, replying calmly, "That's all." Azer's image slowly faded away, and he thought to himself, in the end, Azer cannot escape the limits of death. The burning headpiece confirms that the main culprit has destroyed this world, but it truly holds the power of the next soul. The little spirit walked deep into the forest, where the light shone through the thick leaves. With a single blink, Mir opened his eyes, the strange light reflected in them like a ray of hope. "She kept calling Mikhail to surprise you, the hero, if that's really the case. Mir asked you." It seems like Mikhail wanted to answer confidently, "My sister has been freed, right?" You turned your eyes away and answered her, "That's what I'm thinking right now." Mikhail was silent, knowing that eliminating the enemy's weaknesses was the only way to defeat the irredeemable evil. And suddenly you sacrificed yourself, as if struck by a cold wind, tearing your skin. Mikhail turned back to ask Mir, recalling Azer's sister, "Her name isn't Hymera, right?" You asked again. Azer is the ancestor of the Dark Elves, but Hymera might just be an ordinary elf. Mir just nodded helplessly. "I don't know very well. You told Mikhail even in the Lemiston case, there was no information about her. She is Azer's sister. She left because she was going to kill Azer's enemy before he was killed. That's what Mir knew." Mikhail was silent, turned to you. "We don't know too much about their relationship like that." After a quiet month, Mir suddenly spoke. "But so far, you said that after hearing this, you were shocked because a legend said that Hymera might still be alive after all." Mir kept going, telling Mikhail there are quite a few legends like that. The most famous one says that when her mother sought revenge, her sister vanished from this world. You asked Mir, but maybe not. You smiled. I guess you would say it was also a legend. Hearing Mir say that, the curiosity in Mikhail grew. "Can you tell me about that legend?" Her eyes stayed fixed on you, as if trying to read something hidden behind that mirror. Mir closed her eyes, her face appearing to be deep in thought. Immediately after, she extended her hand and began sharing the legend of the two little sisters, with Mir's words flowing like melodies, one like the sun, one like the moon, creating a beautiful scene worth witnessing. Then she raised her hand to block the sun, but darkness swallowed it. Mir softly said she had seen the moon, and the moon vanished before her eyes. She looked up at the sky. The light was so bright. Mir raised her hand. The moon shone brightly, while the sun still waited for the moon, even now. The scene shows a high-heeled step slowly advancing, breaking the silence. Rena removes her shoes, her breath trembling with clear fear as she sees Iser approaching. She looked at her with a sad face, eyes yellow. "Who are you?" Iser smiled, her words as light as the wind. "I am Iser, the mother who gave birth to you." Rena looked at her, eyes red, eyes like a cross. She was full of doubt and pride. She didn't believe. No, she wasn't. She wasn't my mother. She was never and forever, never my mother. Rena remained stubborn, her voice lingering in the air. She could never become Iser. She just smiled and said hoarsely, a goddess who dared to deny her existence. Iser gently held Rena's hand, but perhaps she was very confident. She asked Rena if she had any evidence to prove that she was not Iser. Iser suddenly smiled with a hoarse voice full of fear and said, with her hands, "The chosen heirs have fled, haven't they?" The yellow line on Rena's face when she followed her, her whole body like stone. She placed her hand on her face, genuinely curious if her cleverness was just because of her sister. Suddenly,
Azer's grip tightened terrifyingly, trying to hold Rina's hand, or was it because of something else? She was struggling to resist, her teeth clenched tightly as she pressed down. The pain was rising. Azer's eyes looked at her in a very scary way. Some other reasons. Rina's eyes closed, a tattered orange net on her face, symbolizing exhaustion from being together. The name Mia was spoken coldly from her mouth. Mia. Zebra turned around and announced to everyone that we are here to show the crowd that this is the land everyone has been searching for. Right in front of her, the vast land was shrouded in darkness, the tomb of Azer's wife. Mage slowly approached, carefully observing his surroundings, and placed his hand on the tree trunk. The scene before Mage's eyes made you wonder why she didn't leave the throne and wait for the stone. What the hell? At that moment, a tomb with a large stone marker appeared, surrounded by green lines, which is usually how a tombstone shows up. Everyone tends to imagine something fitting like a white flower symbolizing pain, a well-crafted tombstone, or an inscription engraved on the stone. Things like that, representing a wish for the departed. Or so it is, but Mia's eyes did not reveal that. She was covering her mouth. This cannot be. Now, even Mage cannot hide the terror on his face, like the tomb of Azer. In front of them, a body in a strange position was held tightly by a tree trunk, and the entire group, following the trail of the trunk, discovered a large body that, even from a glance, was not only a tombstone, but also incredibly terrifying. On the other side, Rina collapsed to the ground, completely drained of strength. 3 holes were visible on her neck, and the demon's voice echoed again. Evil, hateful, painful, jealous. Azer stood in front of Rina's face, looking satisfied and excited, while Rina's eyes were wide open and soulless, like a delicious meal to him. Then Azer quickly turned around, in a space that was only empty, a pretty delicious meal at that time now. Suddenly, Azer stopped, doubting or moving his eyes to the side. Then, a powerful hand emerged, unleashing a dark force that shot into the nearby space at such speed it created white smoke. By now, Azer had just lowered his hand, still gazing ahead, but the wall with the 2 broken lines was gone. Instead, Azer looked away, his voice a bit dull. Fine, anyway. After saying that, Azer headed for the gate, where darkness enveloped him, and he said it's better to end this pointless fight of his. Behind her, Rina was a little better. She tried to get up first and said, "Soon the world my child wishes to come to." After that, the space also fell silent, and the wall with 2 broken lines suddenly became almost impossible to understand. Soon after, Azer's shadow appeared in the green smoke, passing by the warning sign in front of Mikhail, silent, despite being told not to proceed with the rescue operation immediately. Thinking so, Azer closed his eyes like a tiger heading to the slaughterhouse. He thought, "I'm really sorry, hero Azer." Then Hidos quickly moved in, holding Rina in his hand, the light calling out, "Rina, Rina, are you awake?" Hearing the familiar call, Rina tried to open her eyes. Exhausted, she used her power, Hidos. Facing the proof mark for the criminals on Rina's neck, Hidos couldn't bear it and closed his eyes. A moment later, Rina regained her strength and understood her concern. Hidos quickly fled, and we came here thanks to a very trustworthy person, so don't worry anymore. Then he said, "First we will leave here." But Rina's eyes suddenly filled with fear. She didn't let Hidos say anything that had tightened his body, Rina said. "Hidos, it's very dangerous." That voice also drained almost all of Rina's strength, her voice gradually approaching, carrying a chilling coldness. Rina's words, "Yes, that doesn't seem right. The young boy is actually Azer, Atta, emerging from the darkness with a smile that infuriates." At this moment, Hidos suddenly sensed Azer's presence and looked back, realizing it was a trap. Rina's head was in pain in Hidos's hand, and she was screaming non-stop. Confronted with someone like Azer, Hidos had to draw his weapon and then used the speed of the person who took the gun to move forward. In just a moment, the sharp sword struck Azer's neck. In response, Hidos's body was hit by dark, powerful forces. Azer was, of course, a killer. Interesting. Atta's curious eyes looked at Hidos. Azer realized he could even escape from the source. While Atta was talking, Hidos's hand was holding another sword. Then Hidos quickly threw it up, cutting off whatever was trying to take him. Not only that, Hidos swiftly threw a piece of Azer's eyelid onto him. Then Hidos quickly turned around, embraced Rina, and fled. Surrounded by dark, solid forces, Azer was unable to intervene. Atta smiled and immediately looked at her, covered in a mask, the one who intended to escape, right? Just after saying that, Azer took out a small sword, and with its terrible power, Hidos withdrew his body. Stunned, Hidos's eyes turned white, and his body lost strength. Azer calmly approached them, and Atta said as if in gratitude, "I will not kill you." As Iser looked at Hedo's face, he was pleased, thinking we still have many ways to use you. Suddenly, a light appeared on his chest. That light slowly approached behind Hedo's armor, and he was stunned by it. When he saw the face of the string shining, Hedos remembered this was a gift from the sky. Following the flight of that light, Hedos' body and Rina were also taken away. Even Iser had to cover his face when looking at it. Ada was curious, what was that light? Until Iser managed to calm himself and send the black energy to pursue, the shadows of the other two vanished. As the other light disappeared, only Iser's left hand was raised in the space. Seeing the people rush to his mouth to escape, Iser was angry and silent. Meanwhile, at Mikhail's location, the entire group remained standing in front of the tree. Aylin was standing next to Rina, still unable to believe what she was seeing in front of her, even though it was the founder's grave. How could this be? Returning to that soulless body, its hand movements looked very strange, holding a sword with both hands and aiming to stab into the neck. Mikhail was lying on one leg beside the grave, and at that moment he guessed he was seeking death himself. Modin screamed, which was a bit strange. In Aiden's eyes, Modin looked confused, thinking again that the founder was not an extremely important person to the next shadow lovers. Mikhail considered Modin's words about holding a proper ceremony due to legal reasons, and he thought the keeper's reasoning was very reasonable. In his mind, the grave looked normal, and if they feared the source, they should still give the founder a proper farewell out of respect for the future. But somehow, I understood the rejection and sadness the founder had endured. With that trembling hand, Mio hesitated as if he wanted to touch it, all those feelings. At that moment, a bright white light suddenly erupted from the tip of her finger. Realizing what it was, she was so shocked her eyes widened and she froze. That young boy. Amidst the calm air, Aylin carefully observed her surroundings, doubting or questioning. Like Mikhail, is something wrong here? Her eyes fixed on the large door, she examined everything. An abandoned grave, a silent forest area that felt strange, and the path we had taken before. Now, at the deep door, Aylin became increasingly certain of her suspicions, sensing signs of a fight here. Hearing that, Mikhail grew even more cautious, lowering the tree branch to clear it. Seeing Mikhail's actions seem quite strange, Aylin was surprised. After a while, she couldn't help but wonder, "What are you doing now?" Mikhail replied briefly, checking. "Apparently, people still don't understand," his loud voice added. Knowing that the souls of the rebels are very restless to the point of surprise, they explode strongly in the fog, but also disappear quickly. At first, the tree suddenly fell into a silent valley, Aylin's voice full of doubt, but the dark forest was truly filled with madness and hatred. Mikhail looked down at the ground where he had just passed a small statue, and suddenly replied, "Exactly. That's why we checked again." But Mikhail still found nothing, and felt disappointed, not thinking anything further. He looked up at the sky, his eyes as if trying to see through it. The forest was indeed full of madness and hatred, but strangely, there was no soul. Under the bright sky, only a few dry grass branches remained, making Mikhail wonder if they had disappeared long ago. As the wind blew, a few figures flew toward him. Their eyes mirrored his own. He threw Hedos and Rina to the ground, then quickly flew near Mikhail and shrank in size. At this moment, Hedos and Rina still showed no signs of awakening. Soon after, Rina gradually opened her eyes and began to move her dry lips. Now, at this very moment, Hedos feels he hasn't finished his mission. He nods and says, "Sorry, stupid." He tells Mikhail, "You warned me, but I was overwhelmed by emotion and made a selfish decision. You also said that it was okay. We had established a defense mechanism to prevent this incident from happening. But now, Mikhail finally thinks that he has saved Rina. After a while, he suddenly guesses, but the truth comes out that our information has been leaked, which greatly worries Mikhail. Immediately after, he told Hedos, "I still have much to say, but can't do anything now." Meanwhile, Rina is rinsing her head with a breath of medicine in her hand, her face looking quite unwell. Seeing Rina stay silent, Mia's anxiety grew, her eyes turning red as if she was about to cry. Just looking into her sister's eyes, Mia couldn't hold back her emotions, and her heart burned with tears. Rina also sensed that the girl was worried about her. She said nothing, but deep in her eyes she felt a wave of relief from her sadness. At the same time the two sisters were feeling so much, Mikhail went back. "Then, we have some things to confirm." She didn't change her feelings. Rina's face was still cold. She answered, "Please say it. Who is that person?" Mikhail looked at Jibaro and said, "Don't worry about that. A soul denied life. Hear it. Shout out, Master." Then, Mikhail continued to talk to Rina, the ghost of the ancestors. Maybe that ghost is truly aware. And as she hears these words near her face, her sadness is revealed. After a moment of silence, Rina quickly said,
the soul of the ancestors. It's gone forever. Hearing these hopeless words, Jibaro's eyes turned to the ceiling. As soon as Rina just said it, of course Jibaro lost his calm and shouted, "Don't lie." At the same time, Jibaro sprinted like a bird, just to escape responsibility. Unable to bear the silence, Mikhail gently pressed Gibaro's face to the floor before he could hurt Rina. But Mia was curious, and then immediately asked her sister if she had disappeared. Why was the regret still there before Mia's question? Rina then continued to say, because that video is necessary. According to what Rina said, this is a symbol to restore the entire Hak Tien tribe, and because of this, Mia was extremely upset. Now she no longer hides her feelings and goes even further. In the past, the ancestors gradually grew weaker, and she even struggled to lead the entire tribe, feeling hatred for those approaching her. After a while, Rina became sad, turned away without showing her feelings, but moments later, Mia was so upset that she ran away. She didn't want to, but it still hurt. Yet she said that the first Hak Tien elders and the council had broken the ban. Ellen couldn't believe it. It couldn't be. And to cover her sins, they hid other tribes, causing the Hak Tien tribe to weaken. For 5 months, the Hak Tien tribe was furious and wanted to escape to seek revenge, but was completely powerless. That person was in a state of despair, constantly disappointed in the door. This place is called the grave, and even now, the other hands are still clearly carved on the door. After this moment, Mia's hands couldn't hold the sword's power and dropped to the ground. She couldn't look at Rina, then at Akiba and her sister sadly. How long? Rina was asked this question, making her stand. She didn't know how to answer. Rina's eyes looked at the statue of the person who was imprisoned there, then she said, "Until she died." Azair felt that the position of the other tribe leader was too harsh, hurting that person to the point of almost crying. Her eyes remained clear, cold, bright, and strangely funny. At the same time, Azair's hair suddenly began to change, her face turning red, and the long-awaited pain made Azair feel as if her mind was being torn apart. At the same time, Azair's voice was heard. "We understand. We will not disappoint everyone." Her blood-red eyes showed she was possessed by a devilish soul. This time, we will definitely succeed, no matter what. Just then, 2 figures walked through the night behind Azair. Bracklian quickly ran past her and shouted, "Mom, are you okay?" The last scratch in front of Azair. If the anger of the person is still rising because of the fault of the previous person, then please. The tears fell. Azair stopped her ghostly form. Her mood was now more stable. Azair was calm, then turned around, looked at the scratch, and said, "We're fine, Bracklian." The atmosphere grew tense as Azair slowly approached the scratch. Azair said, "You don't have to take responsibility for those sins." But the woman's voice from the second character said, "We will never use anything for any sin." Azair then gently said, "So please nod your head," but the second character, overwhelmed with anger, said, "We will kill you," and immediately after, Azair's sinister side swiftly reached Bracklian's face, scratching her neck. But instead, Azair quickly suppressed her emotions and softly stroked Bracklian's face as if holding hands, with her white hat on her head, and gently said, "I really respect you." Azair was calm, and she said to Bracklian that I hope my wish will come true. According to her, the curse will spread out into the forest, swallowing the whole world, killing humans. After a while, a ghostly smile appeared with a wide mouth. She changed her personality, and the species called Haktian will be lost forever. Right after that, Azair returned to her gentle state. There was an intruder who caught the fourth. You know what to do. Bracklian suddenly asked again, the fourth. Now the ghost looked up at the sky, then ordered to kill the intruder, bringing the fourth back safely. Bracklian's face was now firm, and he immediately spoke to her because of Azair. Meanwhile, Mikai's group was still asleep, lost in their thoughts about what they had heard. He silently turned his back on the person, and as time went by, the hatred towards the people gradually faded, as if everything just stopped there. Mikai's little heart skipped a beat. Even that couldn't happen. He guessed that the hatred just ignited was reignited because it was the children they trusted, and that emotion was burning again. According to what Mikai told himself, the curse might have disappeared, but the hatred remains, right? At the same time, Bracklian also quickly said, so Haktian now accepted that, knowing that his ancestor had betrayed his ancestor. This is really crazy. Right after hearing him say, Bracklian immediately answered her, greedy for madness. Remembering what I've known since Azair, Rina guessed that, along with the hatred for the outside world. But even so, she still provoked everyone, Rina explained to them. Most of the current members of the group are being persecuted. I understand that this is the right punishment for us. She didn't blame the girl lightly for accepting. She looked at Mikai's side, but could you please calm down a little? Right after hearing these words, he admitted that it would be a disaster if he said he didn't want to believe it. Mikai's eyes were sad, so the braggart still belonged to me at that time.
I will remove what is unnecessary,
But what is truly valuable will remain. Seeing you, Rena was a little touched by her sincerity. There are still people as confident as these four, and her words are not hidden by Rena's genuine feelings. Thank you, braggart. Waiting for her to speak to Mikai again. But before that, there was one more thing she didn't want to remain silent about. Mikai went straight to the center. There was still something you needed to say to me, right? Hearing this, Rena's face lit up with a smile, and at that moment, she suddenly grasped Maya's hand tightly to share her happiness. Rena did not deny. She said that reaction, you still ask even though you know. Mikai replied, until we get a clear answer, everything is just a guess. And now Rena decided not to hide anymore. She said Aegir's soul was shattered after a great tragedy. During the process, the braggart's soul shattered. Most of it became a call that pressed into the dark forest, but the part closest to the braggart's true nature was transferred. Mikai, of course, didn't want to take long, so he quickly cut his words and explained that the braggart was reborn. Mia didn't understand anything. She turned around, then stopped asking who the braggart was, who was reborn, while Rena's eyes, along with Mikai's, all looked at Mia. Now it seems like Mia also understands a little problem. She stopped, then pointed her hand at herself, waiting. It can't be me. Mia forced a hard smile, unable to believe it and shocked. She immediately denied it, saying it can't be. You're saying we are the rebirth of the braggart? Why is that? Then Mikai raised his hand toward the lady and said if you really can't believe it, then go touch the braggart's body again, just as he pointed his hand to the other side. Mia hesitated. It seemed she was afraid to face something terrifying and also found it hard to accept. Now, before Mikai and Rena's ancient dance, Mia slowly raised her hand to touch the stone statue. Although she did, the statue was also made from the flesh of a real person, so Mia was worried. As soon as she touched the light from the other side of the statue, it suddenly appeared, and Mia felt that power as if she was shielding her face and being lifted up. Why had she disappeared? Seeing this scene, Mikai was very happy. He looked at her and laughed. At the same time, a voice was heard in Mia's mind, "Welcome back, Master." Mia now began to remember the memories that had gone. She, the rebirth of the braggart. Now Jiboro quickly put her head down, appeared extremely nervous. Mikai looked at the statue and said, "The memories you left behind will not be easy to accept." Rena immediately said, "Wait, if she truly is Azer's rebirth, then help the one wandering outside." Mikai looked at Rena and said, "What else do you have to say? It's clearly a fake." He advised Mia, "No need to force yourself to remember all the memories. Maybe you will not be able to stand the temptation." Mikai advised her that the memories from Azer were too much. Before the words, Mia remained silent with a sad face. Immediately after, Mikai handed over a purple ball and, no matter what, our goal remains to resolve the chaos in the forest. Watching the other energy sources heading in a certain direction, Mikai quickly guessed it was Azer, who was stealing the food of the forest chaos. Mikai said, "I feel a deep pain inside." Mia wondered what happened that caused that pain to be transferred. Hot tears that can't be recognized but spread on the cheeks. Maya decided I must know. Mia just cried like that. Mikai saw her feelings were in chaos, so she also silently did not look at it. Her face was also a bit sad. The memories sometimes come back, from before Mikai turned around. She remembered that time when the world was full of pain and horror, but sometimes, very rarely, she recalled the sky she had seen with everyone. The scent of incense still lingers in her mind, a strange feeling that those who haven't experienced it won't understand. Your eyes started to turn into a lake. Mikai kept this thought in his mind, unable to understand. Seeing Mia's lonely back, you immediately saw yourself in the past, that feeling. Jiboro replied, "I can't do that when Tutien is standing in front of me." Mikai said, "Until recently, he believed that the new fake was Tutien, so what made you speak up?" Jiboro replied, "But I couldn't help but believe." Then he immediately spoke a series of heartfelt words, embodying Tutien's image, full of deep emotion. Jiboro confirmed that, and she resembled Tutien from Legends. Based on what Jiboro imagined, Mia's face looked gentle and kind. I used to believe no one could fake that. Jiboro paused, frowned, and said, "But I was wrong, I admit it." Looking at Jiboro, Mikai was a little surprised. His personality might be rotten, but his respect for Totien was genuine. Then Mikai sat down beside the chair and asked, "So now you admit that Mia is the new mother, right?" Then he laughed, frowned, and called that mother a traitor, which was the worst thing. Jiboro was shocked, that was it. But in the end, the chair didn't know what to say because the truth was that the chair itself was wrong, he admitted. "If you keep acting like that, your disrespect won't go unnoticed by your family, and you'll have to face it."
But now Jibaro is holding on tight. Your feet are calling, please forgive me. I will do anything, anything.
Achieving the goal, Mikai smiled. You just said anything, right? Really good, because we have a mission that only you can complete. Looking at Jibaro's face, he said, I don't ask for much. Just go out and spread a rumor. Listen, Jibaro stopped looking at your face. Is that what you're saying? That is, the sister betrayed Iser and caused her endless suffering. For them, Hemera is the embodiment of evil, a true evil who always punishes the guilty. And for everyone here, Hemera is a worthy one. But just like Jibaro once met with Jibaro, of course, there are still people who do not believe. Until the next moment, the grave burned with a light like the sun, and they naturally took their hope, believing that once again the fire would burn brightly here. And this is also a grave buried in chaos, but once again a place where a creature can emerge freely. Iser, she held her staff and slowly walked out from the center of the large grave. As soon as it appeared, Iser forcefully struck the power tree she held in her hand down to the ground. Finally, Iser also appeared, standing before her god and saying, Don't be afraid, my children. Iser immediately shouted, Mother, I will eliminate all chaos. The crowd was so excited. Oh, Mother, destroy that murderer. Don't hurt those who dare to slander my grave. After saying that, Iser immediately turned his face towards him and said nothing more. But suddenly, Iser's mouth didn't understand why a small blood clot appeared. The Iser was so sad, she was so bored. Looking at the big grave with negativity, Iser felt relieved. Dying in such a place was truly heartbreaking. At the same time, Iser's power quickly emerged, resembling a horn, but not quite, as he silently opened his eyes, unable to recognize it, yet he shouted, It seems like you knew this. Mikai immediately shouted out loud, Enough. As soon as you said that, a bright light suddenly appeared around Mikai. His eyes now shimmered with a cold tear. Mikai looked at him and actually covered the surrounding skin. Iser finally revealed his face. She laughed, hearing that this hero was a priest, but not a very interesting person. Immediately after that, Mikai summoned his power tree and said, Just do that, just fight the devil, okay? Even you. Iser's face was so cold that it was frightening. Right after, Iser warned you that someone like me, existing from the countless before, knows a little about what it means to be human. Mikai remained cold, saying nothing, just staring at her. Actually, Mikai was in a trance. If he looked at that elf normally, he would have been blinded by the sight. Staring directly into Iser's eyes, he glared at himself. Damn this eye. It turns out she no longer wants anyone to see her beautiful face. Now there's only a monster's head. After a moment of fear, she told you, Mikai, look, that's it. And Mikai replied, Yeah. He told himself he remembered seeing that image before he left. It wasn't very clear, but after a while, Mikai guessed again that only one thing could turn a person into such a terrifying figure. That was the step with the devil. And at this moment, Iser's entire spiritual body was fully possessed. Over here! Bracklian raised his hand and called out, Listen to me, partner. The cost was high. Our model has punished the evil sister, the end of the long-standing enemy of the founder. The others listened as Bracklian said again, That means we, the gang, are no longer trapped in the abyss. Immediately after, everyone below hurried, for the king belonged to the Dark King. The cost among the crowd, the people's command, the reaction, the mother's gratitude. Bracklian appreciated the moment when our final dream came true. The price had reached the point where the clouds shifted. Today, the chaos of the forest would spread to the outside world. Immediately after that, Bracklian raised his hand and said, From now on, we will spread chaos into the outside world from the heart of the beast as the loud noises echoed around us. Then, following his command, they declared that the hero's dream had come true. Rian looked at him with a cold expression and asked again. The person who claimed to have completely conquered this forest in just a few hours, smiling happily. Exactly. Ryan was deeply surprised and wondered, who is this monster? After a while, he remembered Mikai saying that if Han followed that thing, it wouldn't be normal. Ryan's face grew serious, and he told Mon to stop. Then Rian asked again, So with your power, you can send a situation at the tomb directly to them in real time, right? Mon replied, Maybe my team can send it directly. Right after that, Rian took a small wooden stick and focused on drawing for a moment. Suddenly, a curse was formed, and Ryan said, Let's begin. When he said that, Ryan now summoned a naked ghost, but he didn't care, and immediately waved his hand. The dark clouds enveloped the elves, and they started to panic. What was happening? Very quickly, after a short time, Ryan's singing power now filled the entire space. Everyone in the dark realm started to turn against each other. The dark sky, death, and nothingness. At the same time, Mon's group quickly took off like dark clouds in the night,
and they eagerly began to use their powers, with rays of light shining out from them. Azer's image suddenly appeared like a scene from a movie, and according to Mon, this is the legendary stage. Brooklyn sensed something strange. Gata clenched his teeth and started to be cautious. Mikai and Azer's battle is now clearly displayed on the light screen. No one understands what's happening, who he is, or what this is behind the table. Why does the person who made the wish with the ghost still exist? Mikai replied, it must be a wish from a long time ago. Immediately after that, a group of small figures was quickly sent to Mikai's side, and of course, you shouldn't wait to die. So Mikai quickly used her singing power to fight back. Mikai quickly dodged to one side and successfully counterattacked with unwavering force. Mikai looked at Azer and then asked, the ancient tree was full of information. She laughed, thinking it was just a greeting. Now, all your attention is on the tree in Azer's hand. Mikai focused on analyzing the dark personality, an ancient elf creature known as Azer's symbol. Seeing his hands, he was surprised by his guess, but it seemed he couldn't fully control it. Mikai started to analyze, and in most cases, there's only one reason why the protagonist is so stubborn about it. And if it's the same, think about it. You told Azer, well, whatever. We'll kill you right here today, after Azer's face was revealed in the cold. And immediately after saying that, Mikai brought the power of the tree down to the sacred land, the divine realm of the gods, while the sky was filled with his energy as if he was holding the heavens. But seeing what Mikai did, Azer just laughed with a fake smile and said, ha, really cute. Now, the two powers are linked, and a battle erupts, making all the surrounding trees shake. Nevertheless, the devil's power surged. Azer told you we understand what you're talking about. On this side, Mon and his family were blown away, with fairy eyes everywhere. Azer said so. Azer was excited, not knowing how to control the fairy, but probably wanting to show his children, so what if we do it? She told you it doesn't mean anything. On the contrary, you, the self-proclaimed hero, will become a symbol for our journey to the outside world. Then Mikai quickly asked her, so what if we do that? Now the last two have also moved closer to each other, but the fight hasn't stopped. Looking straight at your face, Azer said, it is meaningless. She said it is more right to be called a hero, and we will become a nourishing material to be together, closer to the outside world. And just like that, Mikai's steps fell behind a little. He said, we fell behind a little. It's okay. You are the one who has lived for thousands of years. After a while, he asked Azer, do you know Leamington like this? Azer was surprised and puzzled. Then her eyes shut tightly as if Azer remembered something, and Mikai started telling her about two sisters, long ago. Azer's eyes suddenly turned into a lake, and she stopped. Don't say you. Mikai closed his eyes, then said again. At this moment, he was shocked. Azer suddenly became confused. She shouted out loud, no, no, now. Azer began to sweat, and her true face appeared. This is not Azer, but Chimera. Her hand slipped. She shook her hands. Her movements were frantic. Just as she realized her face was shattered, Chimera covered her face and was overwhelmed with pain. Now, standing before Mikai, she dared not remove her hands from her face. And that day, a sound echoing for over 1,000 years, the girl pushed her sister to the ground. After the Japanese song, Himera revealed that now everything was clear. The evil woman was Chimera, who had killed her sister in the past and was now using Azer's identity. The mask fell to the ground instantly. A black smoke appeared and gradually disappeared. He grabbed her face, and Himera trembled afterward, as if craving your blood, extremely thirsty. Himera swallowed painfully from hand to hand. Coward, don't expect to die peacefully. At the same time, Mikai's hands immediately summoned a massive three-headed force and struck Chimera from the side. But he quickly realized it was her body, so he shut his mouth. Himera was struck so hard that she collapsed, overwhelmed by the impact, silence falling around her. Mikai clenched his fingers, looked to the side, then said, and at the same time cracks like a mask started to cover Himera and hold her. She was excited after seeing him, Chimera, gulped and hesitated. Coward. If no one was around, her plan would be perfect. Listen, you can't recognize the black mark. What are you going to do? Are you going to revive your sister? Mikai didn't wait for her answer. He said, you're questioning the sisterhood you destroyed. He looked directly into Himera's face, his expression darkening, and said, that's your choice. Why don't you take responsibility? Get a little angry. Stop for a moment. He kept attacking the other side, but it was no longer possible because he had been transferred. Tears streamed down Chimera's face, and at the same time, let's just stay here. Now the dark clouds have started to engulf Himera, but Mikai hasn't given up. He just wants someone to play with, right? Himera was about to lose her mind, as if she couldn't accept this reality. Immediately after, Hymera regained her strength, snapped the other end of her necklace, and before Mage could hesitate, she swiftly escaped and soared up to maintain a safe distance for battle. Immediately after, Hymera rose again, and they started fighting each other. Mage clenched his teeth, glanced to the other side, and became more alert. A huge explosion erupted, the stone floor shattered, and Mage quickly got up, unable to recognize the smoke. She was so powerful that she was reckless. Your thoughts were not yet gone when Hymera immediately came back up to you. Holding the leader in front of you, Mage quickly looked to the other side, the world tree. As soon as Mage spoke, Hymera was attacked and her body kept bleeding. She clung tightly to the tree in her chest, cold as ice. She quickly pulled the ropes from the other end out of her body, and once again the sound of the golden bell echoed through the quiet space. Hymera was frantic, trying to turn Make's direction, but the attack was swift. Her eyes were wild, like a wounded animal, already dead. Mage clenched his teeth and stared directly ahead, calculating his next move. At this moment, Hymera's staff suddenly slipped from her hand, making a loud noise that shocked her, as if even she couldn't control it. Hymera's eyes were bright, the one who had been... And as soon as Mage quickly moved up, Hymera lost her weapon, and now she was only waiting to die. Now, instead of shouting, Hymera's face appeared to be in pain looking at her opponent. From afar, Mage stood there, looking at Hymera with deeply emotional eyes, unsure of what to do. Because she truly felt guilty. Seeing Make's face, Hymera remembered her sister had been hurt, and she couldn't breathe. Then suddenly, a loud voice rang out saying there was no time left. Now, Hymera quickly remembered her childhood, when she carefully observed everything around her. According to what Hymera said, that voice always criticized the fate of everything around her. Remembering when she saw that shock, that voice also rang out and she died after that. When Hymera stood there looking at her for a long time, she guessed that what she said would always become true. And now again, that voice rang out again and said to Hymera, "We will not live long. The past has returned. Hymera has seen countless deaths before her eyes, so that voice echoed, and then that other soul will die immediately after." Hymera asked, "At first, we still felt curious. Our race doesn't need to worry about age. We used to believe that." And the harsh words kept echoing in her mind, suggesting that her sister's fate could not be changed for long. She saw her sister standing in the middle of a beautiful garden, until Hymera suddenly heard those words, and the beautiful girl stood under the sun among the bamboo shoots. That night, Hymera wounded herself. 2 drops of hot blood spilled onto the ground. The voice kept echoing, and although Hymera decided to let go of her hands, there was little time left. She wanted to go mad. Shut up. Even though her hands were covered in blood, she kept crying, "Enough, please, stop." Then Hymera also started to calm down and asked that voice, "What are you going to do?" Hymera whispered to herself, "I will fulfill your wish, even if I can't say what the outcome will be." Her eyes slowly lost their strength, and she was angry because at that moment, she had no choice. Hymera smiled at herself. She could not abandon the only family she had. And then Hymera said with that voice, "I will make a wish." Immediately those bloodlines ran down to her body. In the darkness, as she destroyed her sister, she also swallowed the roots of her illness. Hymera remembered that day, rushing to Iser's room, and though everything wasn't perfect, she was still happy because her sister had finally recovered. Although she was not banished from the world, somehow that day, Hymera remained silent as she looked at her sister. But what Hymera had to face at that moment was the enemy. Iser's face was covered in blood as she looked at her and asked what she was doing. Hymera was furious. She couldn't stop her sister from being so gentle, but Hymera had no choice. Her hand trembled, and she desperately hoped her sister would understand her. Then, her hand was pulled away again, and Hymera suddenly stopped. "Cautious, sister." The tears of those once considered evil now could no longer be seen, but fell down the cheeks of the 2 sisters. Hymera stopped and said, "I'm sorry." She was so upset she wanted to say more. Sister. But now Mikai's power drew her close. His cold face was like ice. Mikai looked to the other side and set a spiritual fire. As soon as he said it, a large flame immediately ignited the firewood, making Hymera surely unable to survive now. But Mikai himself was not happy. If his soul was not mistaken, then perhaps he had been influenced by the spirit no matter what. Then he raised his finger, the heart still calling out, suddenly feeling pain, but he could not give up. Drawing a phoenix with the symbols in the air, Mikai loudly declared and bowed repeatedly as a magical aura burst forth right where Hymera stood. Like a forest of fire, Mikai stood and looked at the flames. Your eyes gazed in the direction of that girl, as if Mikai could feel the pain of Hymera's many years.
She wasn't entirely evil since her sister Himira even signed the spirit's seal, but now she can't afford to be gentle. At the same time, a black hand suddenly emerged from the fire. Mage didn't think he had used his strongest fire, but Himira was still utterly destroyed. Her body was blackened by the flames, and in her pain, she only wished for her sister's forgiveness, washing away all the suffering she had endured. Walking away in despair, Himira regretted her words. Even when I wanted to save her, I shouldn't have put the darkness inside her. Tears from her sister, who had been here for years, fell down, and Himira realized that the spirit could not interfere in this. Staring at the mirror's shadow, Himira wept and said, "I just want my sister to forgive me and erase the pain I caused her." Seeing her like that, the mirror's hands moved up and down as if they wanted to embrace the girl they loved. At the same time, as soon as Himira saw that she was close to the mirror, Mage was cold, but at the same time, Seth suddenly approached her, holding her hand and grasping her. Mage looked down at Himira and said, "The one who cast that spell is dead." As soon as the mirror opened its hands, the family embraced Himira, and she helplessly collapsed to the ground. The mirror also cried, eyes filled with tears, moved by her. Actually, Seth didn't need to say anything because Mage never wanted to kill Himira from the start, realizing she wasn't a bad person. She also slowly lowered her weapon, and Mage agreed with her. Right. It's all over, Yamar. Everyone here, hearing Himira's sad story, wondering who she is, all feeling sorrowful, as if that day she made a mistake. Now, the voice says that Himira's shadow has persisted for many years. Let's fulfill the mission, the fate of the dinosaur. It whispered to Himira that if you want, I will give you all the strength you need. But this is the first time you have to resist her command. No, it's all over. Himira immediately said to her, "I was wrong. That thing shouldn't have started right from the beginning." Her eyes now shone with sadness. She knew for a long time. Based on her own connection, the dinosaur and the dinosaur were finally destroyed. The voice carried a drunken tone, and Himira smiled at herself, still able to blame someone here. At that moment, a blue feather suddenly appeared deep within Himira's heart, illuminating her mind. She gasped in shock and stared blankly at the dinosaur. After repeatedly flapping her wings, a familiar face appeared before Himira's eyes. It's strange. Now she wears a white dress, standing there looking at her sister. Outside and inside, her face was burned. The other side immediately recognized her, but also shuddered with emotion. Lying alone on the cold floor, Himira waved tearfully, her voice trembling. "Sister?" Reaching out her black hands as if trying to capture a star, Himira couldn't recognize it, but trembled. At the same time, Mir sat beside Himira, gently pressing her lonely hand onto her face before a soft smile appeared. After holding her hand, Himira finally died. After hundreds of years, her soul was also released, after centuries of torment. Mage sat quietly beside her, deeply sympathetic but powerless to do anything. Looking at the blue feather floating on Himira's tree of power, Mage couldn't recognize it, but shouted, "It was truly heartbreaking." So she's not dead, but now in a daze her voice is familiar and rising like a flood of something. Himira is ready to look at the sky. Her eyes are soulless. This is a premonition before death, maybe. But in the end, everything has no meaning. Himira's heart speaks to herself like that. Himira's hand seemed to want to touch the mirror again. She was happy, even though the person in front of her eyes was really just a picture. Now, the other hand is starting to deteriorate. It seems that it is time for Himira to be dispelled. Watching her hand slowly fade away, Himira's heart screams that she's right here in front of me. But it seems she's still full of regret. She just wants to say one last thing to her sister and finally gathers all her courage to stop. "Sister, Now, before the final moment, Himira gathered all her courage and said, "Forgive me. I never expected it to turn out like this. At the same time, of course, Mian's voice was cold. Her eyes were sad. She was grieving. Mian said, in despair and pain, "We have endured a terrible time, and only now do we realize that you did everything just to save us." In the middle of the empty forest, Mian's voice was cold, but it could warm a heart that seemed to have died of loneliness and hatred. It's really hard to accept we've lost a lot of time. It's extremely difficult to admit that. Seeing this scene, Mage also felt a bit of heartache. Himira, the girl expelled from the tribe, had to live a treacherous life. Watching her helplessly, he sighed to himself. It must be very painful. Himira's eyes slowly closed, her face showing clear weakness, as if Mian's words had disappointed her, and now she was ready to accept death to atone to her sister. Meanwhile, Mian's voice grew louder, but now everything was over. All that remained was Himira opening her eyes. Mian then told Himira that it's not enough, so what now? Among his own gods, witnessing this scene, Mian continued to say that although others could not forgive him, he took a beautiful face even though it was burned on one side and gently said, "Only I will forgive you, my only sister." Mian kept feeding Himura, who had endured enough and suffered enough. "Now rest, listen to this, Himura's eyes are burning." And just as Himura was about to fade away, a hopeful smile appeared on her face, her happiness from deep within. "Yes, sister." 2 flowers bloomed together on the ground, but as Himura died, a nearby flower withered and fell to the ground. But beside the 2 flowers, a new green one bloomed at the same time, symbolizing a hopeful future. In the end, Himura also vanished, leaving only Mian sitting there. But only Mikai sensed her oddity and quickly asked who she was. Yu did not deny it, merely nodded without confirming Mikai's words. Worried about his friend, he immediately inquired, "Where is Mian?" Azur, in the form of Mian, replied, "Don't worry, it's just a flicker in the corner." She answered, "I will never lose my identity." Mikai asked again, "No matter how long, you will also completely disappear." Azur replied, "No, we are only a temporary vessel for now, created because we haven't fully accepted our memories." Seeing the blue hue, she explained that once we're ready, we will naturally become one. After a while, Mikai guessed again that, "Now you are closer to Azur." She explained that the souls left behind are thankful because the hero has completed his mission and our sisters have finally found peace. At the same time, Mikai quickly remembered something and said to Azur, "Wait a moment," then hesitated before continuing to talk about the royal family descendants who caused pain to the people. Mikai realized one thing. Before she even thought about it, it wasn't that the person hadn't responded to them painfully before they left. Hearing this, Azur suddenly smiled, but that smile quickly turned into a double-sided one. And now Azur was trembling. As Mikai said, it was clearly a smile of a soul full of hatred. On this side, Brockleyan looked up at the sky, but what was happening to Ga was also obvious. Now, Brockleyan's face is more pained than ever, as if Ga is disappointed because he himself is a wrong person. Right now, both their eyes are filled with total anger as they look down on Ga's side. Brockleyan's heart is screaming, "No, this can't be. This isn't real." Until this moment, Ga is still stubborn. If it were to be like this, the entire reputation of the royal family of the Wundup Empire would collapse. Right after thinking of this terrible thing, Ga immediately clasped his hand tightly and decided. Once again, Brockleyan took a big step forward and said, "Wait a moment." With everyone's attention on Ga, this is not just a picture but something sinister. Looking at the elders sitting there, Brockleyan immediately sighed, "Don't be fooled." Now one of them also agreed to stand up, not to be fooled by that evil picture. That is Himera's trick. Seeing someone raise their voice to support him, Brockleyan remained confident. That evil person is now staring directly at our team. The sound of the Ga's voice never stopped, and it's really surprising that you believe in the picture, right? Why is there a problem with cheating us? Hearing the smile on the Ga's face, Brockleyan was very satisfied with the result. Right, we just need to buy some time. Ga felt a wave of relief, thinking he just had to hold on. But then the applause grew louder, startling everyone, including Brockleyan, as Ga looked around in silence. The face quickly showed confusion as the Ga asked himself, "Applause," and then suddenly, Mikai appeared from the other side to surprise the Ga. "Who are you?" The elder said, "Hello, I am a hero." Sitting still, as if at home, Mikai then said, "Ah, sorry for being so sudden." You look at Brockleyan, you can't see yourself. But you see, I have the truth. Just listen to the nonsense. You have to applaud. I appeared too suddenly. "Just a little," Manga waved. "Do you know where I am?" Mikai confidently replied, standing atop the throne. "Yet I can't believe you didn't see it." Immediately, Brockleyan, fearing his lies would be uncovered, swiftly ordered to kill that bastard. Immediately, 4 archers appeared on the river from both sides of Mr. Lin, attacking from 2 directions. Yet the Ga remained still and silent, surrounded by 4 protectors. Suddenly, a voice ordered the king to stop, causing the archers to fall to the ground. One of the names trembled and said we might not be able to move. From above, a familiar figure suddenly landed next to Mikai. She reverted to her true form, and now she wanted to protect Mikai from her lost people. The sword Himera used has now returned to its rightful owner. Those who saw this scene were also stunned, so shocked they couldn't even breathe. But at this moment, a god among them quickly stepped forward and shouted, gazing coldly at the beautiful girl, finally recognizing her as Kwiko Azur. According to him, now they are all kneeling on the ground, heads bowed. He will stand beside you, pleading with you not to waste this moment just because of your clothes. Just now, a strong wind blew in, bringing heavy snow and mist swirling before him.
Immediately, everyone kneeled down together, and Brooklyn also dared not argue anymore. The people here are trembling, afraid that Azar will blame himself for doing wrong. Micaiah looked at him and said, "Like children caught doing wrong, extend your hand and stop this nonsense immediately." Azar, as if in a state of disdain, forcing his hatred onto others is a selfish act. Let's grow older than us. But this also made Micaiah feel sorry, even if the royal family or the elders acted alone. In the end, Nang was still betrayed by the most trusted people. Micaiah looked at him. Nang possessed the strength and power to save the uneducated and arrogant. Just now, you learned a terrible truth, yet Nang spoke his own words. Now, unleash your power, Azar said. Because of that, we will bear all your hatred and pain. And as soon as she finished speaking, a ray of light from the power tree quickly appeared. Don't lie to me, this child. Look her in the face. She's not afraid of dust. For you, she's just a tool to fulfill your ambitions. Remember those who hurt you, she asked. Nothing more, nothing less. I understand that. You are no different from your ancestors. So Azar knows everything, she asked directly. I am not the first victim of a sacrifice. Remember Azar's old days, then said. The girls called the female priests have replaced my position. It seems to be said correctly and sincerely. Brooklyn at the most time had nothing to argue. Brooklyn stopped. That is, after saying it, he bit his teeth. Even if he tried hard, he could not defend anymore. Now the girl's gaze fixed on the sword. Standing in the distance, Brooklyn was shaken to his core. The girl swiftly raised the sword, her hand gripping it tightly as if she could take anyone's life at any moment. Then, the girl descended to the ground and moved through the air like lightning. As Brooklyn's eyes darkened with anger, she looked back at everyone behind her, pulling him closer at the same time. The warriors, ready to fight, Azar and Micaiah seemed to be having a great time, both silent, sitting on the top. No reaction? But in fact, Azar was also worried, she said. Take the power as a shield, we can only use it to survive. But Micaiah only answered, listening to the argument. After a while, he looked at the crowd, as if someone was inviting a fight. Then, Micaiah vanished quickly, leaving Azar standing alone on the tower. In less than 3 seconds, Micaiah appeared in front of Brooklyn, now seeming to choose Gata as his opponent. But the elders trusted Brooklyn, and no longer respected Azar because she didn't provide the benefits they sought. Seeing him attack Brooklyn, the crowd immediately unleashed some dark forces. As Micaiah looked through this cloud of energy, he realized his attack was now a magic song. But even so, Micaiah still gently raised his hand and softly said, "Counterattack." Suddenly, a large mirror appeared. This is the 7th level of magic, the Heikao mirror. At the same time, a tornado-like whirlwind emerged from the mirror, continuously pulling in the other magic songs, making Micaiah's trick seem effective. As soon as the other mirror reflected the dark power, Brooklyn was shocked and quickly covered his face with both hands. The elder's position was then struck by the dark hands. He looked at his own hand and didn't recognize it, then suddenly fainted silently. Meanwhile, the others, unable to recognize the pain, immediately fell into agony. Hated Micaiah so much, Brooklyn gritted his teeth and then collapsed dead. The other sword pierced Micaiah's side. He raised his hand to stop it and said, "If you are respected like a king," Micaiah's eyes looked at him carefully. "You should have fulfilled your role as a king." Then, the other sword was finally knocked out of the ground very gently. With a word, he grabbed Brooklyn's neck and lifted him up gently. But now Micaiah had another thought. Okay, I'm not an exception. He told himself that before, he had subdued the family but didn't fulfill his role, and he had caused their family to go bankrupt, right? After a moment, his eyes turned cold as Micaiah looked at him and understood why. After a while, he asked Brooklyn if that was a form of self-hatred, and now, with his hands clenched around his neck, Brooklyn looked at him as if he had been saved. Quickly swallowing his pride, Micaiah refused to give up on Gata and continued to strike him with a sword in front of everyone. Brooklyn collapsed to the ground, unable to bear the pain, his face bruised. Then Micaiah turned away, shook his hands, and stopped. Stop for a moment, he said. You convinced yourself that there was no other choice. That was the only way. Everyone would understand. You think so, right? Seeing Gata still silent, he did not move. He lifted the other again. Come on, bow your head. Then Micaiah looked at Gata and asked, In your eyes, what do they look like? The eyes of the god you are looking at. But when faced with this question, Brooklyn couldn't say a word. He looked at the crowd of gods with cold eyes, then said, If you don't want to speak, I will do it for you. Then he let Gata look at the people, who all looked at Brooklyn's side with excited eyes. They seemed ready to come and kill Brooklyn at any moment because Gata had betrayed their trust. Now Gata's face darkened, and Brocklin appeared unable to accept this truth. He just said it. He just shook his hands. Gata fell to the ground. That was the look of a traitor. At the same time, someone said, "The king has broken the law." He turned his back on the founder, because then he would never be king. Now Brocklin bowed down to the ground and was helpless. Now the most harsh words immediately fell on Gata's head. The king was wrong. The blood of the Jamal must be destroyed. At the same time, when he heard those harsh words, suddenly Brocklin felt sad, as if he was missing his past self. Brocklin's hands lowered. Gata's eyes looked a little more sympathetic. The crowd of gods was about to speak, but suddenly something else caused them to fall to the ground. Brocklin's voice rose, and he said, "Okay." Suddenly, the other person was moved, and his eyes clouded with tears. He then pointed at the gods and said, "Everyone stop this nonsense," and told the others to be united and direct. It's not that the people who wronged him are the founders and supporters of the king. When they hear that, they all bow down to the ground. But now someone else spoke up, agreeing with him. Why? Seeing his face, he said, "We have no other option." "Don't say anything, of course." Mage refused to accept defeat. He immediately argued because there was no choice there. His face was both bright and sad as Mage remembered what he had seen and said. The outside world was a little more devastated. The other person didn't know what to say. Han was angry, but in the end he was still at fault, and Han couldn't hide his mistake. Immediately after that, Azur finally stepped down and said to her, "God, what do you expect?" Then she went to Mage and told him, with that name, "You have to be strong and take responsibility for your actions. Gently place your hand on the other child's face," Azur softly advised. "Decide for yourself. Don't pass it on to someone else." She smiled and said, "This can't be changed in just a few seconds." "In front of those who have wronged me," Azur patiently explained, "over time, we will help you gain strength." Mage did not want to look straight at her. He turned his head to another place, thinking, suddenly, a new Azur shadow appeared in the second line. According to Mage, the shadow was not as strong as the strongest, but before fully grasping the memory, it could still offer some credit. Hearing Azur say that, the other person helplessly collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by shame. At that moment, Mage quickly transferred the power to the god, and then said to Brocklin, who was watching, "Look at the girl," he said. "This is the weakest when you follow the devil a little. Everyone here now, who took it, is silent. They have nothing to say anymore." Then Mage looked at her with his eyes, and he said, "Azur, understand Mage's intentions." Azur closed his eyes and answered, "We understand." Now, she placed a tall tree in her hand and pulled the dark shadows inside. Now the fallen flowers show signs of rebirth just after that. Beneath the ground, new green plants start to bloom as if carrying a new hope. And now, Mage looked at everything around. The source returned to the original owner. The forest was a little bit happy and once again became part of the swamp, but for Brocklin, the grass was afraid. No, it was the source. On this side, Hados's beloved hands suddenly vanished, returning him to his normal human shadow. Now everything is bright, and in the darkness, a new day will dawn. One day, the energies who passed through the forest back to its original green shadow never returned. Mage looked up at the sky, his heart still pounding, and so the source of the forest was gone. Maya was lying on the ground like a little fairy sleeping. She had never slept so peacefully before, and it seemed that after her race's story was shattered, her mood had also improved slightly. Time just flew by, and before long, the forest area was fully restored to its original green shadow. Mage looked around, and in your eyes it was very beautiful and peaceful. You looked at him and smiled at me, saying everything was resolved. At the same time, Hados and everyone headed to the spot where the beautiful scenery was hidden. Meyer returned to his lively mood and said, "We need to see your smile again, thank you." Mage looked at everyone and then said, "This isn't worth it. It seems Hados is still lost in thought," and he paused for a long time. But then he also raised his voice and said, Slobber, no. I mean, boss, there's something I want to say." Immediately after, Mage quickly responded, "We know this is about the assembly, right?" When he heard this, Hados was surprised, unable to understand how Mikhail knew him so well. And of course, he didn't deny it, saying, "That's right. We truly appreciate your understanding." After a while, he said that recently this forest area has changed a lot, and according to Hados, the old chief was also arrested immediately. Hados saw him silent, then said Brocklin was swallowed into his throat and was facing his heart. Maybe it will take a few years to recover everything. Right after that, Mikhail cut off Hados's words, and because of that, you have to stay here. Then he looked at Mia and said, "Actually, it's not just me. My daughter, too," and hearing this, Mia's face once again showed the madness of a young girl. Now Mia quickly got angry, refuted the words, saying, "Hey, sister-in-law, sister-in-law." When she heard this, Hidos also quickly ran to her, sister-in-law, and this sentence made Gina retreat to the red veil like a corner. In fact, maybe during this process, they had an appointment with each other, and in Gina's hand was wearing a huge treasure ring. Right after that, Mikhail took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and said, "The girl has become the real Han's sister-in-law." Right after watching Mia and Hidos argue, he sighed. This family is so ridiculous, but seeing them so happy, Mikhail also smiled happily from the bottom of his heart. Then Mikhail quickly said, "No matter what, we need to return to the family and keep the information network running." He paused for a moment, then looked at Gina again. But the one who threw it away like that, the consequences could be a bit complicated. Immediately after, Hidos quickly said, "Yeah, that's just our side, coward. You don't have to go back." Gina's face is full of sadness. Hidos and he continued to argue, "So why don't you turn this whole forest into a big party?" He then realized and told him, meaning to tell Party A. Hidos quickly understood. He wanted to say, "Work here as if we were once subordinates, to build a new one." Mikhail replied, "Right, a new Thalia." And then Mikhail told everyone, even Rian, not to worry about the money. He added that our tribe is old and we will give you a loan, just pay it back slowly. Hidos kicked and said, "So you mean the one who wants us to cover the debt?" Mikhail also didn't deny. He smiled and said more. "Yes, and the loan will be paid in full." Seeing your face, Gina was stunned and trembling. Mia pointed at you, then kicked you coward the show off. Right after that, you smiled like a flower. "What about me?" Mia added, "You seem to see me as an investment partner." Mikhail smiled even more than just now. And you said, "I sincerely admire Gina." Hidos then said, "I will talk to everyone. The ones here are all my daughters." Mia quickly changed the subject and said, "I respect my sister-in-law's opinion." Then she added, "Look, we decided to build a new grave, coward," Mikhail replied. "It's a grave." Then Mia explained to you, "Is it me, or is it right that Isa has ended his life?" She said, "Think about it. We are going to build that place as a grave for her sister." After a while, Mia looked sad, as if part of her was there. Hearing this, Mikhail silently gazed into the distance, but said nothing. Then Mikhail asked why you told me this, and Mia happily replied, "I don't know, it's just a feeling." Mia asked, "You really never liked Hemela, right?" After a moment, Mia quickly added more, and hearing these words, Mikhail's face eased from sadness. He remembered that moment when the dragon fruit was brought to Hemela's face. The painful yet warm tears on her cheeks made Mikhail feel sorrow in his heart, and his fire had destroyed the poor girl, leaving his heart heavy. Immediately after, Mikhail turned back to the present, raised his hands and looked at him, then pinched his thumb and punished himself. Saved by what? After a while, Mikhail's eyes remained sad as he was lost in his thoughts. Mia silently watched him for a long time, saying nothing, then suddenly called out. Hearing Mia's words, Mikhail was stunned, realizing he had been lying. No, there was nothing. Right after that, Mikhail quickly turned around. "If you want to express your feelings to your sister, that's enough. You actually told yourself you should not hold on to the future that has passed, but let them guide your mind." Mikhail's mind was just wandering around, so we want to create a different ending. Let's take a moment to remember the other two sisters. Yes, this story now involves Mia, Ozzer, and Hemela because, as Mikhail said, they share a close bond. This is a story they must solve themselves, but there's one thing you want to ask. Now a hopeful smile appears on your lips, and Mikhail immediately looks at you from that corner. Now you look at the other side happily and answer, "Are you happy?" Hearing this question, Mia suddenly stopped thinking. She didn't expect him to say that. Immediately after, a genuine full smile appeared on the other side of the mirror. In a dark basement room at Avaritia, a wooden chair was hanging on the floor. A cold voice then asked the seated person, the one who failed, what happened. The hidden person asked again, what happened, what happened? Another name with a long scar in the middle of the forehead. Han was afraid to answer, "I don't know." Then Han spoke again. Hearing Ozzer's footsteps returning, Hemela also collapsed to the floor. Hearing this, the other person suddenly became angry. Ga broke his hand holding the wooden chair. Then he stabbed the wooden post on the other side of his bed in anger, the one who had a crush on Han. Then he was afraid to face the person who held his head and heard the words of fire, and no one was allowed to know the secret of that day. Then Ga remained silent for a long time, as if lost in thought. After a while, he heard only the voice of the demon Fap-Du. Remembering the familiar faces in his mind, Ga shouted loudly, "This time the hero is right." Han's eyes were filled with malice, and Ga then said angrily, "That's Wandergist." And then Ga slowly calmed down and warned the owner, "We need to be careful." Remembering Ga's evil gaze, he continued, "What we need is just preparation for the day of the god of the dead." After a while, the other chair kept moving. Ga then started to think. So fast. The man full of anger was Din. Now that Ga is here, all we need to do is gather what's left. Moving to the other side, the man was crying out his last on his bed. Then the other person said to Mikhail over the phone, "You finished dealing with the Black Forest problem and took over this place to become a priest for the council, right?" He quickly replied, "Father, in this life there are few who dare to call themselves the son of the hero." Looking at the demon's side, he said more. "Great power always comes with great responsibility. Hero, son, you talk about it, not a little." Mikhail smiled brightly. "The hero abandoned responsibility, father. Father took care of himself, or you have to cut the father's tongue for the end." Hearing my son say that, Aiden was bored and didn't know what to say. Then his face darkened, as the story of the spirit and the next demon revealed increasingly worthy opponents. After a while, Aiden seemed to remember something and immediately asked his son, "Are you okay?" He added, "Not everything is something you have to bear, Alan." Now he happily told him the one who truly understands you, Mikhail said confidently. "If you can't carry it, then it wasn't meant to start." Seeing you like that, Aiden was also relieved. Okay, proving that the power to conquer the empire is not bad. Then Mikkel suddenly remembered, "Oh, right, father, about the tragedy of the dragon family and the spring of the city." Hearing this, Aiden's face suddenly turned suspicious, but he stayed silent to listen to him. Then he said to his son, "We have been using it since the day you died." After saying that, Michael's silent gaze wiped away the sadness on his face. Aiden then asked him, "To train a dragon?" Michael did not hide the sword. "Yes, that is the plan." He quickly shared his thoughts, saying he needed to enter the 8th magic circle soon. Michael then worried, "What about Xerxes' dragon?" "It's the most important ingredient and also the hardest to find for training Elysium. The bottle with a leaf inside," Aiden said, "has been in my possession for a while." He told his son that it was no longer in the treasure, but he knew where to keep it, a sacred place within the church's holy grounds. Hearing this, Mikhail was surprised, but he quickly asked, "The one who wants to talk about Elysium?" Aiden answered, "Right. Recently, people have discovered the spring of the city there." Based on what he knew, Elysium, with its brave identity, had to be visited at least once. Mikhail quickly responded to his father, "I understand. I will go immediately." Suddenly, he was worried, then said, "Don't press too hard, cover your face with your hand because it's a bit frightening." Aiden told his son, "When you're stubborn, you often go too far." The atmosphere was tense, and Michael's eyes were smiling at the same time. Finally, the boy also smiled and said to his father, the one who was caring for the child, "Ah, you are so shameless, you are so miserable. We are disconnected." Mikhail then didn't have time to say anything else, and the surrounding atmosphere quickly fell silent. He smiled to himself and then asked the one who helped with the treatment. At the same time, a voice said, "The one who is going to leave later." Mikhail was surprised. "Right, I will go tomorrow." Hados then said, "Ah, right, this is a brave man, with a little news from the president." Finally, he finished the long training period and so on. Hearing this, his face relaxed. Mikhail then said, "That person." Hados then said, "I want to talk to the goddess." Mikhail quickly relaxed, looked surprised. Then, "What did you do with your 2 fingers?" As if giving a sign. Suddenly recognizing something, Mikhail shouted out, and at the same time, a familiar figure quickly entered your room through the door. The girl in the white dress went in the morning, and Mikhail's voice was filled with suspicion. The scene was at the church, with the sun setting under the full moon. The girl sat inside, just saw the person walking, and the lady was shouting, "Ah, this girl is Ariane Dane. She is also a goddess," she said. "The general manager of a temple has been kind." This man opened a smile. He smiled lightly, then said, "Yes, I finally knew Han was being abused by the devil, and he was also Naran's Naran." Then told her, Han was totally amazed by the current heroism of the hero. Ariane quickly replied, "Why is society so normal now before we start training? It's really confusing." Naran then told her, "Thanks to the current heroism, everything has been completely changed." At this moment, Ariane hugged her head and then said, "So what if it's too high?" Naran's smile was getting brighter. He continued to answer, "That's also thanks to the current heroism." Her heart was thinking, "So what? We are ready for a war with the society." Ariane was tired and then said, "But I think there will be at least one name for it, but there is no one." Naran sweat. He smiled bitterly, knowing he would get used to it, and as he looked at Ariane's pale face, he sighed bitterly, feeling a strange sensation like someone who used to remember. "Wait a minute, the girl seems to have remembered something. Don't get too excited. So what about Cassandra?" Naran suddenly remembered, and immediately after that he said, "If you talk to the fairy house." Ariane didn't stand the heat and then asked, "What happened to Cassandra?"
Immediately after that, Naran's face showed no suffering. In fact, it was the complete opposite. He quickly shared with her the information he could gather, mentioning that recently, Naran had often been involved with the drug bottles. Meanwhile, the other girl tried to write something on the wall, as Naran said. Recent business activities are really picking up, and Cassandra is very happy. And now Ariane thought that everything has been resolved thanks to the current heroism. At the same time, Ariane quickly said, "It's one Purgus, the Han people are the world's leading priests." She told herself that a poor person has no connection with society, but only for a short time. Meanwhile, Mikai sat down and scratched his ear, telling himself in confusion that his ear was itchy. Ariane then laughed and praised, finding it interesting. But at the same time, she quickly looked at Naran, the group leader, and suddenly calling him like that startled him. Then Ariane, the poor girl, asked, "Can you tell me more about that hero?" Mikai's heart suddenly sank, and he sadly said, "I miss all my companions who stood by me. And those members are Ryan, Mercenary King, Zahat, Siegfried. All of them are true friends to you until the end of the world." And Mikai's thoughts were filled with memories of your happy smile, Ariane. As Mikai said, among them, Ariane is a special person. For you, in terms of the future, she truly embodies the image of a woman. Especially when Ariane raised her hand and prayed for her loved ones. It was not unusual to see a woman standing in the back holding a bell and encouraging her companions. But Ariane then turned around, just as she was about to join the fight, her hand covered in the enemy's blood. Every time she defeated an enemy, she would shout her slogan, "The Sacred Flower." And Mikai just looked at Ariane, repeating the slogan, killing countless monsters. The Sacred Flower, the Sacred Flower. Sometimes seeing her like this, it's really strange, but at the same time, in a way she was very kind just after the battle when she saw Ariane Den in front of her, ready to fight, and at that moment her eyes looked at Ariane Den with admiration. That's right. In your eyes, remember that in the past, Mikai said she was a good symbol until her last breath. It's been a long time since you saw that smile again. The girl in the white shirt, so pure, and just walking, just thinking. In the end, Mikai also quickly came here. And this is youth. In front of you, a white curtain hangs under the sun. Mikai looked at the statue but thought this is not the first place Arianiden set foot outside. Seeing the serious faces of Nguyen Kia, you guess she might come here first this time. At the same time, Rian quickly asked you, "So this time, we need to find the source of the phoenix, right?" Mikai quickly confirmed, "So first let's go meet the department head here." And you told Rian, "We will listen to what they have to say about this." At the same time, a voice quickly called out, "I want to get a bottle here." Hearing this, everyone hurriedly turned their heads toward the speaker. They don't understand what caused the crowd to push and shove each other, shouting that they want 5 bottles first. Just by looking, Mikai quickly explained to everyone that it was the price tag. At the same time, Morden raised his hand and asked, even though he was in the remote part of the temple, why was it so noisy? Mikai quickly looked around. The wise and experienced people who should handle this situation remained silent. Now you are very confused and ask yourself, why is that? Seeing how angry you are, Rian immediately said this is like a recognized business. Then Mikai stopped asking, implying you are those, and Ryan quickly confirmed, yes. Then Rian took out a small bottle and said that if you drink this medicine, it will reveal something to you. But you have to say a strange word. Mikai asked again to clarify, and Rian smiled happily, saying, I believe I will show you. After drinking, Ryan turned his head and took a sip of water, while Mikai silently watched the outcome. As soon as he finished, the big man's eyes widened and Rian's face also revealed shock. And immediately, the big guy quickly sang a strange sentence. The door was locked. But these things have no effect, and everyone in the crowd now looks at each other. Ryan kept watching Ryan shout, the door was locked, and he was starting to doubt the person in front of him. Finally, he couldn't wait for the big guy to yell, "What is that?" Nothing. But Ryan still looked straight ahead and told Ryan it won't appear in front of you. But now, Ryan kept talking, and I saw a clear window. Ryan quickly explained, this is actually the window to check my trust level. He immediately responded, suggesting it was a word from another world. On the other hand, Mikai said nothing, silently watching Ryan, his trust shattered. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore but said, "It's really a story." Ryan suddenly shouted. Mikai quickly regained his composure and said, "Oh, it was just a mistake. Keep going," Mikai thought to himself. In short, this medicine is a sign of the state of the door. He realized that ultimately, trust is faith in a god. A person cannot prove it through tests. Ryan then said, during the spiritual era of the spirit, there is a bottle of medicine to prove trust. Ryan quickly told him it had another effect. He placed his hand on his side, and a blue light emanated onto a tree.
Very surprised, she looked at him, then said to him, "Mikai, here!" Mikai's eyes lit up, and suddenly he shouted, "Divine power!" Then he asked Rian, so after drinking, "We will be like people, huh?" He quickly answered, "Right." Mikai quickly asked again, "What do you have?" Rian answered, "But they're selling a lot over there. Why do you need me?" Mikai said nothing. He just put a little money in Rian's hand to stop the evil. Looking at the yellow coin in his hand, Mikai left only the sentence, "The price is too good." Holding the yellow coin in his hand, he said, "Thank you. Rich. Thank you." He didn't care about Ryan's happiness. He was busy examining the bottle of medicine. After a final thought, he opened his mouth and took a sip. After drinking the medicine, Mikai suddenly closed his mouth and his face was filled with hatred. At the same time, he slammed the bottle angrily, and then Mikai hurried out, warning him to go sell the medicine, which he quickly agreed to. Feeling sorry, he quickly vanished without a trace. 5 minutes later, he returned with someone else in his hand, and Eden was surprised. "Huh? What's going on?" Mikai said, "Hey, of course. Although this bottle of medicine has quite a lot of useless ingredients." He was surprised, useless ingredients. Right after that, Mikai was very surprised. He didn't know. It seemed like he wasn't lying. And now he was very happy to say that this bottle of medicine has a natural color. Mikai said, "I want to take some money from you for this, but you have no right to decide." Eden said, "No problem. The door is only used in this temple. You are surprised. This case is good." After a while, he stopped thinking, took us to the person who made this bottle of medicine. Then Mikai said, "I have no reason," Eden happily replied. "I don't even know who you are. So why?" After a while, he said, "You are a violent person in the temple." Mikai then said, "Oh, hello, I'm not upset either." After hearing this, Eden's eyes widened. Then he didn't wait for Mikai to say anything. He started to shout, "Wait!" But before the other could speak, he quickly raised his hand and smiled. Then Mikai raised his hand and said, "Just give the answer." With a slight glance, he looked like a leader. Who could have created this? Inside, Ariane quickly became curious and asked her to summarize. Then she couldn't help but offer some advice. Mikai is a legendary wizard who killed a great wizard in the capital, infiltrated and wiped out all the hidden treasures in their mysterious temple. The idiot of the world. I haven't seen him hit anyone else's head. I think he's still fine. Cassandra smiled to herself, believing in it as well. Ariane then quickly asked, "So what's your plan now?" As Cassandra said, "Your mission was accomplished. You've been recognized as a goddess, right?" Ariane then said, "I had something to do before I went out, but it seems like everything is already taken care of." Then she quickly put away her license. Ariane then asked, "Should we go to the temple?" Cassandra smiled and said, "I heard a lot of people wake up on my back." I don't understand why Cassandra's eyes are so sad, but Ariane then turned her sword in her hand and smiled. Mikhail's team quickly moved forward. Rian's breathing was heavy. Ryan asked, "What is this medicine?" Mikhail explained to Rian that it is a magic object created from this. Rian was surprised and asked, "What is this magic object?" Mikhail replied, "Technically, it's called the source of wealth, a trait of a magical substance." Ariane, not understanding, asked, "Isn't that person very rare?" Mikhail answered, "That's right, it's a bit too much." Rian said, "If you use it like a magic object, it can still be used, but it's still good." So based on what you explained, its effect isn't a magical substance, but a chain that consumes the entire future, and Mikhail said they called it the right way. Mikhail asked, "Are we heading the right way?" Not waiting for an answer, he continued, "This is the route to the Great Hall," but Eden hesitated before confirming, "Yes, that's correct." After saying that, he continued straight and then said, "This is where we are headed." Ariane looked up at the sky and guessed, could the creator of this drug be a group of priests? Everyone was staring at Eden and whispering, "What kind of ghost story is this?" Rian's eyes are 7 times more shocked. What kind of ghostly situation is this? In front of them is the wounded dragon. At the same time, a pretty girl walks out and introduces herself. "Hello, I am Ariane, the female subordinate of this wounded dragon." Ariane looked very excited. The priests were preparing to welcome the hero, but Mikhail ignored her and just went through and inside. But immediately after, Ariane gasped, "No, you can't do that right now." She struggled to hold this strong man and said, "The priests need more time to prepare." But Mikhail replied, "We have a higher limit than the priests." "Stop," Ariane wanted to cry, but didn't hear you say, "Please let me say it." Mikhail was surprised. He didn't expect this girl to be so strong. So he was also very confused. Finally, Mikhail also took a breath and then agreed. "Okay then." After Mikhail quickly descended, Ariane saw that he had listened to her and took a breath. Then Mikhail still tried to say, I will wait 3 minutes. Suya. Mikhail's face remained very calm as he said that if the priests didn't arrive in 3 minutes, he would come down to this area. Hearing this, Ariani was stunned, realizing there was someone else who was so scared, and before she knew it, 2 minutes had already passed. Modine looked at her, but also helpless, quite stubborn, and probably realized something by now. Then he glanced at Ariani and asked, You don't plan to go? Mikhail's face was cold. He said, It's best to call this guy. Standing in front of this threat, Ariani was also a bit stunned, but she was still standing there. Ah, yes. She slowly stood up and then said more, or maybe she was nearby. Just said Mikhail's face clearly looked unhappy. At the same time, something was falling down from the sky, bringing a very heavy pressure. Mikhail quickly understood and looked up at the sky. The wind responded, bringing a sharp sound as Mikhail gathered his strength, now running out of energy. Immediately after, Mikhail's hands shot out, appearing prepared. Meanwhile, the trees began to twist into a mass of branches intertwined with each other. At the same time, a loud sound was rising, the cry of the Mamie echoing throughout the forest. Mikhail's hands suddenly pushed against Jilei's neck, using all their strength. Right after that, he smiled and asked, Do you like this situation? Then his face turned gloomy, and Mikhail said, Let me confirm one thing. Are you a total scum? Are you really using your strength more than asking my gata to create this situation? And then he said, Shut up. Looking at the other guy, Mikhail said, Well, say it. He continued to question the gata, bringing out the reasonable explanation of the person who went. Jilei was extremely stubborn, and the gata said, Deuten was being challenged. Is it a joke? That image was deceiving their believers and challenging Deuten. When he heard that, his eyes widened. The image the Mamie mentioned was not a phoenix fountain, and immediately after, he named the god of that ghost. And of course, the image the Mamie created was not a rift. And as you guessed, that fate has nothing to do with Deuten. Jilei was a little scared, like a train rushing through, remembering Mikhail's flickering eyes. Mikhail's heart was now shaking, but he remembered what he said. Remember that saying. In the number of words, it's like that spring suddenly appears somewhere and then disappears. After a while, Mikhail started to recall the only rule that seemed strange to him. Finally, after a long silence, he spoke again and said that it destroyed Deuten. Mikhail quickly asked, Seth, do you feel any signs of the recent injury? She still tried, placing her hands on her head and starting to process the news. After a while, it seemed like Seth had seen something and suddenly stopped. Now Seth can't see it, but he slaps his face and says, Oh my God, I see Mikhail smiling at you. Mikhail thought maybe that was the answer, so he went to tell Jili and distributed this drug to those who believed in that image. Gata clenched her teeth tightly, saying, It's really effective, even if it's harmful, but if it's used to worship God, it can't be wrong. Mikhail was angry with this answer. He put the seal on it and said, No, it's not like that. But now Mikhail's heart quickly calmed down. No, stop, the one who is in me. Mikhail closed his eyes and said, I can't let any more staff be fooled. Stop for a moment. Your body is constantly fighting itself, right? I am different from my father. I have decided with a strong heart that my path is the way of the tribe, and the saying is more than a nail. I follow a hero without violence. But now, as soon as he woke up, everyone hugged him tightly and said, Enough, Mikhail. Enough. You can't let the thorn take control of you. Seeing his whole body, Mikhail was relieved from the shock. He looked at himself and was stunned. Jilei was hugging his face on the ground. Then he said, I'm sorry. I won't go anywhere. Right after that, Gata shook and continued to say, The door was locked. Mikhail was silent, staring at his reflection in the branch before his face, saying nothing, as if he was a little disappointed in himself for still being unable to control his emotions. He was upset with himself, whether it was non-violent or aggressive. In the end, there was only one word. After a while, finally Jilei sat quietly to comfort you. Mikhail looked at Gata, then said, To sum up this story. And now Gata recounts again. The picture on the wall of the Temple of Faith, no one passed, and as a result, they began to doubt their own beliefs. Right after that, Mikhail continued to say, and when he saw the temple falling into chaos, the chief priest intervened by using a chemical. Right, Jilei added, after discovering a strange spring, I met a boy there. And Gata remembered the man he met that day. He thought to himself that it was the source of something. Jilei nodded and said this spring could resolve the doubts surrounding the temple. Right after that, Mikhail quickly explained to Gata that he was deceived by the picture, then looked at the uncle and the other party and said, Do you know that using this chemical for a long time will lead to permanent consequences? Losing your spiritual power, Gata stopped desperately asking, Is your intention to lose forever? Right after that, Mikhail confirmed. Jilay seemed to lose faith and asked himself, what have I done? But before Gata's foolishness, Mikhail only showed a clear look of disgust. Then he quickly turned around and left a sentence. Don't waste time regretting. Mikhail told Jilay, I will punish you, but first you need to clean up the mess. Put the chemical bottle away, and he said, first of all, destroy all these drugs. These are things that should not exist. Gata immediately replied, I understand. What should we do with the picture? Mikhail added, I will take care of it myself. After saying that, he looked up. Then Mikhail, appearing tired, took a deep breath. Glancing into the distance, he told Seth that I feel I will be the first to meet the master. Seth walked away, her face hard to read and lost in thought. Yes, she needed to be cold. Mikhail's fake smile now, and he also resolved to do his job seriously and strictly. Ariane Dan has been standing here for a long time, seemingly waiting for something. Seeing her expression now, Siegfried sighed to himself and dared not speak. After being stared at with that cold look, he was scared and wondered why she was looking at him like that. Ariane, Dan said nothing, just looked at him. Siegfried was shocked, thinking, am I wrong again? Then suddenly, Ariane Dan said something unrelated. I see you've grown up. Seeing her face, Siegfried replied, ah, right, I'm gradually stepping into the master's role. Ariane, Dan quickly refuted, no, I don't care about your skills. I'm talking about your mind. He's upset. Oh, yeah, right. Siegfried's face suddenly became gloomy, and he said in his heart, still as weird as usual. Seeing that smile, he remembered his friend Mikhail and his strange style. And of course, in this young man's eyes, those eyes are no different from a monster. Thinking about her evil face, he suddenly turned around, and Ariane Dan asked, what are you going to do? Then she confidently shook her feet, as if she had been doing since they first met, and said, Siegfried. Now, finally, Ariane Dan also got involved in the matter, saying we came because of the hero's story. As soon as she said this, Siegfried's eyes immediately grew a bit complicated. Then Ariane Dan said, I am a man, so I want to meet him, but I don't know if he really is. He laughed and said, it seems that you hear a lot of things, she said again. That's right. But all the people I've met so far are the ones who are being beaten. After a while, Ariane Dan said again, I've never asked the ones who were beaten before. I don't understand why Siegfried isn't happy, and he answered, even if you ask me, I will say the same as others. It hasn't stopped yet, the goddess is screaming again. Or maybe she's just pretending to keep the atmosphere. Siegfried quickly interrupted, if that's true, I left the temple, I know I was wrong. Hearing these words, Ariane Dan thought the story with the fairy was interesting. She looked at her friend and then said, I didn't expect someone like Siegfried to change like this. Then Ariane Dan made a dismissive face and said, all right. She looked at you with happy eyes and added, Cassandra, you still apologize, it's okay. Seeing the uncle and the young man in front of her, Ariane Dan asked further, but at the same time, her eyes looked at Siegfried very strangely, as if she was placing a crown on his head. As if he were blind, Ariane Dan blinked for a long time, unable to believe what she had just seen. When she looked back, Siegfried had returned to his normal self with a sad expression. Then she told him, just to be sure. Ariane Dan asked, you've never been a coward, right? Suddenly I heard her change the subject of Siegfried, but I quickly answered, of course not. Ariane Dan then said, I have a little trouble understanding. I remember your face, and then added, I guessed so. Mikhail was sitting alone next to a big tree. Now I'm telling you, Mikhail, what do you know about this hat? That picture, except that it's extremely dangerous. You looked at her and then asked, I don't know anything else about that. Mikhail thought to himself, I won't say anything more. She was so concerned about these things. After a while, Set said that the so-called picture was just a green light. Its real name, with the position of the ruler, is Anubis. Suddenly, Mikhail appeared worried, sensing something suspicious, and he asked Set, wait, did you reveal that? She answered, I normally wouldn't do that. Set was happy, but I don't understand why she was so angry. She was too understated. Then he said again, she was a bit of a fool before, but never like this. She sighed for a while, then answered again, anyway, I have nothing to say. Mikhail fell into a trance. Even she couldn't find the position of the ruler that she was responsible for. And as far as you know, that is her own net, a special ruler. Looking at your hand, you are a little disappointed, even though she has the ability. She almost can't. Maybe take a break for a while, Mikhail said. No, why are you overthinking? Then he asked Set. We don't need to go see her ourselves, right? She was a little disappointed, but quickly asked, Then what do you think? Mikhail looked into Set's eyes and said that story. Night falls and the sun's light becomes more and more ominous. Mikhail stands there, his heart heavy, just gazing at Set. He remembered the familiar two bodies sitting happily together. Mikhail suddenly felt self-pity and said, "It's a failed story." At that moment, a voice pulled you back to reality. "What are you looking at?" As Mikhail turned around, he saw a beautiful girl looking at him, and a smile appeared. His eyes didn't change, and even the other side of his face showed no happiness or sadness. Looking at the other side, Mikhail's eyes remained as dark as ever. Hey, so Set, what do you think? Do you feel the difference with Duke T? At the same time, he remembered the conversation. Why are you so quiet? Just say it normally, okay? It's probably fine. At that moment, she was so scared she hesitated to speak, hiding behind the tree and asking, "What are you talking about?" Mikhail then explained to her that it was a test of faith set for the believers. He added that from Anubis's perspective, not as a hero, but as a symbol of the land of gods, he would be a worthy opponent for the challenge. Right after that, Set was stunned and guessed, "Don't tell me, the one who's going to sacrifice himself is a star." Now, Mikhail said, "Look at those believers. See how hard they are trying to prove their faith." Then he looked at the name, which seemed to belong to another woman, also Anubis, and Mikhail asked, "Do you think she's beautiful?" Based on what you said, they only pursue material benefits, otherwise they wouldn't have touched that bottle of medicine. Then Mikhail asked again, the person who was claiming it wasn't true. Duke T looked at him carefully and then said, "As long as you want to stay silent, it will be forgiven." After a while, Mikhail's eyes grew angry and he questioned, so the new person who wielded the power of love, Anubis, heard her smile from deep within her heart. Instantly, she raised her hand and gently struck the air with great force. Immediately, a light flashed so fast that Mikhail couldn't recognize it, but someone took his hand to cover his eyes. He quickly tried to open them and see what was happening in front of him. Mikhail looked at her face, then a light suddenly appeared in front of him. His heart warned him, so he quickly asked, "Where are we?" Hearing your stupid question, Anubis couldn't recognize it but looked helpless. After a moment, he asked again, not revealing anything, and she had also agreed at that time. Anubis said more, "I just think she has told you. I will explain. This is a remodeling of an old temple in the land that I used to live in." Anubis answered, "Right, believe it or not. This is one of the places where the masters of the world used to meet." But at the same time, he turned out to be unhappy, and she said to him, "That's enough." She looked at Anubis. "Don't tell me you are so ready to violate the rules." He looked at him carefully and then answered, "Don't say those words to me." Seth was angry, and immediately after that she quickly turned away, no longer wanting to look at him. Seeing her deception, Mikhail quickly stood in front of Seth and asked Anubis, "I asked you one thing, but after a while you said that the quality of the mind makes people unable to use the power of the gods forever." Now he's not afraid to answer. It's just a difference in the way he looks. He didn't take their lives away, right? Mikhail then looked to the other side and said, "It will affect their future." A crazy smile appeared on Anubis's face, and when her challenge ends, they will completely lose all memories related to her. So, according to you, what is Duxton? Anubis remained crazy but patient, determined, kind, loving, and unwavering. Duxton was loyal and not to be underestimated. Quickly, with the power of the leader, you said, "Don't dance with me." After a while, Mikhail's heart quickly convinced you, "I understand." So is Duxton's. Cold eyes, you then challenged the other side, overcame the harm. "We want to get out of this world." In short, Mikhail summoned his magical leader, wielding a power like a master in a world under the influence of your source of power. Anubis was stunned and couldn't recognize himself, but he asked, "What are you doing?" Looking to the other side, Han guessed, "Don't tell me you're going to do everything we've built up." Now Mikhail also quickly realized that this battle was his. Anubis is a superhuman. As you know, this is a tomb no one has conquered. I can't enter. After a while, you warned yourself that you have no right to step outside the unstable frame of the painting, so instead we will put you here. Mikhail's eyes turned red, blood-colored, but you are no different now, the ghost of the present from the darkness. Start and force, a bunch of magic that Mikhail used later, the garden of the city, the time travel, the court was locked. But at the same time, his eyes turned red, as if something had happened during the fight. But even so, before this attack, Anubis still couldn't escape it. Just like that, Han was overwhelmed by his power and couldn't resist anymore. Soon after, Anubis was pulled into a large black magic box. It looked dark, with no visible openings, like an ant trying to escape but unable to find a way out. Then,
The space seemed to shift, and the three of them found themselves inside the battlefield, yet strangely, Anubis was still there. Han was surprised to see you there, but asked, "The battlefield, another structure inside another structure. What are we doing here?" Of course, Mikhail didn't care what the other side was saying and stayed silent. But now, seeing Han looking at him with curiosity, Mikhail responded just to calm him down, placing his foot on his little tongue in your ear, which made Han very angry. "It seems you're enjoying yourself, getting a 0-2 shot to take down a boss without breaking the rules." Seeing Mikhail's other ghostly face, "We can't let this slide." Now, looking into your eyes, Anubis was scared from the bottom of his heart. "And the main character is no longer able to keep calm," he said. "Okay, just use the stick. The battle is over." Anubis looked at the opponent circling to his side. Han clenched his teeth, scared. Now Anubis had only warned him because Han had never faced such a twisted opponent, a sudden duel. And just like that, right after Mikhail struck, Anubis collapsed to the ground like an ant in front of a dragon, his body helpless as smoke lazily drifted around him. "He can't go on," Anubis's heart called out. "Wait!" Seeing Mikhail's wolf-like eyes, Anubis wondered, Han is not a wizard. Speaking of this character, Han is Anubis, a photo picture. According to the documents that Mikhail has, earlier, Han worshipped the ghost to the point that he was called a dog of Asa, and Han, a kind-hearted Asa, then vanished without a trace. At that moment, Han started to question what the message truly meant. At that moment, Anubis, wounded, wondered if no one responded to Han's message. What should he believe in and what truly existed? And as Han was trying to prove that, an event occurred. And this left Han completely exhausted, in a state of physical fatigue, and fate had arranged everything. Then Han met a brave warrior. Back to the present, as he looks at the prince beside him, Anubis wondered who the real wizard was. Mikhail answered, "A wizard who has never truly relied on magic." Anubis didn't believe and shouted, "What are you talking about?" Mikhail, angry at Han's noise, struck hard and yelled, "Shut up!" Anubis clenched his teeth tightly, his heart trembling. "What is this? It's terrifying." Glancing again at Mikhail's eyes, he asked, "Han isn't a ghost, but his eyes are red. What are you doing?" You see, Han is silent, then you are asked, "Oh, empty." Looking at the ring on Mikhail's hand, Han was surprised. "What is that thing? Why is it red like blood?" Han didn't even think about it before a huge explosion erupted, and Anubis could only shout in shock. Han clenched his teeth tightly. "No, that thing has nothing to do with Jigre Sol." Anubis couldn't believe it. His pride was worth nothing. Why was it like this? And now, as Han didn't react in time, Mikhail approached from the other side, overwhelmed by a more spiritual aura. In this battle, the truth is that Mikhail has too much power over Anubis, which makes Han laugh out of shock. Tears fell from his mouth. Han just ran and shouted, "What is that?" Mikhail laughed, his teeth trembling, chasing like a ghost. "Come here." Anubis just ran without caring. No, the power must be sealed here. Han thought to himself that this boy was just pretending. But with that fierce faith, Anubis still had strength. "So fine, you did it. Now we have to reveal the truth." Suddenly, a yellow light burst forth. Mikhail opened his eyes and raised his hands in front of him. His hand now appeared small and reddish-brown, with a very strange blue skin. Anubis's brother's face was also the original. Han was a dog with a pair of eyes. Anubis decided he would no longer see him just as a warrior or challenger, but as someone who broke into his grave. A chaotic mess, and Han threatened that those who invade the grave must be repaid with a terrible death. But of course, you are not to blame. Mikhail remained calm, still trying to transfer his strength into the tree in his hand. Even when the person wanted to stop, it was too late. Hearing Anubis threaten, Mikhail turned around and found it interesting, clenched his fist and struck through one. Only a handful of Han was lying on the ground. Mikhail was bored. It was a pity. And he was drunk. He heard that there was no bad dog in this world. After a while, the devil's smile spread across this cute little guy's face. You smile like a ghost and say, "So today we have found a bad dog." Anubis stopped, and Han never thought he was a dog buried and humiliated like that. Then, the sweat on his forehead became unbearable, and he wondered what it was. Looking at Mikhail, Anubis's true ghostly face appeared from deep within his soul. Han looked at him carefully and then confirmed that Mikhail was a type of dog. Another hit on the head. Mikhail hit and hit. The dog bit the person who deserved punishment. "You just keep talking, bad dog. Bad dog needs to be taught." Even the set stopped as if it wanted to stop. She thought to herself, "I should tell you to stop, but why do you feel so at ease?"
The scene is fun. Should we watch for another minute? Anubis called out bitterly. This isn't a star object. Why are you treating it like this? And finally, Anubis also endured enough from the other side. After the dog was taught, the sky darkened. This side, Rian was blinded by the head, which made us go crazy, truly. He was exhausted. It's been 3 days since Mikhail lost his mind, and many things have changed in the temple. When the elixir source was cut off, the steps showed signs of withdrawal, and they didn't stop themselves from turning to violence. Someone also attacked the soldiers and rushed forward, quickly giving us the elixir. The guard beside him said this proves the quality of the medicine in the temple is truly poor. Rian was in pain, trapped in a dead end, wondering where Mikhail had gone. Suddenly, a voice said, "Oh, there are really a lot of heads here." Rian turned around and agreed. "You're right. But now, when you are sure," Rian is relieved from his shock. Meanwhile, on Ellen's side, she still stood silently, her gaze fixed ahead with no sign of calm. The clouds made Ellen unable to recognize but feel that the sky was so green she said no. It's not wrong, it's just a way to choose words. He asked how to say something to die without actually saying die. Ellen stood there silently. The man's words and actions made her steps fade away. And right after that, Elaine said, "Nothing surprising. The woman standing in front of them is not the normal person. The Holy One, Ariane." Then she made a stupid face and asked, "What is it, if not that?" Elaine saw that Ariane was a bit of a pervert like that, so she was a little worried. She turned around and looked at her 2 accomplices, and it seemed that those 2 had no intention of stopping her. "Modin is still an old man here, not a young one," Rian replied, "who seems to have about 0.8 times Mikhail's strength." Ellen sighed helplessly, unable to speak. "I am the only one still conscious, so I have to go." Immediately after, she quickly called out to Ariane, "Maybe you should listen to what's being said quietly." Ariane was surprised. "Oh, Goddess Ellen, just be gentle." Immediately after, Ellen quickly explained that it was like pressing his head to the ground and dying. Things like that. As the person standing in front of everyone, "You should be doing better," but it seems like Ariane still doesn't understand. Then she asked Ellen, "Stupid, what do you think about that sentence?" Hearing this, Ellen looked stubborn, unable to recognize the sound, huh? Ariane continued, "He was missing for a while, but his actions usually speak for themselves." She added, "I want to record them again." Ellen was fed up with her. Oh, stupid, stupid. Then a series of negative thoughts and impressions about Mikhail played out like a slow-motion movie in her mind, causing Ellen's face to lose its smile. Seeing her silent, Ariane quickly called out again, "Goddess Ellen." And suddenly, Ellen took the initiative to hold the goddess's hand. Ellen smiled as Hoa said, "Now think again. You are not very bad now." Ellen said this with all his sincerity. "Goddess, good luck." And now, the most alert girl in the group, Ellen also decided to stop overthinking. Hearing this, Ariane immediately focused her thoughts and started to think seriously. Seeing her silent for a long time, Ellen immediately asked, "Goddess Ariane Den, what is bothering you?" Right after that, Ariane Den immediately replied, "Elaine, you said stupid, suddenly disappeared, right?" Ariane Den didn't hide. Then Elaine replied, "That's right, for now it is like that. Their faith is not only satisfied by our existence." She only thought of the people lying beneath her feet, and her heart kept pounding. When she looked into the eyes of those missing their medicine, Ariane Den felt extremely uneasy, and if this kept going... Right after hearing the goddess's worries, Rian quickly walked over to him and said, "This will probably be fine. Ryan said that Mikhail will not hurt. Han is not the type of person who is lost because of some annoying things." Ellen quickly agreed. "He may be strange in many ways, but he's not a responsible person." Now Anubis, the god of Han, said that Asa has appeared in the world to protect it. After a moment of regret over Han's thoughts, many humans no longer remember his name. According to Anubis, they have betrayed faith and trust. And now, no one comes to the temple to honor the gods with grand rituals. They just want their problems solved. Hearing this, his face turned cold. Mikhail then said, "That's right." After a while, he asked Anubis if he thought he was different. Based on what he felt in the end, everything was just a step in the process, the bitter growth on the journey to the goal. Experience from 2 lives taught Mikhail that to stand up and find clarity. Every time he recalls the past, his heart aches, and Mikhail sincerely says that this is not just a challenge. He stood up himself and said it was not just a little anger, but a belief that humanity had betrayed people. Based on Mikhail's experience, confusion and failure should not be eradicated. Right now, a ray of light quickly rises, and Mikhail remains silent, observing the situation. He looks into their eyes, not to eliminate them, but to prepare them for the right path.
Then Mikhail asked again, "Didn't you say your challenge was to prove that Duke Tin was really true?" "Just a little." He pointed his hand forward and then said, "So let's see." Then Kyle told Anubis that he would prove it clearly. Outside, the other group was still standing among the crowd for a while, and they kept praying, hoping someone would do something to save them. "Please, please tell us that." Seeing this scene, even a naive girl like Ariane Den felt the pain. "This is harder than I thought. I've never been so exhausted by this kind of story." She told herself she wanted to sing to them. "Don't waste time on meaningless stories. It's just a long time." Just a little, she thought. If it's because of the hero who saved many people and the demon spirit, how will he respond? Right now, Ariane Den's heart is trembling, and she whispers to herself, "Save me." These thoughts are like thorns, deeply embedded in her heart, making her feel uneasy but unable to deny them. At the same time, a huge explosion erupted, and Mikhail emerged from the white smoke, his gaze fixed ahead, eyes frozen in place. Mikhail then asked the people who were here, "What is this?" At the same time, one of the believers didn't recognize the question, but asked, "Who are you?" And he naturally answered sincerely, "I am Dung Shi." At the same time, Anubis said, "That's right, there are believers here seeking salvation," and he thought one of them was not worth it. Hearing this, he became upset. "Not worth it." Anubis corrected himself. "I mean a victim." A victim. At the same time, another believer quickly expressed his surprise and said, "Dung Shi." And immediately they shouted, "Dung Shi, you have come! Just as expected from Dung Shi, you really came to save us!" Anubis suddenly asked, "Can you keep their faith on the right path?" Mikhail's eyes sank as he wondered, "What I can't do, can you?" At the same time, a familiar voice called out, "Are you Dung Shi?" Turning around, he saw that it was none other than Ariane Den, who looked at him with a gentle smile. "Now, here is the image of the old man." Mikhail wanted to hold the girl's hand, but he couldn't. Mikhail felt lucky to have lived a lifetime and to meet his friend again. And then he said, "That's right, it's me." Seeing the young man before her, Ariane Den was a bit confused and said the appearance was too sudden. At the same time, an angel looked disappointed and turned to the sky, asking for salvation. "Now Anubis quickly patted your ear. Can you guide them to the right faith? What I can't do, can you do?" He quickly pushed his face out and then said, "Everyone, they only have faith to make room for it." He looked at the old man, patted himself, and fell asleep. A god who never answers. Mikhail still quietly remembered, but before we turned back time, in that world of despair, the prayers truly began to bring strength. And you can clearly feel that, even when you don't realize it, they chose the right path. Your eyes looked relieved. Honestly, I have nothing to advise them on this correct path. And Mikhail understood that, because just like last time, they will eventually reach it. After a while, you quickly believed, but anyway, if they want to see the light, they will touch it. Right after that, Mikhail fell asleep with his heart, so maybe we can revive some of it. Right after that, you said, "Very well. Mikhail's eyes are now covered in flames, and you are determined, so let me prove that." Mikhail remembered that before we turned back time, after going through a cruel test, there were those who were looking for a touch to the spirit. And as you know, they emit a ray of light unlike any divine power. "Just a moment," Mikhail said, and the people who saw it gave him this name, the light of the